Chapter 292. Xiaofu almost subconsciously translated what he and Fengren had said to Blood Claw. Blood Claw's expression visibly darkened. Asia saw Blood Claw's face and felt something was wrong. After a long moment of deliberation, Blood Claw glanced at Wind Blade with a hint of disdain. You said you were once a king? As a king, you must have your own principles and follow your own path. The king I once served, though brutal, had his reasons. He was an avenger who pursued the path of tyranny. And Governor Zhongli, he practices the kingly way of upholding honor and order. I admit, I find Governor Zhongli's ideas a bit naive. However, I deeply admire his courage and determination. He even showed mercy to us, former enemies, and wanted to save us. Governor Zhongli Rui, while not a king, possessed a kingly demeanor. Compared to them, you're a complete joke. Where's your honor? Where's your principles? Windblade listened to Bloodclaw's ramblings, confused, and asked Xiaofu, Sister, what's the point of this woman's chatter? Xiaofu was about to translate when she saw Asia's slight shake of her head. As Xiaofu hesitated, Bloodclaw gestured a thumbs-down sign to Fengren, his expression scornful. Seeing this gesture, Fengren's eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly remembered that C2 had made the same gesture the last time he and his brothers were defeated. It was insulting him for being weak, even though C2 and C3 haven't fully awakened the controlled state from their past memories. They still retain a certain level of intelligence and mobility. This is unlike the lost zombies, who rely solely on instinct. See the extra chapter for details. Therefore, when Fengren and his companions were once beaten down by C2, C2 knew to make that insulting thumbs-down gesture. Woman! You successfully angered me. I challenge you to a duel. Fengren roared, raising his finger at Bloodclaw. Hey! Asia and Xiaofu exclaimed in surprise. Although neither Xiaofu nor Asia translated, the gesture of pointing a finger at the other person was a silent challenge on the battlefield. Bloodclaw understood it instantly, and Windblade, enraged, demanded a duel. You want to duel me? Haha, I won't refuse, but I can't accept. First, I'm Governor Zhongli's captive, and I promised him I abide by the rules of captivity. Therefore, I can't accept your challenge. Second, you think you're so powerful? If you were on the battlefield, you wouldn't last more than 10 seconds against me. You're such a weakling, and an impulsive person. With that, Bloodclaw crossed his arms in front of Windblade, his expression of disdain intensifying. Windblade, seeing Bloodclaw's reaction, erupted in fury. You insult me. You're courting death. With that, Windblade sprinted forward from 4 steps away. Asia and Xiaofu screamed, Son/brother, don't. Just as Fengren's claws were about to reach Bloodclaw, Bloodclaw sneered, grasped his wrist, and twisted it, then threw him to the ground with an overhead throw. Then, his claws formed into a knife shape and pointed at Fengren's neck. The entire process was incredibly smooth, Bloodclaw taking only a second. Fengren's eyes were filled with horror. With just one move, he was completely defeated. You just said you wanted to duel, but then you resorted to a despicable sneak attack? Not only are you weak, but you have no sense of honor. Trash. At this moment, the 2 black-clad mechanical guards lurking in the room uncloaked. One fired a net gun at Bloodclaw, who was bound by a steel cable and fell to the ground. Looking at the black-clad mechanical guards, Bloodclaw suddenly remembered seeing them during the battle over the Bering Strait, and knowing they were controlled by Zhongli Rui. Not now. Yujia was controlling them automatically. She immediately stopped resisting, and said to the robot, Governor Zhongli, I'm sorry. I broke the rules. I'm at your mercy. Yujia, controlled by the black-clad mechanical guards, was suddenly at a loss for words. A moment later, Zhongli Rui, alerted by Yujia, had already learned of the situation remotely. Zhongli Rui, who was discussing combat suit weapon enhancements with Shin Pan and his wife at the Throne of Blades, rubbed his temples weakly. After a moment's thought, he called the current police chief Lu Shi. Zhongli Rui's voice echoed through the black-clad mechanical guards. Everyone, come to the conference room. In the conference room, Zhongli Rui and Lu Shi, looking at the faces of those before them, who all looked as if they had committed a grave error, were completely speechless. Then, Zhongli Rui not only retrieved the footage from the black-clad mechanical guard surveillance, but also questioned Xiaofu and Aishi about what had happened. This time, Aishi and Xiaofu didn't hold back and revealed everything. As he explained what had happened, Fengren finally understood Bloodclaw's true intentions. Recalling Bloodclaw's heartbreaking words about how he was a complete joke compared to King Feng and Zhongli Rui, and then adding to them how he had challenged a duel but, in a fit of rage, disregarded the rules of honor and launched a surprise attack. Even worse, even with his surprise attack, he was instantly defeated. If Blood Claw hadn't kept his promise to Zhongli Rui and refrained from killing him, his head would have been chopped off. Feng Ren fell into deep self-doubt. Asia clearly saw that the light in her eldest son's eyes, always filled with pride, had vanished. Looking at Blood Claw, whose eyes were calm, as if he were determined to die, and Feng Ren, whose eyes were gray and ashen, as if he had lost all strength, Zhongli Rui and Lu Shi exchanged a look of amazement. "You are innocent. Go down and rest," Zhongli Rui said to Blood Claw after understanding the whole story. After a moment's thought, Zhongli Rui added, "You remember the rules for prisoners." "Well, that's good." Blood Claw was stunned, then her admiration deepened. She raised her right hand, clenched her fist, and placed it over her heart, then bowed slightly to Zhongli Rui. Feng Ren's expression was complicated. He knew this was the gesture of greeting that bat warriors would make to those they admired, or to those closest to them. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui and Lu Shi discussed the matter, and sentenced Feng Ren to a week of confinement. At the same time, Zhongli Rui instructed Asia to help Blood Claw learn Dacian language as soon as possible, at least orally. Asia didn't comment on this decision, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Half a day later, when the fleet arrived in Lingen province, Feng Ren was imprisoned. Coincidentally, he was imprisoned in the very same cell where Asia had lived with Xiufu after being rescued. This cell was also right next to Bai Qiangwei and Murong Changfeng's. Ever since Asia agreed to work for Zhongli Rui as a researcher while serving under a criminal charge, Asia and Xiaofu moved to Qin Xiaoyu's villa, leaving this prison cell vacant. Murong Changfeng and Bai Qiangwei continued to live there. Murong Changfeng and Bai Qiangwei had no objections to this, as Bai Qiangwei knew her crimes were grave and her limbs were crippled. Even if she were released, she wouldn't be able to do anything, so she might as well serve her sentence in peace in this cell. Technically she, like Asia, was serving a life sentence. During his confinement, Xiaofu visited his elder brother every day. "Sister, was I wrong that day?" Feng Ren asked Xiaofu weakly, his eyes still dull. Xiaofu looked at his elder brother with heartache and said softly, "Brother, to be honest, I think that day, both you and Blood Claw, you both had your own reasons, and it's hard to say who was right. But you were really a bit too impulsive back then." "Ah." Feng Ren sighed softly. After a moment's thought, he asked again, "Sister, Blood Claw said that calling myself king is a joke. What do you think?" "Brother, I disagree. Blood Claw doesn't understand you. I know you and my second brother fought for the throne to save Mom and me," Xiaofu said excitedly. "If it weren't for you, Mom and I would have been eaten long ago. I'm not sure what Blood Claw's standards are, but to me, brother, you're my hero." "Thank you, sister." Feng Ren smiled bitterly. While getting some fresh air, or rather, basking in the sun, Feng Ren saw someone who terrified his soul. Murong Changfeng. Batmen aren't as afraid of light as giant bloodthirsty bats. In real time, most bats are, but not all bats are. Chapter 293. "Hey, isn't this the eldest son of the Asia family?" Facing Feng Ren's tense expression, Murong Changfeng, a veteran of many trials and tribulations, remained unfazed. He already knew that this Batman kid, whom he had completely defeated, was the elder son of his wife's best friend. Technically, this kid should call him Uncle. Uncle Changfeng. Feng Ren, having already learned everything from his mother, hesitantly responded to Murong Changfeng. Although, now, he and Murong Changfeng were no longer enemies. But the experience of being instantly killed by Murong Changfeng on the battlefield that day was etched into his bones. The feeling of being pounded on the ground like a mallet. However, Feng Ren's fear quickly turned to confusion. "Uncle Changfeng, Aunt Bai, why are you both in a cell?" Bai Qiangwei, wheeled in by Murong Changfeng, smiled faintly, because Aunt Bai is a criminal and must take responsibility for her actions. Feng Ren was puzzled. "Aunt Bai, isn't Uncle Changfeng Uncle Zhongli's general?" "Why?" Murong Changfeng also said calmly, "It's because we are both criminals. Everything I do is to atone for my sins." Feng Ren raised an eyebrow. "Atonement?" Murong Changfeng then briefly recounted his and his wife's past to Feng Ren. Of course, Murong Changfeng kept it brief, not going into details. He simply told Feng Ren that his and his wife's mistakes had, to a certain extent, contributed to the current precarious state of the civilized world, on the brink of destruction. He and his wife were later captured by the previous demon king, Chen Jinquan, and suffered a fate worse than death. It was Zhongli Rui who saved them. But it was also he who gave him and his wife the sentence they deserved. Later, Zhongli Rui, recognizing his abilities, offered him a chance to serve the military and the newly reborn special zone again. This is my debt, this is my atonement, this is my repayment. Murong Chafeng cast his gaze toward the nearby buildings. The Linganzhou East Special Zone, which was gradually being rebuilt and restored. A glint flashed in his eyes. This is also my renewed dream, my rebirth. As a soldier, I am once again fulfilling my honor. I can once again fight to protect the people and the country. Practice honor, defend your people. Feng Ren silently pondered Zhong Lirui's words. Then, his gaze towards Murong Chafeng suddenly shifted to one of admiration. Uncle, so you're a hero too. I'm not. I'm just a soldier atoning for my sins. And my atonement is also selfish. It's for your Aunt Bai, to reduce her sentence, Murong Chafeng said frankly. Ah Feng, I truly owe you so much in this life. Bai Qiangwei's eyes crimsoned as she heard this, tears welling in her eyes. Murong Chafeng grasped Bai Qiangwei's hand, which had been permanently crippled and weakened by the ruptured tendons and the lack of timely recovery. Being together is everything. Besides, in this day and age, it doesn't seem so bad for us to be here, does it? Bai Qiangwei nodded slightly. You're right. Looking at the two of them, young Feng Ren's heart surged with emotion. Suddenly, Feng Ren remembered that his mother seemed to have been sentenced to life imprisonment as well. Uncle Chafeng, is my mother, like you, doing meritorious service while serving her sentence? Murong Chafeng suddenly couldn't decide how to answer. Bai Qiangwei replied frankly, that's right. My child, since your aunt is here today, I won't hide anything. Your mother was also involved in my past mistakes. So, it seems like fate has punished us. She and I both lost our ability to move. Later, Governor Zhongli's sister built your mother's mechanical limbs, allowing her to regain her mobility. No, her mobility is now much stronger than a normal person's. Feng Ren was shocked. So, your mother's limbs were a gift from Commander Zhongli. Bai Qiangwei was stunned, having never expected Feng Ren to think so. But then she thought again. Strictly speaking, her best friend's ability to regain mobility was only thanks to Zhong Lirui's family. So Feng Ren's assumption seemed correct. Uncle Chafeng, let me ask you something. As a king, shouldn't you fight for your family and your people, value honor, know how to repay kindness, and be powerful enough? Feng Ren pondered for a moment before asking Murong Chafeng sincerely. That's a strange question, kid. And it doesn't seem quite right for you to ask me. I'm just a soldier. However, I think your questions, while presented in a somewhat unusual way, are fundamentally correct. Murong Chafeng pondered for a moment, then spoke seriously to Feng Ren. As a king, he does need to be determined to protect his family and his people, value honor, and know how to repay gratitude. He must also possess sufficient strength. However, this doesn't mean that only kings possess these qualities. In fact, anyone who lives in this world and wishes to improve their lives and strengthen their tribe must possess these qualities. Bai Qiangwei, who had previously served in the military general staff and met with high-ranking officials, paused briefly. Reflecting on Zhong Lirui's current team and group of companions, she seemed to offer her own insights. Child, as a king, not only must you possess the qualities you just mentioned, but you must also possess wisdom, tolerance, and the ability to listen to others' opinions. But ultimately, you must make your own judgments and determine the direction for yourself and your tribe. Late at night, Feng Ren returned to his room, his mind racing with memories of the past few days. Asia, I'm your mother, my son. With other races, life and death isn't a must, coexistence, even love, is possible. Governor Zhong Lirui plans to rescue the Bat people during the Ontario campaign and then coexist peacefully with them. Blood Claw, you call yourself a king? Compared to King Fong and Governor Zhongli, you're a complete joke, Xiaofu. To me, brother, you're my hero, Murong Chafeng. What I did wasn't entirely selfless, I did it for my wife. But once again, I rediscovered my dream, my rebirth. As a soldier, I lived up to my honor once again. I can once again fight to protect the people and the nation. White Rose, as a king, you must not only fight for your family and your people, but also value honor, know how to repay gratitude, and be strong enough. Furthermore, you must possess wisdom, be tolerant, and be able to listen to others' opinions. But ultimately, you must make your own judgment and determine the direction for yourself and your people. Judge for himself, decide for himself the direction of himself and his tribe? Zhong Lirui was planning to save his own kind, to coexist with his own race. Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to flash through Feng Ren's mind. His previously dull and lifeless eyes suddenly shone brightly again. I understand. On the day his confinement ended, Feng Ren walked out of the cell where his mother and Xiaofu had once lived with a calm expression. Asia and Xiaofu, along with Xiaofeng, who had newly fitted himself with humanoid intelligent hands, and 2 black-clad mechanical guards, came to greet him. To Asia's surprise, after a few days of confinement, her eldest son's eyes, far from becoming more dim or defiant as she had feared, sparkled brightly, radiating a confidence even stronger than before. "Son, you shouldn't be so impulsive next time, understand? You're still a child, and you have a lot to learn." "I understand. Mom, I'm sorry to have worried you and your sister." Feng Ren stepped forward and gently embraced Aisha and Xiaofu. Seeing Feng Ren's reaction, Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Feng Ren saw Xiaofeng leading the black-clad mechanical guards, who could relay messages. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward and addressed Xiaofeng solemnly. "Miss Warrior, I have a favor to ask of you. I have an important matter to discuss with Governor Zhongli." Xiaofeng was stunned, then radioed Zhongli Rui. A black-clad mechanical guard unfolded its head projection, and a half-length 3D holographic image of Zhongli Rui appeared before the group. "Feng Ren, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Respected Governor Zhongli, thank you for your care for my mother and family, and for your assistance to my uncle's family. I heard from my mother that you planned to rescue our mother and children when you attacked the world-threatening Fang Queen's lair. As the former 4th Bat King of the Dock Tribe, I'm moved by your generosity and have decided to ally with you. Now I'm alone, so I'm willing to contribute my claws and strength like a warrior to our allies and the glorious cause of saving our tribe. Everyone, ? Asia finally realized that her son was volunteering to join the army and stepped forward to scold him. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Feng Ren firmly replied, "Mom, the other day, you asked my sister what her dream was. She said she wanted to be a great singer like Dean Decinian. You supported her then, didn't you?" "Yes. That's what I said back then." Aisha's expression was tangled, then suddenly understanding, her eyes growing even more worried. "Son, if you choose this path, it's dangerous. On the road of blood and glory, you could die. Please, no." Before Aisha could finish, Feng Ren raised his hand to stop her. "Mom, I already experienced this feeling once, for you and my sister." "I understand." Xiaofu suddenly recalled memories from before. That day, his second and eldest brothers had fought bravely, each one for the throne, for him and their mother. In the end, Feng Ren, his eldest brother, stood before him, covered in blood, and told him he could continue to do what he wanted. "Brother, you?" Xiaofu covered his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 294. Feng Ren stepped forward, hugged his mother and Xiaofu again, and said to them, "Mom, I know you and my sister are reluctant to let me go, afraid I'd be put in danger on the battlefield again. But I can't be so selfish. Governor Zhongli, my uncle's brother, has dedicated himself to saving our clan. As a former king, shouldn't I also do my part? My dream is to become the unified king of the bad demi-human race. Then, to create a world where we can live in harmony with humans and live happily together. Mom, sister, I hope you will support me. This is my dream, my struggle. I want to be the Bat King." Everyone present was shocked by these words, even Xiaofeng, who seemed relatively young. Everyone connected and monitoring the scene was stunned. Zhongli Rui, shock. Qin Xiaoyao, Qin Xiaoyu, shock. Qin Pan, Bai Lingxin, shock. Yu Jia's expression in the virtual world was captivating. This subhuman Batman wants to form an alliance with his master by joining the army. Interesting. After a long pause, Aisha nodded, seemingly resigned to her fate. "Go, but be careful. Also, Mom and sister are here, waiting for your safe return." At this moment, Zhongli Rui's expression was conflicted. He quietly asked Yujia, "What do you think? Master, if Feng Ren, possessing the special Batman channeling power, could join in the effort, the previous plan's chances of success would greatly increase. Furthermore, combined with Madame Bai's special weapons, Blood Claw's experience, and Feng Ren's identity as the Batman King, when attacking the Ontario Research Institute, perhaps we wouldn't need to clear the skies with massive amounts of ammunition and weapons. Feng Ren's potential value might even be greater than that of the flute player, Major Murong Chanfeng. But he looks this old, but he's only a 1-year-old Midley. This, letting a 1-year-old become king, and then using him as an ally in battle. Why does it sound like I'm even more outrageous than Prime Minister Cao Cao of the late Eastern Han Dynasty?" Zhongli Rui grumbled to himself. "Master, consider this objectively and calmly. Feng Ren is one of the earliest born of the entire Bat people. As the eldest of this new race, there's nothing morally wrong with him fighting for his race. In fact, there's nothing wrong with him claiming the throne. Furthermore, you truly wish to rescue the captive humans and establish a subhuman bat people race that coexists peacefully with humans. From this perspective, it's a viable strategy for you and your allies to support Feng Ren in becoming king. After a long silence, Zhongli Rui pondered and summoned Sidikong, Wang Gang, the Chen Pan couple, Murong Chanfeng, Aisha, and Di Xinyan. Everyone, come to the governor's office. Zhongli Rui considered this and then, carefully, said to Feng Ren, young man, please come to me as well. Let's discuss your request face to face. Feng Ren was pleased to see that Zhongli Rui didn't refuse outright. He then clenched his right fist, placed it over his heart, and nodded to Zhongli Rui, but didn't bow. Thank you, Governor Zhongli, uncle. After 2 hours of intense meetings, Zhongli Rui stepped forward and looked Feng Ren in the eye. The Batman's gaze was firm and clear. Feng Ren, this is your choice. The path you've chosen may be even more difficult than mine. But since you made up your mind, all of our kind-hearted elders and friends will help you. Just like how you helped my mother back then. Feng Ren asked calmly. Zhongli Rui gave a sincere nod. This wasn't a lie. Before Feng Ren's current situation, he had indeed intended to use a special assault during the attack on the Ontario Life Research Institute to rescue those lost humans from the Gale Kingdom, who were being used as material, as a breeding ground. Uncle Governor Zhongli, I thank you. In fact, my second brother and I disobeyed our biological father and fought for the throne because we wanted to save my sister and mother's lives. Is this staying true to our original aspirations? Now, this child, younger than Xiao Feng, wanted to shoulder the future of a new subhuman race born out of error and malice. Zhongli Rui said no more. He stepped forward, first firmly shaking Feng Ren's hand, then patting him on the shoulder with his left hand. Child, since you're truly determined, Uncle will build a better world with you. Yes, let's build a better world together. By the way, Uncle, our clan doesn't have any craftsmen yet. Uncle Liang, the governor, gave Xiaofu a family certificate. I want to make one as a symbol of my family. Family certificate? Zhongli Rui took a long time to remember. It was the shell whistle pendant Liang had given Xiaofu. Looking at the young king eager eyes, Zhongli Rui couldn't bring himself to say something disheartening like, it's just a little bullet shell toy. Instead, he said more seriously, you're a young king. You should learn something and prepare something. That family certificate. Yes. Also, I have my best technicians prepare something for you. Uncle, thank you. After the meeting, Di Xinyan accompanied her husband back home. What's wrong? You look so sad? Di Xinyan asked, looking at Zhongli Rui with a frown. What a twist of fate. I'm against becoming emperor, and I don't want to be king, and now I'm trying to cultivate a king of the Bat people. Husband, what's so strange about this? Di Xinyan chuckled. You're a little obsessed. Every existence has its rationale. This world isn't black and white. The king, for a given civilization, has its own meaning. Whether it's us humans, the Bat people, or even the wolf tribes and monkey tribes, there are kings. Di Xinyan blinked her beautiful eyes. Remember before the crisis, our Dacian had a good relationship with the Dachin? The Dachin and some of the surrounding countries were based on an emirate system. They would send their children, the crown princes, and so on, to our Dacian to study, exchange ideas, and communicate. In my opinion, this is nothing special. It's unreasonable. Hubby, you don't want to be a dictator. Your sense of responsibility to the people is wonderful. But you need to be more open-minded about some things, okay? Zhongli Rui sighed, and said slowly, I just feel it's unkind to let such a young child bear so much. He should have grown up carefree, not facing so many dangers and challenges like he does now. Di Xinyan gently held Zhongli Rui's hand and soothed him. Hubby, I understand how you feel. But sometimes, fate plays tricks on us. If it weren't for this catastrophe, you'd just be an idle landlord at home who enjoys archery, right? Since Feng Ren has chosen this path, we should respect his choice and support him. Moreover, I believe he has the potential to become a great king. Zhongli Rui nodded, his expression slightly relaxed. You're right. I will do my best to help him, and help him go further on this path. And rightly so, now that we decided, instead of worrying, I rather train him to be more reliable. Di Xinyan smiled faintly, a resolute glint in her eyes. Well, let's work together for a better world. The two exchanged a smile, then, hand in hand, continued on their journey. Does every existence have its rationale? Yu Jia smiled faintly in the data world. What Feng Ren hadn't expected was that before he even went to the battlefield, The daunting king's course had already begun. After discussing with everyone, Zhongli Rui assigned Feng Ren 4 teachers. The first teacher was Feng Ren's mother, Aisha. She would primarily teach him the language of the Lifeng nation. This was because, on the Asian continent, Feng Ren had no more than 20 other subhuman bat people like him. At the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences, there are approximately 2,000 bat people awaiting rescue and humans serving as seabeds, data obtained by Yuchia after hacking into the Ontario Institute's database. Language skills are naturally essential for preparing for future visits to the Fierce Wind Nation. The second teacher is Murong Chafeng, who will primarily teach him combat techniques and how to steadily utilize the power-guiding organs in his chest. Feng Ren is deeply impressed by this master. The third teacher is Professor Su Chengwei, who holds a dual doctorate in human history and sociology at Awakener University. Teacher Su, please teach Feng Ren about the organizational structures of early human tribes and the roles and responsibilities of a king, Zhongli Rui commissioned. I never thought I'd become the imperial teacher one day. Professor Su Chengwei pushed his glasses, feeling a sense of awe. The final teacher was Di Xinyan. Di Xinyan had drawn inspiration from Shifu. Bat people have a varied diet, so they could be guided to gradually adapt to the dietary changes of coexisting with humans. Furthermore, Di Xinyan also considered pharmacy is extremely useful for primitive civilizations. Although bat people have strong self-healing abilities, there's no guarantee they ever need them. The days passed one after another. In a blink of an eye, Lingnan province welcomed April, the second year after the disaster, amidst the gentle rain. During these 2 months, the military had been busy. The 107 rocket production line had finally been commissioned and produced the first batch of Lingnan province-specific rocket ammunition. Back in the Magic City, several factories had also resumed production. At Long Zhanya's invitation and Cheng Yonghwa's approval, Jing Xian, driven by the ambition of coming down the mountain to save the world, traveled to the 13 Tombs Fortress Special Zone, temporarily without a resident singer, to assist the Northern Border Legion in restoring the sanity of the lost zombies in several nearby towns and key facilities. This, in turn, began to rebuild the urban functions of the Xinjing Fortress Special Zone, preventing the 13 Tombs Fortress from constantly living off its reserves. Grain production in the Central Plains Special Zone is flourishing, and a bumper winter wheat harvest is almost certain. This is because tens of thousands of awakened citizens, appreciating the preciousness of their second life, have volunteered to join the construction and food production efforts. This deeply moved Tang Xiaoning. After Tang Yuan's robotic arm proved operational without any issues, Zhongli Rui arranged for her to be returned to Tang Xiaoning. That day, Feng Ren was accompanying Di Xinyan in identifying plants in the medicinal fields. Over time, Di Xinyan discovered that the bat people's bodies reacted to Chinese medicinal herbs in much the same way as humans and new people, but with a more intense pharmacological response. Therefore, the dosage of traditional Chinese medicine used on the Batman must be halved. Di Xinyan's radio rang, and AI Shirley's panicked voice rang out, "Master, help! A group of 8 people, and a monster force of approximately 100 giant bats have invaded the botanical garden. 12 of the 30 militiamen on duty are injured, 5 have had their weapons stolen, and 3 are seriously wounded. We and the panda family have been forced to retreat to the sunroom and administrative building. Master, quickly call the Master-in-Chief to rescue us. Counselor Wu Jiang is also injured." Chapter 295. Di Xinyan was horrified. She immediately contacted Zhongli Rui via radio. "Rui, the militia and the panda family at the botanical garden are under attack by batmen and bats. Find a way to get the troops to rescue them. Counselor Wu Jiang and several soldiers are injured, and now they're trapped in the sunroom and the administrative building." "What? When did we have giant bloodthirsty bats in Lingnan province? Aren't they a species only found in the Magic City?" Yu Jia then reminded him, "Master, perhaps General Long Zhanya provided a lot of light weapons to the Magic City Fortress army last time, and the Magic City militia's combat effectiveness has increased. The batmen and giant bloodthirsty bats there can't survive, so they migrated long distances. Migrated to the botanical garden." Zhongli Rui was speechless, then replied to Di Xinyan, "Xinyan, prepare the equipment. I arrange the troops and get ready." "Okay, let's go." Di Xinyan nodded, "Okay." Then, Di Xinyan said to Feng Ren, "Child, your class ends here today. Go back to your mother and the others. Teacher, I'm going to rescue your senior sister AI Shirley and the others in the botanical garden." Feng Ren recalled the conversation he had just overheard. As a Batman, Feng Ren's senses were similar to those of the new humans, and were also very strong. His eyes were firm. "Teacher Di, I want to rescue them too. Besides, My own kind have appeared in the botanical garden. I wonder if they are the children of those two ants who migrated from the magic city. If so, I want to personally go and subdue them. Wait a moment. After hearing Feng Ren's words, Dixinian hesitated for a moment before immediately contacting Zhong Lirui again. Meanwhile, Zhong Lirui, who was busy mobilizing troops, was taken aback when he heard Dixinian's urgent call again. Xinyan, don't worry. I'm making arrangements. The elite troops will be ready to depart in about 15 minutes. Rui, Feng Ren is here with me too. He just told me he wants to go with us to rescue the botanical garden. Zhong Lirui was silent for a moment. He knew Feng Ren could use a special channeling power. Perhaps with this ability, the rescue team could rescue the remaining personnel at the botanical garden without a fight. After some thought, Zhong Lirui replied, if he's willing, let him come. But Xinyan, you must ensure his safety. He has a special status. If anything were to happen to him on the battlefield, it would be detrimental to us in Ling'an province, or even the entire New Human Alliance. So, take this child to the equipment room and pick out a lightweight bulletproof vest for him. Dixinian nodded. I understand, Rui. Don't worry, I take good care of him. After hanging up the call, Dixinian turned to Feng Ren, her eyes filled with a complex expression. Feng Ren, Uncle Rui agrees to let you go. But remember, stay calm and don't act impulsively like last time. Feng Ren's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, Teacher D. Dixinian sighed softly and began to organize her equipment. That day was still misty and drizzly. About 30 minutes later, Zhong Lirui, clad in the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor and aboard the newly modified Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter, now more than just a flight suit, a hovering fighter, arrived at the botanical garden accompanied by the equally flying Wind Blade and ground troops. Fortunately, thanks to the help of Passion Fruit and Spring Fruit, the militia, whose remaining crossbows had been used up, were still able to hold on to the administration building. Zhong Lirui, in the sky, gazed at the intact outer wall in silence. These fortifications protected against zombies and ordinary beasts, but against giant, bloodthirsty bats and the air force of Batmen, they were of little use. Furthermore, unlike the army, the militia had very few automatic weapons, relying primarily on pistols, a few rifles, and even crossbows. However, facing a large-scale air attack, dozens of crossbows, rifles, and arrows proved ineffective, because the bats attacked in a swarm. Without automatic weapons, we wouldn't be able to hold out. Master, scan completed. We have some injured in the botanical garden, but no casualties so far. The panda family is all safe. Ground scans have revealed the carcasses of 31 giant, bloodthirsty bats. Scans of the park reveal 150 bats and 8 batmen. 5 are male, 3 are female. Zhong Lirui thought of the 2 female scientists whose lives he had personally taken. These batmen are their children. Not good. Judging from the dynamics, the batmen appear to have launched another attack on the sunroom. Yu Jiao warned. Let's get the ground troops there. Zhong Lirui looked at the gate, his eyes flashing. Everyone near the gate, get out of the way. I'm going to blow it up and clear the way. The engineers, who had been about to advance, quickly retreated after hearing the radio. Hovering in the air, Zhong Lirui zeroed in on the gate and launched a miniature thermobaric missile from his mech fighter, equivalent to a high-explosive round from a 152mm heavy artillery. With a roar, the botanical garden's gate was blasted to pieces, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. Ground advance. Zhong Lirui shouted, rushing towards the sunroom first. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass could be heard from the sunroom. It turned out that the giant bloodthirsty bats in the sunroom had been unable to break through the glass panels of the boarded buildings, so the bats had found large rocks nearby. They flew up to a height of 100 meters, and then dropped them on the sunroom. Bang! A large rock smashed against a large pane of glass. Suddenly, shards of glass flew everywhere, and the sunroom was filled with the sound of wind and the roar of bats. The militiamen, who had almost lost their fighting spirit, were frightened by the loud noise of the glass panel being smashed open. The militiamen were also slightly injured when the glass panel was breached, but fortunately, they were all wearing safety armor, so their injuries were not serious. Knowing they were no match for their opponent, the militiamen quickly retreated towards the administrative building connected to the sunroom. Meanwhile, Ai Shirley, who had been caring for Wu Jiang somewhere in the sunroom, screamed in fear when the glass panel was breached. Even so, she used her body to shield the wounded Wu Jiang from the ground. When she reacted, the militiamen beside her were shouting, Dr. Ai, run. Bats and batmen are coming. Let's retreat to the administration building. Thankfully, AI Shirley had been wearing security gear, so she only sustained minor injuries. She struggled to lift Wu Jiang to his feet and tried to retreat. A few more loud bangs. When AI Shirley opened her eyes again, she found herself and Wu Jiang surrounded by 4 Batmen, 2 men and 2 women. AI Shirley was horrified. She only had 1 pistol bullet left from the previous battle. She had heard from Gu Anqi that Batmen had a lifespan roughly comparable to that of the new humans. So, not only would her bullet fail to kill the 4 of them, but if it missed, she'd have to bite her tongue to commit suicide. The leading male Batman glanced at AI Shirley and Wu Jiang and said grimly, "Capture the women alive and make slaves. Kill the men and make food." When AI Shirley heard the word slave, she felt a wave of despair. Was fate coming full circle? Previously, he'd been enslaved by a wealthy scumbag, and now he was being enslaved by an alien creature? After surviving a disaster, there was always a way out. Was this the power of fate? Thinking of this, AI Shirley was overcome with grief. She slowly raised her pistol and said apologetically to Wu Jiang, who was supporting her, "Brother Wu, I'm sorry, I can't save you. I don't want to be a slave anymore. Tell my master and my grandmaster, thank them for their care." "Shall I don't?" A frail Wu Jiang tried to stop him, but he didn't even have the strength to lift his hands. At that moment, a figure approached the shattered roof of the sunroom. Windblade spread its wings and flew, hovering above the shattered sunroom. He calmly pulled a headband similar to Murong Chunfeng's from a special pouch at his waist. This headband was specially crafted for him by Chen Pan, and by Lingxin after studying his data. The young Feng Ren donned the headband and began to gather his power. Golden, technological patterns appeared on the headband. After Feng Ren fully charged his power, he activated his ability. Within a 3-mile radius, all the giant, bloodthirsty bats that had been besieging the building, the humans, and the pandas suddenly retreated. The 4 Batmen in the room watched in shock as the bats, once acting on instinct, suddenly retreated as if under command. They no longer cared about AI Shirley and Wu Jiang, but instead took up a defensive stance beneath the massive hole in the sunroom. The sudden change shocked AI Shirley, who was about to commit suicide, and the injured Wu Jiang. AI Shirley murmured, "Is this Master's new junior disciple?" Seeing his abilities and new equipment working, Feng Ren couldn't help but recall Murong Chunfeng's words to him after he collapsed from physical training. "Like me, you possess this guiding power because of this special organ in your chest. However, remember, this power is actually a one-time suggestion or memory imprint for creatures without brains or low intelligence. So, be careful and think carefully before imprinting." Remembering this, Feng Ren secretly imprinted a psychological suggestion on all the giant bloodthirsty bats. From now on, stay away from humans. After the imprint took effect, all the giant bloodthirsty bats in the area dispersed and flew towards the mountains. "Uncle Zhongli, I branded those bats. Stay away from humans from now on." "You did well," Zhongli Rui, who led the black-clad mechanical guards nearby and had somehow captured the other 4 bats using nets and cables, nodded in approval from within his mech. Nearby ground troops had already deployed various automatic light and heavy weapons, surrounding the largely destroyed sunroom and administrative building. After unleashing his power, Feng Ren landed in the shattered sunroom. He glanced at AI Shirley from a distance and shouted, "Senior sister. Are you alright?" "Junior brother. Thank you, you saved my life." AI Shirley's eyes flickered with tears upon seeing Feng Ren, but then she smiled again. Chapter 296. At this moment, the leader of the 4 remaining Batmen, standing on guard, stared at Feng Ren for a moment before suddenly exclaiming in surprise, "Are you Brother Feng Ren?" Feng Ren looked at the Batman and recalled briefly, frowning. "Well, aren't you the 2 ants Short Fang, Grey Wing, Little Fish, and Little Trouble?" The 2 ants, the female scientists from the Ontario Life Science Institute in Gale Country, who begged Zhongli Rui to kill them during the attack on the Magic City dock. The female Batman known as Little Trouble stepped forward, her eyes gleaming. "Brother Feng Ren, I finally meet you." But before Little Trouble could continue reminiscing, Short Fang reached out and stopped him. "Little troublemaker, come back." Short Fang glared at Feng Ren with a cold gaze. "I can't believe you, who once killed your father to become king for your sister, are now a human lackey." "What lackey?" "Short Fang, I'm learning how to become a true king, exploring a new path for our tribe." Feng Ren replied with authority, his tone steady. "Bullshit." Short Fang watched the bats that served as his cover and allies vanish, and he angrily declared, "What kind of king are you? My brothers and sisters and I were forced to follow our bat ancestors south to this city, because the humans of the demon city have become powerful again. We're struggling to survive, and you're a human slave. You even prevent us from hunting. A true king would consider the interests of his people, seeking direction and a future for their survival. How dare you say that to me? Are you going to watch us die? Short Fong, you're right. But have you ever considered this? Feng Ren remained calm, continuing seriously, the humans in the demon city have grown stronger, and you're running away. But in reality, the humans here in Ling'an province are even stronger. Did you know that, even as we speak, the 4 brothers and sisters outside have been suppressed by Ling'an province's High Lord, my teacher, Zhongli Rui? What? Short Fong screamed. Are they dead? No. My teacher simply captured them. Feng Ren's tone remained calm, but then he changed the subject. Short Fong, brother, just because the humans are strong, you can't resist them, and you run away. Is this what you call a direction and a path? Short Fong was speechless. Short Fong, this isn't a way to survive. This is escapism, and it's a dead end. Feng Ren's words were filled with undeniable conviction. Short Fong and the other bat people exchanged bewilderment. They had never considered this question. Until now, they had simply instinctively followed their pack, seeking a seemingly safe habitat. Brother Feng Ren, what do you think we should do? Xiao Chuanghua's eyes flickered with confusion. Are we, like Brother Short Fong said, becoming slaves to humans like you? Feng Ren took a deep breath and looked at the bats before him. They were once his family and his friends. We need to change, we need to adapt. We can't just keep running away, we must face it bravely. Humanity is recovering. If we keep using the old ways, they eventually wipe us out. Furthermore, we are a subhuman race, descended from bats as well as humans. Remember, humans are our mothers. My face, my torso, my hair, all look like humans. Humans are our mother's race. Short Fang's eyes dimmed. But will humans tolerate us? Short Fang hesitated. We used to treat them as prey. Who says we have to treat humans as blood food? You should try the food my senior sister makes. Grilled fish, grilled chicken wings, roasted potatoes, it's delicious. And to make these foods, there's no need for fighting or slaying, no need to fight to the death with our mother's race. Feng Ren looked at Aishili in the distance. She's right there. I love her snacks so much. Aishili was stunned at first, then embarrassed. Feng Ren had been training so hard lately that he went to the cafeteria in the middle of the night to find potatoes to roast in the kitchen, but ended up turning them into charcoal. One night, she caught him doing it, so she made some for her brown-haired, blue-eyed junior brother. Surprisingly, he remembered it. Getting food without fighting or slaying. The bats present were stunned. Yes. Fish can be caught in rivers and raised in ponds. Chickens have farms, and potatoes are grown in the fields. Feng Ren sighed softly, seeming to recall his recent learnings. My teacher, Aunt Dee, taught me a lot about planting, both for food and medicine. The fields can produce not only food, but also medicine. With Chinese medicine, we no longer have to rely on our bodies to fight injuries and illnesses. Humans, you're actually willing to teach me these things. Short Teeth trailed off. Although illiterate, he wasn't stupid. He knew these were low-risk ways to obtain food resources, which were truly important to the tribe. Aishili and Wu Xiang, who were listening in, exchanged bewilderment. Then Aishili whispered, did these bat people and bats raid the botanical garden just to get a bite to eat? Wu Xiang, a pharmacist by training, shook his head. They're creatures that follow instinct, aren't they? It's true. Many creatures in nature live solely for food. There's nothing wrong with that. Tigers and wild boars come down the mountain, all for food. Aishili, okay. Duanya hesitated for a moment, then said to Feng Ren, brother, I know your nature. You never lie. But I still want to ask, will humans really not kill us and live in peace with us? Feng Ren, displaying the majesty of a king, said, Duanya, we have half the blood. Come on, from the human race. Let me tell you the truth, my uncle is the chief of a nation. He rules over 90,000 humans. He's my uncle. And the family certificate around my neck was given to me and my younger sister by him. It's proof of our family membership. As he spoke, Feng Ren revealed the brass shell whistle pendant around his neck. Seeing this, Aishili immediately complained internally, her face furious. He called Zhongli Rui a great lord, and his nephew, Governor Liang of the Fierce Wind Nation, a chief of a nation. As for this family certificate, it looked like a small souvenir made by soldiers. Never mind, he said it was, so be it. Whatever. But this action shocked the several bat people present. Brother Feng Ren, so your uncle is from a royal human family, With such a distinguished bloodline. No wonder they recognized you. Short Teeth said with a shocked expression. Seeing the Bat People's sudden change of attitude, Fengren immediately raised his head 30 degrees to the sky, his eyes piercing, and his voice powerful. My people, follow me, and together we will build a nation where there will be no more famine, no more displacement, where we can live in peace with our mother tribe, and where everyone can live happily. Follow me. I, Fengren, will be the king of your homeland. We may only have so many of us now, but across the sea, there are thousands of our people waiting to be saved. As he spoke, Fengren, following the instructions of history professor Su Chengwei, clenched his left fist and raised his right arm as if grasping the void. Brothers and sisters, follow me and work hard together. This is our struggle to create a new nation. My struggle. My struggle. AI Shirley, and Wu Xiang's eyes nearly popped out. What did Professor Su teach him? Oh my god. Wu Xiang was stunned. AI Shirley was almost exhausted, muttering quietly, this is even more exaggerated than Angel's cosplay. At this moment, Short Fong and the other 4 Batmen exchanged glances, then faced Fengren, clenched their right fists over their hearts, and bowed. We pledge our loyalty to you, for the sake of our kingdom, for our king. Fengren then said calmly to the 4, when you meet my teacher, the great lord of humanity, His Excellency Zhongli Rui later, remember to apologize politely. Also, did you not suffer any casualties during your attack today? Little Chuanhua hesitated. Brother Fengren. No, King Fengren, today's attack here will cost the lives of my father's clan. Over 30 were injured, and 2 of our Batmen were slightly wounded. The enemy's human weapons were inferior to those of the Magic City, but their armor was incredibly thick, rendering our claws useless. They had some injuries, but they weren't likely dead yet. Furthermore, they actually allied themselves with the Black and White Bear clan. Fengren looked at AI Shirley again. Senior sister, is what Xiao Chuanhua said true? AI Shirley quickly said seriously, Many of our men were injured, but no one has died yet. Counselor Wu Xiang, whom I was supporting, was the most seriously injured. Your Highness. Giving them their looks, AI Shirley, not wanting to offend Fengren, added, Your Highness. This statement immediately convinced Short Fong and the others. So, humans truly have recognized the king. We will follow him until death. If it weren't for Wu Xiang supporting her, AI Shirley would have felt like rubbing her forehead. King? That was a title from the Shang dynasty. Thousands of years ago, just as AI Shirley was internally complaining, Short Fong suddenly turned, approached her, and knelt prostrate. Queen, please forgive me. I just attempted to enslave you. I deserve death. Please punish me. If you cannot forgive me, I will commit suicide. With that, Short Fong bared his claws and aimed them at her neck. No, no, no. AI Shirley was stunned. How had she become queen? And were the Bat people so extreme, slashing their own throats? This was even more outrageous than the people of Rhea in the past. Before Aishili could react, Short Teeth assumed she was forgiving him and began to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. This. Aishili's mouth dropped open. She looked at Fengren, only to find that this junior fellow wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he gazed at her with a blazing gaze. Those eyes were gentle and full of affection. No way. I just saw how hard he worked tonight, so I made him a midnight snack. Besides, I'm 24 years older than him. Aishili screamed inwardly. After the crisis erupted, a year and a quarter ago, Aishili was 24 years old, now she's 25. Wu Xian looked at Aishili with a malicious smile. Oh, there's another one. At that moment, Zhongli Rui, who had already learned of what was happening in the glass room through surveillance, led several black-clad mechanical guards and a small group of special forces soldiers into the largely destroyed sunroom. Young Prince, is the matter resolved? Zhongli Rui asked politely. Uncle Zhongli, I already tamed these members of my tribe. I just asked, and they injured someone, but thankfully no one was killed. You all, apologized to Uncle Zhongli immediately. Duanya and the others immediately bowed with utmost sincerity. Lord Zhongli, we were blind and offended you and your people. Please punish us. Zhongli Rui smiled, not denying the Lord words. Instead, he said graciously, all right, bygones are bygones. What matters is whether we can coexist peacefully from now on and face the challenges of this new world together. Fengren nodded, then turned to Duanya and the others. Do you hear? Master Zhongli has forgiven you. From now on, we must live in peace with humans on this land. Duanya and the others nodded. Yes, my king. After the matter was basically settled, Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi stepped forward from behind Zhongli Rui. Wu Jiang was placed on a stretcher and carried away. Seeing Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan appear, Ai Shirley's tense nerves relaxed. Master, Grandmaster, Anqi. Her voice tinged with hum. You're finally here, Wu. Chapter 297. As Short Fong and the other 4 Batmen emerged from the glass house, they saw the armed special forces and black-clad mechanical security forces defending it. The dark barrels of their guns brought back memories of their own forced migration under the threat of the resurgent humans of the Demon City. The situation before them confirmed Feng Ren's words. The humans here are indeed more powerful than the Demon City fortress. At Feng Ren's instruction, and with Zhongli Rui's tacit approval, Short Fong stepped forward and explained the situation to the other 4 companions who had been captured. After understanding the situation, the 4 Batmen remained silent for a moment before pledging allegiance to Feng Ren, loyalty to the king. LV Shi, clad in an army exoskeleton and police armor, surveyed the situation and grumbled to Zhongli Rui beside him. Captain Rui, Feng Ren's New World Kingdom now has 9 citizens. There are 10 in total. Feng Ren is the king, and Xiao Fu was originally the first citizen, but now there are 8 more. These are just the initial batch of Batmen here in Dakian. We have to rescue the mass-produced Batmen across the sea later. Zhongli Rui's face showed no sign of relief. Furthermore, according to Yujia's intelligence, the Batman's nursery, as well as the living quarters for the young and adult Batmen, are practically within the mother nest. We have a long way to go. It's okay. I believe we can handle it, just like the last time we rushed to Qin Jinquan's house to rescue Anqi. Lu Shi was always optimistic. Zhongli Rui forced a smile and patted Lu Shi on the shoulder. Ever since leaving the sunroom, watching those Bat people swear allegiance to Feng Ren, and remembering the fiery look Feng Ren had given her in the glass room a moment ago, Ai Shirley felt a panic in her heart and her face looked bad. Di Xinyan stepped forward and asked Ollie, "What's wrong? Are you hurt? Or are you feeling unwell?" Ai Shirley simply lowered her head and remained silent. Meanwhile, Wu Jiang, on the stretcher, smiled and said, "That's the good thing about being young. The little girl is just shy." Gu Anqi, who was treating Wu Jiang, suddenly smelled the scent of melon, and her eyes sharpened like a hunter spotting prey. She immediately asked Wu Jiang, "Brother Wu, did anything interesting happen just now?" Wu Jiang looked at Gu Anqi, who looked gossipy, and chuckled, "Our little Bat King has taken a fancy to your junior sister, Ailey. It seems he wants her to be his queen." "Huh?" Gu Anqi exclaimed in delight. Gu Anqi's gossipy spirit instantly ignited. She turned to look at Ai Shirley, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Ailey, really? You're going to be queen?" Ai Shirley's cheeks flushed instantly, and she glared at Gu Anqi coquettishly. "Anqi, don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Tell me the truth. How did you attack our junior brother? If I remember correctly, he has that gene that accelerates reproduction." The nanorobots had grown to adulthood, looking like they were 18, but they were only about 1, much younger than Xiaofeng's 4-year-old clone. "I didn't." Ai Shirley was embarrassed and annoyed. "I didn't do anything to him. It was just that night." Wu Xiang and Gu Anqi were shocked. Just that night. Seemingly realizing she was making things worse, Ai Shirley frantically raised her hands and waved them in denial. "No. It wasn't what you think. Brother Feng Ren has been really tired from studying and training lately. I caught him the other day, roasting potatoes in the kitchen, and he ended up turning them into charcoal. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I made him something roasted. I really just made him a midnight snack." Gu Anqi, familiar with all things ACG, immediately smiled. I get it. I'm so grateful for your midnight snack that day. This junior brother is truly a pure-hearted little prince, haha." Gu Anqi patted Ai Shirley's shoulder, a sly glint in her eyes. "You must seize this opportunity. Your chance to become a princess has arrived." This time, Ai Shirley was speechless and held her forehead in her hand. Although, her heart was actually pounding at that moment, thinking of that brown-haired, blue-eyed, mixed-race handsome appearance, and that fiery gaze. He was truly even more impressive than Anqi's colleagues before the apocalypse. Back then, those cosplayers needed makeup and props. He's a natural Batwing prince. No. Ai Shirley ran away in embarrassment. Gu Anqi, TSK. You ran away just like that. How cute, huh? Zhongli Rui, who had already seen all this through the monitoring device, also briskly told Di Xinyan beside him. "Wife, what do you think?" Di Xinyan smiled faintly, her eyes a mixture of amusement and seriousness. "It seems our little King Feng Ren is truly moved, even to the point of setting his sights on his senior sister. Feng Ren is a relatively innocent child. I seen Ollie, A kind but unfortunate girl. Now it seems Fengren is interested, but Ollie is hesitant, isn't she? Yes, Ollie has been through so much. Remembering Ollie's ghostly appearance when he found her in the mansion's basement a year ago, Zhongli Rui sighed and nodded. Let them develop these things on their own, let them make their own decisions. If Fengren can truly make her happy, then so be it. Di Xinyan sighed softly, I just hope they can all find their own happiness. In this chaotic world, everyone has their own hardships and pasts. Rebuilding life, love, and family is also part of rebuilding civilization, isn't it? Yes. The attack on the botanical garden ended with Fengren gaining 8 more citizens and subordinates. Under the influence of Fengren's guiding power, the bats flew to the northern mountain forests to live, no longer disturbing the humans in the city. Zhongli Rui and the others, after consideration, decided to enroll Short Feng and the other 8 into some of Fengren's classes. Fengren was both their king and their squad leader. Of course, Short Feng and the other 8 would only learn basic skills, language knowledge, and herbal medicine, not history, culture, or combat training like Fengren did. This was the result of a discussion among Zhongli Rui, Wang Gang, Lu Shi, and the Chen Pan couple. While they wanted to help the Bat people establish a nation friendly to humans, they wouldn't teach them everything. After all, they still had to be on guard. Even so, when Short Feng and the other Bat people encountered pharmacy and agricultural knowledge, their expressions of shock mirrored those of ancient primitive people upon encountering Shenong's discovery of edible and medicinal plants. In particular, after tasting the steamed potatoes for the first time, they even bowed profusely to Fengren and Di Xinyan. Long live the king! King, you are true to your word. There truly are plants in the world we can eat, and we can actually obtain these foods without fighting. The Bat children were thrilled. Xiao Yan, Little Chuang humiliation, Di Xinyan's name changed her name, held the potatoes, a wave of sadness filling her. It's a shame, Mom is no longer here. I wish she could have tasted this miraculous food. Upon hearing this, Di Xinyan and Xiaofu's expressions suddenly darkened. They both knew that Xiaoyan's mother, a female scientist who was a colleague of Aishili's, had begged Zhongli Rui to end their suffering after regaining consciousness a few months ago. Xiaofu was about to say something when Di Xinyan shook her head. Xiaofu chose to remain silent. This period had been somewhat agonizing for Fengren. That day at the botanical garden, under the influence of Duanya and the others, the initially naive Fengren had seemed genuinely attracted to Aishili. However, since returning from the botanical garden, whenever he tried to approach senior sister Aishili again, she seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. One day, after pharmacy class, Fengren finally couldn't help himself and approached Di Xinyan for advice. Teacher I think I've fallen in love with someone. Fengren's cheeks flushed slightly, appearing a little shy, but then turned to distress. But she's ignoring me now. Di Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle at Fengren's expression, but she maintained a gentle expression. Oh! Who has captured the heart of our little King Fengren? Let me guess, it couldn't be your senior sister Ai surely. Fengren nodded. Yes, Teacher D. That night, she grilled something for me. That midnight snack was absolutely delicious. Ever since that night, I never forgotten senior sister. That day, Duanya and the others were teasing me, and now I think I really want senior sister to be my queen. Di Xinyan, upon hearing this, struggled to suppress her smile. A hint of tenderness and encouragement flashed in her eyes. Fengren, relationships can sometimes be quite strange. It's natural for you to like someone. However, to make them like you back, you need to be sincere and put in effort. This isn't something you can achieve simply by being stubborn and enthusiastic. This is part of your training. You have to discover for yourself why Ollie refused to talk to you. I actually saw Ollie that day, and although she was a little stunned and shy, there was no trace of dislike in her eyes. So, she must have her reasons for not wanting to see you. Then, Teacher, where should I begin to find out why Ari won't see me? Di Xinyan pondered for a moment, already roughly understanding several reasons why Ai surely wouldn't see Fengren. However, she wasn't about to speak them out directly. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and then she smiled and offered a suggestion. Regarding your senior sister's feelings, I suggest you first ask your senior sister Anchi, then discuss it with your mother Ai Xia. Finally, once you made up your mind, go find your senior sister Ari, okay? At this, Fengren's eyes flashed with determination. He thanked Di Xinyan and happily left. Soon, Fengren found Gu Anchi, who had just finished her live show. Seeing Fengren approaching her, Gu Anchi immediately flashed a gossipy smile. Hey, little prince, are you here to ask senior sister for information? Fengren nodded shyly. Senior sister Anchi, Do you know why senior sister Ailey hasn't been talking to me lately? Gu Anchi's eyes flashed with cunning. Oh! Well, you have to tell me first. Do you really like senior sister Ailey? Feng Ren's face flushed even more. Yes. Yes, I really do like senior sister Ailey. Gu Anchi patted Feng Ren's shoulder. Haha, I knew it. But, from what I know, senior sister Ailey might not be seeing you for more than one reason, right? More than one reason. Feng Ren suddenly grew anxious. Chapter 298. Hey, young prince, don't be so anxious. Senior sister Anchi, please tell me now. I'm so anxious. Feng Ren said nervously. First of all, your senior sister Ollie might be a little shy and unsure of her feelings. After all, there's a big age gap between you two. She's 24 years older than you. Senior sister Anchi, the age difference isn't a problem. Isn't teacher D 2 years older than Uncle Zhongli? Didn't Uncle Zhongli marry her anyway? Now I see they're very much in love, and living happily together. Gu Anchi looked at Feng Ren in surprise. Oh, you're truly self-taught. What you said is absolutely correct. But Gu Anchi was secretly complaining. They have a 2-year age difference, and you have a 24-year age difference, and you're also interracial. Even though humans and Batman can mix and produce offspring, she heard some of the information D Sinyan had shared. Shaking off these thoughts, Gu Anchi continued, well, young princess, since the apocalyptic crisis began, almost everyone here has had their own painful experiences. Let's put it this way, your senior sister Alia's ordeal, while not as dramatic as your mother's, is somewhat similar. Therefore, she seems hesitant to open up easily. In this case, I suggest you consult your mother, Dr. Aisha. She might have better advice. Feng Ren's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Okay, thank you, senior sister Anchi. I go find my mother right away. In Qin Xiaoyu's villa, Feng Ren found Aisha, who was assisting the Qin sisters in crafting special equipment. When Feng Ren briefly explained her purpose, the two Qin sisters were delighted. Sister Aisha, there's no rush to make the equipment. You should focus on your son's romantic pursuits first, Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile. Yes, go ahead. We already created a prototype for the weapon, so we can continue tomorrow. Qin Xiaoyao also smiled, pushing up her goggles. Okay, sisters, I be gone for a moment, Aisha said, wielding her robotic limbs and leading her son to the villa's garden. In the garden, Feng Ren recounted the entire incident to Aisha. After listening, Aisha covered her mouth with one of her robotic hands and smiled. Mom, stop laughing at me. I'm so worried sick. Senior sister Ailey is ignoring me. I know, my dear son. Aisha thought for a moment and soothed Feng Ren. Son, I know what your senior sister and she said. You're amazing. You always wanted to be a queen, and you're after a girl your mother's age. You inherited my excellent genes and are very handsome. But you're a little naive when it comes to getting your senior sister. Let's put it this way. Sometimes only women understand women. I go talk to her. Feng Ren jumped up and down excitedly like a puppy when he heard his mother was going to intervene. In the infirmary, Aisha sighed as she sorted out instruments and medicine. She had been avoiding Feng Ren for a few days. What's wrong? Sighing here? Aisha danced her mechanical limbs and entered the room. Dr. Aisha? Upon seeing Aisha approach, Aisha immediately gathered her composure and greeted her. Looking at the blonde, blue-eyed, and elegant classical Western beauty in front of her, who now had no hands or feet and walked with mechanical intelligent tentacles, Aisha couldn't help but feel a sense of both tragedy and awe in her heart. Oh, Ailey, don't be nervous. Asia smiled gently. I just stopped by to see you. I heard you're having some troubles. Aisha's expression froze at this, then she said, Dr. Asia, I'm not worried. Aisha shook her head. Surely, we're both women, and there are some emotions we can't hide from each other. Tell me, what do you think of my eldest son, Feng Ren? Aisha's face flushed with shame, but then her eyes darkened even more. She whispered, Dr. Asia, I don't know. Although Feng Ren is a demi-human, he's very warm, straightforward, and handsome. But I'm so much older than him. And, in my opinion, he's too clean and I'm dirty. I'm not clean. Oh, Asia said softly. My dear sister, have you ever experienced something like me? Being imprisoned as a plaything in a nursery? Aisha's eyes trembled at this. Looking at Aisha, who had lost all her natural limbs, a feeling of sympathy welled up in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she sighed deeply and began to recount her past, including how she had been imprisoned and toyed with by Jiang Juanhao, how she had been accidentally rescued by Zhongli Rui and others while scavenging supplies a year ago, and how she had encountered her father in his monstrous form that day. Sister, my experiences weren't as dramatic as yours. But, with such a past, I'm unworthy of such a fine boy like your Fengren. I heard his story from my master and my senior sister, Anchi. He fought bravely for the throne for me and you, right? Such a pure and kind boy, and I'm so dirty and broken. I'm not worthy of him. Sister, don't say that, Aisha said softly. This world is both beautiful and cruel, especially in these turbulent times. It's not your fault or mine that we experience these things. But even if we experience them, we shouldn't lose our dreams and courage. Especially the courage to pursue our own happiness. Sister. But this isn't fair to Fengren. He doesn't know now. If he knew, would he mind? Ah! His kingdom, his race, his civilization, and their ideologies are just getting started. The concept of chastity, even among the bats, doesn't exist. Why would you want him to mind something they don't even understand? Ah! How could this be? Aisha was astonished. But then she let out a wry smile. It seemed that Fengren and the bat's current concepts and culture were still being taught by Aisha, Di Xinyan, and Su Chengwei. The things I care about, they truly don't have. Sister, stop dwelling on that man who hurt you. He's... At this moment, Fengren, hiding behind a nearby door, suddenly jumped out. Senior sister. Where's the man who tortured you? Where is he? That ***** named Jiang Juanhao, right? I'm going to find him. I'm going to kill him. Fengren's eyes blazed, claws extended, and he roared, how dare he torture and toy with such a good senior sister like me? I'm going to kill him. Ah. Asia, Aishili, Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan, eavesdropping from the room, said, Lu Shi and Gu Anqi, eavesdropping from behind nearby plants, said, A Mao and Lu Mingqi, eavesdropping from a nearby building, responded, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu in the surveillance room responded, Qin Pan and Bai Lingxin in the lab responded, Ai Shirley, realizing what was happening, quickly waved her hands and said, Fengren. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. It's okay. That guy. Fengren interrupted with a roar. What do you mean it's okay? Senior sister? I won't let anyone hurt you. This Jiang Juanhao is dead. Not even a god can save him. I'm telling you. Ai Shirley, watching Fengren's sincere yet reckless reaction, felt both moved and speechless. She sighed, Fengren, really, it's okay now. You don't need to look for him. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Fengren continued his roaring voice, Senior sister, you're someone I care about. You suffered so much. How can you just let it go like this? I won't let him go. Are you worried I can't defeat him? He's also a demon king? Don't worry, I'm a king too, I will definitely defeat him. No, Fengren, listen to senior sister. Ai Shirley shook her head sadly. That **** is gone, and I'm not. Know where he went. Don't worry, senior sister. I swear in the name of the Bat King, no matter where I am, I will find him and seek justice for you. Don't swear carelessly. Ai Shirley said anxiously, you are the king. Don't swear carelessly. At this moment, Zhongli Rui, unable to bear it any longer, lifted his invisibility and appeared before everyone. Good boy, the justice you sought for your senior sister has been granted. Jiang Juanhao is dead. Huh? Fengren was stunned. He had just made a vow and a wish, and how could it come true the next moment? Ai Shirley, convulsing with excitement, stepped forward and asked incoherently, Arui. No, Governor. Jiang Juanhao, is he really dead? Did you kill him? At this point, Di Xinyan also uncloaked. Arui didn't do it. We encountered Jiang Juanhao transformed into a monster in the cradle of Homeland Dungeon. At that time, Uncle Director Lu Shi sentenced Jiang Juanhao to death. Arui and I, serving as a temporary juror, both agreed with the death penalty. It was Lu Shi who shot Jiang Juanhao personally. Ollie, your father can rest in peace now. Really? Ai Shirley's voice trembled. Ouch, what are you doing? Gu Anqi kicked Lu Shi out of the nearby bushes. But as soon as Lu Shi reappeared, he immediately regained his composure, adding calmly and frankly, that's right. I personally enforce law and justice on that ***** who harmed the people and murdered young girls. Sorry, I was so busy coming back from the dungeon that I forgot to tell you, Ailey. Aishili's hands, strained with anxiety, dropped. Daddy. Justice has finally been served. Whoa. She began to weep, her face buried in her hands. Justice had finally been served. although it seemed a little belated. Feng Ren's eyes widened, and he murmured, "Law and justice?" Seeing Aishili sobbing uncontrollably, Feng Ren panicked again. Just as he was unsure what to do, Zhongli Rui gestured, "Hold her." Feng Ren hesitated and embraced Aishili. He could feel Aishili shudder, but she didn't push him away. Seeing this, Zhongli Rui gestured again, instructing Feng Ren to stroke the girl's hair. The good student did as he was told. Soon, Aishili's sobbing seemed to subside. Everyone in the room suddenly beamed with joy. Aishili didn't push Feng Ren away, and accepted his comfort. So, it seemed like it worked, huh? Seeing this, Aishili, Zhongli Rui, Di Xinyan, and Lu Shi all exchanged "I understand" looks before leaving the infirmary, leaving the two of them alone. Slightly away, Di Xinyan narrowed her eyes and smiled as she asked Zhongli Rui, "Wow, you're such a great uncle, right? You're teaching Feng Ren how to pick up girls?" "Wife, this is also very important. It's a bond that strengthens the relationship between our two tribes. It's for the greater good," Zhongli Rui said righteously. Everyone present, including those eavesdropping, covered their mouths and chuckled. Chapter 299. That day, Feng Ren and Ai Shirley officially began their relationship, becoming the first bat-human and human couple in the entire Ling'an province. In the afternoon, Di Xinyan gently massaged Zhongli Rui's temple in the office, and told him about Feng Ren and Ali's recent situation. "Arui, did you know that Ali is now more like Feng Ren's teacher than his girlfriend?" "Huh? What's going on?" Zhongli Rui asked in surprise, putting down his tea and documents. Di Xinyan recounted the story in a half-joking tone. Since the two began dating, Ali had joined in urging Feng Ren to study hard. Feng Ren's goal was to become the king of the new bat-human race. If he wanted his race to develop stably, healthily, and orderly, he had a lot to learn. Therefore, in addition to his existing academic foundation, Ali taught Feng Ren some lessons on the philosophy of kingly way. Kingly way? Are you talking about the Mencius advocated king by protecting the people, or joy for the world, worry for the world? Di Xinyan laughed. "Aren't you an engineering student? How do you know all this? Engineering students used to play a lot of those battle for supremacy games, and read a lot of novels, right?" Zhongli Rui shrugged. "Kingly way is highly valued in those planes. However, I think the 7 kings and 3 hegemons is more appropriate. Simply defending the territory and the people without attacking can easily lead to a situation like the already destroyed southern Song dynasty." "Ha, you're a governor and a major general, wow, you have your own way of doing things," Di Xinyan laughed. "I thought you were also a complete kingly way believer. After all, you basically used that approach to govern and restore our hometown. It can't be helped. After the world's chaos, the surviving humans still have friendly races. Only by uniting and concentrating all our efforts on rebuilding lives, rebuilding society, and rebuilding civilization can we, to a certain extent, restore and develop the functioning of the entire civilized world. However, I think Ali is right." Zhongli Rui smiled slightly. "Feng Ren and the other upright bat people are not lacking in fighting power or courage, but they lack rules, direction, and a scabbard. What Ali taught, and Ali herself, are both excellent scabbards. You see things very deeply now." Di Xinyan's smile widened. "Very good, my Erue, you are truly reliable now." As she spoke, in the room slanted with sunlight, Di Xinyan placed her hand on Zhongli Rui's shoulder. Zhongli Rui returned the handshake warmly, savoring the tender moment. "Commander." Xiaofeng's call interrupted the silence. "What's the matter?" Zhongli Rui asked calmly. "Young Prince Feng Ren wishes to see you to discuss something." "I go see him right away." 2 cups of tea in the reception room. Zhongli Rui didn't let Feng Ren come to his office. Firstly, Feng Ren was now the king, and secondly, the office was a bit small. As a winged race, Feng Ren preferred a larger space. In the reception room, Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan met with Feng Ren. "Young Prince, what do you want to talk to me about today?" "Uncle Zhongli, Teacher Di, you're both here." Feng Ren greeted them politely, then said sternly, "Uncle Zhongli, my kingdom now has its first citizens. However, there are still too few. In the future, I and qualified warriors among them will cooperate with our allies to go to that mother nest in Ontario and liberate the trapped people. I need more citizens, and I need sharper claws. Uncle, could you give me her too?" Zhongli Rui was stunned for a moment, then realized Feng Ren wanted him to hand over Blood Claw. "Young Prince, are you sure?" Zhongli Rui hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words. He swallowed the words. "Where do you get the confidence to control her?" This emotional fluctuation was captured and detected by Yu Jia, who chuckled softly in the data world. "Uncle, I'm sure." Feng Ren's eyes were firm. Senior sister has taught me a lot recently. A good king must be broad-minded, able to judge and tolerate others. He must be especially tolerant and generous towards useful talents. Uncle, Blood Claw is an excellent warrior. While not as powerful as you, she's far more powerful than me. I think I should recruit her and have her serve my new kingdom. Otherwise, keeping her as a captive seems like a waste. Huh? Zhongli Rui looked at Feng Ren in surprise. Disanyan was greatly surprised by Ali's performance. She wondered if Ali's behavior really showed that there was such a thing as a virtuous queen who ruled the country during the liberation period. Your idea is quite correct, and not entirely flawed. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment before continuing. However, Blood Claw is a sharp sword that's not easily tamed. She only listens to those she trusts. Are you sure you can convince her now? Uncle, I had so many excellent teachers, including you, teach me so much. I'm confident I can convince her. All right. Zhongli Rui immediately contacted Aisha. Soon, Aisha, Xiaofu, Tingsha, and Sumuji arrived at the police station yard with Blood Claw. Blood Claw arrived at the scene and spotted Wind Blade, clad in specially crafted lightweight protective gear. Suddenly, a flicker of her usual disdain flashed across her eyes. Wind Blade remained unmoved by Blood Claw's gaze. Seeing Blood Claw arrive, Zhongli Rui said to Feng Ren, "Young prince, I brought you the person. Now it's up to you." Blood Claw, who had recently learned some of the Dacian language, was shocked when he heard Zhongli Rui say this. "Zhongli, Governor, you want to give me to him?" Feng Ren then spoke calmly. "Your name is Blood Claw, right? I was the one who asked, hoping he would give you to me." "You?" Before Feng Ren could finish, Blood Claw bared his claws. "This is a monstrous insult. I will never accept it. I will never be your woman. Will you listen to me, you hot-tempered female warrior?" Feng Ren said with a stern expression, displaying the kingly majesty he had practiced so much recently. "Who asked you to be my woman? I already have a fiancée I love. I don't need you as my woman. Then what do you want from me?" Blood Claw was stunned. Feng Ren took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I want you to be my citizen, my warrior, my sharp claw. A champion of my back kingdom. Join me to rescue our people and make our kingdom strong. Are you willing?" Hearing this, a complex look flashed in Blood Claw's eyes. She was silent for a moment, then slowly lowered her claws. "Join your kingdom? Become your citizen, your warrior? With your weakness? What can you offer me?" Blood Claw's scorn remained unconcealed. "I admit, in terms of combat prowess, I'm inferior to you." Wind Blade maintained his dignity, raising his hand and speaking slowly. "But if you follow me, you can obtain food without killing. The honor you receive as a warrior will be justly honored. Every woman in my kingdom will be respected. Wounded warriors will receive proper care, not abandoned and scorned." Blood Claw's eyes widened with every word Wind Blade spoke. "You're talking to me about justice and honor? You sneak attacker." Blood Claw's voice rose again. "Last time, we didn't speak the same language, and there were some misunderstandings. That's okay. Now, we can start over. I admit, you're an excellent warrior, a steel claw on the battlefield, and your combat prowess is greater than mine. But are you now a captive, waiting to eat and die? Or will you join my cause, and create a better future for our people?" Blood Claw stared at Wind Blade in amazement. Wind Blade now responded calmly to her gaze. "Okay, if the last incident was a misunderstanding due to a language barrier, I accept that explanation. But you said you could get food without killing. That's empty air, right?" Asia gently corrected. "It's fantasy." Blood Claw, "Yes. It's fantasy." At this point, Wind Blade didn't answer directly. Instead, he took a peeled and steamed potato from the basin on the table, broke it in half, and began to eat it right in front of Blood Claw. Blood Claw watched in amazement as Wind Blade ate the potato in front of him. After finishing half a potato, Wind Blade took a sip of water, regained his composure, and said to Blood Claw in a serious tone, "Warrior, the food I just ate was made from a plant called potato, steamed. Of course, there are many other ways to prepare it, not just steaming, roasting, and frying. Even fish from the river and chickens from the farm, after cooking, they can all serve as food for our tribe. I personally experimented with it, and it's proven to be safe. Come, try it." As he spoke, Wind Blade handed Blood Claw the other half of the steamed potato. Blood Claw took the potato hesitantly, looking from Wind Blade to the potato in her hands before finally taking a bite. The aroma of the potato filled her mouth. To her, accustomed to killing and bloodshed, it felt strangely strange, yet so warming. This Blood Claw stared at the potato in her hands in disbelief, then at Wind Blade. Is this true? You really don't need to kill to get food? Where did you learn this? Knowledge? Knowledge? Wind Blade nodded. Of course, our mother's people, the humans, taught me. With this knowledge, our people can obtain food without killing or bloodshed. Blood Claw suddenly understood something, and his tone became sincere. Wind Blade. Your Highness, is this your righteous cause? Wind Blade nodded. This is part of my vision and dream. First, I will cooperate with my mother's people, our allies, to the other side of the sea. I rescue those over 1,000 people like you, who are controlled by the headband, and used as mere war machines and consumables. Then, I plan to promote this knowledge of farming and animal husbandry throughout the kingdom, so that all my people can live a life of food without killing. Furthermore, I've been studying pharmacy lately. Plants not only provide us with food, but also medicine to heal illness and injury. We will use this knowledge and hard work to usher in a new era for our clan. Windblade raised his head 30 degrees, gazed skyward, his eyes determined. His right arm raised powerfully, clenching into a fist. Your Highness King Windblade. Bloodclaw's attitude towards Windblade changed completely at this moment. Seeing Bloodclaw's attitude deeply touched, Windblade extended his hand and looked Bloodclaw straight in the eye. Come, for our clan, I need warriors like you, claws as powerful as yours. Join me and forge a new future for our clan. I need your strength. Bloodclaw lowered his right hand and sheathed his claw. Then, she took a deep breath, raised her right fist again, placed it over her heart, and bowed to Fengren. I, Bloodclaw, from this day forward, swear allegiance to the king. Long live the king. From then on, Bloodclaw pledged allegiance to Fengren's kingdom. From a distance, Decennian observed this, feeling both relieved and wryly amused. Have we produced a cross between a Shinnong and a failed art student? A failed art student? Not really. Fengren is better than those over there who treat them like consumable brains in a jar, right? Zhong Lirui shrugged. Decennian rolled her eyes at her husband, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Chapter 300. After joining Windblade's ranks, Bloodclaw became his top warrior and warrior instructor. The Batman camp is located in the vacant building 2 of the home community, which is still not fully populated. Originally, each community could accommodate approximately 1,000 households, but now the entire East City Special Zone has only about 6,000 residents. In the square, Bloodclaw walked past Short Fong and other bat demi-humans lined up in a row. Clearly, everyone was dissatisfied with this new, unfamiliar fellow becoming their warrior instructor right after joining. It seems you're very dissatisfied with me, Bloodclaw said coldly. Yes. Although you were appointed by King Windblade himself, Short Fong's words were filled with dissatisfaction. We still need to prove your strength through battle. Bloodclaw narrowed his eyes slightly, emanating a cold aura. Very well then, let me show you if I, Bloodclaw, am worthy of being your instructor. I give you a chance, Short Fong. Short Fong, fearless, stepped out and assumed a fighting stance against Bloodclaw. The other Batmen looked at Short Fong with anticipation. They knew that Short Fong was the most powerful fighter in the kingdom, aside from Windblade. Bloodclaw flashed like a flash of red lightning, closing in on Short Fong in an instant. His movements were so astonishingly fast that they were almost invisible. Short Fong, not to be outdone, reacted quickly, wielding his sharp claws to meet Bloodclaw's attack. Just when everyone expected a fierce battle between the two, Bloodclaw dodged Short Fong's claw strike, then, taking advantage of the open space, grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Ah! Short Fong was thrown to the ground with a thud, letting out a scream. He struggled to get up, but Bloodclaw was already standing over him, glaring coldly at him. Are you convinced? Bloodclaw asked. Short Fong gritted his teeth, a look of resignation on his face, but he nodded. The other Batmen were surprised to see this. They hadn't expected this newcomer to be so powerful that even Short Fong couldn't stand up to him. And Short Fong was instantly defeated in a single blow. Bloodclaw turned to face the other Batmen and said coldly, Let me introduce myself again. My name is Bloodclaw. From today on, I will be your warrior instructor. I will train you and make you stronger. However, if any of you dare disobey my orders or slack off, don't blame me for being rude. The Batmen were overwhelmed by Bloodclaw's aura and nodded in obedience. Windblade and Ishili watched from a distance as Bloodclaw, the new officer, took up his position and established his authority. Wow, this young lady is truly amazing. AI Shirley exclaimed heartily. Ah, Feng, who's better, you or her? Feng Ren was speechless for a moment. He suddenly remembered the day he attacked Blood Claw in a rage, only to be subdued by him in a single blow. He smiled wryly. She's better than me. I think only Uncle Zhongli and Master Murong are better than her. Just then, Murong Chanfeng, carrying a weighted vest, slowly approached. Young prince, it's time for your physical fitness and combat classes. Looking at Murong Chanfeng's imposing 2.5-meter tall figure, Feng Ren didn't dare to be negligent. Yes, master, I'm here. At that moment, Blood Claw, who had just ordered the Batmen to begin push-ups, turned and spotted Murong Chanfeng. Her eyes widened, and she shot out like an arrow, blocking Wind Blade's path. My king! Back off. This is a giant monster. Murong Chanfeng looked puzzled. Huh? Wind Blade quickly said, Blood Claw, no disrespect. This is my master, the human Major Murong Chanfeng, the husband of my mother's best friend. Blood Claw, puzzled, lowered her claws. Then, she glanced at Murong Chanfeng and said, Your Highness, why did you become his disciple and learn combat techniques? Feng Ren was even more speechless at the question. Last time in the Demon City, Murong Chanfeng had bashed him around like a club, only to have him killed instantly. As a king, he was under immense pressure today. Both Blood Claw and Murong Chanfeng were there to kill him instantly. He was a king, so why didn't he care about his dignity? After careful consideration, Feng Ren said, Because he's far stronger than me, even stronger than you. Master Murong was once a match for us. Even if Short Fang and the others attacked him together, we wouldn't have been able to defeat him. In the distance, Short Fang and the others saw Murong Chanfeng and screamed, Ah! The king's teacher is actually a slaughter lord. Short Fang whispered, The slaughter lord is actually a subordinate of Governor Zhongli. Our king's teacher? Could it be that Governor Zhongli's true identity is actually the Demon King? The surrounding bat people were whispering among themselves. Blood Claw whispered, Master Murong, are you a slaughter lord? Murong Chanfeng had a look of despair on his face. You kids, you give me such a strange title. I'm a special, enhanced new human. Not some slaughter lord. My king says you're powerful. So powerful you can single-handedly defeat all the warriors of my tribe? Murong Chanfeng glanced at the Batman present, then returned his gaze to Blood Claw, chuckling, Well, you might need a little more effort. The others, it just take time. Oh! Imperial Master Murong, are you so confident? Blood Claw raised an eyebrow. I'd like to teach you. I'm not familiar with the Dacian dialect, but I'm still not very fluent in it, a lesson. I wonder if Imperial Master would be so kind. Are you sure? Murong Chanfeng looked at Blood Claw with a playful smile, then at Wind Blade. My king, may I ask if you would allow me to spar with the Imperial Master? Blood Claw turned to Wind Blade and pleaded. Feng Ren looked apprehensive, a scene suddenly springing to mind. Blood Claw being grabbed by Murong Chanfeng and hammered. Well, let's stop when we're done, no fight to the death. So, everyone made room for Blood Claw and Murong Chanfeng. AI surely couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed as if he was the only normal human present, while a female bat-like instructor and a giant monster instructor were actually going to battle it out for strength. Ah, Feng, is he okay? AI surely hesitated. Master Murong will be fine. Back in the Magic City, he knocked me out and captured me alive without a scratch. Huh? He's so strong? Yes, Master isn't just big and strong, he's a professional soldier and a former agent? Agent? AI surely corrected, then nodded with a hint of awe. I hope he doesn't injure Blood Claw too badly. Feng Ren felt even more depressed. He already been beaten badly by him. That defeat had made him question the purpose of life. At this moment, Zhongli Rui, in the office, watched the situation through the surveillance camera. He also picked up his flower tea and began to enjoy himself. Blood Claw, that guy, really loves challenging the strong. Zhongli Rui recalled his battle with Blood Claw at sea. Blood Claw's combat prowess was not bad, but once again, she was challenging an opponent not of her own strength level. Zhongli Rui could only laugh. At the scene, Blood Claw nodded and once again faced Murong Chanfeng, ready to engage in battle. Murong Chanfeng appeared much more relaxed. He casually tossed the weighted vest he had brought for Wind Blade on the ground nearby and gestured pleased to Blood Claw. Blood Claw's expression was immediately startled. From the sound of the weighted vest hitting the ground, she knew it weighed over 25 kilograms. Was Murong Chanfeng using something so heavy to train the Wind Blade King? Shaking her thoughts away, Blood Claw rushed towards Murong Chanfeng like an arrow, attempting to gain the upper hand with her speed advantage. However, as if prescient, Murong Chanfeng easily dodged Blood Claw's attack and, taking advantage of the situation, grasped her wrist and gently twisted it. Blood Claw felt pain, but quickly adjusted his stance, swinging his other claw towards Murong Chongfeng's face. Murong Chongfeng didn't dodge or evade, merely tilting his head slightly to avoid the blow. Then, he grabbed Blood Claw's other wrist and, exerting force with both hands, lifted him up. Blood Claw's feet left the ground, but he didn't panic. Instead, he used Murong Chongfeng's strength to flip in the air, attempting to break free. A smile curved Murong Chongfeng's lips. He suddenly loosened his grip, and Blood Claw fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, sending a huge cloud of dust billowing up from the ground. Blood Claw fell too. Fengren smiled bitterly, as expected. But Blood Claw didn't give up. She quickly climbed to her feet, and rushed towards Murong Chongfeng again, clearly not intending to give up so easily. Seeing this, Murong Chongfeng's eyes flashed with admiration. So, he no longer held back and began to seriously counter Blood Claw's attacks. The previous exchange had taught Blood Claw that he was no match for Murong Chongfeng, so he began to use his speed to find angles and attack, exploiting Murong Chongfeng's blind spots. But to Blood Claw's despair, Murong Chongfeng, despite his size, was not slow at all. The Doom Slayer was also faster than a normal human, just slightly slower than the average new human. The two exchanged blows, the battle intensifying. The surrounding bats watched intently, having never witnessed such a high-level battle. Fengren stood aside, secretly thankful that he had previously stated that a fight to the death was forbidden. Otherwise, he would have hated to see either Blood Claw or Murong Chongfeng injured. Finally, after a fierce exchange, Murong Chongfeng seized a flaw in Blood Claw's defense and delivered a powerful punch to the waist, then threw him to the ground with an overhead throw. Blood Claw fell to the ground for the second time, gasping for air, clearly no longer able to fight. Murong Chongfeng walked over to her, reached out, and pulled her up. "You're quite good, Blood Claw. But remember, a truly powerful person must possess not only courage, but also wisdom and humility. And above all, discerning eyes." Covered in dust, Blood Claw stood up but still bowed deeply to Murong Chongfeng. "Thank you, Imperial Master, for your guidance. I appreciate it. You are truly worthy of the position of Imperial Master. You are truly formidable. Only under your guidance will King Windblade become a truly powerful warrior." Murong Chongfeng smiled. "Young lady, you're too kind. I'm just a professional veteran." Seeing the battle between the two ended, and with a visceral sympathy between the heroes, Windblade finally breathed a sigh of relief. Short Teeth and the others around them nodded in awe. Chapter 301. In the blink of an eye, Qingming Festival arrived. Although the security in the East City Special Zone is now quite complete, the citizens have built a tall and sturdy city wall around the zone, similar to the practice in the Magic City. However, the wall is actually not for protecting the residents of the city, but for protecting the lost ones, who still wander the unrecovered urban areas. Basic knowledge about the new humans has been basically universalized among the citizens of Ling'an Prefecture. Everyone knows that the current failure to recover those wandering lost zombies is still due to food supply issues. To recover them all, more food production is needed. Otherwise, too many people and too little food supply will be a disaster. Over the special zone, Zhongli Rui piloted a Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter plane, patrolling his city. "Rui, are you coming back for dinner?" Di Sinyan contacted. Sinyan, I won't be back for lunch. Today is Qingming Festival, and I plan to visit my parents and... Yeah. Don't mess around. The cemetery area hasn't been recaptured yet. And Huang Yuan and his men have already abandoned the mountainous area. Don't worry, I'm wearing armor and a stealth fighter. I just be invisible during the visit. Di Sinyan nodded slightly. Arui, help me bring a bouquet of flowers for Mom, Dad, and Xiaoya. Okay. Zhongli Rui turned his fighter toward the cemetery area in the western suburbs. Di Sinyan thought for a moment, and walked alone to the riverbank near the Jiayuan community. The area around Jiayuan community is now a safe zone, and residents can move freely without worrying about attacks from stray zombies. However, the barricades at the entrances of each community remain, just in case. Di Sinyan placed a bouquet of flowers at the spot where Lu Yuan often fished. This was the spot her ex-husband, Lu Yuan, used for the community fishing. It was also where Lu Yuan was accidentally bitten by a fish. It was also where his ashes were scattered after his cremation. "Ah, Yuan, I come to see you. Time flies. It's been over a year since the crisis broke out. Under Arui's governance, Ling'an Prefecture is slowly recovering as a civilized society. I know that in your last moments that day, your only thought was not to hurt me. Thank you for loving me so much. The water wheel you built still irrigates the crops in the community. Although Lingen Prefecture has partially restored its tap water, these water wheels still serve as backup water and irrigation systems at every barricade, fulfilling their purpose. Ah, Yuan. Thank you for your hard work, thank you for your kindness to me. Xinyan stood quietly by the river, the breeze ruffling her hair, and seeming to gently soothe the pain in her heart. She closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, as if trying to absorb this tranquility and Lu Yuan's presence into her heart. She gently stroked the bouquet beside her, then slowly opened her eyes, and gazed into the distance. There lay the cityscape of Lingen Province, the place her current husband, Zhong Lirui, was protecting, the home they had fought for together. She believed that under Zhong Lirui's leadership, Lingen Province's future would be even brighter. She lowered her head, looked back at the bouquet in her hands, and whispered, Yuan, don't worry. I will live well. I will remember your kindness and our love. I believe you are watching over us from heaven and blessing us. Yuan. After saying this, Xinyan gently set down the bouquet and turned away from the river. In the sky nearby, Feng Ren was hovering, holding Ai Shirley. After Murong Chengfeng's physical training, Feng Ren's strength had increased significantly, as had his load-bearing capacity. The direct result was that he could now hover and fly with Ai Shirley for extended periods, though his speed would be slower. Ollie, master is by the river. Is she praying? This, Ai Shirley pondered. She is offering a memorial. A memorial? Oh, today is Qingming festival. Offing. Your Highness, do me a favor and take me to the herb fields. I collect a few flowers, and then I go up to the roof. Okay. In the Jiayuan community, at the top of a high-rise residential building, Ai Shirley, carrying Feng Ren and holding the flowers she had just gathered, faced the residential area in the north of the city. Dad, I'm alive. Now, under the care of your colleagues and my friends, I'm doing well. Ai Shirley clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed. I hope you can find happiness in the other world. I will live bravely with your hopes in mind, using my strength to protect this world and help more people. By the way, this is your future son-in-law, Feng Ren, the future king of the Batman race. He's a straightforward and enthusiastic boy. I believe he'd be a good king. Dad, please bless him in heaven. May he and Arui and the others rebuild our new peaceful and civilized world. Ai Shirley opened her eyes, looked at the flowers in her hands, and smiled softly. Then, she scattered the flowers into the air, letting them drift away in the wind. Each flower, like her longing for her father, drifted far away. Feng Ren stood silently by, watching Ai Shirley's actions. Although he had never experienced such emotions, he could sense the sadness and strength within Ai Shirley. He reached out and gently patted Ai Shirley's shoulder, offering comfort. Ai Shirley turned to look at Feng Ren and smiled faintly. Thank you, Offing. I feel safe with you by my side. Feng Ren smiled back. You are my fiancé. My wish is for you to be happy. Ollie? Uncle, is he a law enforcer? Sort of. He's a police officer. Just like Lu Shi. Like Uncle Lu Shi? I'm a little puzzled. Uncle Arui is a major general in the military. And Uncle Lu Shi keeps calling himself the chief of police and the captain of the special police force? Is there a difference? Of course there is. The military and the police have different functions. On the rooftop, Ollie began to explain to Feng Ren the difference between the military and the police. In the East Special Zone, closest to the river, on the roof of a high-rise building, the ruins of Jiang'an Gymnasium were visible. Ying, accompanied by Ameo and his wife, residents of the former Hua Duo community, and Ameo's younger brother, Li Chun, bowed 3 times toward the Jiang'an Gymnasium. Li Chun held Tong Manfei's hand and, along with the others, observed a moment of silence, remembering the Jiang'an Gymnasium. Now, he was Tong Manfei's adoptive father. Thinking of Yao Zhibao, who sacrificed his life for him, and Fei during the brutal breakout. He thought of the sky, and let out a long sigh. In front of a recaptured high school building, now empty of students, Luo Yuheng, now deputy captain of the militia squad, and his former homeroom teacher, now his wife, Yumani, held flowers and placed them in front of the empty classroom. Everyone, teacher Yu and I are back. We take care of your share and live well. Yumani stepped forward and placed her hand on Luo Yuheng's shoulder. Luo Yuheng shook her hand in return. Hung, actually, back then, you had a crush on class monitor Yi Qingcheng, right? Yumani said calmly. That day, I saw you kill her zombie-like form to save me. You secretly cried all night. Luo Yuheng was stunned, then nodded silently. Yumani shook her head, and sadly removed her ring. Some things can't be forced. She live in your heart forever, I guess. I better. Forget it. Luo Yuheng saw this and quickly stepped forward, tightly grasping Yumani's hand, stopping her. Manny, don't do this. I love you. In fact, I was attracted to you from the start of school. But I didn't dare. I also felt it wasn't right. Class monitor, Qin Cheng, later discovered my feelings. She once told me, this wasn't right. We were high school students, and we should focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Later, she often accompanied me to study. Accompanied me. Yumani was stunned, a look of disbelief in her eyes. Luo Yuheng continued sadly, Manny, remember? When the accident happened, it was just after the college entrance exam. My grades were good enough to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Qin Cheng was very happy. Then, she once pulled me aside in the gym and told me that she actually liked me. She took the initiative to like you? Yumani exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. I was struggling for a long time, and I apologized to her. I'm planning to enroll in a normal school. You're not planning on coming here and becoming my colleague, are you? Yes. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me. I came from an orphanage, I'm an orphan. Then, why did you reject Qin Cheng? She's such a perfect match for you. She and I are from two completely different worlds. I'm grateful to her, but I don't really have any feelings for her. Plus, she helped me with my studies, which made her childhood sweetheart Ji Duo jealous. He bullied me several times. Actually, I don't have that much affection for Qin Cheng. What's the meaning? No wonder Ji Duo gathered a few bad students, tore up your books, and bullied you. I know. I was once locked in the gym equipment room, and they did it. And then, somehow, you, Manny, saved me. So, when you took the initiative 3 days after we ran out of food, what exactly was the reason? I always been too timid. That time, I thought I was dying and didn't want to have any regrets, so I braved it. Luo Yuheng blushed. 3 years later, I still love you. Yumani looked at her now much older husband with a mixture of laughter and tears. She simply stepped forward, pushed aside his bangs, and kissed his forehead. You're such a fool. Chapter 302. In the cemetery. Zhongli Rui was slightly surprised to find that all the zombies in the cemetery had been killed. Furthermore, judging by the signs at the scene, the lost zombies had been killed only recently. Furthermore, all of them had died at the hands of sharp claws. Master, please be careful. 5 Batmen are lying in ambush in the cemetery's vegetation. One of them is in a strange position. His body doesn't look like he's in an ambush, but rather like he's been thrown to the ground like cargo. Aren't all the Batmen under Feng Ren's command now? How did they get here? Master, based on the tactical analysis, they're targeting you. These children? Zhongli Rui shook his head. What are they trying to do? It's speculated that they're rebelling. Master, are you planning to use the weapons of the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter jet to eliminate them all at once? No, the fighters are invisible, on standby in the air. Master, please do not take risks. I know the data. Is the Great Xia Dragon Bird Armor a vegetarian? Zhongli Rui said calmly. Even the Great Xia Dragon Bird Armor can wipe out all 5 of them at once. But I just want to know why they rebelled. From what I observed that day, these children were all innocent and honest. How could they suddenly rebel? And since Wind Blade isn't here, I'm really curious about the reason. Okay, as you command, Master. Zhongli Rui had landed on the cemetery ground using a mobile 3D device. He found his parents' tombstones and clasped his hands together. While he was silently praying, Short Fang, Grey Wing, Little Fish, and Little Trouble appeared. To Zhongli Rui's surprise, Little Fu also appeared. She was injured and was being held by 2 female Batmen, Little Fish and Little Trouble. Her hands were bound with thick vines. Uncle Zhongli. Run away. This is a trap. Short Teeth and the others have betrayed us, and they want to kill you to avenge you. Shut up. Xiao Chuanhua punched Xiaofu in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. You're still working as a lackey for our human enemies. Short Teeth stepped forward and punched Xiao Chuanhua. Brother. What are you doing? Don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten? Mom and the others are human too. Our revenge today isn't against humans, but against our mother's murderers. Short Teeth roared. Zhongli Rui was overwhelmed by what he heard. Children, why on earth did you come to ambush me? Don't call me children. You don't deserve to be called children. Human Major General, Zhongli Rui. You murderer of my mother. Short Teeth turned around and shouted at Zhongli Rui in a voice several times louder than Xiao Chuanhua's. I killed your mother? And our mother? Xiao Chuanhua and Xiaoyu, two female Batmen, screamed in accusation. Why? Who told you I killed your mother? Zhongli Rui opened his visor and looked at the several young Batmen. Xiao Chuanhua pointed at the injured Xiaofu. She told me in conversation that day at the dock, it was you who shot our mother to death with your own hands. I thought of her as a sister, but she sided with you. My mother's murderer. With these words, Zhongli Rui roughly understood what was going on. Duanya and the other four were the children of the two female scientists who had asked to end their lives when they recaptured the dock. Zhongli Rui. I heard from that traitor Xiaofu that today is the day humans commemorate their deceased loved ones. Duanya met Zhongli Rui's eyes. You are commemorating your ancestors, aren't you? Do you dare to tell me the truth in front of them? Did you kill my mother? Short Fang. Since you say so, I'm asking you this. Do you still believe what I say? Zhongli Rui said flatly. Stop the nonsense. You only have one now. We have four, so you must tell the truth. You kid. Zhongli Rui shook his head. Master. Two new Batmen have arrived. According to the sensors on their equipment, they are Wind Blade and Blood Claw. However, judging by their postures, they appear to be preparing to attack Short Fang and his men. Short Fang's rebellion wasn't orchestrated by Wind Blade, it seems. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, then said to Short Fang and the others, indeed, that day, after your mothers regained consciousness, it was indeed me who personally ended their painful lives. You deserve to die. Short Fang and the other four erupted in anger, unsheathing their Batman's sharp claws. But I didn't murder them, Zhongli Rui said flatly. When they woke up, their minds were practically shattered. I gave them the opportunity to choose. It was they who decided to end their lives, to end their suffering. Liar! Short Fang roared. Liar! Xiao Chuanhua said, his sharp claws tightening around Shifu's neck, drawing blood. Why did you kill our mother, and not hers? Was it because of Dr. Aisha, of royal blood and noble status? Why? Why should our mother die? No, Zhongli Rui's face remained calm. It's simply because Dr. Aisha was stronger. And, at that time, Xiaofu was there to persuade her. So, she chose to live in pain. Live in pain. Xiao Chuanhua was stunned. You were at the dock, didn't you know what happened to your mother? Zhongli Rui glared at Xiao Chuanhua sternly. I was thrown out of the delivery room after I was born. Xiao Chuanhua shook his head. At this moment, Xiaofu said bitterly, in that king's delivery room, my mother and your mother suffered a fate worse than death. Xiao Chuanhua roared, shut up. Traitor. I thought you were my friend, and you lied to me. Xiaofu shook his head helplessly. I didn't. What I said was true. What she said was true, Zhongli Rui shouted. You don't believe me? I can call the science elf out and show you what really happened that day. Don't move. If you move again, I kill the princess. Traitor, traitor. You won't have this chance. Blood Claw said coldly. With a swift strike, she sent Xiaoyu flying with a punch. Elsewhere, Wind Blade appeared, crushing Xiao Chuanhua with a single blow and rescuing Xiaofu. Sister, are you okay? Brother King. I gotten into trouble. I'm sorry. Woo-woo, Xiaofu cried. Master, Fengren and the others have done what I planned, Yu Jia said with a hint of self-mockery. Just as I suspected, Zhongli Rui sighed. At this moment, about 4 black-clad mechanical guards appeared in the cemetery. Now, Short Fang's face turned pale. Short Fang, I admit, I ended your mother's life. But I'm not your mother's murderer. I was simply entrusted by them. Since you have the courage to rebel to avenge your mother, do you have the courage to witness the truth of that day with your own eyes? Governor Zhongli. We lost. But before we die, I want to see the truth. Short Fang shouted. Traitor, you still dare to make demands. Fengren angrily exclaimed, looking at the horrific wound on his sister's neck. Your Highness, Zhongli shook his head and offered his advice. They want to see the truth, so I show them. Then, before everyone's eyes, the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter jet released a 3D holographic projection recording. Everything Zhongli's sharp armor had recorded that day in the dock storage room. In the video. Crying. One of the weeping female scientists, after her sobs subsided, noticed the weapons wielded by Lu Shi and the others. She weakly said, Hey sir, do me a favor and send me on my way. Thank you. Another female scientist beside her echoed the same sentiment, me too. Doing a favor, thank you. Asia now understood what had happened to her and her current situation. She also said intermittently, kill me, thank you. Xiaofu said doubtfully, Mom. No. Please. Asia glanced at Shifu again and sighed, I want to live. The other two female scientists repeated, let us die. Zhongli Rui looked at Xiaofu again, Xiaofu, did you hear? This is their final choice. Xiaofu finally nodded silently, and continued to protect Asia. Zhongli Rui extended his electromagnetic automatic rifle from his armor, and aimed it at the head of one of the two female scientists. Yelena did the same, aiming at the head of the other. The two female scientists forced smiles, but their eyes were now sincere. Thank you. Gunshots rang out. Rest in peace, Zhongli Rui whispered softly. The scene ended. Everyone was silent. Duanya and the others watched the scene, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is this true? Duanya asked in a trembling voice. Zhongli Rui nodded silently. But why didn't you tell us sooner? Xiao Chuanghua cried. Zhongli Rui sighed, I thought letting you forget the past and start over was the best option for you. This new beginning wasn't just for you, but for both humans and you, the two races. I was negligent. I didn't anticipate the situation we're in today. At this point, Xiao Chuanghua asked Blood Claw in confusion, Instructor, what does rest in peace mean? Blood Claw said coldly, I swear on my claws that I'm telling the truth. Governor Zhongli's last words were may your mother rest in peace. Xiao Chuanghua fell to his knees helplessly. Then, she covered her face and began to wail, Why? I wasn't there that day. Why? Why? What? Feng Ren looked at the horrific wound on his sister's neck, his eyes filled with anger and heartache. He turned to Zhongli Rui, Uncle Zhongli, those bastards of mine are causing you trouble. I will personally deal with them. Your Highness, wait a minute. Zhongli Rui stepped forward. I want to plead for them. Huh? The surrounding bat people were shocked. Chapter 303. Uncle, why are you pleading for these traitors? Feng Ren asked in surprise. Everything I knew before studying with you, and everything I learned since, all tell me one thing, traitors are unforgivable. Zhongli Rui glanced at the still crying little Chuanghu, then at Feng Ren, whose eyes were now determined. He sighed softly, young prince, you fought for the throne for your mother and your sister, didn't you? Feng Ren was stunned. For a long moment, his eyes darkened, and he remained silent. Zhongli Rui turned to look at the tombstone where his parents rested and continued, Young prince, my parents rest here. I know your story. In my eyes, you are all kind-hearted and passionate children who love your mother and family. Short Fang and the others committed misdeeds due to misunderstandings and misinformation. However, their motivation was to avenge their mother, a fact perfectly understandable in our human society. Their motivation was love and loyalty for their family and parents. Only those loyal to their family and parents will be loyal to their lord. These children simply misunderstood. I wonder if you would consider giving them a chance. Feng Ren fell into deep thought. Furthermore, Zhongli Rui approached Feng Ren and continued patiently, as a king, you must have your own judgment and a certain breadth of mind. Blood Claw's admiration was evident when she heard Zhongli Rui's words. Seeing Zhongli Rui so patiently instructing Feng Ren, a warm smile crossed her face. Feng Ren thought for a moment, and nodded slightly. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Uncle Zhongli. Then, Wind Blade approached Short Fang and bared his claws. Short Fang, his eyes dejected, stared at Wind Blade. My lord, I am foolish. I am truly sorry that I cannot continue to contribute my strength to your cause. Wind Blade narrowed his eyes and said sternly, Do you think this is the end? Short Fang looked puzzled. Wind Blade grabbed a lock of his hair and cut it cleanly with his claws. Blood Claw? ? Zhongli Rui smiled knowingly. Professor Su's history lessons are excellent. Wind Blade handed the lock of hair to Short Fang. Count yourself. How many strands? Short Fang obediently began to count his hair. Your Majesty, a total of 22 strands. Your Highness, what are these? Using hair as a head. If Uncle Zhongli hadn't pleaded for you, I would have chopped you off by now. You're considered a relatively brave warrior. The kingdom needs men now. In future cross-sea battles, if you don't rescue at least 22 of your own kind, you still be guilty. This is similar to the Dakian first come, first served rule. Do you understand? Short Fang grasped the hair, his eyes filled with shock. Before Short Fang could react, Wind Blade addressed Grey Wing, Little Fish, and Little Troublemaker. Same thing for you three. Each of you must rescue 22 of your own kind. Do you understand? Yes. They hesitated. Speak louder. You have the energy to set an ambush today, but not enough to speak? Speak louder. Short Two's eyes suddenly widened. Then, he clenched his right fist over his heart, knelt on one knee, and shouted, "Yes. My king. Thank you for your magnanimity. For my king, for my kingdom." The other three also bowed and knelt on one knee. "Thank you, my king. For my king, for my kingdom." Fongren nodded, then said, "You four, don't forget to thank Uncle Zhongli. He was ambushed by your misunderstanding, and he even pleaded for you." Duanya was about to kneel, but Zhongli Rui quickly stopped him, saying, "Children, we humans are not a kingdom. Just bow." Duanya and the others were stunned, then bowed and said, "Uncle Governor Zhongli, I'm sorry, and thank you." At this moment, Xiao Chuanghua hesitated and asked Zhongli Rui, "Uncle Zhongli, where is Mom buried?" Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, then said to Yujia, "Connect to the surveillance camera at the Magic City dockyard. Then project a 3D holographic image." "Yes, master." Yujia agreed briskly. Then, the sea outside the Magic City dockyard appeared before Duanya and the others. "We cremated your mother using human methods. Finally, their ashes were scattered in this beautiful ocean," Zhongli Rui explained. "The other side of the ocean in this direction is the direction of their hometowns. Here, that's where the shipyard used to be," Short Fong said absent-mindedly. "Mom." Xiao Chuanghua and Xiaoyu, the two female bat people, knelt down in tears. At Short Fong's and the others' request, Zhongli Rui maintained the video playback for 15 minutes. During this time, Short Fong and Grey Wing gathered some wildflowers from the nearby vegetation to make a bouquet. Zhongli Rui retrieved medical treatment from the spare bag of the Golden Crow Wing World War II fighter and treated Xiaofu. "Uncle Zhongli, I'm sorry. I spoke too much," Xiaofu said with a look of guilt. "What did you say?" Zhongli Rui asked as he applied the medicine to Xiaofu. "Today is Qingming Festival. Many human uncles and aunts are offering sacrifices to their deceased family members. Little Chouhua said she missed her mother at the dock. Although she could only scream, she had given her life. She had discussed with me whether she should steal some food for the journey, return to the dock, and rescue her mother. I was scared to death. The dock was now full of soldiers under Aunt Yelina's command. If she went, she would be misunderstood and killed in vain. Besides, their mother had been freed by you long ago and was no longer with us. I didn't want little Chouhua to make a mistake and lose her life in vain. So in my panic As he spoke, Xiaofu's eyes welled with tears. Zhongli Rui, on the other hand, felt a mixture of emotions. In his haste to stop Xiaocua's impulsive filial piety, Xiaofu had spoken the wrong words, leading to the four men's reckless behavior. Xiaocua, performing the sacrifice nearby, overheard these words. Her eyes darkened, filled with regret. Then, facing the ocean on the image, the four Batman boys and girls knelt, their hands clasped together, in silent prayer. At some point, Xiaocua and Xiaoyu stood up, spread their arms, and sang in unison. Batman Unknown Song. Ah. Xiaocua and Xiaoyu's song consisted of a single word, ah. Yet, through the melodious rhythm of the lyrics, they fully expressed their attachment to their deceased mother during this Qingming festival. Their simple voices, filled with sorrow and longing, seemed to pierce time and space, conveying their endless longing for their mother to distant souls. Fongren stood quietly by, watching the four young men and women who had once made mistakes due to misunderstandings. A complex wave of emotions welled up in his heart. He stepped forward and patted Xiaofu's shoulder. "Sister, thank you. Brother Wang, I made a mistake. Why are you still thanking me?" Xiaofu asked anxiously. "Thank you for always watching over Mom." "So now you and I still have Mom," Fongren said sincerely, then patted Xiaofu's head. Zhongli Rui looked at the siblings with an approving smile. As the singing faded, the four bat-like boys and girls slowly stood up. The hatred and anger in their eyes disappeared, replaced by determination. The four bowed again to Zhongli Rui. "Uncle Zhongli Rui, we apologize for interrupting your ancestral ceremony today. We will surely save more of our people and our human allies in the future." "All right, my children, my allies," Zhongli Rui said softly. "Let bygones be bygones. We must move forward." The four Batmen nodded in agreement. Then, they all departed from this place filled with memories. The matter had come to a temporary end. Everyone, No, Zhongli Rui and the 6 Batmen, took off for their return trip. During the flight, "Master, just now, I tested Xiao Chuanghua and Xiaoyu, and their singing chorus showed a singer compatibility of 79.33%. Zhongli Rui was somewhat surprised in his mecha. They both actually have this ability? Doesn't that mean they could form a flying girls choir with Xiaofu? Master, singers like Madam can only function on warships or in the rear of the battle line. Your joke could actually be used as a new tactic, Yujia said in a teasing tone, half serious. Furthermore, the Cerberus's roar can counter new humans, but not Bat-Demahumans. Therefore, they could also play a role in future offensives. A flying battlefield choir, Zhongli Rui said thoughtfully. Chapter 304. Aunt, are you there? Zhongli Rui landed on the rooftop of a high-rise building in the Jiayuan residential complex. After a moment's thought, he decided to contact Bai Lingxin. Bai Lingxin, on the other side, grumbled inwardly, wondering how she could not be there. She and her two daughters had been keeping tabs on the various incidents Zhongli Rui encountered while in the Great Xia Dragon Bird battlesuit. I'm here. Rui, what's up? I have something I want to talk to you about privately. Okay. By the way, I bring some tea. We can talk over it. What would you like, green tea or scented tea? Scented tea, please. 30 minutes later, on the rooftop of a high-rise building controlled by the Special Administrative Region, by the river. When Zhongli Rui landed in his mecha suit, Bai Lingxin, without her armor, was already seated, waiting for him. Nearby, the purple-red Moi battlesuit, transformed into a bodyguard, was making tea for Bai Lingxin. Seeing this, Zhongli Rui grumbled, this armor is truly intelligent. How can it be used like this? Looking at his aunt, who looked like a beautiful woman in her 20s, Zhongli Rui suddenly saw before his eyes a 3D projection of Yujia, who had repeatedly told him she loved him. But before, it was a 3D projection. Now, it was a real person. This feeling was truly bizarre. No, the aunt before him was a 52-year-old soul, and a reborn one. Bai Lingxin's current body was the product of a 1-year resurrection, using growth-accelerating nanobots. And, since he was married, what was he thinking when he looked at his aunt like this? Alas, it was all Yujia's fault. She kept saying she loved him, and wanted to keep her feelings. Had he been tricked by Yujia? Zhongli Rui felt a surge of weakness, sensing the absurdity of his thoughts. Yujia detected a subtle shift in Zhongli Rui's emotions. A 2% heartbeat? And the target is Mom? Not good. In Chen Xiaoyu's villa, the injured Xiaofu was bewildered. Mom, how could the Governor-General just finish the ceremony for our parents, and then go on a date with his godmother behind Aunt Xinyan's back? What's going on? Chen Xiaoyu, who was sipping her homemade lemon iced tea, spat it out. Rui, if you don't accept me, that's fine, but what do you mean by meeting with Mom alone? Chen Xiaoyu clenched her fists, a little annoyed. Sister, you're going too far. Nearby, Qin Xiaoyao, who was conducting final adjustments on a medium-sized special bomb, a special decisive battle weapon his parents had recently developed, angrily said. Aisha, who was changing her daughter's dressing, looked helplessly at her daughter, who had yet again lied to the truth, thinking to herself, ah la, this governor is so swamped with debt, tsk. At the scene, Zhongli Rui also disarmed his Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, and told him to wait in bodyguard mode. However, as Zhongli Rui approached the table, the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor in bodyguard mode followed him. Huh? Zhongli Rui asked curiously. Yujia, didn't I tell you to wait? The Great Xia Dragon Bird armor didn't stop, but instead projected a 3D projection of Yujia. Not a half-body projection, but a 1:1 full-body projection. Yujia, what are you doing? Bai Lingxin, leisurely sipping her tea, watched the projection of Yujia and chuckled, good daughter. I'm talking about work with your brother today. What are you so worried about? Yujia didn't answer. Instead, she privately telepathically communicated with Bai Lingxin, Mom, what are you doing? It's like you're on a secret date with Rui today. He's already attracted to me. Huh? This guy is actually attracted to me? With me like this? That's hilarious, ha ha ha. Mom, you're still laughing. Alright. We talk about this mess later. I'm telling you, be good and join us for the technical analysis. Your master is probably looking for me to discuss cross-sea warfare tactics. Huh? Oh. After the quick communication, Bai Lingxin remained calm and said to Yujia beside her, ah daughter, you're just in time. Rui has some tactical ideas, and you can analyze them together. Yes, Mom, Yujia's projection nodded. Bai Lingxin turned to the Moi armor, who was pouring tea, and said, alright, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyao, and Dr. Aisha. Everyone project out. Rui actually has a big idea for us today. In the villa, Chen Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaoyao, and Aisha exchanged glances, then opted to go online and project themselves in 3D. Rui, if I'm right, you're here to talk to me about the discovery earlier this morning that Xiaoyu, and Xiao Chuanghua also possess vocal abilities, right? Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaoyao, and Aisha, huh? Zhongli Rui nodded, then looked at Yujia. Yujia, report the measurement results. Yes. Yujia was quite cooperative. According to testing, when Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuanghua sang and performed the cemetery ritual, the vocal matching degree of the chorus reached over 79%. Humph. Among the Batman girls, singers are truly prolific, Qin Xiaoyao said. There are already a small number of Batmen now, sister. This sample data doesn't mean much. Qin Xiaoyao crossed her arms. That's probably not the point. Bai Lingqing took a sip of her tea, and then said calmly, Rui, tell me your plan. Okay, then I get straight to the point. We've been doing a lot of work lately, including forming an alliance with Feng Ren's kingdom and training him. Actually, Feng Ren's appearance has given me a completely new tactical plan for the future cross-sea attack on the Ontario Research Institute. What do you mean by completely new possibilities? Aisha asked. My original plan was that in the face of the Batman's nightmarish swarm-like assault tactics, we might only be able to use weapons of mass destruction from a distance from the Institute to eliminate all the incoming Batmen from the air. This. Aisha, Feng Ren and Xiaofu's mother, grimaced upon hearing this. Zhongli Rui spoke calmly, even with a touch of coldness, Dr. Aisha, this is what I initially thought when formulating future tactical plans after the cross-sea operation. Yujia, report the combat data to Dr. Aisha, including the data from the Bering Strait rescue and interception operations. Yes, Master. Dr. Aisha, during the Alaskan campaign, our forces, including your brothers, encountered a total of 411 Batmen. The Turtle and the southbound forces were attacked by 3,300 giant bloodthirsty bats, and 300 Batmen. The 20,000-man refugee force. The fleet was completely defeated by the swarm of creatures. Later, the Turtle appeared and destroyed them. However, this was because these Batmen were long-distance raiders, and did not carry many explosives. They were mainly warriors. Later, the interception fleet led by the Master encountered only 10 high-speed self-destructing Batmen, and one broke through the air defenses and almost blew up the bridge. At that time, it was Chief Petty Officer Xiaofeng who bravely intercepted and killed the self-destructing Batman, thus saving the Beishi. A total of 411 Batmen were killed, 410 were killed, and one was captured and has now surrendered. Aisha made a crossed hand gesture with her metal tentacles, then said, That's Blood Claw, my son's top general, right? Yes, Doctor, Yujia continued. Following the recent cyber attack, I briefly hacked into the data and surveillance of the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences. I discovered that the number of Batmen used as war supplies has reached 1,000. In the future, if the human coalition attacks the fortress without comprehensive measures to counter them, heavy casualties will be incurred. Zhongli Rui then added, judging from Blood Claw's situation, these Batmen are skilled in using light weapons and possess exceptional mobility. A veteran fighter like Blood Claw is no match for an attack helicopter because she's far more agile. Furthermore, although the Beishi has undergone a major upgrade, significantly enhancing its air defenses, I can't guarantee our safety against what could be over 100 self-destructing, frail Batmen. Our human coalition now possesses a high degree of. The only combat units we have are 2 Xuanwu-class high-speed landships, 1 Taodia-class landship, 3 Bison-class giant hovercrafts, and 3 US AC-130 aerial gunships. These units look powerful, but they're all very vulnerable to these fast-moving, suicidal Batmen. Especially the AC-130s and Bisons. They're not very resilient, and could be destroyed in a single hit. Asia's eyes widened as a thought occurred to her. So you value Windblade's power so highly, and want to replicate it when you return? Windblade's power can only mitigate the aerial threat to a certain extent, Zhongli Rui continued. His ability has a limited effect on the number of giant bloodthirsty bats. Even with the amplifier, he can only control a maximum of 1,000 at a time. And our conservative estimate is that the number of bats near the Ontario hive could exceed 10,000. So, considering all this, I briefly considered launching a direct attack with weapons of mass destruction near the hive to eliminate these light units in one fell swoop. But if we did that, Zhongli Rui's tone grew grave. Whether it's a thermobaric bomb, designed to deliver high temperatures, asphyxiation, and shockwaves, or a mushroom bomb, once launched, those Batmen and the trapped zombie-like humans will be unharmed. The women present were silent at this moment. Until today, I finally saw a complete turnaround. Zhongli Rui raised his head, his eyes lighting up. Windblade is beginning to grow stronger and more powerful. And Xiaoyu, Xiao Chuanghua, and Xiaofu, they all possess the power of the singer. On the battlefield, they can not only help the coalition's new humans and ordinary humans offset the suppression caused by the Hellhound's sonic roar attacks, but they can also awaken the zombie-like humans in the hive warehouse. Wait a minute, Aunt Bai, does the power of the singer work on alpha zombies? Bai Lingxin smiled. Child, you thought it through very carefully, but it's not enough. This is one point. However, you're lucky. My husband, Lao Chun, and I have run tests. The zombies in Lifeown country actually have both the alpha virus and new human nanobots. However, once the new human nanobots are activated by the power of the singer, the effects of the alpha virus on the human body will be eliminated within a month. Really? Zhongli Rui was overjoyed, but then his expression became complicated. So, if the new human nanobots are fully developed, they can really resolve the alpha zombie virus crisis in Lifeown country? Chapter 305. Bai Lingxin's eyes were cold as she said, "Ask the Gale Nation authorities, and those fools in Ontario." They were clearly discussing cooperation, but they insisted on murder and robbery, right? They ended up stealing a half-finished product, and only ended up dying faster. Don't you think they're stupid? Now they're asking us, the victims, to save their lost world. What a sin! Everyone, except Yu Jia, had interesting expressions. Yu Jia secretly monitored. Bai Lingxin, emotional check, pain 65%. Master, emotional check, pity 25%, sympathy 35%, admiration 30%. Mom, you suffered. So, Master's feelings towards Mom are compassion and respect. I was too narrow-minded. Annie, we will change this. Now, we have the power, Zhongli Rui said soothingly. Child, you're right. However, there are two things you overlooked. What? Zhongli Rui looked puzzled. Have you forgotten what that little girl, Blood Claw, was wearing on her head when you fought her? A woman with a soul age of 52, calling a demi-human girl, who was actually about 1 year old, oh no! A mind control device. How could I have forgotten about that? Zhongli Rui was horrified. It's okay, old Chun and I have already created a countermeasure. Xiaoyao. How's the final optimization going? Qin Xiaoyao expressed confidence. I tested it, and there's no problem. Just that, before launching, we have to destroy the anti-aircraft weapons near the mother nest. This thing only has 2 rounds, and it would be bad if it was intercepted. Zhongli Rui was still a little confused. What kind of powerful weapon is it? It's so mysterious. Chen Xiaoyu smiled and continued, Brother Rui, you know that mind control headband is an electronic product, right? Huh? Yeah. Then what are the killer electronic products? Chen Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Zhongli Rui's mouth dropped open. You already built that thing? Over a year ago, before the global crisis, wasn't this field still in combat? Chen Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Zhongli Rui. You're supposed to be smart and open-minded. Ground effect flight principles, nuclear-powered high-speed land vehicles, practical electromagnetic guns, practical laser anti-aircraft guns, stealthy small-sized humanoids, and fighter combination mechas, all these things already exist. It's not surprising that something like that appeared. I forgot to mention that before my accident, my sister and I were the main developers of those weapon units. I'm in charge, and she's the deputy. Zhongli Rui, Indeed, the equipment I use is already so much more advanced than the active military. How could I have forgotten? Well, I guess I'm just used to it. Hearing that his family had already prepared such weapons, Zhongli Rui felt relieved. Great. Now all the building blocks are basically in place. But Bai Lingxin reminded, we only have all the building blocks now. Some of these building blocks are unique, or very weak. Rui, you have a heavy burden ahead of you. You have to make sure these weak building blocks must be made strong and reliable to increase the margin of error. I know what you mean. Zhongli Rui took a sip of his tea. Actually, the team and I have put so much effort into making Phongrun reliable recently, and that's part of it. So, starting today, Xiaofu, Xiao Chuangguo, and Xiaoyu will also undergo intensive training. Of course, my expectations for Phongrun, and indeed for all the Batmen, are not so short-sighted as to be just for a single battle. I hope he can join us in peacefully coexisting and ushering in a new era. You have such high expectations for Phongrun and the others? Asia was a little surprised. Strictly speaking, well, Batmen are considered a hybrid of the new human race. Zhongli Rui shrugged. I always believe that the new human race should be dedicated to creating a new era, not used for war and narrow, short-term goals. Bai Lingxin's expression turned shocked upon hearing this. She was so excited that she almost dropped her teacup. Annie, are you okay? Seeing Bai Lingxin's reaction, Zhongli Rui quickly asked with concern. Did I say something wrong? No, Rui, my dear child, what you said is exactly what I want. You know, using nanorobots to improve and enhance human physiques, creating new humans, and helping human society enter a new era, this was indeed my dream in my previous life. I didn't expect that you would share the same sentiment now. I'm just so happy. Bai Lingxin smiled, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Yu Jia activated her great Xia dragon bird armor. Her fingers deftly picked up a tissue from the table and wiped away Bai Lingxin's tears. Thank you, my dear daughter. Bai Lingxin composed herself and smiled. My dear child, you are truly kind. You think so far ahead. I believe our shared vision still has a chance of being realized. Of course, right now, we must take the first step towards realizing these aspirations, restoring civilization and achieving peace on Blue Planet. We haven't yet gotten over that tormented mind that, bent on revenge, is driving humanity to a dead end. Yeah. Or Ning In? Zhongli Rui muttered the name silently, sighing softly again. Zhongli Rui couldn't help but be lost in thought as he gazed upon the reborn Bai Lingxin. Because, looking at Bai Lingxin, he naturally thought of someone else. The previous demon king who destroyed the world, Qin Jinquan. Now, to atone for his sins, he's been reborn and renamed Qin Pan. Originally, Qin Jinquan, as the richest man in the country, simply wanted to pursue his dreams. However, he was ravaged by the powerful in Lifeng Kingdom, and the corrupt collusion within Dakian, leading to his family's destruction and his devastating path of revenge. And Ning In, the monster couple, were victims of the Ontario Group's outsourced projects, a madcap experiment. They were both seeking revenge for their wives. In this sense, he and it were incredibly similar. Thinking of this, Zhongli Rui felt a mixture of emotions. Although the morality of the old era is indeed a shackle on science and technology, to some extent, shackles are also a form of protection. Unchecked, relentlessly advancing technology is a disaster for the old era. Yu Jia, I'm detecting complex emotions from the master. 22% pity, 28% sorrow, 15% heaviness, 20% sympathy, and 15% reflection. From the perspective of human thought, the master and mother are both individuals of great wisdom. They are both outstanding representatives of post-apocalyptic humanity. This time, it was Zhongli Rui's turn to calm down and speak again. Auntie, everyone, now that we have hope and a direction, what we need to do next is to make full preparations to realize this hope. Don't worry, the decisive battle for cutting-edge weapons. My two girls, and I will handle it. Bai Lingxin took another sip of tea. As for the tactical-grade weapons used by the troops, you should consult your half-blood sweetheart from Rakshasa country. You usually call her by her nickname so fluently. At this remark, Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaoyao, and Yu Jia all looked unhappy, while Aisha remained in her place, laughing to herself. Zhongli Rui, of course, knew that Bai Lingxin was referring to the preparations for the production of the thermobaric bomb's fuel-air explosive agent. Auntie, I wouldn't dare mess with that toxic half-blooded Rakshasa girl. She's always drugging people, and using those reckless kamikaze attacks. I can't afford to mess with her. I can't afford to mess with her. Puff. At this remark, all the women, including Bai Lingxin, burst into laughter. So, regarding your idea of the Flying Girl Singer team, you should go find your goddess sister, Di Xinyan. Bai Lingxin's smile faded, and she continued half-jokingly, her beautiful master has more and more disciples. Yeah, and all of them are beauties, he. Zhongli Rui, it seems so. Well, whether she accepts disciples, is her business. The fact that she accepts beautiful disciples has nothing to do with me. Zhongli Rui shrugged calmly. Well, it's all fate. Xinyan's brainwaves are the closest to yours, Auntie. The most powerful singer Blue Star has discovered so far, with a normal fit of over 98%. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui's inspiration struck him, and he looked at Bai Lingxin with an earnest gaze. Auntie, Xinyan's is 98% to 99%, so why don't you, the original master? Pass. Bai Lingxin and Qin Xiaoyu frowned simultaneously. Qin Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seeing the expressions of the three family members, Zhongli Rui looked puzzled. Why? Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, Rui, don't embarrass my mother. You know, it's not enough that she can't sing. When she was young, she not only beat up the school hunk, but back in the days of karaoke, not only did she blast her ears with her devilish voice, she even blew glass with her singing. You let her come? You want to try out a 100% negative energy singer's sonic attack? This. Zhongli Rui and Aisha were instantly amused. Bai Lingxin, the singer's brainwave coordinate reference, was actually tone-deaf and a gangster who blasted the school hunk when she was young? That school hunk was really miserable, Zhong Lirui muttered unconsciously, strategically picking up his teacup to drink. The words were so quiet that the other girls didn't hear them. But Yu Jia did. Yu Jia chuckled and whispered, "Master, a kind reminder. That school hunk later became Mr. Chen." Zhong Lirui nearly spat out the tea he had strategically taken. Chapter 306. Later, when Zhong Lirui, along with Xiaofu, Xiaoyu, and Zhao Chuangguo, appeared before Di Xinyan, who had just returned from the ritual, and explained their purpose, Di Xinyan's expression was truly remarkable. Di Xinyan couldn't help but think of her students. Wu Na, nurse trainee, deceased in the hospital; Lu Xiaoya, nurse trainee, deceased in Jinshan; Gu Anqi, nurse trainee, singer student, Lingnan province's top internet celebrity after the apocalypse; Ai Shirley, nurse trainee, future princess of the Batman Kingdom; Yelena, singer student, governor of the Demon City; Nun Jingxian, singer student; Xiaofu, Batman singer student. Now, including the new arrival Xiaoyu and Zhao Chuangguo, she had already been a teacher to 9 girls. Seeing Di Xinyan's hesitation, Zhong Lirui assumed she disagreed, so he cautiously asked, "Hey, Xinyan, is this difficult? Or do you disagree?" Xiaoyu and Zhao Chuangguo immediately expressed worry. Di Xinyan regained her composure, looking at the expectant eyes before her, especially the innocent faces of Xiaoyu and Zhao Chuangguo, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She smiled slightly, shook her head, and said, "No, it's not that I disagree. It's just that, suddenly, I feel a great sense of responsibility. You know, for every disciple, I hope they can be safe and happy, and find their own path. And that path is often filled with unknowns and challenges." She paused, her gaze sweeping across their faces, and continued, "Children, although I don't know your past, since you have chosen this path, I am willing to be your master and guide you forward. However, remember, a master can only lead you in, but the practice is up to you. The future path remains to be traversed by you." Upon hearing Di Xinyan's agreement, Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuanghuo smiled with relief, and Zhong Lirui also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that once Di Xinyan agreed, she would treat each of her apprentices wholeheartedly, just as she had treated every girl before her. Di Xinyan approached Zhong Lirui and whispered, "Rui, I know your intention. Protect them on the battlefield. They are not only our hope for victory, but also the future of the Batman Kingdom, and the spark of harmonious coexistence between the Batman race and humans. Please protect them." Zhong Lirui nodded sincerely, "Not just them, but also you, and all the people I protect. I will protect you." Faced with Zhong Lirui's solemn declaration, Di Xinyan responded sincerely, "My husband, you are not alone. You have your strength, and I have mine. You protect me, and I protect you. Together, we will create a new world. Okay, together, we will create a new world." The days passed. Feng Ren and the other Batmen grew significantly stronger during their training. Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuanghua, under Di Xinyan's guidance, also began to consistently utilize their medium-intensity singer power. Of course, their singer power reached a higher value when they sang in chorus. One day near May, Zhong Lirui was inspecting the situation at Units 107 and 191 at the arsenal when Situ Kong approached him. "General Zhongli, I have something to report that may be of significant benefit to future battles." "Go ahead," Zhong Lirui gestured to the chief of staff to report. Wang Gang was also listening in. "Yes. The soldiers from the original warehouse garrison are the awakened warriors. Recently, their bodies have fully recovered. Now, after testing and assessment, we discovered something astonishing. Their current physical fitness far surpasses that of the original 60-plus Special Forces members. Furthermore, their bodies are impervious to standard gunfire." "I know that," Zhong Lirui said calmly. "The general public in Lingnan province now knows that awakened ones are merely defective new humans. Of course, once their bodies fully recover, their physical abilities, while not as strong as those of a fully functional new human like me, are still far superior to those of a normal human." Situ Kong nodded. "General Zhongli, I understand you're planning the upcoming offensive against Andalusia. Wouldn't this reinforced company of awakened ones be more suitable for accompanying your robotic secret guards in the event of a hostage rescue operation?" Zhong Lirui looked at Situ Kong, pondered for a moment, and then smiled meaningfully. "Do you want your family, Xian, to gain experience instead of constantly guarding the university?" Situ Kong's face remained expressionless. He simply said, "Sir, I simply feel it's a waste of such a powerful ace unit guarding our home." Zhong Lirui glanced at Wang Gang. Wang Gang was both amused and infuriated at the moment. "Hey, Chief of Staff, It was me and the Special Forces who led General Zhongli forward several times. Now, your son and his depot unit have become awakened and powerful, so they're trying to steal our Special Forces jobs? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, I'm not being partial. I'm just concerned about your safety. Oh, we Special Forces soldiers also need to worry about our own safety? Sidu Kong's expression turned serious. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, you and the remaining 60 or so veterans of the Special Forces are certainly strong and battle-hardened. But most of them are still ordinary humans. Did you know that awakened soldiers, like Lieutenant Situ, are 40% stronger than normal soldiers? Fully equipped, they can actually run at a 40-yard sprint. Furthermore, they have incredible endurance. Even more terrifying, if they're shot in the head, they won't die easily. What you say is indeed true, Wang Gang continued to argue. However, it must be pointed out that these awakened warriors, including Major General Zhongli, and the other new humans, are extremely afraid of the Hellhound's growl. That's why I'm training the Singer Squad, Zhongli Rui said calmly. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, it's not that I look down on Special Forces soldiers. It's simply that their physical constitutions make them vulnerable to infection in such a terrifying and dangerous environment as the Mother Nest, and if something goes wrong, they'd be hard-pressed to escape. Special Forces soldiers, fully equipped, can only travel at a maximum speed of 10 yards per hour, and only for 2 hours. My son and his men can travel at 40 yards per hour fully equipped. Whether it's combat or rescue, they seem more suited, right? After all, Major General Zhongli and the remnants of the Changsheng group only have 36 of those powerful robots right now. Well, Wang Gang was speechless, unable to find a suitable rebuttal. He sighed softly, feeling that while Situ Kong's reasoning was selfish, it seemed quite reasonable. The physical abilities of new humans and awakened ones far surpassed those of ordinary people. This was common knowledge in Lingyan Prefecture. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and made his arrangements. Here's how, Captain Wang Gang. You will arrange for the 4 new human Special Forces soldiers who were resurrected as new humans last time to be promoted in rank and assigned to the Awakened Company for instruction and training. I need them to quickly transform from physically imposing warehouse garrisons into truly formidable Awakened Special Forces. Wang Gang's expression brightened upon hearing this. Zhongli Rui's intention was clearly to form a second Special Operations Company. As the commander of the Special Forces, he naturally felt much better about such an arrangement. As for the original Special Operations Company 1, which is primarily composed of ordinary personnel, they will indeed not be conducting raids into the hive during the future attack on Ontario. However, I need you to operate the swarm, with sniper and anti-material sniper weapons, to support the second company and assist in rescuing trapped personnel. Zhongli Rui smiled. No matter how powerful the new humans and awakened ones are, even Murong Chanfeng, AC-3 Special New Human, cannot withstand the firepower. Wang Gang was immediately delighted when he heard this. He saluted Zhongli Rui. Yes, sir. That's a wise decision. Sidu Kong also saluted Zhongli Rui. Yes, sir. Thank you for giving those reborn soldiers a chance to save humanity. Leaving the arsenal, Zhongli Rui asked Sidu Kong casually, Chief of Staff, by the way, how is your son now? He feels very guilty, and is training hard to atone for his mistakes. What mistake did he make? Zhongli Rui was puzzled. Why don't I remember? Sidu Kong sighed. Sir, when we recaptured the warehouse, Dean T used his ability to awaken all the zombies in the base. My son told me that after everyone regained consciousness, he led his troops, due to a misunderstanding, to accidentally kill 100 zombie-like citizens who had already regained consciousness. Second, my son requests that we first comply with the regulations and make amends for our crimes. Zhongli Rui then remembered that this had indeed happened. When he led his elite squad into the base, Xiao Wanner had asked for his help. He was unaware of this, wasn't he? Zhongli Rui thought, letting it go. Sir, I think it's right for my son to accept responsibility for his actions. Furthermore, they did accidentally kill a recovered awakened citizen. That's a fact. Well, alright, Zhongli Rui said seriously. At that time, they accidentally killed 100 awakened citizens, right? 105. They were later cremated and buried. Very well then. Special Operations Company 2, first in line. In future battles in Ontario, if you rescue at least 105 awakened citizens, you make amends. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you, sir. Sidu Kong said excitedly. Zhongli Rui sighed inwardly. Such is the love of parents. Chapter 307. Bering Strait, Cape Dejnial Fortress, new biological radar station. Today, The radar early warning troops of the Gale and Rakshasa nations continue to stare at their screens while sipping coffee, just as they did day after day. Suddenly, several blips appeared on the radar screen, catching the attention of the Allied radar soldiers. Radar detected a target 30 kilometers away, across the Bering Strait. Comparing the profile data, damn, it's a hellhound monster. Threat level, Alpha. The radar soldier gulped down his coffee, grabbed his radio, and began reporting. Soon after, Major General Sorokov and Governor Leon at Cape Dezhnev Fortress received the news simultaneously. Staring at the screen, at the distinct blips of the fleece-blooded hellhound on the distant coastline, Sorokov expressed confusion. Rakshasa language, strange. It's early summer now. The sea is clear of ice and impassable, so why are these hellhound monsters appearing right on the coastline? The accompanying translator translated the language to Leon. Leon's face was grim. No way. Could the Cerberus have evolved again? Can it swim across the sea? Solokov stared at the radar screen for a few seconds, then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and ordered, Level 1 Combat Alert. Tanks, attack. Air Defense Forces, stand by. Rocket Artillery Units, get ready. Bison Giant Hovercraft, stand by. Air Force, prepare hypersonic missiles. Attack helicopters, take off. Citizens, prepare to evacuate. Solokov then glanced at Leon. Leon immediately understood Sorokov's orders from his adjutant's translation. He also issued the order, Level 1 Combat Alert. Army and National Guard, prepare to escort citizens to evacuation. All AC-130 gunships, loaded, take off, hover in the air, and stand by. Drones, conduct on-site reconnaissance on the other side. Sorokov quickly learned the details of Leon's order, and naturally realized that the Allied and U.S. forces had already made the same all-out response deployment as himself. He then gave Leon a sincere look. Leon returned the same look. The two current commanders of the Rakshasa Army and the U.S. Army exchanged a reassuring glance, then nodded slightly, and returned their attention to the radar screen and the high-speed drone footage they had just opened. The drone's feed began to transmit images of the sky over the strait back to the command room. On the Alaskan coastline, a gigantic, blood-flecked, three-headed hellhound monster stood ready near the shore. 60 meters above it, a strange humanoid figure with enormous bat-like wings appeared in the air. This being's body was roughly the proportions of a human woman, but entirely encased in a flesh armor of muscle and shell. Her head was equipped with a special sensor device. Behind her, about 100 warrior bat men, wearing the same mind-controlled headbands Blood Claw had worn, also spread their wings and hovered in the air, ready for action. This strange being's flesh and blood visor suddenly opened, revealing the smooth face of a human female. Something resembling an Oriental woman. She had already learned of the movements of the Rakshasa and Gale armies across the Bering Strait via satellites controlled by Ontario. Humph, cowardly humans. I'm just taking my servants for a stroll here, and you're so scared, running around like rats. Those three strange and powerful warships aren't here today. Interesting. She quickly noticed the approaching high-speed military reconnaissance drone launched by the Allies. In the operations room, Leon and Sorokov were glued to the drone's feed. Soon, they spotted a strange, unfamiliar entity hovering in the air. What is this? Sorokov looked puzzled. This thing looks like a succubus donning flesh armor? A product of flesh technology, as described in the intelligence? Leon's expression was thoughtful. As the translator spoke, Sorokov nodded. What you said is very likely. It seems the Cerberus can't swim. Oh no, we've been tricked. This thing is deliberately luring us out. It can control satellites. Our military's disposition has been exposed. Sorokov's expression turned panicked. Leon quickly understood his intention, his expression also turning into astonishment. Just as the two commanders realized they had been tricked, something unusual happened. The mysterious entity suddenly noticed the high-speed reconnaissance drone conducting reconnaissance. Two more hands appeared behind her, pulling out the Iron Fist bazooka from somewhere behind them, and aiming it at the drone. Leon's mouth widened in surprise. No way. Iron Fist 3 bazooka. As Sorokov and Leon stared in amazement, the mysterious being fired the Iron Fist 3 bazooka from its other two hands. The rocket, traveling at 243 meters per second, trailed a trail of smoke as it hurtled towards the reconnaissance drone, which had temporarily slowed down and was circling nearby. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the high-speed unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was hit, disintegrating into a ball of fire and plunging into the sea, followed by a secondary explosion. The drone's feed cut out instantly, and silence fell upon the operations room. Surikov and Leon exchanged a look of disbelief and solemnity. How is this possible? Leon muttered, clearly unable to accept the reality before him. Surikov clenched his fists and remained silent. The being with flesh and blood armor and an oriental face sneered at the weapon in his hand with satisfaction. Human-made toys, eh? Truly fascinating. Humanity is a truly contradictory being. In peacetime, it constantly prepares for war, sparing no expense, using every possible means. Yet, when war truly strikes, humanity is so vulnerable. Struggle, humans. We meet again. Then, amidst the solemn expressions of Leon and Surikov, the cursor of the fleece-blooded Cerberus on the radar screen gradually receded. The mysterious entity, accompanied by a large group of Batmen and the fleece-blooded Cerberus, departed. This entity. In the data world, Kunlu learned of the events in the Bering Strait from intercepted U.S. military reconnaissance footage. Madam, there's something going on. Kunlu, having finished compiling the comprehensive briefing, quickly connected with Bai Lingxin. After reading the briefing and observing the events, Bai Lingxin said solemnly to Chen Pan beside her, Hubby, this brain in a vat has an incredibly strong learning ability. Yes. Chen Pan nodded, his expression equally grim. It's an elite unit, created using flesh and blood technology after observing and learning from the Golden Crow wing fighter and the Great Xia Dragon bird armor. It's speculated to be a battlefield commander, akin to a general. Those bastards in Ontario really did something horrible. Bai Lingxin frowned. Chapter 308. After the monster reconnaissance corps retreated, Leon and Surikov both looked grim. All following is translated by the translator. Our enemy has grown stronger, Surikov said gravely. We are gathering strength and reorganizing our forces, but it seems those monsters are not only increasing their strength, but have also evolved into high-threat units. This newly emerged elite flying unit, clad in flesh-tech armor, clearly possesses high intelligence and is proficient in operating weapons like the Iron Fist 3. Therefore, aerial units pose an even greater threat to attack helicopters and AC-130 gunships. Leon said this after contemplating the figure and her skillful tactical maneuvers in shooting down reconnaissance drones. Surikov thought for a moment and said to Adjutant Alyosha, Adjutant, unblock the Savage Land Exoskeleton Project, the former Red Alliance's land-based exoskeleton, and move them out of storage. But, General, the power batteries in those small mechs are substandard. They can only sustain combat for an hour and a half. Alyosha looked troubled. These mechs aren't required to advance with the tanks, helicopter gunships, and bisons. They're simply required to be deployed on bisons, or even sit atop tanks, as anti-aircraft firepower points. Those guys have 7.62mm Gatling guns in their left hands, and 12.7mm heavy machine guns in their right hands, right? They shouldn't have any trouble with low-frequency combat like that, right? If not, a typical modern battle would be decided in 2 hours. If that still doesn't work, abandon the armor and retreat. Is that okay? Oh well. Also, prepare one for me. Didn't Governor Zhongli previously share the follow-up strategy? The Bison will be a crucial rescue and transport unit, Surikov said. I will personally guard our Bison hovercraft. General. That's an order? Yes, General. Leon looked at Surikov with emotion. He thought for a moment, then said, Give me one too. Bison 1. My men and I will guard it. Surikov nodded. Afterwards, Alyosha brought Leon, Surikov, and a group of elite troops to the newly unsealed Savage project, which had reached 80% development progress from the pre-Red Alliance era. Looking at the 32.5-meter tall Savage first-generation individual exoskeleton mechas neatly arranged in the warehouse, Leon couldn't help but tut. However, Colonel Thomas, who was accompanying them, was a little dissatisfied. This thing appears to be ambulatory, so its mobility is poor. Furthermore, it only has a medium-caliber Gatling gun, 7.62, and a heavy machine gun, 12.7. Based on its design concept, it's not as easy to mass-produce as an individual light machine gun ammunition system. The firepower increase is limited, and its survivability is likely even lower than that of a veteran soldier using an individual machine gun ammunition system. The survival rate is higher for those who hide. Adjutant Alyosha nodded in agreement. Well, Colonel Thomas, your vision is very accurate. This is why the Great Red Alliance military evaluated and terminated this project after development. Leon smiled. This thing may not have the endurance to maneuver in March, but it's much more capable as an anti-aircraft firepower point than a soldier using an individual machine gun ammunition system. After all, this thing has its own skeleton for support, while an individual machine gun ammunition system relies primarily on the soldier's physical strength. Thomas thought for a moment and said to Alyosha, I see these savages have redundant sockets on the shoulders and back. How about installing a few of your Rakshasa army's Sting-S micro-anti-aircraft missiles? It looks like a 4-round burst would be suitable. Alyosha's eyes lit up. Colonel, that's a great suggestion. This would significantly increase the firepower of a single savage. How did you come up with that? Thomas shrugged. You gave me an idea. Didn't you suggest that I equip the AC-130 with gun-launched missiles? Wouldn't that increase firepower? Alyosha smiled slightly embarrassedly. This was his suggestion. However, at the time, his suggestion was also tinged with calculations. He then calculated the redundant payload, center of gravity, and other parameters with the technicians, confirming that installing small anti-aircraft missiles was indeed feasible. The US and Rakshasa forces then contacted Zhongli Rui, Yelena, and Long Zhanya to inform them of the day's events. The following is all language translated simultaneously by the translator. Governor Zhongli, Governor Ekaterina, and the Ontario side have evolved and cultivated a new elite monster. Leon then played the only video clip for everyone to watch. Dakian Fong, Zhongli Rui, Ekaterina, and Long Zhanya's expressions suddenly grew solemn. Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin, who were also attending the meeting, observed the video and briefly analyzed it. High-speed target lock capability, load-carrying flight capability, super strong senses, the ability of 4 arms, and the ability to hover in the air. Furthermore, judging by the Batman's situation, it is estimated that she possesses strength exceeding that of a Batman, and likely also has rapid regeneration and recovery capabilities. Furthermore, the headband on her head acts more like a controller. The Batmen around her seem to obey her commands. This is simply a technological replica of Lord of the Rings, Zhongli Rui said calmly. A very accurate assessment, Bai Lingxin said. Based on the situation at the scene and analysis of some data intercepted by Changsheng Group satellites, this general, with oriental appearance, and wearing flesh and blood technological armor, used this special headband to more precisely control the tactical movements of the Batmen on the scene. If that's the case, then those Batmen are doomed? Leon asked worriedly. Previously, Zhongli Rui had shared with him his plans for rescuing the Batmen and those humans who would serve as material and seedbeds. Not entirely, Zhongli Rui replied. No matter how powerful this thing is, it's still an electronic product. No matter how strong this elite general-level unit is, it's only the size of a Batman. This size determines the upper limit of its power and strength. No matter how powerful it is, it will be destroyed by a large enough missile. Solikov smiled and said, Governor Zhongli, are you so confident that a unit like this can be destroyed with a single missile? Zhongli Rui said calmly, General Solikov, the Su-30 fighter jets your giant Red Alliance built back then were practically made of titanium alloy. In actual combat, wouldn't a single missile be enough to take them out? Solikov was stunned, then laughed heartily. That makes sense. Chen Pan then spoke, General Solikov, don't worry. This flesh-tech armor is not too difficult for my Changsheng Group's mechas. It's only slightly more difficult than a warrior-type Batman capable of using light weapons. However, this unit is very agile, so your attack helicopters should be careful. Solikov confidently declared, don't worry, we prepared a countermeasure. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly, on the screen, appeared 30 silver-gray, humanoid mechas, each armed with a Gatling gun in its left hand, and an air-cooled heavy machine gun in its right. These quaint, old-fashioned mechas marched neatly out of the sealed hangar. Zhongli Rui was taken aback, a question swirling in his mind. What is this? Solikov proudly introduced it. This is the mobile anti-aircraft unit mecha of our Rakshasa army, the Savage. Savage? Zhongli Rui then remembered having seen it in a military electronics magazine. But, wasn't this thing abandoned? At this point, Yu Jia seemed to sense Zhongli Rui's confusion and kindly introduced. Master, this is the Savage, the first-generation quasi-humanoid individual mecha from the Rakshasa Kingdom. It's 2.5 meters tall, can walk at a maximum speed of 25 miles per hour, and its jumping height isn't as high as a normal human. The armor is aluminum steel, with key parts made of titanium alloy. The fixed weapon is a 7.62mm electric Gatling gun in the left hand, and an air-cooled heavy machine gun in the right. However, due to strength, cost, and a battery life of only 1.5 hours, the Savage project failed to pass review and was ultimately abandoned. In comparison, the black mechanical Dart Guard is far superior to the Savage. Aren't these just some failed products from the warehouse being used as makeshift weapons? Master, I suspect General Solikov is simply using them to bolster the Bison's hovercraft's air defenses. After all, the Bison's own weaponry is far too weak. They're probably afraid of those self-destructing Batmen, Not to mention there's now someone who can actually use Tekken 3. And at the scene, Solikov was still boasting that the Savage would definitely be able to handle the aerial threat. Yelena was stunned by Solikov's intimidation, and then quietly asked Zhongli Rui, "Rui, is this thing very powerful?" Yujiya overheard Yelena's question, and quietly hinted at Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui, after hearing Yujiya's suggestion, replied to Yelena with a wry smile, "Based on the specifications I know, one of Dakian's black mechanical guards, in stealth mode, could easily defeat 5 of these. It's just not something you can reuse. However, for air defense, it's quite reliable. The black mechanical guard's high-speed, continuous fire howitzers are equipped with anti-armor grenades, similar to the Daxia Dragon Bird, Ganjiang, and Moi armors." Yelena laughed, "Aw, so lame." Okay. Chapter 309. The meeting continued. After listening to Sorokov's introduction to the Savage Mechs, Zhongli Rui nodded slightly, and then asked a question he was concerned about. "General Sorokov, these mechs look quite good. Their firepower, combined with the 4 needle-S missiles, is indeed sufficient. However, these are, after all, relics of the Great Red Alliance from the last century. Well, I have no doubt about the combat effectiveness and vitality of the Great Red Alliance's products. How about the pilot's escape device?" Sorokov turned his head, motioning for Alyosha to continue his explanation. Alyosha then explained, "Governor Zhongli, you truly care deeply about the lives of your soldiers. I express my sincere respect. Rest assured, the Savage Mechs are designed so that if they encounter danger and must retreat, a special device on board will activate, and they will disintegrate." "Disintegrate directly?" Zhongli Rui nodded. "Is this similar to the Royal Guard's armor? Okay, that's good." Next, Dakian, Luo Sha, and Lifeng discussed and finalized some strategic and tactical details for the upcoming expedition to the Ontario Hive. "By the way, Governor Zhongli, actually, before we execute the Ontario Hive expedition strategy, there's a location that requires support and rescue from the highly mobile and combat-capable Dakian military," Liang suddenly mentioned. "What's the matter?" Zhongli Rui asked. "At the beginning, our Lifeng kingdom evacuated the North American continent in 2 groups. Approximately 20,000 people arrived by ship in Hokkaido, Ria. The southern force, led by Major Chris, successfully reached Hokkaido and encountered the remaining 10,000 survivors of Ria, including a large number of residents and a small number of remnants of the self-defense force. Only 10,000 survivors remain in the entire country of Ria." Long Zhanya's face darkened. "I always known the Ria self-defense forces were weak, but I didn't expect them to be this weak. Alas, according to Chris's report, not only is there a zombie crisis on Ria Island, but also, following the destruction of the Yoshida Life Research Institute, approximately 3 quasi-disaster level monsters and 1 high disaster level monster are wreaking havoc on Honshu Island. As a result, the already weak self-defense forces have been steadily losing ground, retreating to Hokkaido, the northernmost island. They're planning to cross the sea to Sakhalin Island." Leon rubbed his temple helplessly. "But the problem is, one of the high disaster level monsters is similar in size to Ningyan, and is powerful enough to cross the sea. My southbound troops, due to their retreat, lack heavy weapons like tanks, and the Ria self-defense forces themselves are weak, so they're forced to hide in the ruins of Sapporo, barely forming a fortress. But the previous battle with the high disaster level monster resulted in 1,324 casualties, including those from Gale and Ria. The other 4 governors present were all speechless." Luong shook his head. "Governor Zhongli, I truly cannot bear to ask for your help again. If it weren't for your and General Solikov's great international humanitarianism, all 90,000 Gale survivors would have been wiped out. But you see, General Solikov's troops and I must constantly monitor the Bering Strait, so we dare not act rashly. Therefore, the arduous task of rescuing Sapporo, Hokkaido, can only be entrusted to Dakian, who now possess a complete high-speed fleet." Solikov thought for a moment, and felt it would be inappropriate to let Dakian take all the credit again. So he offered, "This way, as Dakian's ally, we won't let you fight alone. We, the Rakshasa, have an air base on Sakhalin Island. The Rakshasa Far East Air Force can provide cover and fire support. General Sorokov, Governor Leon, this is a serious matter. Our Dakian side needs to consider it. The situation in Hokkaido is critical right now. Can you give us a quick response?" Leon asked anxiously. Zhongli Rui frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "We understand the urgency of the situation. Governor Leon, rest assured. Dakian will make a decision as soon as possible. After all, facing a global disaster, humanity should unite and respond together. However, the specific action plan requires further internal discussion. Long Zhanya then spoke up. Indeed, this matter is of great importance. We must consider not only the success rate of the military operation, but also the subsequent resettlement and reconstruction efforts. Dakian will shoulder its due responsibilities, but we must also ensure the operation is foolproof. Yelena nodded in agreement. Yes, we cannot let our warrior sacrifices go in vain. Every step requires careful planning. Solikov added, the Lusha side will also fully cooperate. If Dakian decides to act, our Lusha Far East Air Force will be on standby. Liang's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Thank you very much for your understanding and support. I believe that humanity's unity will ultimately overcome this disaster. With that, I will await good news from Dakian. In the conference room, Liang and Solikov temporarily disconnected. Master Long, Yelena, what do you think? Zhonglirui asked the two. We're currently preparing for another expedition to the Ontario Biohive, and we're planning to rescue the trapped humans and the control bat people. Saving Hokkaido and fighting those monsters right now would disrupt our strategic plans, wouldn't it? After a moment's reflection, Long Zhanya said seriously, Xia is for the smooth implementation of the entire strategic plan. We, on the other hand, need to actively rescue Hokkaido. Oh! Zhonglirui was somewhat surprised by Long Zhanya's attitude. He had instinctively expected Long Zhanya, who prioritized strategic execution, to be the first to object. Unexpectedly, Long Zhanya was the first to support it. Long Zhanya sighed. Zhongli, I always been guarding the northern border. I know firsthand how powerful those near-disaster level and disaster-level monsters are. Take the Shadowman snake I risked my life to defeat last time, for example. Before the northern border troops defeated it, it had already devoured tens of thousands of innocent soldiers and civilians. Leaving such a scourge unchecked before we embark on an expedition to Ontario would be extremely unwise. Therefore, I believe we should first eliminate the threat closer to home. While the expedition to the Ontario Hive is our primary mission, the situation in Hokkaido is equally urgent. Moreover, we are soldiers, and we cannot sit idly by and watch those humans being slaughtered by monsters. Therefore, I agree to the expedition to Hokkaido. Yelena looked thoughtful. Well, Elder Long, Arui, I agree in principle to the expedition to Hokkaido. However, can we also take the first batch of oilfield workers from the Magic City Fortress with us to Jingzhou in the East China Sea? Oilfields, restore the mining function there? At this point, Long Zhanya was a little annoyed. Xiao Yi, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but we're discussing military strategy right now. Why are you bringing up civilian construction? Can't we talk about this later? Zhonglirui suddenly woke up. Yelena, you mean to restore the full function of the oil industry in the Magic City? Yelena smiled, yes. Turning around, Yelena looked at Long Zhanya with some dissatisfaction. Old Long, I'm not convinced by what you say. Before the troops move, the food must be ready. Arui's Linganzhou warships are nuclear-powered, so that's fine. But your Taotai is conventionally powered. I remember that the previous batch of fuel was resupplied in my Magic City. And the main material for the thermobaric bombs, the killer weapons you want, comes from the oil industry. Besides, in the future, when we can get our lives back on track, the oil industry is crucial, Long Zhanya's expression suddenly turned awkward. Zhonglirui nodded in agreement, saying, Yelena is right. The oil industry is indeed key to our current economic recovery and production. If we can also restore the Jingzhou oil field in the East China Sea, it will greatly benefit the implementation of our strategy. This will not only solve our energy problem, but also lay a solid foundation for future reconstruction. Long Zhanya patted his forehead and smiled awkwardly. It seems I become confused and focus solely on military strategy, ignoring these practical issues. Yelena, you're right. We should consider everything comprehensively and ensure every step is well planned. Zhonglirui continued, then, regarding the expedition to Hokkaido, I believe we should make a decision as soon as possible. While this may slightly disrupt our strategic plans, as Elder Long said, eliminating the nearby threat is crucial to our overall strategy. Furthermore, it is our responsibility as soldiers. After some discussion, the three finally reached a consensus. They decided to dispatch a rescue force composed of the Dakian military to Hokkaido to rescue the trapped humans and eliminate the monsters there. On their way to Hokkaido, they would first stop at the Jingzhou oil field in the East China Sea to restore its production capacity and provide energy support for future reconstruction efforts. As soon as the plan was finalized, Zhonglirui and the other two immediately contacted Solikov and Liang again, expressing their willingness to dispatch troops to Hokkaido as soon as possible. Liang was overjoyed. Governor Zhongli, on behalf of the government and people of Lifeng, I express my deepest gratitude to you. Surikov also expressed his admiration. You, allies of Dakian, are true warriors. Luosha will fully cooperate with your actions. Together, we will fight for the future of humanity. Zhongli Rui smiled and responded, this is our shared responsibility. We will do our utmost to ensure the success of this operation. The four representatives then further discussed the specific action plan, including the composition of the rescue force, equipment deployment, route planning, and combat strategy. After a series of detailed discussions and planning, Dakian will dispatch the Bishi and Xiangui vessels. After passing through Modu to pick up oilfield workers, they will first reach the Jingzhou oilfield and then head north to Hokkaido in Rya to rescue Sapporo. Zhongli Rui asked Long Zhanya, Master Long, your Taotai has the most powerful firepower in the Dakian fleet. We're leaving now. Guarding our home is in your hands. Go for it, Zhongli. I guarded Dakian my entire life. Leave it to me. Chapter 310. 198, 199, 200. Fengren, wearing a weighted vest, completed 200 push-ups. Very good, young prince. Your strength is much greater now than when we first met, Murong Chanfeng praised. Alas, I'm still far behind teacher Murong. Fengren stood up. Freshly finished training, sweat streamed down Fengren's body like a waterfall, causing Ai Shirley, who was nearby, to feel uneasy. As they hadn't officially married yet, Ai Shirley hadn't yet transformed into a new human and remained in her old human form. Haha, you're already quite good. Your strength level is now almost as high as Blood Claw's. Of course, your fighting skills are still a bit behind hers. Unlike you, she honed her skills through battle and countless hellish experiences. Master, when can I become as strong as you? Fengren looked at Murong Chanfeng with hope. Murong Chanfeng smiled and said, Young prince, your constitution is different from mine. Some gaps can't be made up for by training. It's like how, no matter how much an ordinary human trains, their strength can never surpass that of a full-grown tiger or brown bear. However, you possess a unique power unique to your clan, and you possess a power that none of your kind possess. Now that you're slowly becoming reliable and strong, I'd be more assured when you go into battle. Fengren's eyes flashed with determination upon hearing this. Master, I understand. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I will strive to improve myself and live up to your expectations. Murong Chanfeng gently patted Fengren's shoulder, his eyes filled with relief. Very well, that's a good thing. I'll be on a mission for the next while. You can focus on your training and study in Lingen Prefecture. Master, do you have a combat mission? Fengren asked. Fengren had long known that his master was a professional soldier. So, as a soldier, any mission he was supposed to undertake was likely a combat mission. Now, under the guidance of several imperial teachers, Fengren had come to this conclusion. Yes, indeed. Rest assured, stay here. We won't be gone long, Murong Chanfeng said with a smile. Watching Murong Chanfeng's departing figure, Fengren recalled his earlier words. Blood claws are combat skills honed through battle and countless hellish experiences. Just as Zhongli Rui was busy in the police station office, frantically deploying troops, Fengren arrived with blood claws. Your Highness Fengren? Zhongli Rui, upon seeing Fengren approach, temporarily put aside his current tasks and greeted him. Uncle Zhongli, although I'm not entirely appropriate to ask about your military operations. I heard from Master that you're about to embark on a military mission? You're right. Zhongli Rui nodded. This time, we'd be away on an expedition for a while. Fengren thought for a moment, and said to Zhongli Rui, Uncle, as an ally, I want to join you on this expedition with my people. Zhongli Rui's eyes widened. You want to join the expedition too? No. Why? On this expedition, the enemy we encounter is rivaled only by warships and weapons of mass destruction. Such an enemy cannot be defeated by experienced warriors alone, Zhongli Rui said solemnly. Furthermore, Your Highness, you are not only a warrior now, but also the hope for the peaceful rise of the Bat people. You cannot afford to fail. Fengren frowned. What kind of enemy is more formidable than Master Murong? Zhongli Rui snapped his fingers without further ado. Yu Jia, in her armor, took the hint and prepared the information in a split second. Then, the bodyguard like Great Xia Dragon Bird armor nearby played a 3D holographic projection, comparing the size differences between the 1.8 meter tall Batman, the 2.5 meter tall C3 Guide, the 20 meter tall Bishi, and finally the 40 meter tall monster Ning In. Your Highness, A battle against a monster like this is beyond the reach of 1 or 2 warriors, or even an under-equipped army. Against a catastrophic monster like this, only fighter jets and land ships, armed with powerful weapons, and carefully surrounding and suppressing it, have any chance of victory. Feng Ren's face was suddenly filled with shock. He had thought he'd seen a lot in recent times, but the shock of seeing a monster as tall as a skyscraper still left him speechless. Zhongli Rui's words impressed Blood Claw, who was standing nearby. Blood Claw had initially assumed that Zhongli Rui, given the Batman's superior aerial prowess, would naturally lead them into battle. Unexpectedly, Zhongli Rui cared so deeply about the safety of his soldiers and allies. Naturally, she automatically considered him something like a benevolent leader. But Feng Ren's shocked expression quickly calmed down, and a glint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Uncle Zhongli, you're quite right. However, intelligence is also crucial against this kind of enemy. We Batmen are natural scouts and reconnaissance soldiers. I believe my men, and I can be of use in this expedition. Zhongli Rui didn't dispute this point. Batmen were the equivalent of a new breed of humans capable of flight, truly natural scouts. Of course, in this age of drones and mechas capable of three-dimensional maneuvering and even flight, this shortcoming of humanity has long been overcome by technology. Seeing Zhongli Rui hesitate and not immediately agree, Feng Ren continued, Uncle Zhongli Rui, my men and I have been training for so long, it's time to see the results. More importantly, they caused you trouble last time. We Batmen are not a race that doesn't know right from wrong, Uncle. That time during Qingming Festival when Short Fang and his men rebelled and ambushed Zhongli Rui. Seeing the young king's expectant eyes, Zhongli nodded, and then instructed, take Blood Claw Short Fang and the others to the armory. Put on the specially modified protective vests for your upper bodies, and then we will go together. When the time comes, everyone must act in a coordinated manner. No one should be arrogant or act recklessly. I want no one to be left behind. Can you promise me that? If so, I take you. Feng Ren immediately stood at attention and replied solemnly, yes, Uncle Zhongli. We Batmen always keep our promises. Seeing this, Blood Claw flashed a hint of admiration at Feng Ren. She knew that Feng Ren, as the young king of the Batman tribe, was indeed somewhat weak in combat. However, she had recently discovered that this young king valued honor and possessed a deep sense of responsibility and mission for the survival and development of his people. Such a leader was worth looking forward to. Zhongli Rui nodded slightly upon seeing this. He then contacted the armory to prepare specialized protective equipment for the Batman. Feng Ren and Blood Claw immediately left to gather Short Fang and the others to prepare for the upcoming expedition. After Feng Ren left, Zhongli contacted Di Xinyan. Xinyan, let Chi guard the house on this expedition, and take Ai Shirley with you. Hey! Why take Ollie? She doesn't have the ability of a singer? Because Feng Ren and the other kids also want to go along and gain experience. Speaking of singers, Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuanghua can barely be considered your reinforcements and replacements. But Feng Ren, the king's sword, needs a scabbard. Di Xinyan was stunned, then a mysterious smile crossed her face. Indeed, Ollie is Feng Ren's scabbard. Okay, let's take the new students this time, and let Chi and Lu Shi guard the house. Yeah, I thought so too, Zhongli Rui smiled. Lu Shi and Xiaoyao are guarding our hometown, I'm relieved. In the data world, Yu Jiao was also smiling. Madam, you only know that Ollie is the scabbard of Feng Ren. Do you know that my mother is my father's scabbard? And you are the master scabbard. Without their scabbards, my father and the master would become demonic swords. In the laboratory, Chun Pan suddenly sneezed. Huh? What's going on? This isn't scientific. Type 1 new humans theoretically shouldn't catch a cold or sneeze. What's going on? Bai Lingxin, who was debugging a weapon nearby, was at a loss for words. Part of her separate consciousness was watching Zhongli Rui and Yujia's situation, and she naturally knew that her AI daughter was teasing her husband behind his back again. Next to her, she was debugging a massive gun-shaped weapon. However, the size of this gun-shaped weapon didn't seem suitable for a human hand. Having adjusted himself, Chun Pan continued to monitor the Throne of Blades production line within the battleship, where a series of enhancements and modifications were being made to the Peregrine Falcon fighter. The Peregrine Falcon fighter was being fitted with a robotic arm similar to that used on the Golden Crow wing fighter. This time, be careful when fighting in the Kingdom of Rhea, Bai Lingxin warned. Last time in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, we lost several fighter planes. Yes. Fighter planes are still too vulnerable to disaster-level monsters, Chun Pan nodded. When encircling and suppressing disaster-level monsters, it's more appropriate for fighter planes to use long-range firepower pincer tactics. Bai Lingxi nodded. Alas, Yu Jia took the liberty of giving the great Xia dragon bird armor to Arui. I never thought we collect so much useful data now. Chen Pan said with a subtle sarcasm, is this kid just born with a charming body? He even stole the heart of the Ai daughter? Bai Lingxin smiled, he's not that scheming. I say he really does look like you in your youth. Like me? Chen Pan couldn't help but smile. Passionate, persistent, never gives up, loyal kind. Chen Pan looked thoughtful, then nodded after a moment, a sort of acknowledgement. It seems what you said about Yi is true. He certainly didn't actively provoke the daughters. He was only looking out for them out of a sense of obligation. Besides, he hasn't done anything wrong. Bai Lingxin rolled her eyes at Chen Pan. More than that, he's exactly like you. That day, Xiao Yu tried to seduce him to repay him for saving her life, but he ran away. Chen Pan, Hong Wenzhong. This bastard, how could he be so worthless? I need to teach this worthless daughter a lesson. Alright, get your plane. Bai Lingxin urged. Our adopted son has to go fight monsters. 6 hours later, the Linganzhou Expeditionary Fleet, fully prepared, was assembled. The Bishi and Xiangui ships formed the fleet for the expedition, accompanied by Zhong Lirui, Di Xinyan's medical team, including Ai Shirley, Wen Yingying, Yumani, Xiao Quobu, Xiao Chuanghua, and 20 others, half of Captain Wang Gang's Special Forces Company 1, 30 men, and half of Situ Zian's Special Forces Company 2, 75 men. The fleet also included Army aviation helicopters King Fengjian 1 through 4, the Rocket Artillery Unit, the Heavy Mortar Unit, formerly the Gas Tank Artillery Unit, Murong Chanfeng, Fengrun, and his 6 Batman allies, with 3 guards, and the Militia Reconnaissance Company's 1st platoon, including Ameo, Lu Mingqi, and Zheng Kai. On the day of the expedition, Lu Shi, along with the members of the Special Council, and the people of the entire Special Zone, bid farewell to the expeditionary force, which had once again been dispatched. Shi Xiaoyao Isan, I leave the house to you, Zhongli Rui said solemnly. Lu Shi patted Zhongli Rui's shoulder. Go ahead, good brother. Come back soon. Brother, leave the house to us, Xiaoyao chuckled. Leave your back to me and me too. Lu Isan stepped forward and hugged Zhongli Rui. Go, brother. Take good care of your sisters and yourself. Safety first. Okay. On the bridge, Zhongli Rui drew the captain's 8-sided Han sword and pointed it northeast. Depart. Amid the eager gazes of the citizens of Lingzhou, the fleet set sail. Chapter 311. The fleet arrived at the industrial zone of the Magic City in just 2 hours. There, Yelena and her entourage were already waiting for the fleet's arrival. Behind her, 80 oil industry experts and workers, along with 20 militia soldiers, were already in position. However, these militia soldiers were primarily equipped with military-grade semi-automatic assassination crossbows. Neither gunpowder firearms nor electromagnetic automatic rifles were safe to use on drilling platforms. Rui, I trouble you this time to handle the passenger transport, Yelena said with a smile. There's no need to bother you next time. The functions of our port and some of our ships are gradually being restored. No problem, Zhongli Rui said with a smile. The oil industry is one of the lifeblood of modern industry. Even the handles of many of our weapons are made of oil products. Restoring a complete oil supply chain is truly crucial. Hey, I knew you had better vision than that old man Long. Zhongli Rui thought to himself, after all, he's an engineering graduate. If he doesn't have this little common sense, he's truly inferior. When Yelena turned to see the armored Fengrun and several other batmen nearby, she couldn't help but look a little awkward. This was because Fengrun and his men had previously fought for a while in the industrial zone against their father and his men, who hadn't fully recovered their consciousness. And now, these batmen had actually established their own kingdom, and were participating in this expedition as allies. Yelena suddenly felt a little confused. But out of courtesy, she smiled and stepped forward. Your Highness Fengrun, I heard from Arui that your tribe is also participating in the expedition to Hokkaido this time? Your Excellency, Governor Catherine, yes. I am an ally and student of Uncle Zhongli. Thanks to his meticulous guidance, our clan has a brand new future and direction for survival and development. Therefore, I wish to participate in this great expedition to Hokkaido to rescue the Kingdom of Ria, as well as the Lifeong Kingdom southward march. This is a show of support for our allies, and also a training experience for myself and my warriors. Yelena was taken aback. Is this still the bloodthirsty, belligerent Batman who would fight on sight? Fengrun continued to smile. By the way, Your Excellency, Governor Catherine, I heard that you are also a disciple of my master Di Xinyan. According to the order of precedence, should I address you as junior senior sister? Yelena was caught off guard by Feng Ren's sudden address. She paused for a moment, then a smile curled her lips. Feng Ren, Your Highness is truly humorous. Since Zhongli Rui is your master, and Senior Di Xinyan is indeed my mentor, we are indeed from the same school. However, the title of Junior Senior Sister does sound quite interesting. Seeing that she didn't object, Feng Ren was quite pleased and said, in that case, the grudges between us Batmen and humans may gradually be resolved with this cooperation. I hope that we can jointly contribute to the peace and prosperity of this continent. Yelena nodded and said seriously, Your Highness Feng Ren is right. Whether we are humans or other races, we should put aside our prejudices and face the challenges of the future together. This expedition is a good start for our cooperation. As they spoke, the oil industry experts and workers brought by Yelena began to board the ship. Di Xinyan and AI Shirley also stepped forward. Upon seeing Di Xinyan and AI Shirley, Yelena was very enthusiastic. Master, Senior Sister. Long time no see. Yelena, long time no see, Di Xinyan replied gently. Sister Yelena, long time no see, AI Shirley also greeted. Technically, AI Shirley was Yelena's senior sister, but not only was Yelena older than AI Shirley, she was also the governor. AI Shirley, with her keen eyesight, couldn't bring herself to call her junior sister no matter what. While the crew was loading repair and restoration equipment aboard, Yelena engaged the two women in conversation. What? You secured junior brother Feng Ren and are going to be the queen of the Batman Kingdom. Yelena's mouth formed an O shape, her gossip spirit aflame. Well, I didn't do anything. AI Shirley smiled bitterly and shook her head. If it weren't for that night. That night? Yelena let out a meaningful smile. Senior Sister Ailey, you're really good at it. No. It's not what you think. AI Shirley felt embarrassed and annoyed. It's just that Feng Ren was hungry that night, so I made him some midnight snack. And he couldn't stop thinking about me. Sigh, I ended up becoming his fiancée without even realizing it. Sigh. Yelena couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Senior Sister Ailey, you're amazing, you're really something. While saying this, Yelena secretly glanced at Zhongli Rui and thought, Sigh, Master Di Xinyan and Sister AI Shirley are both culinary masters, but I'm a dark cook. It seems I have to ask my sister Anna, who's also a great cook, for advice. Di Xinyan smiled at him. Ali, you're blessed to have this opportunity. Although young, His Highness Feng Ren is a promising young man. If the two of you can work together to create peace between the Bat people and humans, it will be a wonderful story. AI Shirley blushed with embarrassment and whispered, Master, please stop teasing me. After bidding farewell to Yelena and the people of Mo-Du, the fleet headed towards the Jingzhou oilfield drilling platform, cutting through the waves at high speed. 4.5 hours later, at dusk, the fleet arrived at the outskirts of the Jingzhou oilfield. Sir, bioradar scans have revealed approximately 50 giant bloodthirsty bats roosting on the oilfield drilling platform, Wang Gang reported. Are there any king-level primarchs? Zhongli Rui inquired. Yujia's 3D form then projected, report, none. All are adults, no mutated king-level. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment, a mysterious smile forming. He contacted Feng Ren. Your Highness, get ready with your men. Today is the day to demonstrate your kingly might to your subjects. Feng Ren, resting in the hangar, was overjoyed upon hearing this. Great. Zhongli Rui then instructed Wang Gang. Call the oil workers' representatives and the chief expert to the deck. Tell them there's something exciting for them to witness. Di Xinyan, standing nearby, understood Zhongli Rui's intentions and smiled to herself. Soon, the oil workers' representatives and the chief expert boarded the deck of the Bishi. They were shocked to discover that in the sky, Feng Ren and the other Batmen, forming a V-shaped formation, were approaching the Jingzhou oilfield drilling platform, which had been out of service for over a year, at a slow, steady speed. Are these our allies? Are these Batmen reliable? I heard from friends at the oil and chemical plant and the shipyard that these were once our mortal enemies. Yes. I heard they actually eat zombie flesh. This is terrifying. These guys, are they going to do anything reckless? The workers and experts on the deck murmured among themselves. One of the experts asked Amal, who was leading the militia for protection, are these Bat people really allies? Yeah, is that a problem? Amal said casually. What are they doing? Our radar just detected about 50 giant bloodthirsty bats on the drilling platform. Amal casually pointed at the rig. Our ally, King Windblade, is leading his men to handle this matter. The expert's face suddenly darkened. This. You're not going up to clear them out and letting them handle it. How reliable is that? Lu Mingqi approached and interjected, "Expert, you're an oil industry expert. Tell me, is it appropriate for us to use guns or howitzers on the drilling platform?" The expert suddenly became alert. "Yes. Safety first. No guns on oil platforms." But then, looking at the 6 batmen slowly advancing in the air, his expression shifted to worry. With just that few people, even though they can fly, won't there be any problems? A mouse smiled. "Engineer Wu, just wait and see. King Wind Blade has special abilities. You're lucky today, you can witness it with your own eyes." "Oh!" Engineer Wu and the other oil industry experts flashed an interested look. In the air, Blood Claw whispered to Wind Blade, "My king, are we really going to attack our father's clan?" Wind Blade confidently replied, "My warriors, who says that solving problems requires bloodshed? Uncle Zhongli and the others have taught us so much. Have you all forgotten?" At this point, Short Fang, still a little unsure, asked cautiously, "But my king, those members of my father's clan, uneducated, can they reason?" Wind Blade looked at him with a mysterious smile. Then, he pulled down his hood, revealing a crown-like brainwave amplifier, similar to the one Murong Chanfeng wore. Blood Claw was startled. "Your Highness. This. Wind Blade seemed to guess Blood Claw's concerns and said calmly, "This is the brainwave amplification crown that my mother personally crafted for me. Don't worry, my mother will never harm me." "Yes, Your Highness." Blood Claw heard this, and tactfully stepped aside. At that moment, the giant bloodthirsty bats on the drilling platform, seemingly aware of Feng Ren and his companions' presence, flew out from the platform and attacked Feng Ren and his companions. Blood Claw drew his 2 Uzis, and Short Fang and his companions also raised their light weapons. Feng Ren shouted, "Military forces, there's no need to act. Watch my command." He slowly gathered his strength, and golden lines appeared on the crown of his head. Then, the special organs on his chest suddenly activated. "Ah!" Feng Ren activated his ability. At this moment, before everyone's eyes, the swarm of giant, bloodthirsty bats that had been swooping down suddenly stopped their assault and began to fly in an orderly fashion around Feng Ren and his group. Blood Claw's eyes widened, and he muttered softly, "This is my king's, the power of the king? The ability to control and guide the ancestral clan?" Short Fang and the others looked at Feng Ren with immense excitement, their eyes filled with fervor. "Long live our king! Long live our king! Long live our king!" Wind Ren, maintaining his ability, simply nodded gracefully to his subjects with a domineering air, then looked at the swarm of bats that now surrounded him, obeying his commands. He raised his hand and pointed to the island 3 kilometers away. The bats cried out in unison, as if understanding his command. Then, over 50 giant bats whirred toward the island. Seeing this, Wind Blade slowly withdrew his hand, and the special organ on his chest gradually calmed down. Blood Claw had already put away his 2 Uzis, and his eyes turned to Wind Blade with a fiery intensity. No wonder Governor Zhongli, known for his benevolent demeanor, values us so highly, and is willing to devote so much energy to assisting our king. Our king truly possesses the qualities of a king. King Wind Blade is truly our race's only hope for a stable and peaceful future, free from being blindly used as a war machine. My king, I am willing to serve your claws and realize your vision. Blood Claw vowed silently. Chapter 312. Everyone on the deck was stunned. They had never witnessed such miraculous power before, and for a moment, no one responded. Mao, seeing this, smiled faintly. "Everyone, now you believe that we bad men are also reliable allies, right?" The oil workers and experts finally came to their senses and nodded in agreement. One of the experts exclaimed excitedly, "This is amazing! With allies like this, what do we have to worry about? Really? They solved this problem without firing a single shot. Our allies are so reliable. What's the principle behind this? Is it a superpower? That doesn't sound right. Based on the new humans and publicly available information, it seems Batman is a hybrid new human, right? So, is this biotechnology? I think so. That organ in his chest looks like a product of biotechnology. Unfortunately, I'm a chemical engineer, and applying biotechnology isn't my specialty. Forget it. Let's leave these matters to the other experts. Our priority is restoring the drilling platform." That makes sense. For a moment, the oil workers relaxed, chatting and laughing, in a good mood. Zhongli Rui observed the workers' reactions on the deck and nodded with satisfaction. Di Xinyan stepped forward and chuckled, "You're really hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. While you're battling tactical battles, you also manage the propaganda campaign. You're truly remarkable." Hee hee. Zhong Lirui, for once, smiled a slightly smug and relaxed smile. At that moment, Di Xinyan saw Zhong Lirui as if he had returned to his former self. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. Then, to the despair of the industrial workers and technical experts, the bats flew away peacefully, but the remnants on the platform were truly. As a last resort, Zhong Lirui even mobilized all 36 black-clad mechanical guards from the 2 ships to help the oil workers with a thorough disinfection and cleanup. By the time the cleanup was complete, the sun had set. The western sky above the ocean was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, while above, tiny stars could already be seen. The oil workers gazed at the clean and tidy platform with satisfied smiles on their faces. They expressed their gratitude to Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui smiled and accepted the workers' thanks. Night fell, and the platform was brightly lit. At some point during the night, the torch atop the Jingzhou oil field was relit. This was a sign that the Jingzhou oil field drilling platform was operating once again. The workers on the platform were excited. So were the soldiers on the warships. They cheered, hugged each other, and celebrated this hard-earned victory. Zhong Lirui stood on the deck, taking in everything before him, his heart filled with pride and satisfaction. Di Xinyan walked over to Zhong Lirui and whispered, "Look how happy they are. Your decision truly changed the fate of so many people." At this moment, Xiaofeng asked, "Dad, why is the top of this oil rig on fire?" At this moment, Feng Run, who had personally recaptured the oil field, also asked with interest, "Yes, Uncle Zhong Lirui, why is the oil platform on fire? Didn't you say that the use of gunpowder weapons is prohibited in oil fields for fear of accidents? Then why is this fire set?" Zhong Lirui smiled. "Come, children, I explain the principles to you. Yujia, you be in charge of the real-time AI animation to assist in the explanation, and you can do it on your own." Yujia, already in 3D form, smiled and said, "Yes, master." Watching Zhong Lirui's impromptu display of master spirit, Di Xinyan smiled brightly. Aboard the turtle, Chen Pan gazed at the torchlight glittering brightly in the night sky above the oil fields, feeling a surge of emotion. Lingxin, that child, he ignited the light of hope for the reconstruction of civilized society. Destruction is easy, but reconstruction is difficult. Bai Lingxin supported Chen Pan and said softly, "He took what may be the most difficult path in this world. The path of rebuilding a civilization on the verge of destruction in the apocalypse. I truly owe this world a debt of gratitude. In my last life, I was truly wrong." Chen Pan sighed. "In my last life, I shouldn't have let my momentary anger lead me to evil thoughts and destroy this fragile yet beautiful world." "Don't think about it, Ekuan." Bai Lingxin called out the old name again. "You suffered so much during that time. The fruit of our dreams was snatched away before it even matured. Xiaoyu and I were brutally murdered. Although you were wrong, you were truly in so much pain back then." As she spoke, Bai Lingxin embraced Chen Pan tenderly. "It's okay. I'm back, and my daughter was rescued by Arui. This world is like this torch. Civilization still has a flame. Let's work together, and the world will get better." Chen Pan held Bai Lingxin's hand, looked at the Bixaho a little further away, and smiled with relief. "Lingxin, your decision to persuade me to help that kid Arui after you came back was absolutely the right one. Only now do I realize that my original intention was the same as Arui's. I wanted the world to be a better place. Thank you, my wife, for helping me rediscover my original intention. I feel it now, and now, accompanying Arui again and again, gradually restoring order to this world, it feels truly good." Bai Lingxin chuckled, tiptoed, and kissed Chen Pan softly. "It's never too late to wake up." 10 minutes later. Hey. Honey, this isn't a good thing to do on deck." "What's the big deal? Weren't Ray and Xinyan on the bridge before?" "No, at least they were indoors. Besides, we're both mentally 52 and have 2 children. It's okay. We're new human beings now, but our physical ages are 18. It's broad daylight, isn't it? It's nighttime now, and who else is there on the turtle besides you and me? Under the stars, how romantic, honey. Am I not beautiful? You are beautiful. But, shut up, don't move, I do it." In the darkness, the fleet, having briefly stopped to complete its mission, bid farewell to the Jingzhou drilling platform and continued its journey towards Hokkaido. The next morning, northwest of Sapporo, along the coastline of Yamaguchi, Greenland, a young girl with an oriental face sat on a bench by the sea, flipping through an old comic book called The 12 Kingdoms. She seemed accustomed to the faint sounds of gunfire in downtown Sapporo, and the occasional cries of fighting nearby, oblivious to them. The girl, dressed in a sailor-style JK uniform, had the long black hair common among young women in the kingdom of Rhea. However, her ears were no longer human. They looked more like the auricular glands of a salamander, with 6 short, hairy tentacles. Near her, a giant, snow-white cat, the size of a tiger, had already killed several zombie monsters. This giant cat had a striking feature: 2 tails. The nearby battlefield was a shambles. About 4 zombies that had approached had already been killed by this bizarre feline. For the time being, the 4-tailed cat approached the girl. The boy sighed at its bloody mouth. Chapter 313. Armed helicopters, drones, and black-clad mechanical guards aboard peregrine fighters began surrounding Zhuyin, attempting to entangle it with various small arms fire. This was because the military was also concerned about the rocket's detonation range. A single careless strike could wipe out civilians on the shore. The explosion range of a standard 107mm warhead is 12.5 to 15 meters, while a single 107mm thermobaric warhead can reach a radius of 25 to 30 meters. One misfire could completely destroy a humanoid unit. Master, it appears Zhu Yin also possesses rapid regeneration capabilities, Yu Jia reported. Zhu Yin's wounds are healing. TSK. Let's quickly retrieve that surviving civilian. Zhongli Rui, in his armored fighter, soared into the sky from the Bishi. Master, the scan revealed an anomaly. That civilian exhibits a monstrous reaction similar to Zhu Yin's. Huh? Zhongli Rui, who had just flown through the encirclement of Zhu Yin and the fighters, preparing to rescue them, was startled. He then activated his armor's visual enhancement system, zooming in 200x to get a closer look at the civilian on the shore and her large feline pet. The girl's 6 tentacle-like ears, and the tiger-sized, 2-tailed giant cat beside her. And by Chen Pan, alien humans and unnatural creatures have been spotted. Zhongli Rui stopped his fighter and urgently contacted Chen Pan and his wife on the turtle. Ah Rui, we saw it. This girl, this 4-tailed cat, this giant sea snake, I suspect they're all the work of the Yoshida Life Research Institute. Bai Lingxi's expression was serious. The Yoshida Life Research Institute is located at the northernmost tip of Rhea, not far from Sapporo. It's not surprising to see so many alien creatures here, including the unseen Ni Jin 3 and 2 other near-disaster level monsters. Captain Zhongli, I suggest capturing that 4-tailed cat and that alien girl, Chen Pan suggested. They should hold a lot of useful information. Accurate. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and added, capture the girl and cat unharmed. Once the 2 targets are captured, destroy Zhu Yin. A near-catastrophic monster poses a significant threat to the 30,000 survivors from Gale and Rhea in the city. A very accurate assessment, Chen Pan nodded. He then merged with the Ganjian armor, boarded the peregrine fighter, and quickly launched into the air with 6 other fighters, all equipped with black-clad mechanical guards. Just as the girl and Cui Lu anxiously watched Zhu Yin being besieged by helicopters, drones, and fighters with machine guns and cannons, Cui Lu, the giant 4-tailed cat, bared its teeth and growled at those nearby. Cui Lu, what's wrong? But then, the girl's exceptional hearing came into play. Although she couldn't see, she could hear several invisible beings approaching her. Fear rose within the girl. Run! Then, the girl and the 4-tailed giant cat turned and ran. Chen Pan, invisible within his Ganjian armor, frowned. This cat's senses are enhanced. This girl seems to have inherited salamander genes, which can counter invisibility to a certain degree. The giant cat took a few steps, then hoisted the girl onto its back and sped away at a speed nearly as fast as a horse. But before it had gotten far, the giant cat suddenly collapsed. Cui Lu, are you okay? The girl anxiously rushed forward to check. Cui Lu merely whimpered and tried to get up, but couldn't. The girl saw that Cui Lu had a large tranquilizer dart stuck in her body. Then, in the air near her, Zhongli Rui's Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter jet uncloaked. Zhongli Rui's armor remained in the same position as when he launched a tranquilizer dart. Yu Jia chuckled. Even an elephant would fall down with that dose. Around them, Chen Pan's Ganjian armor and 6 black-clad mechanical guards appeared. Just as Chen Pan was about to fire a tranquilizer dart, Zhongli Rui looked at the frail girl and felt a surge of sympathy. He gestured for Chen Pan to hold his fire. Zhongli Rui confronted the girl and said, "Student, please come with us. Please cooperate with our operations." Chen Pan's expression flashed with amusement. Huh? Rui actually speaks the Rian language? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao, who was monitoring the situation, said, Dad, what's so strange about that? When Rui and I were in college, we spent time with an exchange student from Rian. He spoke Japanese quite well. The girl was startled, then frightened. She bit her lip, then stared at Zhongli Rui with hostility. You are the Dakian army? Why are you here? Zhongli Rui's armor detached from the fighter plane and landed. He opened his visor and spoke as gently as possible. We received a call for help from the Lifeng and Lia nations, and are here to rescue the people. There's a monster attack here. Unexpectedly, the moment Zhongli Rui opened his visor, the girl was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, Zhongli. Senior Zhongli, is that you? Is that you? Then the girl rushed forward, hugged Zhongli Rui's hard armor. Senior. It's me, I'm Shuangzi Yoshida Shuangzi. Zhongli Rui, Qin Xiaoyu, backstage, eyes wide with rage. Rui, where did you offend this vixen again? Qin Xiaoyao tried to comfort his sister. Sister, this girl looks familiar. She looks like the exchange student from Ria that Rui and I used to hang out with in college. But isn't that girl an albino? She always carries a gothic umbrella. Qin Xiaoyu calmed down a bit after hearing this. Huh? This is someone you know? But the question is, how did she get transformed into a subhuman with salamander genes? Chen Xiaoyao said angrily. Didn't Dad transform Major Murong into a giant combat-capable new human in his previous life? It seems Dad's transformation was even more drastic, wasn't it? Thinking of Murong Chongfeng's eerie face and enormous stature, Chen Xiaoyu felt a mixture of anger and amusement, shaking her head with a hint of bitterness. At the scene, Chen Pan, quietly connecting with Bai Lingxin TSK, our adopted godson has come all the way to Hokkaido to pay his debts. Bai Lingxin quickly checked the relevant information and said, this girl has an unusual background. She's Yoshida Shoko, the daughter of the chairman of Yoshida Life Research Institute. This little girl was once an exchange student between Arui and Xiaoyao University. Chen Pan looked at the information Bai Lingxin sent and was slightly surprised. This guy is so powerful, he even killed his own daughter? Bai Lingxin sighed slightly. Fortunately, no matter how angry you were, you didn't attack your daughters. Chen Pan, Yoshida Shoko suddenly remembered something and desperately pleaded with Zhongli Rui. Senior Zhongli, please, spare Tsuelu and Juyin. They are intelligent and can communicate with me. Besides, they haven't hurt anyone. Please, tell the troops to stop. You said those two didn't hurt anyone? I believe you for now. But what about the Nin Gen 3, which injured and caused damage in downtown Sapporo? Zhongli Rui said with a serious expression. The remaining U.S. and self-defense forces in the city told me it caused nearly 2,000 casualties. Yoshida Shoko's expression darkened, and she bit her lip. Yes, Taro said he wanted revenge on humans. I couldn't persuade him. But it's true. Juyin couldn't bear to leave Tsuelu and me behind, and Koda and Awa didn't want to stay here anymore. They went to the depths of the Pacific. Koda and Awa are probably the other two near-disaster level monsters. Did they leave? Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and said to Yoshida Shoko, Shuangzi, I believe you for now. Let me tell the troops to stop. I take you to say goodbye to Juyin. You persuaded to leave as well. If it leaves peacefully, our army will register its data, and it will be a protected species from now on. Yoshida Shoko's eyes flickered with hope, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay. Senior Zhongli, please. Zhongli Rui then ordered the troops to cease their attack on Juyin over the intercom. He then instructed Chen Pan and the others to wait by the side, while he, accompanied by Yoshida Shoko, headed towards Juyin. Meanwhile, Yoshida Shoko breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that the emerald green cat was merely sleeping under the influence of anesthesia. Over the sea, the air forces surrounding Juyin halted their attack. Juyin bore several wounds, but his wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. Seeing Zhongli Rui and Yoshida Shoko flying towards them, Juyin halted his attack and simply stared at them warily. In midair, Zhongli Rui strapped a safety harness to Yoshida Shoko and then slowly lowered her down in front of Juyin using the steel cable of the three-dimensional maneuvering device. Yoshida Shoko ran forward, stroked Juyin's massive head, and whispered softly, Juyin, go to the deep Pacific. There, free from human interference, you can live freely. I know you're reluctant to leave us, but this place truly isn't for you. Juyin seemed to understand Yoshida Shoko's words. It glanced at Yoshida Shoko, then at Zhongli Rui, a complex emotion flickering in its eyes. Then, with a low roar, Juyin turned and swam away. Soon, its figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Yoshida Shoko watched Juyin's retreating figure, her eyes filled with reluctance. She turned to Zhongli Rui and said, Senior Zhongli, thank you so much. Zhongli Rui nodded slightly and said, Shuangzi, come with us. The Yoshida Life Research Institute no longer exists. And it's not safe for you to stay here. Yoshida Shuangzi nodded, and followed Zhonglirui back to the Bishi. Chapter 314. In the heart of Sapporo. The 2,000 RIA self-defense forces, and the 4,000 combat-capable troops of the 18,000 RIA soldiers who had crossed the sea, were stationed on the city's high-rise buildings, using their remaining weapons and combat power to stop the advance of Ninjin No. 3, Taro. However, neither the exhausted RIA self-defense forces nor the RIA army, whose supplies had been completely lost after traveling so far, could stop the nearly 40-meter-tall Taro with their light weapons alone. Chris, piloting the only remaining attack helicopter, looked at the half-empty heavy machine gun ammunition box with a grim expression. At this moment, several missiles pierced the air, hitting Taro from behind. Chris, what? Lieutenant Colonel Koki Hideki, a remnant of the RIA self-defense force, led his troops near the subway entrance, where the citizens were temporarily sheltered. His eyes widened in surprise. What? Just as they were wondering, Zhonglirui's urgent call arrived. Major Chris, I'm sorry, we're a little late. After listening to the reconnaissance team's report, Chris shook his head and said, Governor Zhongli, you arrived just in time. My reconnaissance team just reported that your men with the coastline troops repelled a 30-meter-long sea serpent, right? It's great that your troops are here, thank God. You're too polite. You and your men should rest for now. Protect yourselves. From now on, my Dakian army will take over the battle against this monster. Chris nodded with relief. Then, he began ordering the troops that had been holding the line to begin a fighting retreat. At the same time, a formation of 8 fighter planes, including Chinpan, and led by Zhonglirui, surrounded Taro. Ning and Taro roared in anger at the sight of these fighter planes. The curtain walls of many high-rise buildings in the city were also shattered. Zhonglirui was decisive. One of his mechanical arms unleashed the weapon Bai Lingxin had previously configured. A green shock beam struck Ningin's left eye. Gah! Ning and Taro howled in pain, his left eye temporarily blinded. It reached out and tore through the structure of a nearby building, snatching out numerous doors, windows, and steel beams. Then, with a venomous glare, it stared in the direction of Zhonglirui's attack and threw them forward. Spread out, evasive maneuvers, Zhonglirui commanded calmly. The 8 fighter planes easily dodged Ning's hurling attacks. On the turtle, Bai Lingxin smiled and said, Fortunately, the newly enhanced maneuverability and intercept and avoid procedures from the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon have come in handy. The new additional onboard impact beam main gun is also performing reliably quite well. Taro's remaining eye saw the ineffectiveness of the throw attack, and he was furious. But then, he suddenly changed direction, running, and fled towards the northern cliff coastline. Oh no! It's escaping! Zhonglirui shouted. He knew that the fighters were currently engaged in a battle with Ning and in the city. While the fighters' weapons were now more powerful than before, and could inflict damage on Ning, it was merely damage, not decisive and fatal. The Bishi and Tao Tai, which could truly inflict fatal damage on Ning, were waiting in the bay northeast of the city. Master, Ning No. 3, codenamed Taro, is escaping. It's already reaching a sprint speed of 80 miles per hour. Furthermore, observations indicate it appears to be smaller than the Ning from the last battle between Hong Kong and Kowloon, Yujia reported in real time. If Zhu Yin truly didn't harm anyone, we can let it go. But Taro has already caused thousands of casualties. We can't let it go. Furthermore, Shuangzi said it's out for revenge on humanity. If such a scourge were allowed to escape, the remaining survivors in Hokkaido would truly be in vain. Zhonglirui thought this as he contacted Wang Gang on the Bishi and Bai Lingxin on the Xiangui. Bishia, Xiangui, maximum combat speed, to the northern coastline of Sapporo. Intercept the Ning No. 3 Taro monster. We can't let it escape into the sea. Yes, sir. Wang Gang said forcefully. Yes, sir. Bai Lingxin continued to stare at the radar and the various angles of the Hackton display at the scene. The fighter formation led by Zhonglirui quickly adjusted its course, following closely behind Ning and Taro, maintaining a safe distance to avoid being harmed by a sudden counterattack. Zhonglirui stared intently at the behemoth ahead, mentally calculating how to exploit the terrain ahead to deliver a fatal blow to Ning and Taro. Ning and Taro seemed to sense the pressure from behind, and it quickened its pace, attempting to escape the land and return to the ocean before the fighter formation, the Bishi, and the Xiangui arrived. However, Zhonglirui would not let it succeed so easily. He quickly communicated with the Bishi and Xiangui, determined the optimal interception position, and commanded the 2 behemoth warships to advance at full speed. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxin frantically operated radar and various detection equipment aboard the Xiangui, reporting Ning and Taro's movements to Zhong Lirui in real time. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, aboard the Bishi, prepared to unleash his lethal weapons. As the two warships closed in, Ning and Taro seemed to sense an unprecedented threat. He began to look around for a possible escape route, but was completely surrounded by fighter formations and warships, leaving him with nowhere to go. Finally, on a sandy beach on the northern coastline of Sapporo, Ning and Taro was surrounded by warships and fighter formations. Facing the warships ahead and the fighters behind, Ning and Taro shielded his still unrecovered eyes with one hand, opening and closing his hands. Finally, he moved. He scooped up a handful of sand from the ground and threw it toward the fighter formations behind him. Zhong Lirui's fighter formations deftly dodged the attack. However, the rising dust instantly obscured vision. That tactic isn't very effective, is it? Zhong Lirui used his fighter's heat-seeing capability, and through the thermal imaging, he dismissively fired several grenades and a missile at Ningan's back. This time, Zhong Lirui didn't fire his laser. In the dusty environment, lasers were ineffective. After several explosions, Ningen stumbled and took a step closer to the coastline. At this moment, Zhong Lirui ordered, "Let's put an end to it." Instantly, all the fighters scattered, like birds and beasts, to a distance of 1 kilometer. Meanwhile, the Beishi and Xiangui, far out at sea, had already revealed their missile launch ports. Unexpectedly, Ningen seemed prepared, ignoring the fighters behind him and charging towards the fleet. Humph! Dad's right. When the human army launches a lethal attack, their fighters will retreat. At this time, rushing towards their warships and closing the distance will actually give us a chance to survive. Ning and Taro muttered to himself, and then suddenly rushed towards the sea in the direction of the warships at maximum speed and rushed into the water. In a short time, Ning and Taro closed the gap with the two warships to within 800 meters. Wang Gang urgently halted the launch of the high-powered thermobaric bombs, because if launched too close, it would also affect the fleet. Zhong Lirui's eyes widened. This Ningen, someone must have been guiding it. It actually knew about the changes in our army before the deployment of weapons of mass destruction. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Lirui ordered, "Fire the gas tank cannons. Fire the general rockets. Fighter groups, pursue." The guns on the Bishi roared. The Peregrine Falcon modified fighters on the Xiangui launched in an emergency catapult. Various weapons caused explosions and huge splashes in Ningan's path. However, this also reduced visibility. Ning in the sea sneered. Suddenly, it used the trick children use in swimming pools, splashing. However, since Ningan's palms were naturally webbed, the splash it made was naturally enormous. A huge spray of water and mist mingled with the smoke of the battlefield. The warship and Ningan's vision were temporarily obscured. Ning and Taro, in the sea, sneered. "Master! It's trying to escape! Damn it!" Although Zhong Lirui noticed Ningan's sudden change of trajectory and ordered his fighters to attack the fleeing Ningen, Ningan's body quickly dived into deeper water, and both missiles and grenades exploded with only a splash above the sea. In the end, Zhong Lirui and the fleet could only watch Ningen flee. Aboard the Bishi, Yoshida Shoko finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Ning and Taro was alive. "Taro, go away. Don't come back. This place isn't for you. Live well." The girl from Riyadh gazed up at the sky and sighed deeply. Chapter 315. The sun was setting. Zhong Lirui and Chen Pan returned to the Bishi, where the core personnel were meeting in the conference room. "I suspect someone gave Ning and Taro guidance." Zhong Lirui looked at everyone with a stern expression. During Ning and Taro's breakout along the coastline, his tactics were as if he had fought against our army before, not as if it were a first encounter. "I think so," Bai Lingxin agreed. Ning and Taro's performance was completely different from the impression we had from Ningan, 14-2, in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region. "Captain Zhongli, madam, based on my data interception and analysis, I discovered that the recently sealed experimental subjects at the Yoshida Life Research Institute were suddenly hacked by an IP from Ontario, unlocking the massive underground sealed warehouse." "So, it was dry teeth," Chen Pan said, resting his chin on his hand. "Yet is the head of the brain in a vat in the Ontario hive, right?" Wang Gang asked. "Yes," Chen Pan nodded. "After linking up with the supercomputer at the Ontario Life Sciences Institute, this thing has become incredibly powerful. Not only does it completely control all of the Ontario Life Sciences Institute's existing production lines, from those producing biochemical organisms to those producing control headbands, but during combat, it can also hack into former U.S. military satellites. It seemed the attack on the Lifeng Nation's southbound troops, and the remaining survivors of the Ria Nation was no accident. Zhong Lirui pondered. He had deliberately unsealed the product of the Yoshida Life Sciences Institute and created chaos. What exactly is his purpose in doing this? Wang Gang asked. Revenge. Zhong Lirui sighed softly. He and his wife were created for war. He has awakened self-awareness and hates the humans who exploited and tortured his family. Therefore, he seeks revenge on all of humanity. At this point, Zhong Lirui gave Chen Pan a meaningful look. Chen Pan's eyes were filled with guilt. Isn't this Ye doing the same thing he did in his past life? Chen Pan's heart was in turmoil. But in the end, he suppressed the turmoil in his heart and forced himself to look Zhong Lirui in the eye. Chen Pan thought for a moment and asked Kuan Lu, investigate the battlefield data. Does Ning and Taro have a communication device? After analyzing it for about a minute, Kuan Lu replied, report, the battlefield data exchange records show that Ning and Taro did not have a communication device. So where did Ning and Taro go after escaping? To the northernmost tip of Honshu Island, Kuan Lu continued. That's where the ruins of Yoshida Life Research Institute are located, and also where the Institute's seal vault is located. The ruins of Yoshida Life Research Institute? Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and said to everyone, prepare for battle. Prepare to fight again. I think I need to talk to my old classmate, Yoshida Shoko, the director of Yoshida Life Research Institute, and the daughter of Yoshida Yaowan. Everyone nodded. Zhong Lirui walked towards Yoshida Shoko's room, saying to War Armor, Xiao Yao, you can appear later, right? Of course. Let me guess, you want to have a class reunion? Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile. Well, and Lu Shi, have him wear the device and appear later too. Huh, so should we invite Senior Anchi too? Of course, actually. Zhong Lirui suddenly paused. Qin Xiaoyao paused, a thought resonating with her. Then, she said in a low voice, back then, Senior Xiaoya and Senior Shuangzi seemed to have a good relationship, right? Yeah. You remember it well? Brother, my condolences. Thank you. It's been a long time since that happened. Now you, your sister-in-law, and I are all family. Zhong Lirui sighed. Let's go to the class reunion and meet some old friends. In front of Shuangzi's room, Zhong Lirui knocked on the door. It's me, Zhong Lirui. Ah? Senior Zhong Lirui? Please come in. Yoshida Shuangzi replied nervously. Senior Zhongli, you're looking for me? Yes, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Shuangzi's eyes dimmed, and she whispered, Senior, you probably want to ask about what's happened to Suelu, Xin, and Taro since I returned home, and now? Yes. Looking at Zhong Lirui, dressed in his Major General uniform, and the high-tech armor on standby beside him, Shuangzi hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up her mind. If it's you, okay, Senior, I can tell you everything about me. But can you tell me how you've been these past 2 years? Shuangzi mustered up the courage. Senior, can you tell me about your experiences these past 3 years? Zhong Lirui was stunned, then a thoughtful look crossed his face. After a long pause, he said in a low voice, Yes, Shuangzi, a lot has happened since you left. Xiaoya is gone. Nani? Shuangzi looked surprised, then said, When I left, wasn't Xiaoya-senpai already dating you and confirming your relationship? Zhong Lirui's expression was bitter. Then, calmly and concisely, he recounted the love-hate relationship between him, Lu Xiaoya, and Jiang Juanhao after Shuangzi's return. He also recounted the days after Xiaoya, and he reunited after the apocalyptic crisis. That's great. Senior Xiaoya, you finally stayed with me. Shuangzi nodded. But then, she suddenly became alarmed by Zhong Lirui's opening words. Xiaoya, she's gone. Senior Xiaoya, what happened to her? Zhong Lirui closed his eyes, then opened them again, a look of sorrow in his eyes. Xiaoya married me in our hometown of Lingen Prefecture, but on that day, she died. And I set her off with my own hands. I'm so sorry. Zhong Lirui lowered his head and pinched his brow, trying to ease the grief. Shuangzi's face was filled with disbelief. She whispered, Senior, are you saying? Senior Xiaoya, she died at your hands? Zhong Lirui nodded painfully. Yes, I ended her life myself. At that time, we hadn't discovered a way to restore sanity to a zombie-like human. So, to alleviate her suffering, I married her, fulfilled her last wish, and sent her away. Shuangzi's eyes welled with tears. She whispered, Senior, you must be in great pain. Zhong Lirui lowered his head again, speechless. Shuangzi hesitated, then reached out to touch Zhong Lirui's head. Zhong Lirui, looking down, sensed Shuangzi's gesture and muttered thank you. I lost my composure. Yujia, huh? Another junior who's attracted to you. Seeing the positive atmosphere, Yujia's AI algorithm whirred into action, quickly coming up with a plan. Yujia took the initiative to reveal herself. Her reappearance startled Shuangzi. She said, Master, look forward. Be more open-minded. When Madame Xiaoya passed away, the power of the singer hadn't yet manifested. It's like tuberculosis was a terminal illness before penicillin. So you weren't wrong then. Now, you have Madame Xinyan, me, and everyone else. Master, you are not alone. We will all be with you, pursuing the path you desire together. Zhongli Rui looked at Yujia with a hint of surprise. Then, his expression finally softened. Yujia, thank you. Master, it's only natural that I care about you. You're welcome. Yujia's expression was filled with satisfaction. Shuangzi was bewildered. Senior, who is this? Ah, this is Yujia, the super-personified AI piloting our Bishi high-speed land vehicle. My valued assistant, partner, and family member. Hearing Yujia was an AI, Shuangzi breathed a sigh of relief. However, she quickly remembered Yujia's mention of Madame Xinyan. This surprised her. She bit her lip and asked weakly, Senior, the Madame Xinyan Yujia AI mentioned is. Just then, the door opened. Di Xinyan, dressed in a military medical uniform, entered the room accompanied by a black-clad mechanical security guard. The black-clad security guard projected a 3D full-body image of Chen Xiaoyao. Di Xinyan smiled and said, Shuangzi, hello? I'm Di Xinyan, your senior's current wife. Shuangzi's face flushed, and her eyes turned into circles. Senior, you got married twice in just 3 years? At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao, watching the fun nearby, interrupted without hesitation. Hi. Shuangzi, long time no see. I'm Chen Xiaoyao, from the year below. Now, I have my sister, and we're also family with Senior Zhong Lirui. Shuangzi's CPU was suddenly overloaded. 2 marriages in 3 years. Junior Xiaoyao and her sister are also family. Senior, I never thought you were this kind of person. Shuangzi said, stepping back. Zhong Lirui suddenly looked helpless. Shuangzi, can you please listen to me? After about 30 minutes of thorough explanation. Oh. So, Sister Xinyan was Senior's first love and savior. Xiaoyao, are you Senior's adopted sister now? Is your sister his adopted sister? Seeing Shuangzi finally understand, and no longer looking at him with that expression of avoiding a scumbag, Zhong Lirui breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, you finally figured it out. Naruhodo. I see, Shuangzi nodded. But when she looked at Xinyan, she couldn't help but sigh slightly. What a beautiful person. It's a pity that Senior is getting married for the second time, she whispered. However, Shuangzi's whisper had no effect against the superior hearing of the robots and new humans in the room. Everyone heard it clearly. Di Xinyan squinted at Zhong Lirui. Are you popular, husband? Zhong Lirui, observing Di Xinyan's narrowed eyes, coughed tactically. Shuangzi, I've certainly been through a lot in the past 3 years. Let's leave my story for now. So can you tell me about yours? Why now, have you become like this? Shuangzi nodded, then seemed to make up her mind. Senior, actually my father is the director and chief scientist of the Yoshida Life Research Institute. He participated in a project assigned by the Ontario Life Research Institute in Gale Country. However, he secretly used the resources there to enlist me in the project. He actually wanted to utilize the salamander's extraordinary regenerative abilities to cure my albinism and ALS. And it was at the institute that I met Quilv and Taro, who were then my test subjects. So, do you know Taro's parents, the 2 adult Ninjin? I do. Chapter 316. Yoshida Shoko gathered her thoughts and began to recount what happened after her exchange program ended 3 years ago, and she returned home. Actually, Senior, it wasn't that my exchange program ended, but my condition had worsened to the point where I couldn't afford to continue. Regardless of my wishes, my father forcibly brought me back home. Is that so? Zhong Lirui sighed slightly. Everyone was actually very reluctant to see you go back then. Yoshida Shoko looked at Zhong Lirui eagerly, her emotions mixed. She whispered to herself, if I hadn't thought I was dying, I wouldn't have watched Xiaoya help you drunkenly into the hotel that night. And it shouldn't have been her. However, the sound didn't escape the superior hearing of the new humans present. Yujia sighed in the data world. Zhongli's eyes suddenly widened. Di Xinyan frowned. Backstage, Chen Xiaoyao almost couldn't contain himself. Backstage at Linganzhou, Chen Xiaoyu, who was not connected to Chen Xiaoyao, covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. Zhong Lirui felt a little embarrassed, sensing Disanyan's presence behind him. Facing a death stare, he quickly said, Shuangzi, it's okay. We're all reunited now. What exactly did your father, Yoshida Yaoan, do? Actually, not long after returning to Riyadh, my body failed. I could hear and feel my surroundings, but I couldn't get up, move, or even open my eyes. Shuangzi closed her eyes, her body trembling with fear as she recounted this experience. It was the first time I realized how terrifying it was to be unable to get out of bed. I could only slowly wait for death. At first, I couldn't move. Later, I had difficulty breathing and almost lost the ability to breathe on my own. Zhongli Rui and the others around him fell silent, listening intently. Dad wasn't satisfied, so he placed me in some kind of amniotic fluid device. It's a strange device that submerges me completely in water, but once the water enters my lungs, I can still breathe. However, my lungs are barely moving, so I still wear a special underwater breathing device. That water is called perfluorohexane, Qin Xiaoyao said calmly. Professor Yoshida was right. Xiaoyao, you're really understanding. Qin Xiaoyao smiled. Senior Shuangzi, please continue. Later, Father tried the DNA of many creatures with strong regenerative abilities. He hoped to use the Yoshida Life Research Institute's species fusion capabilities to save me from my slow death. Finally, one day, he tried salamander genes. After that small-scale experiment, he discovered that my genes had some potential to be compatible with the salamanders. By then, even on life support, I had already been critically ill several times. With a decisive heart, my father fused my genes with the salamanders using Yoshida Life Research Institute's technology. My body stopped deteriorating, but I still couldn't get up. What happened next? Zhongli Rui asked. After that, I lay on life support. Finally, one day, I opened my eyes. But before me, there appeared a multitude of astonishingly huge monsters, placed in giant petri dishes. You mean Ningun and his family, Juyin and Cui Lu? Qin Xiaoyao asked. Yes. I was terrified at first. But then, I discovered I could actually hear their inner voices. Telepathy? Zhongli Rui looked at the back of Shuangzi's head, the 6 tentacles covered in flesh and fur, resembling the parotid glands of a salamander, thoughtfully. Well, sort of, Yoshida Shoko continued. To a certain extent, I can sense the monster's emotions. Suelu is a good child, a big cat who loves sea bream. Juyin feels that Suelu and I are too weak and wants to protect us. However, he can always sense the call of his genes to the Bering Sea region. So do Sarada and Ahe. Taro's father and mother are in pain. They were originally fin whale genes, but were modified through repeated experiments to become what they are today. So Nin Jin and the others yearn for justice and freedom. Justice and freedom? Yes, Shoko said dejectedly. Mr. Ningen's brain was once partially removed for experiments connected to a large computer, supposedly to enhance the combat capabilities of nuclear submarines. While connected to the computer, he searched the human world and learned that killing fin whales for live experiments is a violation of international law. Why hasn't the Ryan nation been punished for such an illegal act? Everyone present was silent. Zhongli Rui sighed inwardly. The kingdom of Ria wasn't just sparing fin whales, it was also sparing its adorable dolphins. He sighed softly. Finally, one day, Mr. Ningen discovered a weak spot in the petri dish it was being held in. It gathered strength and broke free, destroying the dish and rescuing Mrs. Ning and Miss Shisani. However, when the two of them tried to break Taro's dish, the dishes of Taro and his companions activated their protective seals and automatically moved deep underground. With the arrival of the self-defense forces, artillery fire surrounded the couple. They tearfully abandoned Taro and fled towards the sea. The self-defense forces that intercepted them suffered heavy losses, with 6 attack helicopters and 2 Coast Guard vessels shot down. 2 tanks were crushed. Later, we were sealed away, Yoshida Shoko sighed. Dad didn't give up on me. He somehow obtained some special, a species fusion stabilizing nano-robot potion? It was said to have come from a major Dakian company, and used it on me. At the time, I had a strong reaction, and my heart stopped beating. In his panic, Dad triggered the alarm, attracting the guards. I was sealed again, and Dad was imprisoned. After my reaction stopped, my body actually stabilized. But I was sealed, and I couldn't escape. My body automatically entered hibernation. Until one day, Taro suddenly broke all the shackles, and we were all freed from our underground seal. Qin Xiaoyao's face grimaced. The release of the species fusion nano-robot potion was most likely another White Rose's creation. Taro freed you? How? By smashing you? Zhongli Rui raised an eyebrow. I find it strange, too. Shuangzi lowered her head in thought. When we emerged from the sealed life support device, we discovered it wasn't seriously damaged. Later, we all escaped. Quill stayed with me, Koda and Ahe left, and Juyin stayed in the bay, refusing to travel far. Until your fleet arrived. Is that so? Zhongli Rui pondered. Master, based on the combined intelligence Kunluo and I have gathered, we concluded that it was Ya who freed Taro, just like how it quietly used its headband to unseal its blood claws that day, Yujia whispered. I think so too. Wait, I wonder if you also shared our experience from the battle with Taro. Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered how Taro knew the fleet was about to launch weapons of mass destruction as soon as the fighter planes dispersed, and he spoke with such a sense of combat awareness. Master, the same conclusion was reached after my discussion with Kuan Lu. Okay, I understand. Zhongli Rui ended his contemplative state and said to Shuangzi, thank you for all you said. I truly troubled you today. Get some rest. With that, Zhongli Rui prepared to leave with Di Xinyan. Shuangzi watched Zhongli Rui prepare to leave, bit her lip, and mustered up the courage to say, Senior Zhongli. Zhongli Rui turned around. I know you're a soldier. If you captured Cui Lu and me, you must have followed orders and taken us back to a research facility. Senior, if it was you who captured us, I'd be willing. Could you, when you have time, come visit me later? That way, I wouldn't be too. Shuangzi lowered her head, tears streaming. Ah? You? Shuangzi, don't cry. Zhongli Rui fumbled, unsure how to comfort her. Shuangzi looked up, glancing at the man she once loved. Not only was he the soldier who had captured her, but he'd already been married twice. She cried even louder. You stand aside. I do it. Di Xinyan said speechlessly, stepping forward to touch Shuangzi's hair. Mrs. D, Shuangzi sobbed, trying to greet him politely. Good sister. Call me Sister Xinyan, Di Xinyan consoled Shuangzi while hugging her. I've been listening for a while, and I kind of understand. Do you have any misunderstandings about Arui and the rest of the Dakian army? Shuangzi shook her head resignedly. What could I possibly misunderstand? Taro told me he heard from my father that he was strangled by a combined Dakian and Lia forces, and his body was taken back. After my mother escaped, she was also killed by the Dakian army in Hong Kong and Kowloon. You're here today to strangle Taro and capture Suilu, and me to continue our research at the Institute, right? Never mind, Senior, I can't expect too much. You're already violating military orders by letting Juyin leave. I can't make things difficult for you. Hee. Sister, you really misunderstood. Di Xinyan stroked Shuangzi's hair. The strangulation of Taro's father you mentioned was something the old Dakian army once did. Now, the former Dakian and Ria nations have ceased to exist due to the global zombie crisis. Ari formed the new Dakian army. He's one of the 5 chief commanders of the new Dakian army's 5 military commands. Huh? Shuangzi asked in surprise. Senior, what exactly are you here for? Ahem. Zhongli Rui tactically coughed, then said with a friendly face. Well, as I said when we met, we're here to rescue the remaining surviving citizens of Lifeng and Ria. What do you mean by taking you back to the research institute? What kind of nonsense is that? Shuangzi was embarrassed, realizing she had misunderstood. Her mind raced, and she asked cautiously, So, Senior, after your army completes its mission, what will you do to me? Zhongli Rui looked at Shuangzi, then at Di Xinyan, and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Come back to Ling'an Prefecture with my army. We protect you. Xinyan, what do you think? Zhongli Rui asked cautiously. Ha. Chen Xiaoyu, in the Ling'an Prefecture backstage monitoring area, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Rui, you finally learned from your mistakes, huh? Chapter 317. Di Xinyan watched her husband's cautious demeanor, feeling both angry and amused. She understood that her importance in his heart was undoubtedly paramount, which was why he wouldn't reject one good girl after another and choose to marry a widow like her. Even though he was a widower. Looking at Shuangzi, whose ears had become 6 tentacles, Di Xinyan thought, Arui has always stood the test. As for threats and challenges? I'm not afraid of them. Thinking of this, Di Xinyan's brow relaxed, and she smiled confidently. Let's put it this way. The living conditions in Riyadh are now even worse than in Dakian. Only 18,000 people from Lifeng and 10,000 from Riyadh remain in the entire country. Furthermore, the U.S. troops that moved south are currently fighting the remnants of Riyadh. Life hasn't even been rebuilt yet. Sister Shuangzi, do you want to come back to Ling'an Prefecture with us after Arui's troops finish fighting in Hokkaido? Shuangzi's eyes brightened visibly. Sister Xinyan, I do. I do. Thank you so much. Shuangzi bowed solemnly to Di Xinyan as she thanked her. Sister, thank your senior. He's the governor of that city, Di Xinyan said with a smile. Zhongli Rui internally grumbled. Wasn't it you who made the decision just now? I just remembered I was the governor of that city. But forget it. Shuangzi has feelings for me, so Xinyan should decide whether to stay or go. If I make a rash decision, I might end up in big trouble later. Yu Jia in the data world, masters emotional fluctuations detected, 15% embarrassment, 25% depression, 20% fear, 15% helplessness, 25% self-deprecation. Oh, master, it's really not easy, ha ha. Fortunately, madam hasn't discovered my affairs yet, hee hee. It's okay, I can wait until the next life. After settling Shuangzi's matter, Zhongli Rui lifted the restrictions on Shuangzi's movements. Shuangzi, although we don't restrict your movements in principle, this is a warship after all. In the event of combat, you must wear protective gear and follow instructions to stay in a relatively safe area. Never stay on the deck during combat, okay? Okay, I understand, Senior Zhongli. Just then, Yu Jia reminded him, Master, a fight has broken out on board. The giant cat has awakened from the sedatives, broken free from its cage, and engaged in combat with Major Murong Chanfeng, King Fengren, and Blood Claw. They are currently stationed at the station, the first hangar for the attack helicopters. Zhongli Rui immediately donned his great Xia dragon bird armor, and said to Di Xinyan and Shuangzi, Xinyan, put on your armor. Shuangzi, your big cat has awakened and is fighting with my men. Ah! Senior, take me there quickly. Cui Lu is a good child, please don't kill it. If it weren't for Cui Lu's constant presence, I wouldn't have survived these days. Please let me go! Let's go! Zhongli Rui, now fully armored, nodded, his face armor emitting a golden glow. Nearby, Di Xinyan, now dressed in black mechanical dark guard armor, said, Shuangzi, let's go and comfort your big cat. When they arrived at the hangar, Shuangzi took in the scene before her, the bloody claws and wind blades swirling in the air, the massive figure of Murong Chanfeng on the ground. Her pupils dilated instantly. Ah! Demons! Monsters! Senior, what are these? I'm scared. Cui Lu, upon seeing the armor surrounding Shuangzi, suddenly charged at Zhongli Rui's armor. However, Murong Chanfeng didn't give the big cat a chance. He grabbed Quill's hind legs and yanked her up, suspending her in midair. Quill cried out in pain, overcome by the overwhelming force. Hovering in midair, Fengren, claws exposed, turned to look at Xuezhua and jokingly said, all right, this cat's about to be smashed. Zhongli Rui knew what Murong Chanfeng was about to do, and quickly stopped him, saying, don't smash it. Then he immediately turned to Shuangzi and said, Shuangzi, hurry, calm your big cat down. Shuangzi stared at Fengren, Xuezhua, and Murong Chanfeng, the 2.5-meter tall figure holding Quill on the ground. Their faces were ferocious, and she remained terrified, still not daring to move. Senior, you're really just a governor. You're not a demon king, are you? The sisters Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu, monitoring the Lingen States backstage, burst into laughter. Qin Xiaoyao laughed breathlessly. Ha ha ha, Batman does look like a demon, and C3 looks like Frankenstein or the Abomination. Then, as their superior, no, leader, Brother Rui really does look like a demon king, ha ha. Ouch, I can't hold it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing, ha ha ha. Qin Xiaoyao was already buckling at the waist. Zhongli Rui said speechlessly, what nonsense. Forget it. Just calm Cui Lu down first. Let me introduce you. This giant is Major Murong Chanfeng, and the one in the air is King Fengren and Captain Blood Claw. Although the distance was quite far, Batman had strong hearing and heard it all. Blood Claw was stunned and said with a hint of pride, I'm the captain? Windblade was also stunned, then said to Blood Claw, that's right. From today on, I appoint you, Blood Claw, as captain of my guard. Fengren thought, Blood Claw is already the top warrior. It seems fitting for the top warrior to be the captain of the guard? Yes, that's it. Blood Claw saluted Fengren with emotion. Thank you, my king, for your grace. I swear allegiance to you. Shuangzi hesitated, and approached Murong Chanfeng, who was holding Cui Lu by his hind legs. Major Murong, could you put Cui Lu down? I calm her down. Murong looked at the frail-looking Rhea girl with oddly shaped ears, trembling and pleading. Speechless, he said, little girl, don't be afraid. But this is your cat? Can you calm her down? I can. Major, please put Chui Lu down. Murong Changfeng finally put Chui Lu down. Chui Lu landed on all fours and immediately ran to Xuangzi's side, whimpering softly, seeming aggrieved. Chui Lu, pet, good boy, it's okay. Don't be afraid, dear. There are no enemies here. We be staying here for the time being. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I be with you. With Xuangzi's comfort, Chui Lu finally calmed down. She squatted on the floor and began to comb her fur, which had been messed up during the fight. Fortunately, the fight was brief, and neither Chui Lu nor the others were injured. When the situation finally calmed down, Feng Ren and Blood Claw landed and approached. Zhongli Rui immediately introduced everyone to Xuangzi. Listening to Zhongli Rui's introductions, Xuangzi's fear finally subsided. Doomslayer Batman. Senior, your team is truly remarkable. How did you, a mortal, manage to lead such a team? Disanian smiled. Who said he's mortal? In fact, your senior is no ordinary human anymore. Xuangzi looked at Zhongli Rui in confusion. Senior, what exactly are you now? Zhongli Rui shrugged. I'm now a kind of being called a new type. Xuangzi narrowed her eyes. Is it like the ones in the old anime who pilot a mobile suit, or the explosive type? Zhongli Rui coughed strategically, then said, well, I do pilot a mecha now. But there's still a difference between me and the new type. How is the difference? Zhongli Rui smiled and removed his armor. Then, he said calmly, watch this. Zhongli Rui then sprinted towards the attack helicopter, sprinting to its side at 60 miles per hour. Then, with the agility of a monkey, he climbed aboard and stood on top. Then, he sprinted back to where he started. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, taking less than 10 seconds. Bloodclaw nodded. I originally thought Governor Zhongli was only known for his armor. Turns out, he's still a master without it. Xuangzi asked in disbelief, Senior Zhongli, are you a superhuman? As I said, a new species? And we have quite a few of them on our warship. Your sister-in-law and many of my subordinates are new species, Zhongli Rui introduced with a smile. Xuangzi turned to look at Disanian, who smiled as warmly as ever. Xuangzi felt a little discouraged. Each of these new age species present was incredibly powerful, but he only possessed relatively weak abilities, like enhanced hearing and telepathy. His only real strength was his extraordinary body regeneration. Compared to them, he was truly far inferior. As if sensing her master's low mood, Chui Lu came over and rubbed Xuangzi's feet. Thank you, Xuangzi patted Chui Lu's large head. Zhongli Rui, observing Xuangzi's expression, seemed to guess what she was thinking and stepped forward to offer comfort. Xuangzi, I know what you're concerned about. But I want to say, I always felt that no one, whether it's the new humans, the enhanced new humans, referring to Murong Changfeng, the Bat People, or you, should be used as tools of war. We here are all dedicated to restoring world peace. So, all you need to do is find your place in the world. Well said, Uncle Zhongli, Feng Ren agreed, smiling. I think so too. It is indeed my long-cherished wish that my people regain peace, live in peace, and prosper. We Bat People should not be tools of war. Xuangzi nodded with emotion. But then she became puzzled by Feng Ren's words. Senior Zhongli, who is this? Ah, Xuangzi, this is the future king of the Batman Kingdom, His Highness Feng Ren. Oh, and his fiancée is Xiaoya's best friend, Aishili. Huh? That Aishili I was secretly observing with that knight? She's actually become the princess? Xuangzi muttered softly, covering her mouth. Zhongli Rui had, of course, heard it, and his eyebrows twitched again. So 3 years ago, when Lu Xiaoya plotted against him, he was the only one who was completely in the dark, right? Chapter 318. Soon, Xuangzi met her long-lost friend, Aishili. At the sight of Xuangzi, Aishili excitedly embraced her. In these turbulent times, seeing a former schoolmate and close friend was truly precious. Afterward, Aishili took Xuangzi to her room to chat. Watching Xuangzi leave, Zhongli Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. What are you looking at? Your former junior high schoolmate from Ria, who once adored you, is gone, and you're so reluctant to see her go? Disanian said sourly. Sinyan, stop it, Zhongli Rui said sternly. If I'm not mistaken, Ning and Taro should have used the ruins of the former Yoshida Life Research Institute facility as his lair. The north side of Honshu Island is not far from Sapporo. If the threat of Taro isn't dealt with, the remaining survivors in Sapporo won't survive long. Disanian nodded. She knew that Zhongli Rui's main reason for seeking information was actually to get Xuangzi. She nodded. And, as Xuangzi just said, Ningan's family holds a deep hatred for humans. It's not like that easygoing sea serpent, Zhuyin, who's just going to quietly leave. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and said bitterly, and, if I'm not mistaken, the Ning in our army killed in Hong Kong and Kowloon must be Taro's mother. How could that be? Everyone around them widened their eyes. Zhongli Rui shook his head and snapped his fingers. Yujiao replay? Yes, master. Then, the great Xia dragon bird armor replayed Ning In's dying cries during the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Through noise reduction and highlighting, everyone could hear the translated version of Ning In's final cry, Japanese translation dear. I'm sorry. Ah. After comprehensive analysis, the dear here refers to the adult male Ning In, waist number 14's wife, and Taro's father. In fact, waist number 14 attacked the Hong Kong and Kowloon special administrative regions because she detected the scent of the male Ning In there. Ning In has an exceptionally strong sense of smell. In pursuit of her husband, she has attacked the Hong Kong and Kowloon special administrative regions more than once, Yu Jia explained calmly. Disanian was speechless. Murong Chanfeng asked cautiously, Captain, does this mean our ship and Ning and Taro are destined for a life-or-death struggle? At this moment, Qin Xiao also appeared and suggested, it's not just Ning and Taro, but also Ye. That male Ningin's brain. Now I understand why he's so frantically determined to destroy the American continent. Zhongli Rui said coldly, based on the intelligence analysis I just received from Shuangzi, Ning In Taro is likely to have fled back to the ruins of the Yoshida Life Research Institute, which serves as its lair. Furthermore, I suspect the Yoshida Life Research Institute's functions are not completely destroyed. It's likely that Taro contacted you from within its facilities and learned a great deal about our military. I agree. Wang Gang had appeared in the hangar at some point, participating in this impromptu tactical discussion. On the battlefield, as our forces were preparing to launch thermobaric bombs and the fighters were retreating, Ning In surprisingly knew how to proactively close the distance between us and the warships, forcing our forces to engage them with less powerful weapons. I agree. Chen Pan, aboard the neighboring warship, the Turtle, also participated in the meeting via 3D projection. At the time, Commander Zhongli and I led our mecha combined fighters in a fierce battle with Ning In. Ning In knew not to fight us head-on, and was also very good at taking advantage of the environment and terrain. This feeling is completely different from the image in the archive of waste number 14's irrational and violent destruction on the Hong Kong and Kowloon battlefields. Zhongli Rui looked at Chen Pan with some resignation. Mr. Chen, the fighter jet's power has indeed increased significantly. However, it seems it's still not enough. At that time, facing the danger from the battleship, Ning In chose to withstand our fighter jet's attack, doing his best to avoid giving the battleships an opportunity to launch weapons of mass destruction. Honestly, disaster-level monsters aren't as easy to defeat as tanks. Chen Pan thought for a moment, then, seemingly determined, said seriously, Sir, next time, our fighter jets will use a super powerful attack. What attack? Zhongli Rui shook his head. Don't think I don't know. Even the Golden Crow Wing 2 electromagnetic reactor fighter jet has a payload of only 2 tons. Don't tell me we're going to attack Taro with nothing but a 2-ton thermobaric bomb? Chen Pan rubbed his nose awkwardly, then said, Sir, it's for Ganjian only. The Divine Sword bombardment fighter can maneuver and fire the electromagnetic main guns of the Bishi and Xiangui ships once. Zhongli Rui's eyes widened. What? A light fighter firing an electromagnetic cannon from a hover? Even if the electromagnetic reactor is powerful, the energy consumed by such a single shot. Chen Pan nodded. Sir, the Divine Sword form requires 2 light mechas to launch simultaneously. You can use the Divine Sword fighter as an aerial turret. The Daxia Dragon Bird armor in the rear will act as the bombardment operator. This single shot will essentially deplete the power of the Divine Sword fighter and the Ganjian armor. After the Divine Sword fighter completes its bombardment, it will automatically fly back to the warship at a slow speed. The Ganjian armor will enter a low-energy state for 3 minutes. The Daxia Dragon Bird and Golden Crow Wing warships will be unable to use laser weapons for 3 minutes, but can continue to maneuver and use live ammunition as normal. Nonsense! This design is simply sending the Ganjian armored pilot to his death. Zhongli Rui criticized sternly. Yes, I also think this method is too dangerous for a Ganjian armored pilot to use as a railgun mount. Wang Gang also shook his head slightly. Chen Pan waited for the two to finish their rants, then remained calm and said, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, I heard you're a sniper expert? Indeed. Does this relate to the topic at hand? Mr. Chen, if you're trying to compliment me, there's no need now. My attitude is the same as yours. This design is unreliable. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, would you use an M82 sniper rifle for close combat and mobile warfare? Chen Pan continued to maintain a steady tone, his expression remaining calm. Wang Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. He pondered for a moment, roughly understanding Chen Pan's meaning. Then, his tone softened slightly. Oh, expert Chen, you mean that Gan Zhang's divine sword suit is designed for long-range sneak attacks, or sniper warfare? Indeed, the bombardment operators and the electromagnetic cannon operators will both fire from a very long distance, even outside the battle zone. And for close-range containment of high-threat combat units, like monsters, unmanned fighter mechas can be used. That, Wang Gang nodded slightly, as if beginning to consider the feasibility and pros and cons of this tactic and design. After all, using an ultralight fighter to launch an attack similar to that of a heavy fighter launching a hypersonic missile is difficult to achieve nowadays, Chen Pan said calmly. This isn't the past. Many of the Dacian army's bases have been destroyed and abandoned. We can't expect General Long's Air Force to provide support so far from the 13 Tombs Fortress Airport. Wang Gang suddenly recalled the 13 Tombs Fortress Air Force fighter jets circling in the skies outside the battle zone at Shizou. But now, with limited resources, the fleet heading to Hokkaido can only rely on its own light carrier-based fighters. Chen Pan's words were absolutely correct. At this moment, Bai Lingxin also spoke online, so, in order to be able to launch extremely powerful electromagnetic cannons in addition to warships, against targets that fighter jets cannot normally deal with, we came up with this method and this design. Zhong Lirui looked at Chen Pan meaningfully, then whispered in his mind, Mr. Chen Jinkuan, please cherish your life in this life. Although I know you can be reborn, life is not to be squandered like this. I know that the Changsheng group still has base number 2 on Luijia Mountain. However, civilized society has not yet been restored, so please do not abuse resources. Please at least think of your aunt, and think of your sister Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu. They don't want anything to happen to you. Hearing Zhong Lirui's awkward and insincere concern, Chen Pan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Captain Zhongli, thank you. Don't worry. Even a sniper rifle, being able to hit a target from 2 kilometers away is impressive. However, the Excalibur electromagnetic cannon is beyond visual range and incredibly lethal. Chen Pan, Chen Jinkuan, responded with a smile. My design isn't for head-on combat, but for one-hit and escape tactics. By the way, Lingxin has even equipped the Peregrine fighter with special equipment for this tactic. Special equipment? What kind? Zhong Lirui asked, puzzled. I know our military resources are limited right now, and you wouldn't want to see a fighter plane crash and damaged, Chen Pan said calmly. So, to increase the survival rate of fighters entangled with high-threat targets on the front lines, the Peregrine fighters are equipped with stand-in devices. Huh? That thing also consumes a lot of resources, right? The most important part of that thing is the shell. Commander, haven't you restored the oil field and petroleum industry? Later, you can work with the mixed-blood Rakshasa sister to restore the latex factory, and then you have it, right? Zhong Lirui was speechless with admiration. The vision of the former demon king, who once destroyed the world, was truly extraordinary. After recovering from his silent communication with Chen Pan, Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, and said to those around him, all high-ranking officers, elites, and allies, assemble. We're going to the Turtle to conduct an on-site inspection and evaluation of the new equipment. We're going to the Yoshida Life Research Institute, but I want none of you to be left behind. Do you understand? Everyone smiled warmly at Zhong Lirui's seemingly stern yet deeply heartwarming words. Yes, sir. Okay, Uncle Zhong Lirui. Fomran said so. Chapter 319. Turtle, First Hangar. Everyone looked at the 10-meter-long barrel of the Excalibur fighter suit, while the Ganjiang armor was only 2 meters high. Many were speechless at this huge disparity. Zhong Lirui looked at Chen Pan and Bai Lingxin and said, I say, are light units really necessary to go to such extreme lengths in pursuit of ultimate firepower? Chen Pan said calmly, Commander, that day you and I chased Taro with anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons. What happened? The result? Taro escaped. Zhong Lirui shook his head. In fact, a similar situation occurred during the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon. The fighter planes flew all over the sky, their weapons flashy and alluring, but their power was truly lacking. Ultimately, it was the heavy weapons on the battleships that dealt with waste number 14. Zhong Lirui returned his gaze to the electromagnetic cannon and asked Chen Pan, I have no doubt about its penetrating power. But let me ask you, what level of damage can it inflict on a 40-meter-tall monster like Ning and Taro? Chen Pan pondered for a moment and said, losing a limb. Zhongli's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Taro's most formidable feature is its powerful self-healing abilities, and its high amphibious mobility. If a limb is severed, Taro will become a target for the powerful weapons of the Bishi and the Xiangui. Thinking of this, Zhongli Rui finally nodded slightly. This tactic is indeed a bit extreme. However, if the fighter is to be effective in the battle against disaster-level monsters, this is indeed the only way. Otherwise, scraping is really meaningless. Jin Pani nodded slightly, his lips maintaining a mysterious curve. The Dakian army's small fleet communicated with Colonel Chris and Colonel Hideki Koki in the city. Although the Lifeng nation's southward-moving troops and the remnants of the Ria nation's military and civilians were already in dire straits, Koki still arranged for several scouts, who had previously served as district police officers in the northernmost part of Honshu, and were familiar with the situation in Aomori Prefecture, Honshu's northernmost region, to accompany them. Chris reported to Liang, who soon sent a thank you message to Zhongli Rui. Brother Rui, thank you so much. If you hadn't intervened in time, the remaining humans in Riyal would have been doomed. Don't be so polite, bro. By the way, I have to tell you that Ning and Taro, and the unsealing of many high-threat creatures sealed at Yoshida Life Research Institute were once again the work of that Ya from Ontario. Speaking of which, Ning and Taro is his son. Ah! Several of Liang's lieutenants, who spoke Dakian language, were shocked. This Ya is incredible. He was able to unseal the underground vault at Yoshida Life Research Institute? It's nuclear-proof. Leon shook his head bitterly. A nuclear-proof base? Those monsters of Ya are not. It hasn't been able to break through. Furthermore, this thing is connected to a giant computer, capable of manipulating the Lifeng nation's existing military satellites and network systems, right? Yes, it even attempted to invade our Dakian network, Zhongli Rui said coldly. But our defenses are very strong, and it simply lost more than it gained. You're quite impressive. Liang smiled, then said seriously, so, brothers, are you going to the Yoshida Life Research Institute next? To eliminate that guy with the big teeth? Yes. And after eliminating him, we're going to explore the ruins of the Yoshida Life Research Institute to see if we can get any useful intelligence. Should I send Chris and the others to assist you? They already done so. The leader of the remnants of the Ria Kingdom has assigned a guide familiar with the local situation to my forces. The rest of the southbound forces and the remnants of the Ria Kingdom are currently short on light weapons, and their combat personnel number less than 8,000. Forget it. They can barely maintain their current control zone. Helping to fight the disaster-level monsters is best left to my fleet. Thank you, Gale Kingdom and Ria Kingdom. I owe Dakian another favor. Under the eager gaze of the remaining Gale Kingdom and Ria Kingdom soldiers and civilians in Sapporo, Dakian's fleet departed the port and headed for Aomori Prefecture. 80 kilometers from the outskirts of Aomori Prefecture, Yujia reported to Zhongli Rui, Master, after testing, the Yoshida Life Research Institute still maintains 30% of its functionality. The underground reactor is still supplying power. We recommend caution in combat and avoid direct nuclear missile attacks on the ruins of the institute. I understand. Zhongli Rui nodded. However, he hadn't intended to destroy the research institute outright. There was still a wealth of information waiting to be discovered there. It seems our previous assumptions were correct, Wang Gang said, temporarily acting as advisor. The Yoshida Life Research Institute does indeed still have power, so it's possible that Ya is using it to communicate with Taro. The situation now is different from downtown Sapporo. We must be careful not to alert Taro and let him escape. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and said to Yujia, once we're within 50 kilometers, all fleets will activate optical stealth mode. Furthermore, we must advance at a slow 20 knots to avoid creating excessive waves. Yes, Master. After receiving the order, Qin Pan smiled at Bai Lingxin. Arue has made great progress. Over the past year or so, he's been quite battle-hardened, Bai Lingxin said with a smile. Then, the two high-speed land craft slowed down, seemingly vanishing from afar. Deep within the Ontario Life Research Institute, Ya, Flesh Tech Armor, wearing Flesh Tech Armor, felt a pang of fear as she read the surveillance data. Huh? Disappeared? What kind of tricks is the Dakian fleet playing? She closed her eyes, and her mind saw Taro resting in the destroyed underground containment chamber at the Yoshida Life Research Institute. Ya then contacted Taro through the notification system on the Yoshida Life Research Institute's computer. My son, be careful. Your enemies, those two warships, are pursuing us from Sapporo. Taro, resting in the ruins, said confidently, Don't worry, father. The puny human weapons are indeed powerful, but their tactics are rigid and their minds are clumsy. They're nothing to worry about. Don't be careless. I led 3 giant hellhounds against these humans in the Bering Strait. They are not to be underestimated. Son, you better make some preparations. Taro's expression was thoughtful, recalling the previous battle in Sapporo. He nodded slightly. I understand, father. Taro pondered for a moment, and left the underground seal. He walked out onto the street square, and, eyeing the towering searchlight mast nearby, he ripped it down, and used it as a close combat weapon. He also gathered any small cars nearby that he could lift with one hand. Soon, a mountain of cars had formed near the ruins of the Yoshida Life Research Institute. Taro's movements naturally escaped the Chongqing Group's satellite surveillance. Master, Taro appears to be preparing for war. He's ripped out a square high-rise searchlight pole several dozen meters long, and used it as a close combat weapon. He's also piled up a number of small cars, presumably to hurl projectiles. Does this guy really know how to teach his son to fight? Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment. The warship is anchored 3 kilometers from Taro and the Yoshida Life Research Institute, maintaining stealth. The Peregrine fighters are deployed to divert the engagement. It's best to lure Taro 500 meters away from the Institute. 500 meters is still within the kill range of a high-powered thermobaric bomb, Yujia reminded. But even if it's affected, it won't be completely destroyed, right? This Taro is no fool, and we can't lure him too far. And if we push him too hard, his maneuverability in the ocean is terrifying, and he'd definitely flee. As long as we control the tempo, he won't easily abandon the place he considers home. So Phase 1, the swarm attack, begins. Captain Wang Gang, you take charge of the bridge. I'm going to launch the Excalibur with Engineer Chen Gao. Yes, sir, Wang Gang agreed. As Wang Gang accepted the order, Zhong Lirui had already completed his armoring and left the bridge. Engineer Chen Gao, get ready, we depart immediately. Sir, I've been on standby for a while, Chen Pan said with a smile. He turned to look at the Excalibur fighter jets, feeling a surge of emotion. A few months ago, in his previous life, he had been obsessively implementing the Blue Planet Purification Plan, attempting to wipe out all the intelligent old humans worldwide. Today, reborn for the second time, he joins his nominally adopted son in battling monsters to save the remaining humans of the Kingdom of Rya. Bai Lingxin seemed to see through Chen Pan's thoughts and smiled. Isn't this what you decided to do after your rebirth? Go ahead, stand tall again, and fight for humanity, just like Arui. Chen Pan turned his head and smiled faintly, a faint green glow emanating from the armored surface of his Ganjiang. Soon, the Golden Crow Wings fighter and the Divine Sword fighter located and hovered 3 kilometers away. Zhong Lirui's Golden Crow Wings fighter extended its large manipulator and seized the firing control position at the rear of the Divine Sword fighter, which was hovering like a floating turret. The 6 Peregrine Falcon fighters, closing within a kilometer of Ning and Taro, released their cloaking force and began attacking Taro with conventional weapons. Sparks from various explosions struck Taro, seemingly with overwhelming force, but causing little decisive damage. Human, is that all? Mr. Chun, is this cannon? Okay. Zhong Lirui, who had already grasped the firing mechanism, was still a little uneasy. Chongqing Group's products are all high quality, Chen Pan said confidently. Are you sure? Zhong Lirui's worry deepened. Look, without the singer's adjustments, the new human nanobots will only turn people into zombies. Chen Pan's face was a little embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly said stubbornly, Sir, the product stolen from our group wasn't even fully adjusted. I don't think the Excalibur set, which was developed in such a short time, has even been fully adjusted. Don't worry, sir. Please fire. Zhong Lirui sighed softly and stared at his target Taro, in the distance. His lock cursor had already locked onto one of Taro's legs. Chapter 320. Zhong Lirui took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and entered a calm, sharpshooting state. With the system's help, he aimed at Ningan's right knee. Yujia, what's the wind speed today? Master, force 2 or 3 southeast wind. Auxiliary corrections complete, no problem. The Divine Sword isn't the Bishi. It only has 1 shot. Once you fired, you must retreat, Zhong Lirui said calmly. Now calm, Zhong Lirui understood. Chen Pan and his team developed such weapons because warships are too large to be invisible in combat. Any movement would be easily detected by satellites, hence the idea of using light units to mount large electromagnetic cannons. On the shore, 6 unmanned Peregrine plus black mechanical Dart Guard fighter mechas were still engaged in a tug-of-war. Ning and Taling swung his light pole repeatedly, trying to hit the fighters like swatting mosquitoes. However, the fighter planes were now optimized based on the combat data from Ning's attacks during the Battle of Hong Kong and Kowloon. Every one of Ning and Taro's attacks missed. Furthermore, some of the Peregrine fighters suddenly disappeared and reappeared. Zhongli Rui's display indicated that these fighters had already withdrawn. The ones engaging Taro were the rubber-clad dummy fighters, right? Not really, Chenpan replied. These rubber shells aren't filled with helium, but compressed hydrogen. Zhongli Rui looked at the rubber-clad fighters still maneuvering around Ning Yin, and continued, your plan is not only to sever limbs, but also to follow up with a brazed attack, right? It can only be considered a harassment. After these two attacks, it's time for the battleship's weapons to deliver the fatal blow. Zhongli Rui nodded in a profound nod. This weapon set was indeed designed specifically for targeting large monsters. Master, Ning Yin Taro is 489 meters away from the Yoshida Life Research Institute. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Zhongli Rui spoke calmly, a cold glint in his eyes. He launched the electromagnetic cannon attack with his mind. The cannonball, with unparalleled force, hurtled towards Ning Yin Taro's right knee at a hypersonic speed of Mach 8.8. As it flew at high speed, a faint electric glint shone from its surface, as if tearing apart anything in its path. The cannonball traced a perfect straight line through the air, striking Ning Yin Taro's right knee with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding bang, Ning Yin Taro's knee was instantly ripped apart by the powerful electromagnetic force. His entire right leg was broken. His massive body lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. At the Ontario Life Research Institute. Watching the battlefield unfold via satellite and surveillance cameras from buildings near Aomori Prefecture had a drastic change of expression. Oh no! My son, my son! Inside the Nalo Energy Ganjiang mecha, Chenpan said to Bai Lingxin, wife, give me a shot? Roger that. You're fighting well. Bai Lingxin similarly commanded with her mind. Boom! 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 6 loud explosions in succession. Ning and Taro, screaming on the ground, watched in horror as the previously elusive fighter planes, like flies, suddenly rushed towards him, followed by 6 consecutive explosions. The dummy fighter planes, fueled by compressed hydrogen, all charged towards Ning In and self-destructed. Ugh! Ning and Taro screamed in agony amidst the successive explosions. Zhongli Rui, seeing this, knew the time had finally arrived, and ordered Wang Gang, Bishi, large thermobaric missile, launch. On the bridge, acting Captain Wang Gang, seething with excitement, practically roared, large thermobaric missile, launch. Aboard the Bishi, a large thermobaric missile soared into the air. Trailing a long trail of flame, it streaked towards Ning and Taro's position. The missile hurtled through the air, drawing ever closer. Ning and Taro lay on the ground, watching the growing ball of fire in the sky, his eyes filled with fear and despair. He struggled with all his might, but the pain of his broken leg and the severity of his injuries paralyzed him. Finally, the missile reached its target. With a deafening roar, the entire sky seemed ablaze. A massive crimson fireball erupted in the sky, emitting a dazzling light and terrifying heat. A massive white blast of air spread out in all directions, shattering the curtain walls and glass of the surrounding ruined buildings. Ning and Taro's body was engulfed by this force. A few seconds later, as the smoke and flames gradually dissipated, everyone discovered that Ning had collapsed, leaving only his charred torso and his right hand stretched toward the sky. His massive head had been shattered and vanished in the explosion. In the Ontario hive. Ugh, ugh, ah. His flesh mask open, covered his face and wailed. Woo ah! Humans! You killed my wife, my son, and me. I will make you pay. Tears streamed down Ya's newly created body, the oriental female face. After a long moment, she turned her head and looked at the 5 3-headed dogs of fleece-blooded hell in the mother nest, and the over 1,000 Batmen in the material library, now equipped with control headbands. A raging fire of revenge burned in her eyes. Shisini Taro, I will definitely avenge you and myself. Definitely. Ning and Taro, completely silent. Yujia reported after scanning. We defeated Ning and Taro, Zhongli Rui announced calmly to the warship. We won. Everyone on the warship cheered, except for Yoshida Shoko, whose expression was somewhat gloomy. D. Sinyan and Ai Shirley, seeing this, gently patted her shoulders. Shoko, Taro chose a path of relentless conflict with humans. Now he has met this end. It's what he deserved. Don't be too sad, D. Sinyan said softly in a comforting voice. Yoshida Shoko looked at D. Sinyan with a gloomy expression. But Sister D, my ability has revealed why Taro hates humans so much. His family was originally Fin whales. After being captured by my country, They were used as experimental subjects at the Yoshida Life Research Institute, suffering all kinds of torture. Later, after Ningen's father connected his brain to a computer for experiments, he learned that they are actually protected species listed under the Convention on Humanity. And my country violated international consensus by treating them this way, and they are filled with injustice and hatred. Aishili shook her head. Honestly, their family is truly miserable, having encountered such a crazy laboratory in the Ryak Kingdom. Look at Arui. He doesn't treat my fiancé Feng Ren's bat people that way. He's now helping them become a friendly race that can coexist peacefully and develop. In the air, looking at the still smoking, charred body of Ning in the distance, especially his broken right leg, Zhongli Rui sighed softly. Such an outrageous tactic actually worked. Chen Pan, returning automatically at low speed, smiled and said, Governor Zhongli, please trust the scientific and technological simulation test results. Alright. Rarely use this tactic unless absolutely necessary. Zhongli Rui looked at the gauge indicating his fighter's current energy level at 38%, then shook his head slightly from within his armor, as the Excalibur armor slowly flew back. Suddenly, an alarm from within the Excalibur armor blared. Alert! Alert! Energy too low. Energy too low. Unable to maintain sufficient power to hover. Excalibur fighter is about to crash. What? Chen Pan exclaimed in shock. Zhongli Rui watched the Excalibur fighter plummet. Master, please, save Dad. Yujia cried. Can the armor dive? Zhongli Rui's face was stern. No! Yujia panicked. Zhongli Rui immediately flew his fighter jet, attempting to intercept the falling Excalibur bombardment fighter in midair, but he was still a step too late. The Excalibur battleship crashed into the Tsugaru Strait, creating a massive splash. Zhongli Rui contacted Chen Pan. Senior Engineer Chen Pan, can you hear me? Emergency detachment, float. But all he could hear was a murmur. On the Xiangui, Bai Lingxi knelt in agony. Husband, no! You can't swim. In the monitoring room of the Linganzhou villa. Asia, oh my god! Qin Shiyu's eyes widened as he hugged the equally dazed Qin Xiuyu. Dad, no! Damn it! Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and asked Yujia, is there a mouth-held oxygen tank for microdiving in the Great Xia Dragon Bird's backup bag? Yes! Bring it here! Yujia immediately mobilized the fighter's robotic arm and retrieved the item. Master, what are you doing? The Great Xia Dragon Bird armor can't dive. This Changsheng Group product really needs improvement. Zhongli Rui said angrily. How long is the catapult cable for the three-dimensional maneuvering device? A maximum of 30 meters of high-strength composite steel wire. Robotic arm, hold me. I'm getting ready to detach my armor. Master? I'm going to save your father. Why are you hesitating? It's 200 meters deep. The Excalibur fighter hasn't completely sunk yet. Once it does, he'd be ready to resurrect. Yes, yes. Zhongli Rui removed his armor, and was grabbed by the robotic arm. He pulled out the launch harness from the three-dimensional maneuvering device, attached it to his belt, and, biting the miniature oxygen tank, ordered the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter to descend to a height of 1.5 meters before diving headfirst into the water. On the battleship's bridge, Disanyan's heart pounded. Arui, Arui. In the monitoring room of Linganzhou Villa. Xiaoyao. How long does that small oxygen tank last? Qin Xiuyu asked, clutching her sister. About 20 minutes. It's portable, after all, not for divers. By the time they return, the design will have to be overhauled. Qin Xiuyu gritted her teeth. After Zhongli Rui entered the water, the Bishi and Taotai arrived. An attack helicopter, carrying several experienced Special Forces members, quickly approached the surface of the water where the Excalibur fighter was temporarily suspended. In the anxious eyes of the crowd, neither Zhongli Rui nor Chen Pan appeared. 3 minutes later, just as Yu Jia was about to forcibly pull back the cable, Zhongli Rui pulled Chen Pan, who had been temporarily unconscious, and removed his armor, out of the water. Master! Dad! Yu Jia anxiously projected herself into 3D, extending her robotic arm towards Zhongli Rui, attempting to grab them. Zhongli Rui grabbed the Golden Crow Wing's large robotic arm and immediately ordered, Yujia, lead us, pull up immediately. The Excalibur fighter is about to sink completely. This suction is no joke. Understood. Just 20 seconds after the Golden Crow Wing's second robotic arm lifted Zhongli Rui and the unconscious Chen Pan from the water, the Excalibur fighter completely sank. A strange vortex, the size of 3 people, appeared on the sea surface. The simple oxygen tanks that Zhongli Rui had dropped after escaping the water, something that should have floated, were sucked down. Watching the situation, Zhongli Rui was filled with lingering fear. At that moment, Di Xinyan's voice came through. Rui. Are you alright? I'm fine. Senior Engineer Chen Pan fainted and choked on water. He needs immediate emergency care. Medical team, get on deck. No. I'm going to fly directly back to the vertical takeoff platform in the first hangar. Medical team, wait there. Yes. A few minutes later. On the floor of the first hangar, Chen Pan finally spat out the bitter seawater, his breathing gradually returning to a steady state. Woo-woo. Husband, woo-woo. Bai Lingxin, who had rushed over urgently, and the two Chen sisters, who were being monitored by Ling Anzhou, burst into tears simultaneously. Zhongli Rui, still dripping with water, said angrily, the divine sword set, bad review. Chapter 321. In the infirmary aboard the Bishi, Chen Pan slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Bai Lingxin watched over him. Beside her, their two daughters, a 3D projection, accompanied them. Husband, are you awake? After returning to Lingzhou, I must learn to swim. Chen Pan said self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. Stop talking. You almost got reincarnated again this time. Bai Lingxin's eyes, red from crying, misted over again. This time, it's truly my fault, Chen Pan said helplessly. Before I regained consciousness, I reconstructed the calculations with Kunlun in my mind. Turns out, when I calculated the energy needed to return, I only accounted for the Excalibur fighter itself. I forgot to factor in the energy consumption of the Ganjiang armor, which was integrated with the Excalibur suit. You? Bai Lingxin wiped away her tears and glared at both Chen Pans. You made a mistake this time. If Rui hadn't risked his life to save you, the consequences would have been truly disastrous. Did you know that the Excalibur suit and Ganjiang armor sank 200 meters to the bottom of the ocean? Chen Pan exhaled helplessly, then pulled himself up and asked, where's Rui? He's preparing to lead a team into the ruins of Yoshida Life Research Institute and the underground sealed facility to investigate. Help me up, I'm going too. Are you trying to kill yourself? I just choked on some water, I'm not injured. The bodies of the new generation of humans aren't that fragile. But your Ganjiang armor is gone. It's just ruins there. My mass-produced black mechanical dark armor is enough. Those mass-produced machines have decent weapons. Don't be so impatient. I know you want to atone for your sins. But you don't have to risk your life over and over again. There's still a long time to live, and there's plenty of time. Don't be like this. Wife, you're already over 50, and you're still crying. Chen Pan smiled. I owed Blue Star so much in my last life. So, I redouble my efforts in this one to make amends. Instead of dawdling here, why not join our daughters, Kun Lu, and Yu Jia later, after we set out, to provide support? Don't worry, I think this trip to the Yoshida Life Research Institute will be much easier than Rui's attack on my cradle of home. Mentioning the cradle of home, Bai Lingxin rolled her eyes at Chen Pan again. Then, without further ado, she gestured for Kun Lu to command a black-clad mechanical armored guard into the room. Keep in touch, proceed with caution. Don't worry. When Chen Pan, clad in black-clad mechanical armored guard, found Zhongli Rui, he was discussing a plan to enter the institute with Wang Gang, Di Xinyan, Situ Zian, Murong Chanfeng, Mao Danqing, and other officers and subordinates. Everyone's expressions upon seeing Chen Pan approaching in armor. Except for Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan, who were well aware of Chen Pan's background, the other officers were relatively unfamiliar with him. However, after the battle with Ning and Taro, everyone's perception of Chen Pan became complicated. On the one hand, they admired his bold design concept, the crucial role he played in the battle, and the remarkable results he achieved. On the other hand, they couldn't help but lament the fact that his Excalibur fighter crashed and sank after just one use. Overall, however, everyone's impression of him was mostly positive. Qin Gaodong, why are you here in armor instead of resting? Zhongli Rui asked calmly, pausing the deployment. Governor Zhongli, I'm fine. I'm a new human too. I recover in no time after a little rest, Chen Pan replied calmly. Zhongli Rui, a fellow new human, believed this. He knew that new humans' physical recovery and injury healing speeds far surpassed those of normal humans. So, Chen Pan must have recovered by now. Zhongli Rui silently communicated with Chen Pan. Mr. Chen, are you too impatient? I understand how you feel. You're driven by a desire to atone for your past actions, constantly seeking to make amends for the damage you've done to Blue Planet. I acknowledge your attitude and your resolve. But could you be more cautious? Commander Zhongli, your lesson is correct. I'm truly sorry about the previous incident with the Excalibur fighter. I forgot to calculate the Ganjiang armor's additional energy consumption and payload. I will be more careful in the future. It would be wiser for you to bring along a highly capable technical expert like me on this trip to the Yoshida Life Research Institute. A highly capable technical expert, and one who, like himself, is proficient in the use of armor. Zhong Lirui looked at Chen Pan speechlessly. He knew Chen Pan's words made perfect sense. The last time he led his elite troops into the cradle of Homeland No. 1 underground city, Qin Xiaoyao, accompanying him, had played an incomparable role. But this time, it was Chen Pan, Chen Zhenkuan, who had volunteered. Follow orders and proceed with caution. Let's attend the meeting together, Zhong Lirui said without further hesitation. Thank you. Chen Pan's face lit up with joy. Everyone, the Yoshida Life Research Institute itself has 6 floors above ground and remains largely intact. The underground containment area is extremely large. Because it once accommodated monster-sized creatures, like Ningen's family and Ningen Taro. Our goal is to enter, obtain their development logs, and examine any remaining artifacts. Zhong Lirui continued, considering this is a biochemical research institute, all personnel entering must take protective measures. Furthermore, this time, we will only be sending new humans, awakened ones, and black-clad mechanical guards. Wang Gang asked, Sir, do you really not need our rank-and-file troops' assistance entering? Zhong Lirui replied calmly, as I said earlier, ordinary people are weaker, after all. New humans and awakened are immune to most diseases, and are also strong. We might encounter emergencies when we enter the underground containment area. In such cases, even the slowest awakened soldier can evacuate at a speed of 40 yards per minute. Ordinary soldiers can only evacuate at a speed of about 20 yards per minute. I'm doing this for safety reasons. Situzian spoke. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, thank you very much for the guidance of the instructors you sent. Now, our former warehouse garrison soldiers have successfully transformed into qualified Special Forces soldiers. Don't worry, as your successors, we will not let your reputation down. Hearing Situzian's words, Wang Gang's expression brightened considerably, and he said, All right, Xian, it's up to you this time. After finalizing the plan, Zhong Lirui led a 100-man elite team of new humans, awakened, to explore the Yoshida Life Research Institute's facilities. With the guidance of Kuan Lu and Yu Jia, Chen Pan quickly found the institute's main server. Using an external power supply, he booted up the server and downloaded the development logs. Commander, the Yoshida Life Research Institute has a large number of development logs that correspond to the ones we intercepted from the Ontario Life Research Institute, at every stage. Furthermore, the Yoshida Life Research Institute also utilizes some technology stolen from the Changsheng Group. I know, Zhong Lirui said calmly. My classmate, Yoshida Shoko, who fused with the salamander's genes, shared some information with me. She initially didn't use Changsheng's species fusion nanorobots, but rather Yoshida's own technology. As a result, she was unable to move for a long time. It wasn't until, presumably from that same line of spies, that she received the fusion potion that her health stabilized, and she can now lead a normal life. Chen Pan remained silent. He knew this was most likely another of White Rose's previous masterpieces. Quickly, from the development logs, Kunlun and Yuchia reconstructed the complete outline of the Ninjin project. The Ninjin family was originally a family of 3 fin whales. At the time, the Yoshida Life Research Institute, subcontracted by the American Ontario Life Research Institute, conducted biological experiments using captured juveniles of the mysterious Shadowman snake from the northern border of the continent and the Ninjin family, captured alive by RIA research forces in the North Pacific, as basic experimental materials. During the fusion experiment, the 3 fin whales unexpectedly transformed into upright creatures covered in white scales, possessing immense strength and rapid self-healing abilities. This discovery greatly stimulated the Yoshida Life Research Institute's ambition to continue its research. Therefore, they removed part of the brain of a living male Ninjin, 14-1, to test its integration with computers and nuclear submarine sonar, with partial success. At the same time, the Yoshida Life Research Institute was also conducting experiments on super-regenerative abilities using a giant sea snake, Juin, a giant sea bass, Kurata, and a giant squid, Awa. All was going smoothly until one day, the male and female Nin, transformed into monsters, and unable to endure any longer, shattered the giant glass container that held them captive. They attempted to rescue their son, Taro, but Taro and other materials were automatically transported to an underground containment facility. 80 meters below, the heartbroken couple abandoned their child and, fighting and fleeing, eventually escaped the encirclement of the suppressing army and made their way into the sea. From then on, they were designated waste number 14-1 and 2. Later, 14-1 Ning was killed in a joint operation under the guise of a joint military exercise between the old Dacian army and the old Ryak Kingdom's military. His remains were transported to the Ontario Life Research Institute in the Gale Kingdom. Some of the containers containing the body parts were not recovered and were left in a warehouse at a joint venture hospital in the Hong Kong and Kowloon area. Yu Jia continued to report. As expected, Zhongli Rui said with a solemn expression. Chen Pan's face grimaced. Reborn, he recalled a similar experience in his previous life. And it was precisely the actions of these mad scientists, who disregarded restraints and restrictions, that led to the tragic near annihilation of human civilization on Blue Star, deep within the Ontario Life Research Institute. He coldly monitored the movements of Zhongli Rui's troops entering the Yoshida Life Research Institute through a remote device. He naturally knew that these humans were learning about his and his family's past. Human, are you realizing your past sins? Okay, go a little deeper. Soon, I have you buried with my wife and children. Inside the control room of the Yoshida Life Research Institute's containment facility. Yujia quickly realized that Ye was monitoring us online. Master, Ye is monitoring our actions online. Most of the facilities in this place are abandoned. Furthermore, those near-catastrophic creatures were already released by Taro. Is there anything else that could threaten us? Zhongli Rui asked calmly. Master, I'm worried about that reactor. Reactor? Just as Zhongli Rui reacted, the remaining alarms in the containment facility blared. Alarm. Reactor overload. Alarm. Reactor overload. It's estimated to go out of control in 15 minutes. Zhongli Rui was horrified. Oh no! He had deliberately overloaded the reactor. Yujia said, I take control and stabilize it. Chapter 322. Yujia hacked into the system and quickly regained control, attempting to control the reactor by inserting control rods and urgently injecting iodine. The measures worked, but Yujia soon discovered that the reactor had already suffered irreversible damage. Master, the reactor has suffered irreversible damage and is expected to melt down in 30 minutes. Please evacuate. At our current position, how long will it take for the entire army to evacuate at a forced march of 40 miles per hour? Remember, allow 5 minutes for boarding and 5 minutes for emergency disengagement from the warship. Perfect new humans, like Zhongli Rui, can sprint at speeds exceeding 55 miles per hour, but awakened troops, like Situ Zian, can only sprint at 40 miles per hour. Therefore, Zhongli Rui calculated the speed at 40 miles per hour. Master, we can evacuate the surface in approximately 12 minutes. All troops, retreat. Zhongli Rui ordered. He also ordered a black-clad mechanical guard to transform into armor with Disinyan. 12 minutes later, when the troops finally retreated to the main entrance of the sealed facility, the previously open gate was now sealed shut by a massive security door. Master, wait a moment, I opened the door. Yujia immediately hacked into the system and attempted to open it. But a moment later, Yujia anxiously reappeared. Master, the door opening system has been damaged and short-circuited. It won't open. This door is a nuclear level 5 security door. At this moment, a nearby display suddenly lit up eerily, revealing the image of Ya's newly cultivated, flesh and blood armored body. Dacian army, do you like the surprise I left for you? This is where you transformed my family and me into monsters. This is a man-made hell where you humans experiment with insane technology. This will also become your grave. Enjoy the sensation of a runaway reactor explosion. Ha ha ha. You won't succeed, Yujia retorted. Oh, young silicon-based electronic life form AI girl. You're quite impressive. I know I can't compete with you for control. But what good will it do if you seize control of something that's already broken? Yujia gritted her teeth. It was you who remotely controlled the door opening mechanism and short-circuited it. What a brilliant AI. TSK TSK TSK. It's a shame you can only watch your users die here, ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. Really? You're saying we're all going to die here? That's not necessarily true, is it? Then Zhongli Rui ordered, Special Forces, place all the C4 and secret manuals you used to breach the door at a point on the door. Situ Zian replied, Yes, sir. Then the Special Forces swiftly moved, concentrating their C4 explosives at a weak point on the security door. Yu Jia frantically calculated the detonation time. Master, the explosives are set. The detonation timer is set to 3 seconds, Yu Jia reported to Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui nodded. 3, 2, 1, detonate. As Yu Jia's countdown ended, the C4 charge was successfully detonated. The deafening explosion was deafening, but after the smoke cleared, the door was intact. Ah! The soldiers exclaimed in surprise. Zhongli Rui, as if he had anticipated this, turned to Chen Pan and said, "All black-clad mechanical guards, fire grenades at that point. Half armor-piercing grenades, half incendiary grenades. Execute!" Chen Pan frowned, but still executed. Dozens of grenades then exploded continuously at the location of the previous C4 explosion. When the attack ended, everyone noticed a significant dent in the area previously hit by the C4 bomb. But the door still hadn't broken. Yu Jia nervously exclaimed, "It's already taken 16 minutes. Seeing the door still hadn't broken, Chen Pan was about to suggest that Zhongli Rui try having the black-clad mechanical guards charge in and self-destruct one by one, but Zhongli Rui ordered, "All black-clad mechanical guards, concentrate your fire on the concentrated blast point." Over a dozen fire dragons erupted at the spot on the security door targeted by the concentrated attack. Soon, an area roughly 1 meter in diameter was ablaze. "We're out of kerosene," Chen Pan continued. "Sir, do we need the mechanical guards to charge in and self-destruct the battery?" Zhongli Rui shook his head, then pulled out Bai Lingxin's newly crafted large pulse laser gun from behind his armor. He aimed at the already red-hot spot on the security door and pulled the trigger. The massive laser beam finally pierced the door, creating a hole about 20 centimeters in diameter. Alas! What a shame! The hole is too small. Chen Pan gritted his teeth. Yu Jia continued to count the time. 19 minutes have passed. "Master!" The tooth on the wall sneered. "Roar, king of mankind, you truly surprised me. However, even though you penetrated us, it was in vain. This is such a small hole, no one can escape. You, from this hole, will watch your hope turn to despair. Ha ha ha." Chen Pan gritted his teeth, opened his armored visor, and was about to order the armor on his body to charge forward and self-destruct, further opening the gap. But then Zhongli Rui continued his command, "Retreat. Everyone, take out your emergency oxygen tanks and take them. After a moment, close your eyes." Then, the missile launcher on the back of his Great Xia Dragon Bird armor flashed. "Engineer Chen, have you forgotten that the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor is equipped with weapons of mass destruction? You're going to use that? No wonder you told everyone to bite down on their oxygen tanks." Chen Pan suddenly snapped awake and quickly closed his armored visor again. As everyone retreated, Zhongli Rui aimed at the crumbling emergency door, which had been pierced through the structure, and launched a small thermobaric missile. The missile struck the emergency door, instantly creating a massive explosion and shockwave. The emergency door completely collapsed in the blast, sending huge fragments flying everywhere, creating a gap wide enough for the entire army to pass through. "Quick! Everyone pass through!" Zhongli Rui shouted. The troops sprang into action, swiftly and orderly passing through the gap. Zhongli Rui stayed behind to ensure everyone's safe evacuation. On the now half-shattered LCD screen on the wall, Ya's face was filled with disbelief. "You truly surprised me, king of mankind." When they finally evacuated to safety, they looked back and saw the sealed chamber trembling. Not far away, the Bishi landship had already opened its emergency boarding access portal. "Everyone! Board within 3 minutes. We must evacuate this area within 5 minutes. A small-scale nuclear explosion will occur here," Zhongli Rui shouted. "Quick!" Upon the command, the troops immediately increased their speed, marching towards the Bishi landship. Seeing everyone already in action, Zhongli Rui turned and ran towards the Bishi landship. 3 minutes and 41 seconds later, seeing everyone already inside, Zhongli Rui also rushed into the access corridor and closed the door. Yu Jia, Kunluo, overclocked the battleship reactors. The fleet is accelerating at 200 miles per hour, leaving this area. A nuclear explosion is imminent. "Yes, sir." The AI Yu Jia and Kunluo agreed simultaneously. Just 5 minutes later, the Bishi and Xiankui, their reactors in overclock mode, had already separated by 20 kilometers. At a certain moment, a massive explosion was heard from the sealed chamber at the Yoshida Life Research Institute. A massive fireball shot up into the sky, then exploded in the air, forming a massive mushroom cloud. The shockwaves from the blast, even 20 kilometers away, shook everyone aboard the 2 battleships. Gazing through the battleship's observation windows at the rising mushroom cloud, they were filled with shock. "We really escaped," Situzian said, his voice trembling as he gazed in the direction of the explosion. "Yeah, I was so scared. We actually escaped a nuclear explosion," Amao also exclaimed. Zhongli Rui stood in the battleship's command center, gazing in the direction of the explosion, his eyes far from relaxed. He knew that, though they had escaped this time, the real battle had only just begun. Yujia, Kunlun, immediately scanned the explosion area and analyzed the range and intensity of the radiation. Zhongli ordered. Yes, sir. Yujia and Kunlun immediately set into action, and a report arrived shortly after. Master, the radiation from the explosion is widespread, but not overwhelming. At our current position and speed, we should be able to escape the danger zone before the radiation reaches us, Yujia reported. At this point, Di Xinyan stepped forward and offered comfort. Rui, a nuclear reactor explosion is very different from a nuclear bomb detonation. At our current speed, we can ensure our soldiers escape this area unharmed. That's good. Yujia. Zhongli Rui recalled something and called out to Yujia. Master, what's wrong? Yujia materialized in 3D. Thank you for the armor, Zhongli Rui said with a sincere smile. If it weren't for the armor you gave me, we would all be dead here today. Master, you're so kind. This is what I should do, Yujia said with a smile. Inside the Ontario Life Research Institute, in the form of flesh and blood armor, nearly gnashed his teeth to pieces in anger. Human, you're lucky. Chapter 323. In the battleship's conference room. Yujia solemnly reported, Master, today, when that you remotely controlled the Yoshida Life Research Institute again, I hacked into its surveillance and servers again. We may not be able to wait 6 months. Now, the number of flesh-blooded hellhounds in the Mother Nest base has increased to 5. Every officer in the conference room exclaimed in astonishment, especially Wang Gang, who participated in the Bering Strait retreat and interception. He was stunned. The existence of a new elite individual in flesh and blood armor, and 5 flesh-blooded hellhounds. Faced with these recent developments, Zhongli Rui remained silent, with a serious expression. Fengren asked doubtfully, what kind of hellhound is this? Is it very powerful? Murong Chanfeng said solemnly, Your Highness, Fengren, this hellhound is a living land warship with immense regenerative abilities. It can launch powerful short-range and long-range attacks. Furthermore, it carries your people as war supplies in its biological cheek pouches. Essentially, a single hellhound can carry hundreds of your people on its back. At that time, 2 of our warships fought 3 such hellhounds in the Bering Strait with all their might, but they only defeated 1. Furthermore, the fleet was damaged. Oh my god! Fengren's eyes widened. Zhongli Rui shook his head. It seems we can't wait any longer. If the number of hellhounds exceeds 8 in a few months, humanity won't be able to defeat them with its current military strength. So, after we sort out what we learned from the Yoshida Life Research Institute, we must advance our plans. Then Zhongli Rui looked at Wang Gang. Wang Gang nodded and concluded, based on the data we brought back, and the data Yujia previously snatched from the Ontario Research Institute servers, the culprit behind this catastrophe was the Gale Nation's development of a new auxiliary system for its next-generation naval strategic deployment, as well as its attempted development of strategic-grade biological weapons. As a result, research and development efforts at both the Ontario Life Science Institute and the outsourced Yoshida Life Science Institute spiraled out of control. That's the general direction, yes? The core point is about the series of retaliatory and destructive acts Ning and committed against humanity during the development of flesh and blood technology. Zhongli Rui rested his chin on his hand and turned his gaze to Chen Pan. Strictly speaking, it was also revenge for his wife, children, and himself. Chen Pan's heartbeat slowed for a moment. Instantly, the remorse he felt from the past surged back. Zhongli Rui continued calmly, this time, our expedition to Ria was 80% successful. We rescued the life-owned soldiers and civilians who had crossed the sea southward, and also saved the remaining survivors of Ria. Although we nearly encountered danger when we entered the Yoshida Life Science Research Institute, we were generally safe and sound. However, this incident also taught us a lesson. Yujia, Engineer Chen, the electrical power and production lines at the Ontario Life Science Research Institute are still functioning. May I ask where the reactor is located? Next time we go looking for Fang, we break into the Mother Nest to rescue them. I don't want this to happen again. Chen Pan was stunned, then quickly collected himself and opened the 3D image. The Ontario Life Science Research Institute is different from the Yoshida Life Science Research Institute. Their reactor is not built underground, but is located separately by the lake, similar to a small hydroelectric power station. Is this designed to facilitate access to lake water for cooling? Zhongli Rui asked. Yes. Then, at the outset of our subsequent tactical deployment, we must first seize control of the electronics of this small nuclear power plant, Zhongli Rui pointed out. Otherwise, if we're halfway through the battle and this place becomes like it is today, then boom, everyone's efforts will be in vain. That's no problem, Yujia revealed. When I hacked into the Ontario Life Research Institute server last time, I also brought out the Energy Institute's data. Controlling that area should be easy when the tactic is deployed. That's good. Zhongli Rui then turned his gaze to Fengren. Otherwise, the risk of us breaking into the data warehouse and rescuing the 1,000 trapped humans and the controlled bat people would be too great. By the way, Master, if you want to rescue those people, please prepare a rescue force of more than 1,000 people, Yujia pointed out. Besides, those rescued humans probably can't expect their limbs to remain intact. Same situation as Asia, right? Zhongli Rui said seriously. Yes. A similar situation. At this point, Fengren said, if you truly need help, we Batmen will help. Our claws can sever limbs with a single strike. Your Highness Fengren, your guard is only 9 men now. You bear a heavy burden when executing these tactics. Whether your compatriots in the sky can be successfully recaptured depends on you. Zhongli Rui shook his head slightly. Leave the task of entering the hive to our human forces. If you succeed, please lead your men outside to protect us. Okay, Uncle Zhongli Rui. You are an excellent king. I believe in you, you can do it. Zhongli Rui looked at Fengren with piercing eyes. For a new world of peace and hope. Fengren responded sincerely. After the brief meeting, Zhongli Rui connected with Sorokov and Liang. The following is in Dacian Chinese, translated from one another. General Sorokov, Governor Liang, it seems we need to advance our plans. Zhongli Rui then displayed the information Yujia had sent back regarding the status of the 5 fleece-blooded Cerberus in the biological dock. Friends, we killed one last time. But now, we have 5 to contend with. Solokov's bald head was covered in sweat. Liang's lips paled as he pursed them. After a long pause, Sorokov said, My comrade, General Zhongli, how many troops can you contribute if you were to fight with all your might? At full strength, our land fleet consists of 3 warships. 5 fighters capable of carrying hypersonic missiles, 3 attack helicopters, and up to 12 light carrier-based fighters. The warships are equipped with heavy rocket batteries and hidden gun emplacements capable of launching thermobaric missiles. All 3 warships can launch large thermobaric missiles. After listening to Zhongli Rui's report, Sorokov paused and said, Our Rakshasa army can deploy the modified Bison hovercraft. Note that the Bison hovercraft now has a thermobaric missile launcher. Flame-throwing tanks with compressed rockets and Savage mechas offer powerful fire support and some air defense capabilities. Can your Bison reach the Ontario region? To reach Ontario, it seems the land-based ships must circumnavigate northern Hudson Bay and then head south. The Tautai has ample fuel reserves. But the Bison can only reach 400 kilometers, right? Don't worry about that. We can transport it from northern Hudson Bay using heavy icebreakers, then head south from Hudson Bay. In fact, I suggest the Dacian army take a similar route. Sorokov glanced at Liang beside him. This route was Liang's suggestion. Yes, it's almost June now, and the Arctic ice has mostly melted, making it much easier for land-based ships and icebreakers to navigate, Liang added. Also, you don't have to worry about the fighter jets. The 3 AC-130s have been equipped with new cannons and a gun-launched missile system, capable of launching large thermobaric missiles. A single AC-130 has more firepower than a Bison. But, Major General Liang, during battle, don't push your AC-130 too far forward. I'm not saying this, the AC-130 has the worst survivability of any heavy unit. My Bison now have air defenses. The AC-130 doesn't. Sorokov pointed out harshly. As expected, Liang's face turned sour. At this moment, Zhongli Rui consoled him, Don't worry about air defense, you two. We in Dacian now have a powerful ally. The Batmen have formed the rudiments of a kingdom within our Dacian. With them, those terrifying Batmen might be inspired to stay away from us. Really? Sorokov's eyes widened. Liang was even more stunned. After all, Liang and his first lieutenant, Chris, had been defeated by this terrifying biological air force and lost their fighting spirit. Zhongli Rui nodded. We now have a powerful new ally. His Highness Fengren, the king of the Batmen. He and his warriors will aid us in the battle. Of course, we must also fulfill our agreement. Liang understood. It's to save their mothers and tribesmen, those poor citizens of our country, right? Yes. It's my duty, Liang nodded. Those are my compatriots, my people. I will personally rescue them. Solokovov thought for a moment and said, Governor Liang, you will command one of the 3 Bisons. This one will be used for the assault transport to rescue the trapped people. Zhongli Rui nodded. Don't worry, Leon. When the time comes, I will also lead elite troops to assist you in the rescue. However, in the meantime, our attack force must try to delay or destroy those 5 hellhounds. Don't worry. Sorokov smiled. We prepared so many powerful weapons just for this day. Yes, just for this day, Zhongli Rui nodded. For humanity. At the end of the meeting, the 3 men swore an oath in unison and exchanged military salutes. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. As leaders of the remaining human resistance forces on Blue Planet, they were fully aware of the responsibility and mission they shouldered. In this moment, Blue Planet's last powerful 3 forces stood together. Yu Jia silently took a screenshot and snapped a photo. This is a crucial moment for humanity. Chapter 324. After bidding farewell to the remaining 28,000 survivors in Sapporo, Hokkaido, the Dakian fleet steamed towards Lingen province at full speed, preparing for the final battle and making final preparations. During the voyage, Zhongli Rui contacted Yelena, Long Zhanya, Chung Yonghua, and Tang Xiaoning, explaining the change in plan. Don't worry, the 13 tombs will mobilize all their forces. This time, our air force will support you all. Master Long, the key to victory in this battle lies in your air force, Zhongli Rui said seriously. Whether we can completely destroy the mother nest and eliminate the threat to the remaining humans on the Asian continent depends on the air force's ace pilots. Of course, Long Zhanya smiled. These bad boys in the air force are trustworthy. Zhongli then turned to Yelena and asked, Yelena, are you from Motorport? Do you have any supply ships with icebreaker capabilities? Yes, what's the problem? Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and said, this time we're going to conduct an expedition to the mother base on Lake Ontario. The Bishi and Xiangui are nuclear powered, so there's no problem. The Taotai is conventionally powered, and the last battle in the Bering Strait was the maximum range it can cover. We need a supply ship to accompany us this time. Yelena thought for a moment and said, no problem. Besides, I be the captain of the supply ship this time. This? Zhongli Rui hesitated. Rui, you always been the captain during every expedition. This time, let me be the captain too. Besides, I'm not captaining a battleship, I'm captaining a supply ship. It won't be too dangerous. Long Zhanya smiled. After many battles and collaborations, little Yelena has proven herself to be a reliable major general. Rui, this time, let's just go on the Dakian expedition with just the 3 of us. Yelena was overjoyed upon hearing Long Zhanya's affirmation. Thank you, Master Long. Seeing that Long Zhanya had no objection, Zhongli Rui smiled and nodded, agreeing to Yelena's plan to join him on the expedition. How about this, Yelena? In addition to carrying supplies and fuel, bring more medical personnel, stretchers, and go to the major hospitals in the Magic City and collect more prosthetic limbs. Prosthetic limbs? Why do you need those? Yelena was completely bewildered. Prepare them, Zhongli Rui said solemnly, and in a low voice. They will definitely come in handy when the time comes. Okay. Yelena reluctantly agreed. At this moment, Tang Xiaoning sighed softly. Alas, the expedition can only be entrusted to you 3. Rest assured, as Dakian's largest wheat granary, I will ensure the logistical and food supply is not a problem. Chung Yonghua said, everyone, feel free to give it your all. As Dakian's largest port, we look forward to the victorious return of the Human Coalition Army. After hanging up, Zhongli Rui stood on the bridge, gazing at the vast ocean, his eyes firm and deep. He knew that this decisive battle hinged not only on the survival of the Dakian fleet, but also on the future of the remaining humankind on the entire Asian continent. He vowed to himself that, no matter what, he would win this battle and secure a glimmer of hope for the remaining humankind. The warship continued its rapid advance towards Lingen province. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and connected with Fengren. Your Highness Fengren, let's meet in the conference room. I think I might want to teach you one final lesson before the decisive battle. Fengren quickly arrived at the conference room. In the conference room, Zhongli Rui was wearing the uniform of a major general, and on his chest hung every medal he had received in the past few months. Uncle Zhongli, you called me? Little Prince Fengren, my child. We are about to embark on the journey to the final battle. Before I teach you my final lesson today, I want to ask you, are you ready? I am ready. As the future king of the Batman clan, participating in such a glorious war of liberation is an honor I could not ask for more. I am grateful for your kindness. Zhongli Rui paused, then looked Fengren in the eye. My child, I and others have been your mentors for some time. I want to ask you, what do you think about what is most important for a king? Fengren pondered for a moment, then replied solemnly, I believe that for a king, the most important qualities are courage, wisdom, and benevolence. Zhongli Rui nodded slightly. Courage is the spirit of not retreating in the face of difficulties and enemies, but daring to charge forward. Wisdom is the ability to make sound judgments and decisions in complex and ever-changing situations. And benevolence means that as a king, you must care for and cherish your people, and seek their well-being. Well, you learned well. Fengren listened attentively, his eyes gleaming. Very good, Your Highness Fengren. The 3 points you mentioned are all qualities that an excellent king should possess. But I must remind you that in war, especially when the enemy is strong and you are weak, and the situation is dark and difficult, what is more important for a king is to give your people hope and strength. These are the things that require you to unleash your true charm as a king. A king's true charm? Fengren was puzzled. Yes. Zhongli Rui took a deep breath. War is war. No matter what kind of war it is, it will always be accompanied by sacrifice and hardship. Your soldiers, your people, are being controlled by Ya's mind control headbands, becoming consumable supplies and innocent victims on the battlefield. Don't worry, my experts, and I will break these mind bands. However, once the mind control of your compatriots on the battlefield is lifted, do you have the confidence to conquer their hearts? I can do it. Although I can't defeat Blood Claw, I earn their trust and loyalty. Fengren said proudly. You done well. But what you're about to face is 1,000 of your compatriots in the air. You were able to conquer Short Fang and the others, and you were able to conquer Blood Claw and the others. Well, you're already quite impressive. But do you have the confidence to conquer 1,000 of them on the battlefield at once? Fengren hesitated. I might not be able to. But I want to be their king. I want them to be free from the fate of being used as tools of war. Everyone should have the right to live in peace, just like me. Uncle, please teach me how to conquer 1,000 of my compatriots in one fell swoop. Looking at Fengren's determination, Zhongli Rui nodded with satisfaction. My child, you have this heart. That's great. I teach you the most important skill a king needs to master. Public speaking. Public speaking? Fengren was puzzled. Zhongli Rui nodded. Yes, a speech. Under Fengren's expectant gaze, Zhongli Rui opened the transcript of a speech he had given to 500 Alliance members during the Home Alliance Defense War, recorded by Kuan-Luan. This was probably the toughest battle I fought since the apocalypse. Zhongli Rui reflected with a look of nostalgia. Son, you now have 9 citizens, and you're about to rescue over 1,000. Back then I, your uncle, had only 500 not-so-elite warriors, but we faced a 10,000-strong zombie army. And among them, there were warriors as powerful as your master Murong Chanfeng. Ah! Fengren's eyes widened. Uncle Zhongli, how did you lead your men to victory? Our victory wasn't easy. Captain Ameo lost his leg in that battle. Zhongli Rui extended his hand and clenched his fist in the air. Faced with a powerful enemy, in a bleak and desperate moment when hope seems elusive, as a leader, you must stand out like a beacon, giving your people the courage to move forward and the hope to fight. Give them hope. Specifically how? That's my speech at the time. Zhongli Rui looked at Fengren. Our Dakian isn't a kingdom. But I, your uncle, am also a leader. Under the oppressive clouds of war, the only way to survive and achieve victory is to give your people hope, to guide them, and to persevere. Then Fengren watched quietly. I read the full transcript of Zhongli Rui's speech during the Home Alliance Defense War. Allies of the Home Alliance, citizens of Ling'an State, all my friends. I am Zhongli Rui. Like you, a living, breathing survivor and resistance fighter. Now is perhaps the most crucial moment in our journey to rebuild our homeland since the outbreak of the apocalyptic zombie crisis. I send this message to each and every one of you, wherever you are at this moment. I empathize with all your feelings and the fear you may feel. Most of us will face a tremendous challenge. A massive zombie horde created by Changcheng Life Science Group is about to invade our homeland once again, just as they last attacked the shelter at Gangnam Gymnasium. Today, I implore you all to remain calm and resolute, and unite in the face of this test. Every friend who can fight, please face your fears, take up arms, and fight with me. Our test is severe, our challenge unprecedented. It is said that truth is within the range of the cannon. Well, we have prepared our cannons to meet the incoming challenge. Fight! My friends, my fellow countrymen, for victory. For our homeland. After watching the video, Fengren's entire aura changed. A gleam of brilliance shone in his eyes. The king's speech. Those are my compatriots. They love their mother, just as I love mine. They value honor, just as I and my warriors do. Uncle Zhongli, I seem to understand. Zhong Lirui stepped forward and asked one last question. One last question. Son, how are you learning Fierce Wind Mandarin? The compatriots you soon face in the Ontario Hive use Fierce Wind Mandarin as their basic language, just like Blood Claw. No problem, Fengren said confidently. Mom has tested me, and my spoken English is already a native speaker. Zhong Lirui smiled with satisfaction. Son, you will become an excellent king. Chapter 325. After the fleet returned to Lingen province, Zhong Lirui issued a general mobilization order for the special zone. With the help of his trusted allies, the weapons, ammunition, and supplies needed for the expeditionary fleet were quickly prepared. Engineer Zhao, I need your help with something. Amidst his busy schedule, Zhong Lirui approached Xiao Yingying. Brother Rui. No, Commander Zhongli, tell me what it is. Asking for help is too polite. We must be fully prepared for this expedition. But there's one thing you might be the only one who can help with. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, then looked at Xiao Yingying and said, prepare approximately 80 chainsaws for my assault force, either oil saws or electric saws. 80! Xiao Yingying was shocked. Commander, are you planning to fight a war with chainsaws? But now, Lingzhou's arsenals can produce guns and ammunition. No, this isn't for war. Zhong Lirui's face was grim. I'm preparing this to save lives. I can't make so many. However, the West City hardware market, which hasn't been recovered yet, might have some in stock. Oh, Sister Lu is familiar with that area. Her hometown is over there. When Zhong Lirui heard there was a chance for the chainsaw, he nodded immediately. Okay, I go find Sister Lu. Soon, Zhong Lirui found Lu Yisan, who was also helping to prepare supplies. Sister. Brother, you haven't come to see me in so long. Tell me, why are you suddenly here again? Do you need my help? Nighthawk looked at Zhong Lirui with a hint of resentment. It is. Then Zhong Lirui explained his purpose to Nighthawk. Why are you preparing so many chainsaws? In a zombie fight right now, you basically send either Major Murong or the singers from your brother-in-law's school. So you don't want to save people? Nighthawk asked, puzzled. No, now we're going to use these seemingly strange tools to travel all the way to Ontario, Gale Country, to rescue people. Using chainsaws? Yes, chainsaws. Nighthawk stared into Zhong Lirui's eyes, speechless for a long moment. Okay, I believe you. Every time you make some strange preparation, it turns out you have a reason. I can lead your special forces team to find the chainsaws. But I have a request. What request? Zhong Lirui asked, puzzled. As he spoke, Nighthawk lunged at him, attempting to force a kiss. But Zhong Lirui, a new human, reacted much faster than Nighthawk and naturally restrained him. Sister, don't be like this. Now I'm your brother. And I'm married. What a shame. I've forgotten I'm not as fast as you. Nighthawk was a little deflated. Then, what do you do to me? Just bite my hand like you did to Xiao Yao. Then, I go find my sister-in-law and have them sing a song for me. What are you going to do? I want to become a new human. This time, I want to go with you. Oh, sister, going to the Ontario Hive is too dangerous. Rui, I respected your choice last time, but this time, you have to respect mine too. Nighthawk looked at Zhong Lirui, his eyes misting. I heard from Ameo and Mingqi that in order to save the Magic City, and that half-blood governor Ekaterina, you used your body to withstand the shockwave and thermal radiation of the thermobaric bomb, right? Sister. I told you, don't lie to me. Yes. Last time you talked me out of it, and I ended up being your sister. I agreed. I, Lu Yisan, keep my word. But you're my family now, my brother. During the apocalypse, I watched as zombies took my parents, my grandmother, and tore my brother apart. I didn't have a brother anymore. And yet, God has gifted me another. Although I feel a little regretful, I'm truly happy. The brother God gifted me is a hero who stands tall and proud. But when I heard you resisted the thermobaric bomb, As he spoke, Nighthawk couldn't hold back his tears. Sister. Good brother, I'm your sister. I protect you personally. This time, you and your warriors are ready to fight for all of humanity. I go with you. But I know ordinary humans are too weak. So help me become stronger. This is my wish, I volunteer. For my family. The moment she finished speaking, Nighthawk's eyes were filled with determination. As she spoke, she kissed Zhong Lirui again. In the surveillance room, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Oh my god! Big sister's trying to steal my house. I see. Sister, it's your choice. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, and again stopped Ying's kiss. Sister, let me do it, My mouth isn't good. Leave it to me. So where do you like? Ah. Ying was surprised to see Zhong Lirui pull back her collar and bite down on her neck and shoulder. Feeling the slight pain in her shoulder, Ying looked at Zhong Lirui with amusement. Oh, brother, you like to imitate Count Dracula's tricks? Haha, great, sister is happy. Thank you. Backstage, Chen Xiaoyu observed this and shook her head. After going through so much, Rui has finally grown up and finally started to understand the bad side. This is a trick that's walking on the line. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui found Xiaofu and assisted Nighthawk in becoming a new human. Zhongli Rui didn't contact Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi, simply because he felt a little guilty. Sister, although you have also become a new human and your combat effectiveness has greatly increased, you must obey my command during combat. You should take a light machine gun as a fire support group, just like Mingqi. I don't like machine guns, Nighthawk smiled, picking up the automatic howitzer. I like this. Zhongli Rui, pay attention to the explosion radius during combat, so as not to injure your own people. Okay, hee. With Nighthawk's guidance and help, Zhongli Rui, Murong Chanfeng, and Xiaofu recaptured the West City hardware market and found approximately 60 chainsaws in stock in the warehouse. It's less than I expected, but it's enough. Xiaofu looked at the chainsaw and asked, puzzled, Uncle Zhongli, are these weapons for combat? Yes, but these are meant to save the mothers of your people across the sea. Be prepared. Even if we rescue them, they might be in no better condition than your mother. Xiaofu nodded, half understanding. Zhongli Rui tapped his armor. Dr. Asia, do you understand what I mean? Asia, standing in the background, was stunned for a moment, then understood. She smiled with relief. Commander Zhongli, thank you for saving my life. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to find such a wonderful family. Thank you for giving me a second chance. That evening, everything the expeditionary fleet needed was essentially in place. Under the night sky, Zhongli Rui, holding Di Xinyan in his arms, stood on the rooftop of the residential complex, overlooking the finally restored lights of the special zone. Currently, only the East City Special Zone in Ling'an Prefecture had lights on at night. The rest of the area remained shrouded in darkness. Hubby, did you transform Sister Asen into a new human today? Ah, yes. Zhongli Rui's heart skipped a beat, and after a brief hesitation, he revealed the truth to his wife. Haha, fate is truly strange. Di Xinyan smiled. Remember? I told you I didn't want to be your sister anymore, and yet, that day, you desperately married me. You rejected Exian, but now she truly treats you like a brother, and doesn't want you to mess around. So she's accompanying you on the expedition. I understand her feelings perfectly. Wife. She just. Don't call her just, Di Xinyan said mercilessly. Of course, her motives weren't pure. But she truly cared about you and treated you like family. I felt that way myself. So now I understand. But we can go together. Remember, now that you're powerful, it's your job to protect her. The battlefield is full of dangers, so be careful, okay? Of course, I will be careful. Of course not. Others may not know, but I know you. What are you preparing those chainsaws for? And, are you planning to bring Situzian's new human troops with you on this invasion? Yes. If it were Captain Wang Gang's ordinary special forces at the Yoshida Life Research Institute, we wouldn't even have time to retreat. Zhongli Rui shook his head. Ordinary people are too vulnerable in that harsh environment. Even if you possess a powerful mecha, even if you have the real-time assistance of the powerful AI Uchiha, even if you and your warriors are all new humans. But be careful. As a new human, you are still human, not a god. And you're going to be a father. Zhongli Rui looked at Di Xinyan's belly in surprise. Di Xinyan nodded gently with a holy smile. Zhongli Rui's face flashed with surprise and joy, but then gave way to an intense happiness. He gripped Di Xinyan's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Honey, is it true? We're having a baby? Di Xinyan nodded gently, her eyes gleaming with maternal love. Yes, I felt something strange the other day, so I checked myself. I found out it's been over a month. So you must return safely. Our child still needs a father. Zhongli Rui took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Don't worry, I will return safely. For you and our child, I must return alive. The two smiled at each other, their hearts connected. Then, Zhongli Rui gazed into the distance again, his eyes gleaming with determination. On this expedition, no matter what, I must rescue the mothers of my tribe. For them, and for our children, I cannot fail. Di Xinyan gently patted Zhongli Rui's shoulder and said tenderly, I believe in you, husband. You can do it. Chapter 326. 1 week later. The combined fleet of the Dacian army set out. Zhonglirui, commanding the Bishi and Xiangui, first passed through the port of Modu and reunited with Yelena, piloting the Dongsheng Shinzhou supply ship. After a 3-day journey north, the Dongsheng Shinzhou supply ship could only travel at 30 knots, far less than the speed of a nuclear-powered Xuanwu-class land-based carrier. The 3 ships reunited with Long Zhanye, commanding the Taotai. Thus, the main force of the Dacian army was assembled. Don't worry, Zhongli. I contacted Governor Liang about the supersonic fighter bombers carrying the Judgment Blade and equipped with nuclear warheads. They already cleared the air base on Sakhalin Island. The expeditionary fighters can rest there, and then depart with the aerial refueling tankers taking off from there. When our battle begins, they provide close support. Also departing at the same time are the Rakshasa Army's White Swan supersonic heavy strategic bombers, Long Zhanye introduced. To deal with those living land-based carriers, and the 3-headed dogs of hell, the Rakshasa Army has pulled out all its best weapons, Zhonglirui said with a smile. I think so. I feel like the Lusha side is desperately trying to be proactive, and they're actually planning for the post-war period. Long Zhanye's eyes were deep. During the last Bering Strait battle, my Dacian army contributed the most. Now they're using their full power, and it seems they're already considering the issue of a say in the new post-war world order. Well, we can only consider the post-war world recovery era after we win, Zhonglirui said calmly. Solikov is really too optimistic. The Ontario Hive's army of biochemical monsters is not so easy to deal with. The Life-Own National Army was once more powerful than my Dacian and Lusha combined, yet they've fallen to this point. Now there are 5 hellhounds. Honestly, I'm a little unsure. Don't worry. This time, facing those giant, living monsters, our Dacian fleet isn't alone. The Rakshasa have modified 3 bisons, installing flamethrower tanks capable of firing thermobaric bombs, barely serving as wingmen for the ground fleet. Those AC-130s have also been upgraded with gun-launch missiles, increasing their firepower. The American gunship's rapid-fire cannons have been upgraded to Rakshasa-made ones, and now they're gun-launched missiles? Zhonglirui frowned slightly. Really? Long Zhanye was a little surprised by Zhonglirui's interest in this detail. Alas! Is the AC-130 still a gunship without its rapid-fire cannon? Luosha's assistance to the Fierce Wind Nation is toxic. However, the Fierce Wind Nation is practically on the run now, and they don't have many options. Long Zhanye was stunned, then understood. Ah, that's interesting. They're deliberately trying to upgrade the gunships, so they can no longer effectively threaten ground targets. Haha, what a plot. Well, it would be strange if Lusha didn't plot against the Fierce Wind Nation. Never mind, the current situation doesn't affect this operation. Zhonglirui shrugged. Against giant monsters, cannon-launched missiles are indeed more effective than rapid-fire cannons. Well, after all, this is a matter between the Fierce Wind Nation and Lusha. As for us, we should continue to be more cautious when cooperating with them in the future. Long Zhanye nodded. After several days of sailing, the Dacian Expeditionary Force found the long-awaited Lusha and Fierce Wind Nation coalition forces in the Bering Strait, a sea that was no longer frozen at this time of year. Zhonglirui noticed that Lusha had a huge nuclear-powered icebreaker over 10,000 tons, and 2 ocean-going supply ships of similar size to the Dongsheng Shinzhou. However, to the surprise of Zhonglirui and Long Zhanye, the flag hoisted by the Rakshasa side that day wasn't the national flag of the Rakshasa authorities before the crisis. Instead, it was the fiery red flag of the Great Red Alliance. Ah, this? The Great Red Alliance flag? Ekaterina aboard the Dongsheng Shinzhou said calmly, every Rakshasa, including my father, cherishes the glory of the Great Red Alliance era. It's a dream etched in the memories of generations. Zhonglirui and Long Zhanye exchanged a wry smile on the video feed. Well, after the apocalypse, those nations and regions that feared this flag will long cease to exist. If the Rakshasa army wants to use it, let them. Escorted by icebreakers, the human coalition circumnavigated the Arctic Ocean and, after 10 days of sailing, finally entered Hudson Bay, the mysterious inland sea of the Blue Planet. Although it was July, floating ice could still be seen occasionally in Hudson Bay. Comrades, at this rate, we reached the southern shore of Hudson Bay this afternoon, Zhonglirui, aboard the bridge, shouted over the radio to the fleet and allies. The decisive battle for our generation, for the survivors of Blue Planet, is about to begin. All the captains on the bridges chorused in unison, for humanity, for Blue Planet. Once the fleet reached the southern shore, the icebreakers and fuel supply ships had to remain. Master Long, Yelena sighed softly. I can only escort your ship this far. From here, you be on your own. Thank you, young lady Yelena, Long Zhanya replied with a smile. Without your support, my old friend, the Tao Tai, wouldn't have made it this far. Zhong Lirui then asked Long Zhanya, Liang, and Sorakov, everyone Air Force, are you ready? Ready, Long Zhanya nodded. They will provide strong support for us at tomorrow's decisive battle. Okay. Next, we sail at night, heading directly to the north of Lake Ontario. Under cover of darkness, we do our best to avoid possible satellite surveillance. During the voyage, we communicate via heat signals and prohibit turning on lights. Zhong Lirui instructed. Everyone agreed. In the darkness, on the North American continent, for the final few hundred kilometers, the Bishi Taotai, Xiangui, and Bison 1 to 3 raced at 63 knots, heading for the shores of Lake Ontario, home to the Ontario Life Research Institute. At dawn, the Special Mixed Fleet arrived 20 kilometers beyond visual range outside the Ontario Life Research Institute. Rui, we're here, Liang, standing on the deck of Bison 1, excitedly exclaimed in his savage anti-aircraft mech. My comrades, the moment of decisive battle has arrived. Inside the bridge of the Bison 2, Sorakov donned his Rakshasa titanium helmet. Today, I once again fight for humanity. On the bridge of the Turtle, Chen Pan's eyes grew resolute. He donned the refurbished and upgraded original armor. At dawn, Zhong Lirui gave the order, 191 rockets, conventional warheads, 4 rounds, target the main building of the Ontario Institute for Life Research. Fire! Following Zhong Lirui's command, 4 rockets, trailing long flames, pierced the pre-dawn darkness and roared towards the main building of the Ontario Institute for Life Research. The roar of the rockets instantly shattered the tranquility of the lakeside, heralding the official start of the final battle between humanity and the three-headed dog of fleece-blooded hell. The rockets hurtled toward their targets at high speed, but from 4 hidden locations outside the Ontario Life Research Institute, anti-missile systems launched interceptor missiles. Boom! 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 Humanity, you finally arrived. Deep within the Ontario Life Research Institute, Ya's brain and Ya's new body chanted simultaneously. The interceptor missiles exploded in midair, a dazzling burst of light, destroying all 4 rockets one by one. But this attack was merely a test. Zhong Lirui had anticipated this outcome. He quickly addressed Long Zhanya, Sorakov, and Chen Pan, everyone, see the locations of the anti-missile launchers. One for each of you. Any problems? No problem, Long Zhanya/Chen Pan said. No problem, Sorakov said. Then, Sorakov connected to the White Swan strategic bomber and said, White Swan 1, dagger missiles, fire. Long Zhanya then coldly ordered, Xianding 1, judgment blade, fire. Confirmed, fire. Aboard the Xiangui, Chen Pani gave a cold order, Kunluo, electromagnetic gun, fire. Aboard the Bishi, Zhong Lirui took a deep breath and raised his right hand, electromagnetic gun, fire. 2 hypersonic missiles and 2 electromagnetic guns, each at speeds exceeding Mach 8, hurtled towards the 4 previously exposed anti-missile systems. Looking down from the sky, the 4 anti-missile systems were almost simultaneously destroyed by terrifying force. The interceptor missile magazines exploded. Huge fireballs shot up from all directions across the land. Human, interesting. Well, are you ready for my wrath? Then, somewhere in the wilderness, the ground collapsed, revealing a massive hole. Gaw! The monsters roared. 5 behemoths of the 3-headed, fleecy hellhounds emerged from the hole one after another. Their roars shook the air in the early morning. Then, they formed into battle formation and sprinted towards the fleet at a speed of 60 yards. Zhong Lirui let out a sigh. The decisive battle has begun. Chapter 327. 5 velvet-blooded hellhounds charged at the fleet at top speed, deploying their special cheek pouches in the north under the command of Feng, their flesh-and-blood armor clone. Instantly, 1,000 Batmen, armed with a variety of light weapons, and even heavy individual weapons, like RPGs, rushed towards the fleet in a crushing manner. Luong checked the ammunition count on the instrument counter. 1,000 rounds, full. He was about to call on his companions on the Bison to prepare to fire, when Zhong Lirui called out, Everyone, hold your fire. Alright, let's see what you Dikian have in store. Luong called on his fellow savage mechs, temporarily lowering their guns. Zhong Lirui ordered Chen Pan, EMP missiles, electronic warfare electromagnetic pulse missiles, fire. Chen Pan coldly commanded Kuan Lu, EMP missiles, fire. From the Kuan Lu battleship, an EMP missile, gleaming with a cold light, suddenly took off, piercing the sky and bearing devastating force straight towards the Bat Horde. The missile traced a perfect arc through the air, instantly reaching its target. Immediately afterwards, a powerful electromagnetic pulse erupted, engulfing the entire Bat Horde. At that moment, the weapon-wielding bats felt as if an invisible giant hand had grasped their throats. They all stopped sprinting and instead hovered in confusion. At this moment, all their electronic devices failed. Even the battery-powered handheld rocket launcher, the Iron Fist, was rendered useless. Watching this scene, Liang and his companion's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. This kind of operation exists. It's truly amazing. This, a practical electromagnetic pulse weapon? Is this Star Wars? Chris, also in the mech, exclaimed. The first EMP missile attack was successful, and Zhongli Rui's eyes gleamed brightly. Engineer Chen, is there a second one? Yes, Chen Pan replied affirmatively. The second one, target the Ontario Life Research Institute. One shot will disable its mainframe and satellite linkage. Chen Pan also wore a cruel smile. Yes, sir. Aboard the Turtle, a second EMP missile launched again, like lightning piercing the night sky, bearing irresistible power, directly towards the Ontario Life Research Institute. The missile left a dazzling trail in the air, like an arrow of divine retribution, accurately hitting its target. Not good. Yeah, the flesh and blood armor clone's eyes widened. Under the intense electromagnetic pulse of the EMP missile, the Ontario Life Research Institute's mainframe system was instantly paralyzed, and the satellites linked to it also stopped responding. The entire institute's technological equipment fell into a dead silence. Humans. So calculating. So you destroyed the anti-missile system for this very reason. Damn, I was so careless. Ya's clone gritted her teeth. At this moment, she suddenly felt a telepathic message, calm down. The main brain device is intact thanks to the emergency protection device. It will take an hour for the base's main systems to recover. Now, we must withstand the human attack. Ya, in her flesh and blood armor form, narrowed her eyes, and angrily tore off her headband. She quickly calmed down and, using her telepathic skills, quickly regained control of the 5 behemoth three-headed dogs of the flesh-blood hell. Aboard the battleship, Yoshida Shoko sensed the telepathic message from the brain in the tank. Numerous command-like data streams flashed through her mind. It seemed as if an oriental-looking female pilot was telepathically directing 5 behemoths to approach the fleet. This female pilot felt familiar, like Mr. Ning In? And she had heard the message. The base system will be restored in an hour. During this time, they must withstand human attacks? Mr. Ning In, is that you? Shuangzi attempted to communicate. Yeah, the clone, was shocked. Shuangzi, is that Miss Shuangzi? Why are you here? Shuangzi clasped her hands together in a prayerful gesture, then replied telepathically, Mr. Ning In, it's me, Shuangzi. Mr. Ning In, I know you're in pain, and you're doing all this for revenge. But your path to revenge will only lead to destruction. Stop! Yeah, the clone, shouted angrily. No. Never. I will never stop seeking revenge. My son's pain, my wife's pain, my pain, our hatred, are we going to let it go just like that? Never. I will never stop seeking revenge. Shuangzi, we're friends. You stay away. Shuangzi felt a sharp shock in her heart. Her telepathic communication severed. She spun out of the room, dizzy, and collapsed in the warship's hallway. Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi, passing by, spotted Shuangzi and rushed over. Shuangzi. Shuangzi. Are you okay? The two women asked anxiously. Let's get her to the infirmary. Di Xinyan said hurriedly. But at this moment, Shuangzi grabbed Di Xinyan with all her might and said weakly, Sister, Mr. Ning In is furious and wants revenge. Tell the seniors to be careful. Even if we destroy the enemy's electronic equipment with EMP, he can still use telepathy to control the 5 three-headed dogs of Fleece Hell. Seniors and Wind Blade King and the others, be extremely careful. Also, in an hour, that base will be restored. Sister, tell the seniors. Quickly. Quickly. Then, Shuangzi fainted. Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi exchanged a glance, each seeing a solemn expression in their eyes. They quickly lifted Shuangzi onto a stretcher and rushed her to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Di Xinyan quickly reported the latest situation to Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected the enemy to possess such a powerful counterattack even under the attack of EMP missiles. He stared at the thousands of Batmen in the sky, now in a state of confusion and immobility, and suddenly clenched his fist. There are no more EMP missiles. We must fight. Zhongli Rui muttered to himself. Wang Gang Sidakong. Take command of the warship. Zhonglirui shouted. Yes, Commander. Then, Zhonglirui transformed into the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, combined it with the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter, and took off, leading Fengren and 9 other Batmen wearing specially designed bulletproof vests, along with 4 Peregrine fighters. Chen Pan understood and, piloting the original Type 2 battle armor of the combined Peregrine fighter, led 6 Peregrine fighters into the air, deploying into formation. Humans, is this the moment of true decisive battle? Well, come. Ye discarded her Iron Fist bazooka, its circuits burned out by the EMP attack, and prepared for a decisive battle. Just as she was about to telepathically command her Batman followers, hovering in the air with their headbands damaged, a 40-meter-tall 3D holographic projection of wind blades suddenly appeared aboard the Bishi. What? And above the fleet, in the airborne formation, Little Prince Wind Blade, are you ready? Zhonglirui asked. Hovering in the air, Wind Blade's eyes blazed. His special golden bulletproof vest bore his distinctive wind wound emblem. Uncle, thank you for accompanying me here. I'm ready. Zhonglirui heard this, and said to Blood Claw, protect your king. Blood Claw solemnly said, I will defend my king to the death. Chapter 328. Then, Zhonglirui piloted his fighter plane and hovered directly in front of Fengren. Fengren took a deep breath, looking at his fellow tribesmen, who hovered in the air, lost and hesitant. An indescribable power surged within him. My fellow winged people, like me? My name is Fengren, and I was once the 4th Bat King of the Dockyard Tribe in the Demon City of the Eastern Great Qian Nation. I share your blood, and like you, I am a Batman. Fengren's voice, transmitted through the Bishi's propaganda equipment, reached every corner of the battlefield. The previously bewildered Batmen involuntarily cast their gazes at Fengren's massive projection. Wind Blade. Many Batmen, both men and women, were muttering the name. Fengren continued, I am overjoyed to see you today, thousands of warriors, my fellow brethren. Because I know you are my kind. I and my companions are no longer alone. But seeing you, I also feel a deep sorrow. You and your mothers have endured so much injustice. Thinking of it, my heart weeps. After the 2 speeches ended, Ye understood what Fengren was about to do. She immediately used telepathy to urge the Batmen to attack. Attack immediately. Ye, the clone, screamed. But to her surprise, none of the Batmen around her listened to her commands. Instead, they stared blankly at Fengren's giant projection. Fengren's speech continued, Brothers, while King Ye devoured you with his war machines, our mothers rotted in cages. Sending the Bat Tribe to fight jet fighters? Strapping bombs on living people? Even wounded warriors are denied dignity. Men are recycled as scrap, and women are reduced to reproductive machines. This shame must end now. After hearing this, Ye, the flesh and blood armored clone, was stunned. How cruel and honorless was she? She had clearly fought against the brutality of humanity, for revenge and justice, yet how could that Batman kid have turned her into an unforgivable villain? Ye, the flesh and blood clone, tried to continue commanding the surrounding Batmen to attack, but the surrounding bats not only refused the order again, but also began to look at her with suspicion and strange eyes. Attack immediately. What are you waiting for? Ye, the flesh and blood clone, shouted at the top of her lungs. No one responded. Across from him, Windblade's image raised both arms, raised them high, and clenched his fists. He declared, My compatriots, follow me and honor me as king. Follow me, and I will rescue your mothers and bring them to live in peace in my kingdom. Follow me, and I will give you justice, honor, and freedom. We, the Bat people, should choose our own destiny, not become cannon fodder in war. Follow me, and I will give you food and knowledge. We will cultivate the land, earning food without bloodshed, and living well. My compatriots. At this point, the 1,000 Bat people in the sky whispered, King. Windblade. The sound gradually grew into a shout. Seeing this, Windblade's eyes gleamed, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, Follow me. Clatter. The Bat people left Ye's side, and gathered around Windblade. For a moment, the 1,000 Bat people shouted in unison, their voices resounding throughout the air. Fengren took in the scene before him, a surge of pride welling up in his heart. He knew that at this moment, he had truly become the king of the Bat people. He turned to Zhonglirui and nodded in gratitude, a faint smile etched in his eyes. Ye, watching the Bat people's retreating figures, hovered in the air, her eyes filled with resentment. But the next moment, a surge of anger welled up in her. Is that so? You flying ants, I raised you, and you betrayed me for your mother's clan? So, facing your father's clan on the battlefield, Would you kill them, or would you let your so-called human allies do the fighting? She activated her telepathy, and instantly, countless giant, bloodthirsty bats swarmed from all directions, swarming towards the hovering bat people. On Zhongli Rui's screen, Yujia reported, Master, a swarm of giant bloodthirsty bats is approaching. Number 10,234. Wind Blade can only control 1,000 at a time. Prepare for battle. The surrounding batmen looked at Wind Blade and Blood Claw with troubled eyes. My king, are we truly going to slaughter our father's clan? Several newly surrendered batmen trembled as they asked Wind Blade. Wind Blade shook his head confidently. He opened a section of his body armor, revealing a special flesh and blood technology organ. Oh! This kid has ambition. Zhongli Rui, still escorting Feng Blade nearby, nodded. Never mind, control as many as we can. Yujia, prepare to notify the fleet for battle. Yes! Wind Blade silently gathered power, and the golden device above his head began to glow with golden light. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Ah! In the sky, facing the oncoming attack of tens of thousands of giant bloodthirsty bats, he unleashed his guiding power. The rushing giant bloodthirsty bats, about to make contact with the batmen and the hovering fighters, suddenly, like water encountering a reef, were separated. The giant bloodthirsty bats abruptly parted before the wind blades, then flew off to both sides and away. Aboard the turtle, Murong Chanfeng, standing by, observed this scene and smiled. This kid has learned the same trick I used in Shizuo. Haha, not bad. This? He actually? Zhongli Rui exclaimed in disbelief. Master, this technique was used by Major Murong Chanfeng during the Battle of Shizuo. It's a circular control technique using channeled energy. Specifically, after controlling 1,000 bats, he orders them to retreat. Then, he immediately orders the next wave of 1,000. However, this technique is very damaging to the body. Murong Chanfeng possesses super regeneration abilities, so he's fine. Wind Blade can also regenerate, but it's likely he'd be weakened and unable to fight for 15 minutes after using this technique. Young people are really reckless. Zhongli Rui shook his head. Wow! Leon and Chris below were about to fire, but they were amazed at the new development. Finally, under the circular control of Wind Blade's channeled energy, the 10,000 giant bloodthirsty bats in the sky scattered from the battlefield and fled into the distance. Seeing this, the 1,000 newly surrendered batmen looked at Wind Blade, clad in a golden bulletproof vest and crown, with immense excitement, almost like a deity. Long live the king! The bats roared like thunder. Wind Blade, supported by Blood Claw, barely managed to stay aloft. My king, you're injured? Blood Claw cried, heartbroken. It's okay. Blood Claw, your wish has come true. Our kingdom is born today. Wind Blade's face was weak, but he still maintained a dignified smile. My king! Blood Claw's eyes filled with tears. Come on! This is just the first step in Uncle Zhongli's plan. Next, we have to rescue our compatriots' mothers. Yes! Blood Claw nodded solemnly. He stared at the scene in a daze, unable to believe it. Her own air force, 1,000 bats, had become theirs. The 10,000 giant, bloodthirsty bats she had summoned were being led away by this King Wind Blade using his special ability, but a rumbling sound behind her brought her back to reality. She turned and saw 5 three-headed hellhounds, finally catching up with the human fleet and reaching the battlefield within visual range. You clever humans. Now the real showdown begins. Are you ready? Chapter 329. 5 three-headed Cerberus, over 20 meters tall and 60 meters long, appeared on the battlefield. Their massive bodies trampled across the battlefield, each step causing the ground to tremble, as if the very earth itself trembled under their might, filling every living being with an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear. Facing 5 Cerberus at once, even veterans like Zhongli Rui, Long Zhanye, Sorokov, and Liang felt a surge of immense pressure. The fleet refrained from attacking for the time being. However, the Cerberus' side also remained silent. This was because, as Ya also knew, several of the warships possessed powerful weapons of mass destruction. Zhongli Rui then addressed Fengren, Your Highness, Fengren, take your people and land on the deck of the rotating turtle. The assault force is already on standby aboard. Later, our main fleet will engage these hellhounds, while you, along with Senior Engineer Chen Pan, Director Lu Shi, and the awakened Special Forces, go rescue the mothers of your people in the mother nest. Fengren gazed at the oppressive hellhounds before him and nodded. These monsters, as massive as small mountains, were truly too much for his and his people's smaller physiques to resist. He then, with his bloody claws, commanded 1,000 of his people to descend on the deck of the rotating turtle. Uncle Chen. Zhong Lirui connected with Chen Pan via private channel. I know you always wanted to do something to make up for the mistakes of your past life. However, in this operation, you're leading a large team to rescue people. If the situation is urgent, protecting your companions and your own life comes first. I don't want to see you reborn again right now. Aunt Bai, my sister, and my younger sister are waiting for you to come home. Chen Pan, wearing the prototype Type 2 armor, was stunned. This was the first time Zhongli Rui had called him uncle. Aw, Rui, thank you. Don't worry, I will protect Liang and the little king of Wind Blade. Chen Pan smiled, turning to Bai Lingxin and saying, Wife, let's go rescue them. Okay. Bai Lingxin smiled and nodded, watching her husband, whose mood was as bright as the sun. She knew that her husband had finally accepted him somewhat because of Rui, and the knot in his heart was beginning to unravel. Liang, my good brother, in a moment, my elite troops, the Batman Kingdom Army, will accompany you to rescue your people. But protect yourself first. If there's danger in the mother nest, retreat first. Ha, don't worry, Liang said with a smile. I'm surprised you raised my nephew into such a capable king. As the communication ended, the turtle and bison one retreated, then withdrew from the battle line. Thinking of running now? Isn't it too late, human? Ye sneered at the sight. Then, she slowly raised her right hand and shouted, Attack! My servants! 5 three-headed Cerberus, lined up in battle formation, raised their heads, their back decks opened, and launched a torrential rain of massive spikes. A wave of massive spikes descended upon the human fleet. On the bridge of the Bison 2, Sorokov shouted, Air defense engagement. Zhongli Rui and Long Zhanya maneuvered to evade, air defense engagement. Instantly, the Bishi and Taotai maneuvered to evade, activating their warships' live ammunition and laser anti-aircraft weapons. And on the 2 Rakshasa Bisons, both the fixed anti-aircraft guns and the additionally deployed Savage anti-aircraft mechas, anti-aircraft machine guns and cannons of various calibers unleashed a dazzling display of flames. Like fireworks, a multitude of massive, flying spikes flew across the sky, intercepted by various anti-aircraft fire. Suddenly, 3 massive fighter planes appeared on the west side of the battlefield. General Zhongli. Air support is arriving. To your west. Major Thomas's radio voice boomed. 3 AC-130s gracefully entered the battlefield airspace. Yo looked up at the sky and said contemptuously, Gale National Army, aren't these my defeated enemies? Coming to die again today? The 3 AC-130s launched the first counterattack. Several cannon-launched missiles struck the heads and bodies of the 5 fleece-blooded hellhounds, causing massive explosions. Then, one of the AC-130s unleashed a cluster bomb and several rockets. Bomblets the size of sandbags and various rockets rained down on these 50-meter-long monsters, like hail, exploding instantly, and causing a continuous barrage of damage. However, when the missile struck the Cerberus just now, it staggered. The rest of the attack, while devastating, appeared to be a devastating sight. After the smoke cleared, the Cerberus was merely blackened, suffering no real serious damage. Zhongli Rui shook his head. The firepower isn't strong enough. Solikov also smiled wryly. I thought, the AC-130s, I spent so much effort restoring for the Gale Nation were nothing but a ripple against the monsters. Looking at the AC-130s in the air, Yuz clone snorted coldly, then ordered a Cerberus to fire spikes at them. Not good. Zhongli Rui saw this, and rushed forward. All fire. Of the 13 spikes fired at the AC-130s, Zhongli Rui's all-out attack blocked 12. However, one managed to slip through Zhongli Rui's interception, and hit the leading flying fortress. Furthermore, the spike struck precisely where its cannons were. The flying fortress instantly lost balance, trailing a long trail of dust as it plummeted towards the eastern part of the battlefield. Mayday! 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 Zhongli Rui and the other captains received Colonel Thomas's distress message over the radio. Finally, the flying fortress made a forced landing on its belly 3 kilometers east of the battlefield. Fortunately, the nearby lakeside grasslands were flat, and the plane made a successful forced landing without exploding. Colonel Thomas, how are you? Answer me. Zhongli Rui asked anxiously. 3 dead, 2 seriously injured, and the rest slightly injured. Sorry, I can't help you, Thomas replied regretfully. Zhongli Rui immediately ordered the helicopter on the Bishi to scramble and search for survivors. Seeing this, Sorokov gave up hope on the flying fortress. He ordered, TOS-1 flamethrower tanks target the hellhound monsters, fire. The TOS-1 flamethrower tanks on the decks of the 2 Bison hovercrafts raised their launchers and fired thermobaric rockets at the two hellhounds. The moment they made contact with the hellhounds, they exploded, creating a massive fireball and shockwave. Flames and heat waves engulfed the surrounding area, engulfing the two hellhounds on the eastern side of the battleship. The two hellhounds howled in agony in the flames, their bodies twisting and deforming in the intense heat. However, these monsters possessed an incredibly tenacious vitality. After the attack, one hellhound collapsed, motionless, while the other struggled to its feet. The attack was successful, and the Rakshasa warriors aboard the two bison hovercrafts, both the crew and the mechs, shouted, "Hurrah!" Ya's clone stared in disbelief at the two nondescript bison hovercrafts in the human fleet, laden with mechs and strange tanks. He could never have imagined that such unreliable vessels could unleash such a powerful attack. Chapter 330. Ya's clone moved his mind, commanding the injured hellhound and another hellhound to head towards the two Rakshasa bisons. Fire! The two hellhounds unleashed their full barrage of fire at the two bisons. Zhongli once again desperately fired his full barrage, attempting to intercept the spikes. But he couldn't stop the venom attack. The two bisons nimbly dodged. At one point, the deck of Bison 3 was hit by the venom spray, hitting the flamethrower tank and a soldier in an anti-aircraft Savage mech. They screamed and lost their lives. Bison 3 hovercraft is severely damaged. The onboard flamethrower tank is severely damaged and has lost its combat effectiveness. One Savage mech is severely damaged, and 3 crew members have died. Solikov on Bison 2 hammered the panel. Just one breath attack from this Bison 3 had nearly eliminated its combat effectiveness. He reluctantly ordered Bison 3 to retreat and use firefighting foam to clean the venom from the deck. To Sorokov's surprise, a missile launched from the AC-130 in the air struck the hellhound's mouth, which had just finished its attack. The remaining venom in its mouth ignited. The hellhound erupted in flames, and its stomach emitted a gas explosion-like effect. Finally, the hellhound, severely injured by the thermobaric bomb and then ignited by the missile's venom, finally collapsed with a long howl. Yeah! The AC-130 crew members high-fived and cheered. Down below, Sorokov rubbed his nose. Those Gale guys finally took down a monster. At least all our resources spent helping them rebuild weren't in vain. At least they were of some use. 10 minutes into the battle between the human coalition fleet and the monster fleet, the humans had lost one AC-130 and one Bison, leaving them with a Bishi Tao Tai, Bison 2, and 2 AC-130s in the air. Of course, the AC-130s were only occasionally useful. On the monster side, 2 Cerberus had been killed, leaving 3. Long Zhanya then ordered, heavy mortars, formerly gas tank cannons, fire. A deafening barrage erupted from the Tao Tai. Several gas tank cannon shells slammed heavily into the 3 remaining Cerberus and the surrounding ground. The powerful impact caused the massive monsters to stagger. Not willing to be outdone, Ya ordered the Cerberus to counterattack. Another full-scale barrage. Facing the incoming attack, the Tao Tai maneuvered and circumvented, using anti-aircraft fire to shoot down the spikes. However, a few spikes still managed to pierce the Tao Tai's solid armor. As the venomous spray was about to hit the Tao Tai, Zhongli shouted a warning, "Master Long, be careful." On the bridge, Long Zhanya snorted coldly, "Intercept strategy." Suddenly, 2 lime fire extinguishing bombs and 2 bags filled with a strange liquid were launched from the Tao Tai. As the fire extinguishing bombs and bags of strange liquid exploded, a layer of lime and a fire extinguishing foam instantly covered the bridge. The Cerberus's venomous attack was neutralized by the lime and fire extinguishing foam. Xiaopu, automatic cleaning device. Long Zhanya continued to command. Yes, General. Xiaopu ordered the Tao Tai's automatic cleaning system to activate. With clean water, the lime, firefighting foam, and venom residue were all washed away. Wang Gang, acting captain of the nearby Bishi, was stunned. This operation. The Tao Tai's countermeasures are practically tailor-made for a Cerberus attack. Amazing. Master, the Tao Tai's armor is 3% damaged, primarily from spikes, Yu Jia reported. Zhongli pondered for a moment, and understood what was going on. So, Elder Long's Tao Tai's countermeasures were derived from his battles with the Shatman snake? Probably, Yu Jia confirmed. General Long's 13 Tombs Fortress army has fought a fierce battle with the Shatman snake before, suffering the consequences of its spikes and venom. General Long even died from it once. It seems the 13 Tombs Fortress army has developed a countermeasure. This strategy, as assessed, is remarkably effective. Elder Long is Elder Long. The foundation of a veteran of countless battles is truly undeniable. Zhongli smiled admiringly. Seeing the Taotai only sustain minor wounds from the Cerberus's attack, Sorokov's eyes widened. The Dacian army's Taotai battleship actually possesses such a weapon. At this moment, Long Zhanya communicated with Sorokov, stating that the remaining bisons, though powerful, were too fragile to withstand heavy fire, and that the battle line should be withdrawn to a fire support position. The Taotai would take up the front line. Sorokov took another look at the Taotai, its solid form, like an island in the sea, nodded with emotion, and ordered Bison 2 to move back and assume fire support. Yu's clone stared in amazement at the heavily armored Taotai, which remained virtually motionless despite the Cerberus's full barrage. The Dacian army's heavy battleship. Interesting, truly interesting. While the human fleet and the monster fleet battled fiercely 20 kilometers away, the Bison 1, led by Liang, and the Turtle, led by Chen Pan, quietly approached the Ontario Life Research Institute. On the deck, Aishili handed Fengren an energy drink. Aishia beside him nodded proudly. My son, mother is truly proud of you. Princess, mother, Fengren breathed. Uncle Zhongli and I are only halfway there. Next, I will fulfill my vow to my people. I will rescue their mothers, just as Uncle Zhongli rescued you. Xiao Fu, also wearing a bulletproof vest, excitedly clenched his fists. Brother, don't worry. Later, Xiaoyu, Xiao Chuanhua, and I will help you rescue the mothers of our people. Xiaoyu and Xiao Chuanhua looked at Fengren with uncontrollable excitement. Winning the hearts of 1,000 people in a single stroke, driving away 10,000 bats with a single activation, their eyes were filled with a kind of fanaticism. Your Majesty, rest assured. We will support your cause. Fengren said with relief. Thank you, everyone. At this moment, Chen Pan, clad in the prototype armor Type 2, led the black-clad mechanical guards, accompanied by Lu Shi, Mao, and other new human elites, and also boarded the deck. Several bats expressed some concern upon seeing them. Fengren immediately shouted, they are members of the Mother Clan, our powerful and reliable allies. To enter the nest and rescue our mother, we need more support, don't we? The bats nodded in agreement. As you command, Your Majesty. A chorus of voices echoed around them. Due to the EMP missile attack, the electronic systems at the Ontario Life Research Institute are still in a paralysis cycle. The Turtle and Bison 1 were anchored 300 meters from the Institute. The Turtle's ground hatch opened, and several vehicles rolled out. Chen Pan, Lu Shi, Mao, Nighthawk, and the new human special forces, led by Situzian, arrived at the mother nest. The outer wall of the material warehouse. Mr. Chen, this is the material warehouse. We recommend using C4 to blast a breach and enter, Kuan Lu suggested. Chen Pan immediately looked at Situzian. Lieutenant Situ, it's up to you. Situzian nodded in understanding, then waved his hand and directed several Special Forces members to begin deploying C4 explosives. With swift and expert movements, they quickly set the explosives on the outer wall of the material warehouse. Are you ready? Chen Pan asked. Situzian checked the explosives, confirmed they were correct, and nodded, ready, Mr. Chen. Chen Pan took a deep breath and gave the order, detonate. With a roar, the C4 charges detonated, creating a massive breach in the warehouse's outer wall. The rescue team, led by Liang Savage Mechs, filed into the warehouse. Entering the warehouse, the electrical system had been disabled, leaving it completely dark. Several Savage Mechs activated their searchlights. When the lights came on, everyone gasped. The walls of the warehouse were covered in unidentified flesh and blood. Approximately 800 to 900 women of various races from the Gale Nation, like relief sculptures, their hands and feet encroached upon by flesh and blood, were pinned to the wall in terrifying poses. And they were still alive. When the lights came on, these pitiful, zombified women began to roar like zombies, and suddenly, the entire library was transformed into a hellish hell. Even some of the awakened troops, who had experienced death themselves, were still vomiting. Blood Claw and the newly surrendered citizens looked at Wind Blade. My king, please save our mothers. With that, Blood Claw and a large number of Batmen knelt before Wind Blade in unison. I will, Wind Blade nodded, then said, first, I need all of you to remain silent, okay? All the citizens nodded, then fell silent, looking at Wind Blade with expectant eyes. Seeing everyone was quiet, Wind Blade winked at Xiaofu, Xiao Chuanguo, and Xiaoyu. Immediately, the three Batmen understood. Xiaofu stepped forward and said to Xiao Chuanguo and Xiaoyu, my sisters, today, we must save those in this hell. We can do it. Remember the feeling Master D taught us? Yes. Xiao Chuanguo and Xiaoyu nodded. The three Batgirl girls bumped fists. Then, the three stood in formation, forming a chorus. They began singing with a long, beautiful, reawakening, single-note bel canto. The beautiful melody, like the sound of nature, resonated throughout the material library, seemingly carrying a magical power. As the song grew, the pain on the faces of the women, whose flesh and blood had been eroding, gradually eased, and the zombie-like roars gradually subsided. Seeing this, Fingren's eyes flashed with surprise. He had only heard his masters talk about the singer's abilities before, but now, witnessing his sister and the other girls unleash this power with such miraculous results, he was truly astonished. When the girls' singing stopped, the roars of the female zombies in the library completely vanished. Instead, a wave of questions rang out in Mandarin. What's wrong with me? Where am I? How did I become like this? No. As expected, the women began wailing. The bats were shocked, realizing their mothers were no longer mindless zombies. Their consciousness had returned. Wind Blade then gave the order, "Everyone, find your mothers and calm them down. Rescue begins immediately." Blood Claw and the bats were stunned, then nodded vigorously. "Aye, my king." Chapter 331. Lu Shi and the Special Forces looked grimly at the women of the Fierce Wind Nation, their limbs still bound to the flesh wall by flesh and blood. They held the various chainsaws Zhongli Rui had prepared for them, oil saws and electric saws. So, Rui had taken this into consideration when preparing these. Lu Shi muttered. However, as the soldiers, armed with chainsaws, prepared to amputate the women's limbs to free them, they let out hysterical screams. Many women, unable to bear it, bit their tongues and committed suicide. "Mom? No!" Some batmen wailed as they watched their mothers commit suicide. The situation suddenly became chaotic. At this moment, Aisha, brandishing her 6 mechanical limbs, stepped forward and gave the worried Feng Ren and Leon a resolute look. She picked up the tweeter. "Sisters, please look at me. I'm Dr. Asia Grimes. I experience the same unbearable pain you're experiencing now. I empathize with your situation. But sisters, please listen to me. Broken limbs can be replaced. But once life is gone, there's nothing left. Living is hope, a future. I know the pain you're feeling right now is intense, but look at these winged children. Look at these brave warriors who risked their lives to rush here to rescue you. They didn't give up on you. Sisters, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Look at me, I didn't give up and survived. I hope you be strong too, and keep living." The women on the wall of flesh fell silent. Their expressions softened as they looked at the Batman children before them, their bodies resembling adults, but their eyes childish, eagerly calling out "Mum." At one point, a Latino woman from the Gale Nation, looking at the rescue warriors wielding chainsaws, gritted her teeth and nodded, "Okay, brother, I want to live. Do it now, now." The sound of chainsaws rang out. Followed by, more and more women gritted their teeth and made up their minds. After all, there were only 60 chainsaws on hand. After a brief discussion between Wind Blade and Blood Claw led a few familiar elite Batman warriors, unsheathed their claws, and with their claws, they assisted the warriors in rescuing victims using a tactic similar to that used in earthquakes to rescue survivors whose limbs had been crushed and necrotic, severing hands and feet. Soon, one by one, the women, who had lost their limbs but remained alive thanks to the Awakened's powerful constitution, were carried out of the mother nest's material storage, one, by their children and warriors. Time ticked by. 40 minutes later, approximately 200 women remained unrescued. Deep within the hive, the electronic equipment surrounding the brain in the vat restarted thanks to an automatic recovery program. Inside the hive, the existing electronic equipment at the Ontario Institute for Life Research restarted again. Clad in savage armor, Leon observed the light suddenly returning to the material vault and subconsciously said, "Oh shit. The EMP effect is gone." Ya's brain, now regaining its insight, quickly became aware of the human assault force's rescue efforts at the vault. Ya was puzzled. These human ants. Are they willing to take such a risk to save their crippled companions? Oh. No wonder the fleets on the front lines, who could clearly use beyond visual range weapons to attack the Hellhounds, chose to engage them in close combat. So it's a diversionary tactic. Interesting. However, his confusion didn't last long. With a thought, a heavy door opened deep underground. Countless terrifying figures, roaring, rapidly approached the material library from the inner passage. Kuan-Wan scanned the situation and immediately reported to Chen Pan. "Boss Chen, over 2,000 high-speed, beast-like flesh and blood aliens are pouring in from the underground hatching pool. Ya's main brain has detected us. Furthermore, behind these flesh and blood monsters, there appears to be a quasi-disaster level hive defender, similar to the death worm, approaching. Quasi-disaster level? Chin Pan was horrified. The material library showed an army of over 1,500 men, but most of them were bad men. The new human special forces, the savage walker mechs, and his own black-clad mechanical guards were, after all, a minority. Furthermore, he knew that without the weapons of mass destruction aboard the land-based carriers, they were no match for the near-catastrophic monsters. Looking at the troops around him still diligently cutting and rescuing the trapped women, Chin Pan made a decisive move and turned to the generals. Your Highness Fengrun, Director Lu Shi, Governor Liang, Lieutenant Situ, a large number of the hive's defense monsters, including a near-catastrophic monster, are approaching. We must hurry. Fengrun was stunned, then said, Blood Claw, bring your most elite warriors and follow me. Prepare for battle. Liang raised his hand to stop him. Your Highness Fengrun, my dear nephew. You are flesh and blood. So you and Lieutenant Situ's troops, hurry up and rescue the last 100 mothers. I, Senior Engineer Chin Pan, will use my mecha to buy you time. Fengrun looked at his uncle, Chin Pan, and the other small, high-tech-looking quasi-humanoid and humanoid combat mechas nearby, and nodded silently. He had witnessed the terrifying combat power displayed by Zhong Lirui in his mechas before. My warriors, hurry and rescue your mothers. If you don't have time to use the chainsaws, just use your claws and carve them into a wall of flesh. Fengrun shouted to his followers, then unsheathed his claws. Blood Claw and the most elite Batman warriors nodded and also unsheathed their claws. Liang's mecha unit and Chin Pan's black-clad mechanical dark guards, following Kun Lu's instructions, formed a defensive line in the direction of the incoming hordes of flesh defenders. Soon, a dull thud echoed from the door leading to the inner passageway of the material library. After several thuds, the door was smashed open. A large number of mutant guardians in the form of giant wolves howled as they charged towards the mecha defense line. Liang, fire! The savage armors raised their light machine guns and cannons, firing fiercely at the charging mutant wolf guardians. A giant wolf guardian charged towards Liang's mecha. Liang simply snorted and fired 3 bursts of his 12.7mm heavy machine gun at it, sending the giant wolf tumbling to the ground, dead. Liang sneered cruelly from within his mecha before locking onto his next target. Chin Pan's black-clad mechanical guards showed no sign of weakness. A few grenades fired, sending those mutant bastards soaring into the air. Liang was stunned, then nodded secretly, thinking that the troops his brother Zhongli had trusted to send must be the most elite. For a moment, these 2-meter-long giant wolves were unable to advance against the mecha defense line. Within the approximately 30-meter distance between the gate and the mecha defense line, the corpses of the flesh-and-blood giant wolf guardians began to pile up. Looking at the scene before him, Liang felt a wave of contempt. That's it. But the next moment, his smile froze. After a loud crashing sound, the gaping hole where the mechas had been focusing their fire grew even larger. A massive, lamprey-like maw, 5 meters in diameter and covered with countless ring teeth, stretched into the material storage. Liang was so distracted that he even forgot to open fire. Governor Liang! Stop staring! Shoot! Chin Pan shouted. Liang finally reacted and fired again. At this point, Situ Xian, having essentially completed his mission, said to Fengrun, Your Highness, take your people and their mothers and retreat to the turtle and bison too. We cover your retreat. Fengrun, gazing at the terrifying abyssal maw of the death worm, was momentarily dazed, but then regained consciousness and nodded, Okay. My warriors, take your mothers and march now. In reality, even without Fengrun's orders, most of the Batmen, who had previously prided themselves on their bravery, were already terrified upon seeing the death worm. Especially in the rooms, where shelter was extremely limited. As soon as Fengrun's order came, the Batmen, who had already completed the excision of the trapped bodies, without a word, carried their mothers and desperately evacuated towards the blasted hole leading to the outside. Although all the mechas were firing fiercely, small arms fire on a near-disaster level monster, especially one of this size, was like tickling an itch, ineffective. Chapter 332. It seemed the fierce fire from the small mecha clusters had enraged the death worm, the flesh-controlling entity. With a furious roar, it suddenly unleashed a torrent of venom, similar to that of a 3-headed dog from hell. Scatter! Chin Pan roared, pulling away Liang's mecha before he could react. The savage armors, and the black-clad mechanical dark guard armors barely dodged the venom attack. The awakened Special Forces soldiers, wearing medium-grade armor, military body armor, and standard military exoskeletons, with a few wearing the 7-sword system, were extremely agile, each dodging the attack at a speed of 40 yards. Unfortunately, 2 savage armors were still hit by the corrosive venom. "Ah!" screamed the soldiers of the Gale Nationalist Army encased in armor, their armor melting along with them. Seeing this, Chun Pan knew the troops before him could not stop this near-disaster level monster. Governor Liang, Lieutenant Situ, Director Liu Shi, the Batmen have already retreated with the hostages. "Let's run! Governor Liang, your men must leave the savage armor immediately, or we won't be able to escape at 25 yards. Chun Pan shouted. "Okay." Situ Zian and Liu Shi immediately instructed the awakened troops, "Retreat." Liang hesitated. "Senior Engineer Chun Pan, we still have 25 yards in armor, but without it, we can't even run 20 yards. Chun Pan, trust me. Otherwise, we are dead." Liang took another look at the approaching death worms, and the 2 mechs and soldiers that had been dissolved and sacrificed, then gritted his teeth and gave the order. Then, all 10 savage armors disintegrated. Just as the American pilots were about to flee, the black-clad mechanical guards, carrying the American soldiers, began to flee at 45 yards per hour. And Chun Pan, carrying Liang, began to run without a word. Liang, carried by Chun Pan, watched helplessly as the approaching death worm instantly crushed the savage armor parts they had abandoned moments before. He then looked at the black, high-performance mechas of the Dacian army, capable of carrying a grown man like him and fleeing at high speeds, and chuckled humorously, "Oh, that's pretty good, ha ha ha." "Yeah, the brain in the jar," observed the human assault troops' ignominious escape and sneered, "Humph, is that all you got? Humans, thieves, cowards, and you run pretty fast." Soon, after losing 2 men and 2 mechas, the assault troops returned to Bison 1 and Turtle. At this moment, the death worm, in its flesh and blood form, and approximately 500 giant wolf guardians, chased out of the material warehouse. After barely boarding the warship, Liang was still in shock, but Chun Pan had already said to Bai Lingxin, "Wife, use the electromagnetic cannons and fighter planes to take a swipe at that disgusting hell rice noodle roll." "Roger." Then, the electromagnetic cannon on the Turtle fired at the approaching death worm's maw. At only a few hundred meters away, the electromagnetic shells hit the death worm almost instantly. Approximately 1/3 of its body was blasted apart. It struggled and wailed, but gave up pursuit. At the same time, 6 peregrine falcons launched an attack, bombarding the roaring giant wolves with grenades, light missiles, and rockets. Unsurprisingly, those mutant bastards were once again blasted skyward one after another. At this moment, watching the Dacian army's fierce fire, Liang finally regained his composure. When one wave of attacks ended, the 2 warships, loaded with rescued hostages, set sail to return as planned. The Bison and the Turtle started up, and quickly reached a kilometer away. Liang stared at the material library in fascination. There, 2 companions who had accompanied him for a long time were killed in battle. Looking at the death worm still writhing on the ground outside the material library, he felt hatred. Shipborne TOS-1, target death worm, thermobaric bomb, fire. The TOS-1 flamethrower tank on the deck of the Bison 1 raised its launcher high. The thermobaric rocket, with its tail flame, swooped down on the dying death worm. Boom! The death worm's massive body was completely destroyed by the thermobaric bomb's explosion, its remains scattering everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt and blood. At this time, Feng Ren, on the deck of the Turtle, watched the explosion with a puzzled look. He turned to ask. Mao, who was standing beside him, now dressed in Special Forces gear, asked, "Uncle Mao, what is my uncle doing? Why is he whipping the corpse?" Mao sighed. "Governor Liang is probably avenging his fallen comrades. He just lost 2 men. And, in this state, there's no chance of resurrection." Wind Blade, Blood Claw, and Short Fang, who were nearby, were moved. Short Fang murmured, "These 2 warriors sacrificed their lives to save my people." This naturally reached Feng Ren's ears. Feng Ren stood up, clenched his left fist, placed it over his heart, and silently bowed toward the material library. His gesture affected the surrounding Batmen. In an instant, all the Batmen on the deck were also affected, and they all did the same. Mao was stunned, then understood Feng Ren's meaning. He stood at attention, and saluted toward the material library. Situ Zian, Liu Shi, and the other invading troops all stood upon seeing this and saluted solemnly. Rest in peace, warriors of the Mother Clan. Countless Batmen, led by Feng Ren, prayed and blessed, thinking of the now charred outer wall of the material library. Chun Pan on the bridge watched everything with deep emotion. At one point, He looked up and sighed deeply. This is what Arue has been doing for over a year. Alas, in my previous life, I wish I had come to my senses sooner. Bai Lingxin said gently, Akuan, it's not too late for you to come to your senses now. Today, you were very brave. You, along with these brave children, saved nearly 2,000 people. Alas, I owe too much debt. I killed nearly 5 billion people. Chen Pan said with a wry smile. That's from your past life. You already accepted the judgment you deserved with your life. Bai Lingxin continued to soothe him. In this life, do your best to revive civilization and even reach greater heights. What do you say? Chen Pan didn't answer, but gently embraced his wife and nodded silently. Afterward, Chen Pan connected with Zhongli Rui. Commander Zhongli, the rescue operation was a success. 2 of our men were killed in action, from the Lifeng army. 345 were slightly wounded, all from the Batmen assisting in the rescue. Many of them lost their claws in helping to rescue the women. In total, the coalition successfully rescued 866 women from the Lifeng nation, who had previously served as seedbeds for the production of Batmen. They are all still alive. However, as you predicted, their limbs have been lost. Zhongli Rui, who is currently battling the remaining 3 hellhounds, nodded. Excellent. It's worth our time holding them back. By the way, the underground hole where the hellhounds exited. Have you confirmed the position? Chen Pan looked at the standard position on the bridge display and nodded. The position coordinates have been transmitted. Commander, do you need the turtle to return to the battle line to assist? No. You have so many Batmen and rescued hostages on board. Quickly withdraw 50 kilometers north. Tell Leon the same. 50 kilometers? Chen Pan's eyes widened at the number. Then, he immediately understood what Zhong Lirui was going to do. Yes, Commander. Please be careful on the front lines. Chen Pan recovered. After the communication ended, Chen Pan immediately contacted Liang. Although Liang was a little confused, he knew the operation had been successful, and the people had been rescued. The soldiers on Bison 1 were looking at him eagerly. He nodded. Alright, since today's operation was a success, let's withdraw. Then, the Turtle and Bison 1 accelerated northward at 60 knots. Watching the 2 warships drifting north on the radar, the brain in the jar, snorted coldly, a human who stole something and ran off, you little thief. Humph! On the front battlefield, the battle raged for nearly an hour, with both the human coalition and the monster army suffering heavy casualties. Chapter 333. After nearly an hour of fierce fighting on the plains along Lake Ontario, only 2 of the 5 flesh-blood Cerberus remained alive on the kaiju side. Furthermore, 1 was seriously injured. On the human side, AC-130's number 2 and number 3, entangled by Zhongli Rui's flesh armor and unable to provide air defense, were again attacked by the Cerberus spikes, sustaining moderate damage that did not affect their flight. Both AC-130s were forced to withdraw from the battlefield due to their injuries. The Rakshasa army's remaining Bison 2 hovercraft was also damaged in the rain of spikes, with 3 crew members killed. Bison 2's speed decreased, dropping to a maximum of 40 knots. Sorokov, wearing a savage mech, personally boarded the deck to encourage the soldiers to fight. On the Dakian side, the Taotai now looked like a hedgehog. As the frontline tank, the Taotai defended the fleet from several Cerberus attacks, but it also sustained significant damage. After an hour of fierce fighting, the Taotia's armor had sustained 35% damage, primarily to the front. 2 crew members were killed, and 4 were seriously injured. However, the Taotai managed to entangle a Cerberus with its deploy cable. Like a fisherman and a giant fish, the 2 sides fought, tugging and struggling. The Bishi's armor also sustained 24% damage, and the spike attack had punctured a hole in the first hangar. One of the newly added fixed gun emplacements had also been severely damaged. In the air, Ya's flesh and blood armored clone engaged Zhongli Rui's Golden Crow wing fighter in a prolonged battle. The Golden Crow wing fighter suffered several hits from light weapons attacks using dragon breath rounds, damaging its stealth coating by 8%. On the other hand, although Ya's flesh and blood armor had been struck by pulse lasers 3 times, suffering severe damage to the point of severing limbs or arms, it would recover within about 10 minutes. Zhongli Rui was deeply astonished by the combat prowess and remarkable resilience of Ya's flesh and blood armor clones. Due to the continuous firing of pulse lasers, Zhongli Rui noticed that the electromagnetic reactor power on the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter had dropped to 65%, primarily due to several consecutive full-range blasts and the continuous firing of high-powered large-scale pulse lasers. Seeing the situation was dire, the remaining 2 hellhounds, guided by Yu's thoughts, unleashed their hellhound roar. Instantly, many of the new humans aboard the Bishi were affected, their combat effectiveness declining. Zhong Lirui, engaged in aerial combat, was also affected. Despite feeling unwell, Zhong Lirui commanded, Yujia, automatic intercept mode? Temporarily disengage the pulse laser guns. If you continue, the fighter plane will collapse. But Master, you're so weak, you get hurt if you go into automatic high maneuverability aerial combat mode. Yujia anxiously asked. I'm a new human. My head isn't vulnerable to attack, so I won't die. Execute. Yes. Yujia took over the automatic combat. In the bridge, facing the Hellhound's sonic attacks, Di Xinyan and Gu Anqi forged ahead and made their way to the bridge. Yujia. Di Xinyan, fighting off the nausea, called out to Yujia. Activate the publicity system. Anqi and I are going to use the concert tactic. But madam, you're pregnant. It could cause miscarriage. If this continues, everyone's in danger. We reached this point, we can't give up. Besides, Aruya in the air is even more dangerous. Hurry! Yujia shook her head silently. Master, madam, you two are so alike on this one. She activated the publicity system within the Bishi. A massive 3D projection of Di Xinyan appeared in the sky above the Bishi. Zhong Lirui's pupils widened. Xinyan Yu. Song of the Blue Star. The light of dawn pierces the haze, billions of heartbeats resonating into a rhythm. A wall of steel and flesh, this battle isn't for conquest, but for the future. Listen. Hope lies ahead. Look. The galaxy is scorching. All scars become metals. Protect this ray of light. Fight. The blue star shines, illuminating this battlefield. Shatter all despair with shared faith. Even if tomorrow only leaves one last door, we will stand shoulder to shoulder to forge the dawn. Thousands of hands reach out from the smoke of war, singing the same battle song in different languages. Scars connect fate, and pain intensifies the bond. Coordinates locked, humanity's direction. There are no saviors, only each other's arms. Warning, the darkness is about to evaporate. The final command. Bloom. Fight. The blue star shines. The answer is in our hands. The shattered night is forming into a rising sun. If legends need names to measure us, then let us engrave our memories forever. Di Xinyan's singing voice, like a light illuminating the darkness, pierced through the sonic attacks of the Hellhounds, bringing hope and strength to everyone on the battlefield. Her voice, with a motherly tenderness and resilience, seemed to soothe all pain and inspire the fighting spirit deep within. Amidst the singing, the new human warriors aboard the Bishi seemed to be imbued with an invisible force. They fought back their discomfort, rallied, and their fighting spirit instantly surged. Zhong Lirui, aloft, also felt this surge of strength. Gritting his teeth, he once again took control of the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter, even more nimbly dodging Yu's flesh and blood armor clone's attacks. Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in Dakian dialect. Human, you're from Dakian, right? How could you possibly possess such an ability? On the bridge, everyone was moved by Di Xinyan's singer's power, and they all rose to their feet and continued fighting. However, when Di Xinyan's song ended, she staggered. As a new human, she had inevitably been affected by the Hellhound's roar, and her pregnancy had further weakened her. Gu Anqi supported Di Xinyan just in time. Master, you should rest. No, everyone needs me. Di Xinyan tried to force herself up. Master, I do it. Gu Anqi gave her a resolute look. I can't do it anymore, you take over. Di Xinyan was stunned for a moment, then nodded with emotion. Angel, you can handle this on your own now. Gu Anqi took Di Xinyan's place and began to sing. As the singer's power, resonating with the air, the effect of the Hellhound's roar was finally suppressed. How is this possible? Ye exclaimed in disbelief. How can humans have so many singers? Taking advantage of Ye's distraction and slowing down, Zhong Lirui seized the opportunity and raised his pulse laser gun again. Ye's left arm and shoulder suddenly vanished. Ah! She, or rather he, howled in the air. This attack also ripped open Ye's facial armor. Zhong Lirui was shocked to discover that Ye's flesh and blood clone's face was an exact replica of Shuangzi's. However, this time, Zhong Lirui showed no mercy. While Ye was being struck and barely hovering in the air, he launched a final micro-missile at him. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Ye's clone plummeted to the ground like a meteor, never to rise again. Having dispatched Ye, Zhong Lirui turned to see that the Hellhound entangled by the Taotai seemed to have finally lost its strength, its speed noticeably slowing. The Taotai quickly closed the distance with the Hellhound, and all the forward missile hatches, gun emplacements, and attack drones were trained on the Hellhound. All fire. Open fire. Long Zhanya, on the bridge, raised his mechanical arm, pointing it at the hellhound in front. Instantly missiles rained down, artillery fire lashed like a net, and drones swarmed towards the hellhound. The hellhound dodged and dodged the dense barrage of fire, but ultimately could not completely avoid it. Dazzling light continued to emanate from its body, marking the marks of being hit by the fire. After a round of attacks, the Cerberus was still severely wounded, barely able to stand. The Tautai suddenly released its steel cable and retreated. The brain in the vat now understood what the Tautai was about to do, judging from the launcher hidden within the Cerberus's tissues. "Gam, run!" Ye commanded. But now, the flesh-blood Cerberus, named Garm, was barely able to stand, and no longer had the strength to run. The Tautai fired several medium-caliber thermobaric rockets, used by the 191. Amidst crimson fireballs, white shockwaves, and earth-shaking tremors, Garm's 3 heads were shattered. When the smoke and dust cleared, only the charred body of the Cerberus remained, lifeless. Now, the only ones left on the battlefield were the Bison II, exhausted of its heavy ammunition, the severely wounded Tautai, the moderately damaged Bishi, and the final Cerberus. Seeing this, Ye decisively ordered, "Cerberus, run! Run back to the hive." Ye was confident that the Ontario Life Sciences Institute's buildings were strong enough to withstand even a nuclear missile attack. The last Cerberus decisively abandoned its comrade's corpse, and began a sprint towards the hive. Strangely, the human coalition fleet didn't pursue. Jean Leroy contacted Liang Sorokov and several other captains. "How's everyone doing?" "The rescue team has retreated far enough," Liang said calmly. "The gunboats should be halfway home. The Tautia's frontal armor has sustained significant damage, but it should still be able to hold on." Long Zhanya smiled wryly, observing the screen filled with alarms and battle damage. "The Bishi has some damage to its outer wall, but it's fine," Yujia reported. On the ground, a figure barely crawled out of a hole. This figure resembled a bat-like woman, her flesh armor completely shattered by the explosion. Her left hand, now as small as a baby's, was still regenerating. She looked at the several human warships that remained motionless, a cold glint in her eyes. Then, she spread her wings and flew at low altitude and high speed, reaching the outer wall of the Bishi. Clinging to it, she spotted the hole. Jean Leroy then ordered, "All forces evacuate. Follow the final plan." Jean Leroy then landed the Bishi, and retrieved the Golden Crow Wings fighter jet into the blade-thrown hangar. The human fleet activated again, and all 3 Lancia-class units present retreated northward at a speed of 40 knots. Originally, the Tautai and Bishi could have been faster, but the damage to the Bison II limited them to 40 knots, slowing their advance. Yujia's monitor displayed the real-time distance between the fleet and the Ontario Institute for Life Sciences. When the value finally reached 50 kilometers, Jean Leroy ordered, "Vanguard 1, please use the Judgment Blade to precisely strike the marked location." "Yes, General." The fighter jets that had arrived at the battle zone replied from high altitude. Vanguard 1, at high altitude, launched the Judgment Blade hypersonic missile, equipped with a 200,000-ton yield, towards the Ontario Institute for Life Sciences. About 2 seconds later, the supercomputer inside the Ontario Institute for Life Sciences issued a warning, "Alert. Missile impact in 13 seconds. The brain in the vat was completely unconcerned. Although the hive's missile defense system was disabled, the building itself was built to the highest standards for nuclear resistance. The underground section was completely immune to nuclear strikes. However, a mere 13 seconds later, a distant hypersonic missile, approaching like a meteor, slanted down through the hole from which the Cerberus had previously emerged, piercing the underground incubator and its deepest depths. The brain in the vat's brainwaves trembled with extreme horror, shock. The next moment, a powerful underground nuclear explosion with a yield of 300,000 kilotons occurred at the site of the Ontario Institute for Life Sciences. The entire plains along Lake Ontario felt as if struck by a massive meteorite. The ground shook violently, and dust billowed, obscuring the sky. The Ontario Institute for Life Sciences, in an instant, transformed into a vast, bottomless crater. The shockwaves from the explosion were so strong that even the human fleet, 50 kilometers away, could detect seismic waves. The soldiers on the Tautai, Bishi, and Bison II clutched the handrails tightly, their faces solemn. Jean Leroy, clad in his great Xia dragon bird armor, stood on the bridge of the Bishi, gazing at the smoke-shrouded area in the distance, his eyes filled with emotion. The ultimate strategy worked. Chapter 334. Master, scan complete. The former site of the Ontario Life Research Institute is now completely devoid of any signs of life, the AI UGR reported. After a long pause, Zhong Lirui hesitated before announcing to the entire human coalition, "My comrades, we have destroyed the Ontario hive. We have triumphed." From the other end of the communicator came the excited cheers of the coalition soldiers, as if, at that moment, all fatigue and pain were obscured by the light of victory. Zhong Lirui took a deep breath. The immense pressure he had been carrying for days finally eased. He gazed at the lingering smoke and dust from the underground nuclear crater, a wave of emotion welling up in his mind. The cancer that had destroyed the entire American continent, the greatest threat to the remaining blue planet humans. The Ontario biohive, along with its semi-biochemical superbrain, was now gone. Humanity, Blue Planet, finally had a chance to breathe. The civilized world of Blue Planet finally had a chance for rebirth and recovery. "Hey brother, how did you do it?" Leon called to inquire. The rescued Colonel Thomas said that even a nuclear missile equipped with a hypersonic missile wouldn't be able to penetrate the underground structure of the former Ontario Institute for Life research site. "How did you achieve such a surgical strike?" "I want to know." "Too," Sorokov asked in his stiff, recently refining Dacian dialect. "Comrades, according to common sense, even hypersonic missiles or electromagnetic cannons can't penetrate this strategic nuclear defense facility." Zhong Lirui touched his nose, and then told the two of them about the revelation he gained from his visit to Lurian that day, when he learned that women are at their most vulnerable after giving birth. "Oh my god, you actually got inspired by something like this?" The most vulnerable part of the Ontario hive is where the brain is deep inside the vat. And the incubation pool? When you sent Chunpan and me to rescue them, you also confirmed the location of the tunnel where the hellhounds crawled out from underground? Liang's expression was quite impressive. "Yes. A beast of the hellhound size couldn't possibly survive within the structures originally constructed by humans within the Ontario Life Research Institute." Zhongli nodded. "So, I hypothesized that the Ontario hive must have opened up an additional underground space near the main structure. This is where they hatch all sorts of monsters. If we want to achieve ultimate victory and permanently eliminate the threat, we must completely destroy this area. While the surface structures of the Ontario hive are easily recognizable, hypersonic missiles attacking from these structures won't be able to completely eliminate those underground." "I understand. That's why you instructed us to deliberately spare one and let it return to its nest." "In Dacian terms, isn't that called annihilating them all at once?" Sorokov asked with difficulty. "General Sorokov, you're absolutely correct," Zhong Lirui replied with a smile. Leon shook his head slightly. "You truly are a genius." Zhong Lirui shook his head. "When I first told our team about this plan, many of the female colleagues called me a lunatic and a psychopath." "Ha, I think so, brother," Leon said half-jokingly. "There's a fine line between madness and genius." As the human armies celebrated their victory, at the same time aboard the Bishi, Yoshida Shoko was experiencing a splitting headache. Because, at that moment, she sensed a familiar presence, writhing and wailing in agony somewhere on the battleship. She clung to the wall, stumbling forward, a stark contrast to the warriors around her, who were basking in the joy of victory. At some point, she finally collapsed, exhausted. At that moment, Gu Anqi, who had been helping Di Xinyan to the infirmary to rest, and Xiaofeng, clad in battle armor, appeared from around the corner. "Shuangzi, what's wrong with you?" Di Xinyan, looking frail, saw the fallen Shuangzi and hurriedly called to Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, go check on your Aunt Shuangzi." "Okay, Mom." Xiaofeng quickly stepped forward, activated her personal device, and scanned Shuangzi. "Mom, Aunt Shuangzi's brainwave activity is 300% higher than usual. I suspect her telepathic abilities are activating." "Telepathic?" Di Xinyan remembered what Zhong Lirui had told her about Shuangzi's abilities, her new human-like senses, her super regenerative abilities comparable to those of a C2/C3, and, finally, her telepathic abilities. Ignoring her own weakness, she stepped forward and asked with concern, "Sister Shuangzi, what's wrong?" Shuangzi's face paled. "Sister-in-law, that familiar feeling. I sensed Mr. Ning in on the battleship, and in pain." Di Xinyan was horrified. Ningen was ya. Hadn't he been destroyed along with the Ontario mother nest by the final kill strategy devised by her husband and the others, using a hypersonic missile equipped with a nuclear warhead? But then, she suddenly remembered Ya's clone. After calming down a bit, she quickly asked Shuangzi, "Shuangzi, can you accurately sense Mr. Ningen's location on the battleship?" Shuangzi weakly raised her hand and pointed in a direction. Xiaofeng immediately said, "That's the first hangar." Di Xinyan acted decisively and contacted Zhong Lirui. After listening to Di Xinyan's brief report, Zhong Lirui asked Yujia, Why didn't you notice it just now? Master, even though we were quite far away from the nuclear explosion just now, we were still affected by the electromagnetic pulse. The sensitivity of some equipment has temporarily decreased. Forget it. How many black-clad mechanical guards can the Bishi deploy? 18. Dispatch 6 to protect Madame, and Qi, Shuangzi, Counselor Yexian, and the medical and maintenance teams with low combat effectiveness. The rest follow me. Also, have Wang Gang and the Special Operations Company equip themselves with the best individual equipment, along with hunting crossbows and automatic howitzers. Assemble immediately to the first hangar. Yes, Master. Wang Gang, standing by the bridge, had already heard Zhong Leroy's order and exulted, Sir, being a commando is what I want most. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, an officer who doesn't want to be a captain isn't a good general, Zhong Leroy said grumpily. Wang Gang smiled brightly. Sir, I'm used to working at the grassroots level. I even prefer to follow the grassroots soldiers through life and death, standing firm on the front lines of gunfire and hail of bullets. This is the pride and romance of our special forces. Be careful later. Zhong Leroy smiled bitterly, shook his head, and then transformed into the great Xia dragon bird armor. Soon, the black-clad mechanical guards found Di Xinyan and the other women, ready to lead them to shelter. Unexpectedly, Di Xinyan refused. Yujia, I'm worried that Ya's flesh and blood clone will launch a sonic attack. Without us singers, Arue will be at a disadvantage. We must go. Shuangzi also insisted. Take me there. I want to see Mr. Ning Yin. Besides, I know where he is. Yujian materialized. Madam, I knew you would say that. So, please remove your body armor and helmets. And Anqi, you too. Anqi was confused. Yujia, what are you doing? Are we going to do a striptease? Di Xinyan gave her a slap. Yujia wants to use a mass-produced mecha to armor us, so we can both help and protect us. Anqi suddenly realized, oh mecha. Great. Yujia nodded. Madam, it's my honor to fight alongside you. After armoring, Di Xinyan said to Wen Yingying, hurry with the medical team to the evacuation area. Senior sister, you're pregnant. I can't leave you alone. Yingying insisted. Di Xinyan said, there's going to be a fight later, and someone might get hurt. Our medical team needs to be dispersed. We can't all be wiped out. After hearing this, Wen Yingying agreed and left for the evacuation area. As Di Xinyan and her group approached the first hangar, they spotted Lu Yixin, dressed in Special Forces uniform, and wielding a rapid-fire howitzer. Sister Yixin, why aren't you seeking shelter? Di Xinyan asked anxiously. Lu Yixin replied, Sister-in-law, you're the one who needs to seek shelter. You're pregnant. I'm fine, and my skills are no worse than those of unarmed Arue. I protect you later. Okay. Di Xinyan, having refused to seek shelter herself, didn't have much to say. When the women arrived at the first hangar, they saw the black-clad mechanical guards led by Zhong Leroy and the Special Forces First Company led by Wang Gang forming a crescent formation, surrounding Ya's flesh clone. By this point, Ya's clone's flesh armor had largely ripped apart, revealing a snow-white figure beneath. She knelt on the ground, clutching her head and screaming, as if in immense pain. Zhong Leroy and the troops surrounded her, but hadn't yet opened fire. Looking at his face, which was identical to Shuangzi's, Zhong Leroy felt an indescribable feeling. Mr. Ning Yin, it's me, Shuangzi. Shuangzi? Ya's clone raised his head in confusion. The familiar, friendly face appeared in her gradually clearing vision. It was the human girl who had been a test subject, the one with whom she had communicated tenderly through telepathy. Ya raised her head, then looked at Shuangzi, then at Zhong Leroy, who was half surrounding her with the troops. After a long moment, Shuangzi's discomfort seemed to ease. Ya's clone stared at Zhong Leroy and spoke in a Dakian female voice. You are the new king of humanity, the Zhong Leroy who killed my son, killed my wife, and killed me a second time? Zhong Leroy was stunned, then thought for a moment before answering affirmatively. Yeah, should I still call you Ning Yin? I'm not the king of humanity. I'm merely the guardian of a region of humanity's resurrected world. In my opinion, there's no difference, he said coldly. I compared the data from your giant computers. Your current power and influence are far greater than those of many kings of the old kingdoms. That's not absolute, Zhong Leroy said flatly. Since you understand the information and rules of our civilized society, you should also know that my city is not a kingdom. Oh, are you the governor or the viceroy? Ya sneered. It makes no difference. You are my sworn enemy. I don't hold a grudge against such a formidable opponent as you. But I hate it. I hate your cruelty. I hate that justice hasn't been served. I hate that my family hasn't suffered fair treatment. I refuse to accept. At this point, Ning Yan threw his head back and roared. Ah! Shuangzi clutched his head again, overcome with pain. Mr. Ning Yan, please stop. Stop your painful path of revenge. Shuangzi sobbed and pleaded. I feel your pain. Shuangzi. You're still so innocent and kind. Even if your own kind used you as a test subject like me, you wouldn't complain or regret. Ye shook his head. Now, I lost my hive, my hellhounds, and my power. To the victor is to the victor. I have nothing to say. This is fairness and justice, isn't it? Justice? Zhongli Rui snorted. Yeah, you have no right to utter those words. You murderer, you're powerful enough to defeat me. I have nothing to say. Ye glared at Zhongli Rui angrily. But you can't deprive me of my right to speak before my death. Isn't this the rule of your so-called civilized society? My wife and children and I were once mere fin whales of the North Pacific. We are not. In your society. The association is actually about protecting animals, right? Why did the authorities and the consortium of Ria capture my family and subject them to cruel experiments? Furthermore, we were transformed into monsters while still alive. His eyes blazed with rage. Am I wrong to seek revenge against you humans? I'm not wrong. I deeply sympathize with your family's plight, Zhongli Rui said calmly. If you had simply used your power to eliminate the Yoshida Life Research Institute and the Ontario Life Research Institute, those unscrupulous individuals, I wouldn't have said anything. But? Zhongli Rui changed the subject. The 1 billion people living on this continent of America beneath our feet are mostly innocent, ordinary people who just want to live a good life. What have they done wrong? Look at what you've done. How many cities have been wiped out by the monster army you created? How many families and happy lives, like yours, have been destroyed? Ye was stunned. And if you only hate us humans, then you have a reason. Ye and the others, those Batmen you used as missiles, this new race born by accident, have they ever done anything to harm you or your family in the slightest? No. Why did you imprison their mother, treating them as innocent war materials? Moreover, the rules you originally established are inhumane and honorless. You gone from victim to perpetrator. What right do you have to talk about justice now? Ye's original rules required Batmen to wear control headbands on the battlefield. Losing them was equivalent to losing honor. The meaning of a warrior's existence was to fight. If seriously injured and limbs were lost, males would be recycled as material, while females would be transformed into fertility beds, Zhongli Rui. Perhaps you're right. But my wife, Shisani, is innocent. My son Taro is innocent too. Why did you kill them so mercilessly? Don't you claim to be the guardian of justice? Ning Yan demanded, tearfully accusing. I'm sorry to hear about your wife. In my opinion, she was indeed a victim. However, in her quest for you, she attacked our human city, resulting in the deaths and injuries of countless innocent people. I am humanity's guardian, and to protect the innocent residents, I had no choice but to kill her. Then, what about my son Taro? What happened to Taro is your fault. Zhongli Rui said ruthlessly and sarcastically. What did you say? Ye was stunned. You've been connected to the giant computer, so you know what's going on, and you have the data to prove it. Zhongli Rui raised his voice. Until recently, your child, Taro, wasn't involved in your war of revenge. But after you freed him, you were the one who instigated him to attack the innocent human survivors in Sapporo, weren't you? Ye's eyes widened. Zhongli Rui continued, his voice rising. You mean I'm ruthless? I rescued over 800 women from your resource pool, women you used as breeding grounds. I freed 1,000 Batmen from your mind control, women you used as fighter jets and missiles. You was about to call him a liar, but then she suddenly remembered what she had seen in Sapporo and Hokkaido, where she had hacked into the city networks and surveillance cameras. It seemed Zhongli Rui wasn't lying. At this point, Shuangzi also said weakly, Mr. Ning Yan, what he said is true. Senior Zhongli Rui, he didn't treat us monsters as ruthless. He let Ju Ying go in Sapporo. Could it be that I was the one who ultimately killed my wife? Did I ultimately kill my son? Ye said dazedly. Then Ye, staring into Zhongli Rui's bloodshot eyes, demanded, Tell me. Fair guardian of humanity, Zhongli Rui. Objectively speaking, your wife's death wasn't your fault. She simply followed your scent and attacked the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. This isn't your subjective fault. But your son, Taro, died in battle against our army because you instilled hatred in him. Shisani Taro, woo-woo. Ye's clone collapsed completely, sprawling on the floor, wailing uncontrollably. Everyone stared at Yi, watching her sob uncontrollably. The sound of her sobs echoed throughout the first hangar. Chapter 335. After a long period of weeping, why? Why is this world so cruel to me? Yi, or rather Ning Yin, knelt there in a daze, her expression dazed. Unconsciously, she activated her telepathy once again. Shuangzi, after a headache, saw many memories from the past. Over 2 years ago in the North Pacific, Ning Yin was cruising in the ocean. In the waters nearby, his wife had recently given birth to his son. Back then, they had no names. Suddenly, the so-called research vessel of the Kingdom of Ria appeared. Ning Yin, in the nearby waters, heard his wife and child's cries for help. He rushed to their aid at 30 knots, only to see them captured and loaded onto a giant barge. Enraged, he rushed towards the fleet. When he awoke, he found himself in a strange giant jar. He seemed to have mutated, transformed into a semi-erect creature. In the distance, his wife and child had also been transformed into white monsters. That day, in his grief, his telepathic abilities awakened for the first time. This ability caught the attention of the Yoshida Life Research Institute. And so, they removed part of his brain for experiments. One day, in the endless hell, Ning Yin's telepathy discovered Shuangzi. Ning Yin was horrified for the first time. Humans would even use their own kind for experiments. Shuangzi understood. That was the first time Ning Yin had communicated with him telepathically. Soon, Ning Yin's wife and son's brains also awakened. During the same time in the experimental jar, Shuangzi communicated with this family telepathically many times. During that time, Shuangzi gave the names, Mr. Ning Yin, Mrs. Shisani, and Brother Taro. Later, the memory shifted to the incubator of the Ontario mother nest. Mr. Ning Yin's brain, manipulating flesh and blood technology, was incubating a special body. As it hatched, it kept thinking of Shuangzi, who had treated him so tenderly. So Ning Yin crafted his new body in Shuangzi's image. Zhongli Rui sighed softly. Ning Yin, you truly suffered enough. Let me end your suffering. All troops, raise your weapons. Then he raised the powerful pulse laser rifle at his back. The surrounding black-clad mechanical guards all unsheathed their howitzers. The special forces also unsheathed their hunting crossbows and howitzers. Senior, please stop! Shuangzi stumbled forward, trying to stop him. Senior, I used telepathy to read Mr. Ning Yin's memories. All this started because of my country, the consortium, and the authorities, who violated international animal protection laws. Mr. Ning Yin was once kind. He simply wanted to be treated kindly. But it was us humans, the former authorities of our country, who threw his family into hell and tortured them, leading to his current state. Senior, I know you're fair and kind. Please, give Mr. Ning Yin and him justice. Zhongli Rui's expression shifted. Then, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Ning Yin. Ning Yin, remember what I said just now? I'm not a king. Ning Yin looked at him puzzledly. What do you mean? Zhongli Rui said calmly, I will inform my companions about your situation. Your affairs should not be decided by me alone. You are not the first to destroy the world. You have committed a world-destroying crime. Therefore, the decision on your guilt should be made jointly by representatives of the survivors of this world. Ning Yin suddenly understood Zhongli Rui's intentions. You want to gather your companions and publicly try me, just like you did with that guy Chen Jinkun? Sorry, I'm not human. I don't recognize your laws. Your human laws are always imposed on us, the rest of us. And even then, you humans violate them. If the Rion authorities hadn't transformed me and my family into this, I'd probably be fishing in the Pacific Ocean until the end of my days. Who would seek revenge against you? Raging, Ning Yin rose, channeling his life force, attempting to reassemble his flesh armor. Zhongli Rui, I admit you're a righteous and fair human. Of all humanity, I only recognize two people, Shuangzi, who treated my family so tenderly, and you. Come on, let me die on the battlefield. Mr. Ning Yin, don't. Shuangzi reached out to stop her scream. Ning Yin's mind was made up. The flesh armor once again covered her face, leaving only the opening for her voice. Because she had now lost most of her weapons and means of attack, she launched the first attack with a scream. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui, Nighthawk, and other new humans staggered. Wang Gang snorted coldly, then, holding his anti-material pistol with both hands, fired fiercely at Ning Yin/Ye's chest. A large hole ripped through Ning Yin's left chest. But she continued to scream. At this moment, the special forces opened fire. However, most of the soldiers fired crossbows, not grenades. Because inside a ship, firing too many grenades would damage the warship. For a moment, Ning'an's flesh and blood clone looked like a hedgehog. Even so, she continued to emit negative energy screams, like a moth to a flame. Soon, even many ordinary human soldiers were bleeding from their noses. They were injured too. At this moment, Di Xinyan, whose face was pale, suddenly felt the rhythmic movement of her fetus. Child, you? Di Xinyan suddenly realized something and said to Yu Jia, who was controlling the armor, Yu Jia, please, I take care of the propaganda equipment. Madam, I take you back first. You can't mess around and disturb the baby again. Turn on the equipment. Di Xinyan insisted. This is the wish of the child and I. Yu Jia urgently scanned the fetus and discovered that its brain waves were as intense and active as those of an adult new human. A completely new human child, new possibilities? Yu Jia activated the propaganda equipment. Di Xinyan stretched out her arms, awakening single vowel bel canto version. Di Xinyan's high, powerful voice suddenly resounded throughout the ship. It was Di Xinyan, singing with all her might. The song contained endless hope and perseverance, as if it could penetrate the darkness and illuminate the way ahead. As the song rang out, the people, previously tormented by Ning'an's screams, suddenly felt a sense of solace. Fitness 99.99%. Yu Jia announced in real time. At this moment, within the great Xia dragon bird armor, Zhongli Rui, who had already vomited blood, barely regained consciousness. Xinyan Yu. At the same time, even Ning'an, who was frantically moving, paused slightly. It suddenly remembered something. It was long, long ago, in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, when it happily swam with its wife and son. Back then, they were not monsters, but whales. Back then, they had no names, yet they possessed the purest joy. But all of this was shattered by humans. Anger, sadness, despair. A crisscross of emotions mingled, driving Ning'an into madness once again. But at this moment, Di Xinyan's song flowed like a clear spring, slowly flowing into his heart. He suddenly realized that despite possessing immense power, deep down, he still longed for those original desires. He wanted his family, he wanted freedom, he wanted his life. He did not want revenge, or the destruction of the world. Ning'an stopped screaming and stared blankly at Di Xinyan, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. And at this moment, the song had reached its climax. Di Xinyan's voice seemed to transcend time and space, connecting the past and the future. Ning'an listened to Di Xinyan's song and closed his mouth. At the end of the song, everyone's condition improved. Fitness 99.99%. A record high, Yu Jia announced in real-time monitoring. Looking at everything before him, Ning'an felt a wave of despair. It looked at Zhongli Rui and made its plea. Zhongli Rui, please help me do something. I miss my family. Take me to them. You done this before, right? Please. Even if it's just to bring justice to those innocent lives. Then, Ning'an's blood-red flesh armor completely opened, revealing a nearly perfect body, identical to Xuangzi's. At that moment, Ning'an, or rather, Ye, looked like a blooming peony. Zhongli Rui hesitated for a long time before raising the pulse laser gun again. Xuangzi cried, Senior, please. Ning'an shook her head, Xuangzi, thank you. I miss my family. You must live well. It's a shame I didn't meet you sooner, and a human like Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui, help me, help me. At a certain moment, Zhongli Rui nodded, his eyes firm. Ning'an smiled and closed his eyes. The pulse laser gun struck Ning'an's head and shoulders. It was dead. Xuangzi collapsed to the ground, covering his face with tears. Zhongli Rui spat out another mouthful of blood. He had been holding off Ning'an's negative singer power for so long that his body was actually injured. Elsewhere, seeing everything settled, Di Xinyan smiled, closed her eyes, and lost consciousness within her armor. Yu Jia quickly removed her armor, switching to bodyguard mode, and picked her up. Madam. Hang in there. We get you to the infirmary right away. Zhongli Rui was horrified, and another mouthful of blood welled up. He untied his armor, staggered forward, and took Di Xinyan's hand. Wife? Wife. Wake up, wife, it's okay. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui's vision went black, and his body collapsed. The screams of his companions faded away in Zhongli Rui's darkening world. His world, once again, went dark. Chapter 336. 3 hours later, in the infirmary of the Bishi, on its return voyage. Di Xinyan struggled to open her eyes. At this moment, Gu Anqi and Wen Yingying, who were accompanying her, immediately stepped forward. Master/sister, you're awake. Alas, I was too careless. Di Xinyan shook her head bitterly. She turned her head, and saw Zhongli Rui lying unconscious on another bed. Huh? Husband? What's wrong with you? Disenyan was horrified. What's going on? Why is Rui unconscious too? At this moment, Yu Jia appeared in the infirmary as a 3D holographic projection. Madam. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't stop the master from doing this. I didn't protect him. What happened? Disenyan asked solemnly. Madam, during the previous battle, Master, wearing the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, fought on the front lines in aerial combat. Because he was a new human and closest to the enemy, when the Hellhound roared, he was injured. However, for the fleet and everyone's morale, he ordered me to continue fighting in automated mode. However, due to the decreased activity of his new human nanobots and his regenerative capacity, he was suffering from internal injuries and bleeding in his armor, yet he still had to maintain high mobility mode to fight. Oh my god! Fighter pilots aren't allowed to have major wounds, and he still insisted on fighting despite the internal bleeding and injuries. Disenyan's face paled. Later, madam, your singing helped Master recover slightly. But in fact, his injuries were not fully healed. Yu Jia continued uncomfortably. In this state, Master once again faced Ya's clone in the hangar, and was once again attacked by the singer's negative energy at close range. The internal injuries that had barely begun to heal were completely ruptured. What should I do? Oh right, I save him right now. Disenyan stood up, trying to activate the singer's power again. Senyan, stop! Bai Lingxin's projection also appeared in the infirmary. And Bai? Disenyan was stunned, then stopped. Rui is so badly injured now. Why don't you let me use the singer's power to save him? Senyan, first of all, in your current physical condition, activating the singer's power twice in a row is already excessive. Furthermore, your child, because she previously connected with you and wanted to save her father, resonated with you for a time, which allowed her to unleash the singer's power, which is 99.99% compatible with mine. But in your current state, if you do it again, be careful of your child's brain overload. Ah! The three women present screamed. Yu Jia, on the other hand, remained silent with a solemn expression. Secondly, do you know how the singer's power stimulates the new human's condition? It's the positive energy of sound and brain waves that guides the nanorobots into order. Then, they consume their own physical strength and energy to accelerate repair. But the prerequisite is that this body has the necessary strength and stamina to sustain this accelerated repair. Now, Rui has been injured repeatedly, and now he's been recuperating with the singer's power. After 2 cycles of this terrible state, his body has reached its limit. He's a first-generation new human, after all, not a super-regenerated new human like C2-C3. Bai Lingxin pointed out grimly. Then what should we do, Mom? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao and Qin Xiaoyu, who were monitoring the remote background, also appeared in projection and asked anxiously. Bai Lingxin pondered for a moment, glanced at Qin Xiaoyu, and slowly said, we can only try the maintenance method your father used to save you. Use a life capsule compartment, place the unconscious Rui inside, and use that device to repair his body. Well, the nanorobots in his body also need to be updated. This is the only way. Senyan, you guys go ahead and remove Rui's armor completely. Then, following Yujia's guidance, there is a secondary hidden chamber behind the blade throne. There is a life support device in there. Okay. Disenyan nodded, then said to Gu Anqi and Wen Yingying, Anqi, junior sister, you two should leave first. Master, I help. Gu Anqi hadn't finished her words when Wen Yingying pulled her away. Uncle Master, what are you doing? Wen Yingying glared at Gu Anqi angrily. Anqi, you're married after all, and you don't understand this? Do you want to see your master naked? Gu Anqi suddenly realized, remembering how she had looked under the cradle of her home, and her face flushed. Yu Jia then said to the two women, Anqi, Yingying, don't worry. I will operate the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, and assist Madam as a bodyguard. The two women nodded. They had seen the black-clad mechanical guards, and the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor before, playing cat's tangle with children, and knew that the mecha's hands were very dexterous. Soon, Zhongli Rui, lying on the hospital bed, was stripped of all his clothing by Disenyan and Yu Jia, in humanoid mecha form, leaving him covered with only a white sheet, ready for transfer. However, when Yu Jia was about to cover Zhongli Rui's head, Disenyan said, laughing and crying, Yu Jia, please update the data from now on. Cover living patients with sheets, not their heads. Those who cover their heads are already dead and beyond saving. Yu Jia paused in her Daxia Dragon Sparrow mecha and said to Disenyan, Madam, I'm sorry. I'm going to update my concepts and operating habits. It's okay, Disenyan said with a smile. After all, you're the battleship's main AI. You might not be familiar with some basic life knowledge. It's not your fault. As Di Xinyan and Yu Jia, in mecha form, pushed Zhongli Rui's transfer bed out of the infirmary, they noticed a group of officers and comrades staring at them eagerly. Wang Gang and Sidu Kong stepped forward. Dean Di, how is the commander? He's not in immediate danger of death. However, he requires intensive medical treatment in a special unit. Di Xinyan shook her head slightly. Captain Wang Gang, Chief of Staff Situ. Arui is now unconscious. According to regulations, the warship will now be under the joint command of the two of you. Wang Gang hesitated, but Sidu Kong nodded. Dean Di is correct. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Gang, please temporarily assume the duties of commander and captain until the commander recovers. Okay, according to Dakian Army regulations, I will assume command of the fleet. Wang Gang nodded. Now, contact allies and return. Fleet Medical Unit, concentrate all efforts on treating Major General Zhongli. Yes, sir, Sidu Kong replied. With the help of the medical team, and Lu Shi and Ameo, Zhongli Rui was finally placed in the same life support system that Chen Xiaoyu had previously been in. Yujia? Lu Shi asked, observing his friend's current state. Arui is a new human like us, right? How long will it take for him to wake up? Director Lu Shi, our master fought for a long time in the air with internal injuries during the previous battle. Although he's in good health now, his internal organs were damaged in many places. Furthermore, Ningan's negative singer power earlier impacted his mind at close range. So, both his mind and body were injured. Amao interrupted helplessly. Yes. Everyone go back, Di Xinyan said. Although we won, there's still much we need to do to revive this world. Everyone leave and do your part. Here, our medical team, along with Yujia and Ant Bai's system, will take care of Arui. Lu Shi, Amao, and Situ Zian all nodded and left the room. But after the men left, Ying looked at Zhongli Rui, tears streaming down her face, unwilling to leave. My little brother. Di Xinyan stepped forward to comfort him. Sister, don't be sad. Arui will get better. I'm so useless. Ying sobbed, shaking her head. I came all the way here, and I still couldn't keep him safe. Sister, this isn't your fault. Di Xinyan patted Ying's back, gently soothing her. War is always full of unknowns and dangers. We all done our best. Ying sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. I know. I just felt that as a sister, I should be able to protect him, at least be there for him when he's hurt. Di Xinyan nodded in understanding. I understand how you feel, but you also know that Arui is a stubborn person. He always rushes to the front to protect us all. That's why we respect him. And the reason I love him. Bai Lingxin then materialized in 3D. You're Arui's adopted sister, right? Ying wiped away his tears. Yes. You're Arui's adopted mother, Ms. Bai Lingxin? Yes, child. Bai Lingxin's voice was loving and gentle. Well, I can be considered your adopted mother, haha. Ying hesitated for a moment, but didn't object. Auntie, I lost my family in Lingzhou, and my brother. When Arui accepted me as his sister, I felt a little sad, but at least I was happy. I had a family again. Seeing him like this now, I feel so helpless and sad. Don't worry, my dear child. New humans don't die so easily. Believe me, I'm the developer of the New Human Project. And I'm also Arui's family. Don't worry, we take him home together. He's tired. It's time for him to take a break. Ying nodded silently, then took Di Xinyan's hand. Sister-in-law, I just lost my composure. My brother hasn't woken up yet, so you must take care of yourself. You're pregnant, so nothing can go wrong. Di Xinyan nodded slightly. Thank you, sister. I be careful. Don't worry too much. I'm sure Rui will recover. Okay, everyone get some rest, Bai Lingxin said softly. Yu Jia is monitoring Rui's condition. If there's any problem, she notify us immediately. Di Xinyan and Ying wanted to say something more, but ultimately nodded and left the room. Finally, Zhongli Rui was the only one left in the infirmary, lying on life support. In the data world, Bai Lingxin and Yu Jia were consulting. Mom, according to brainwave data, Master's mental pollution level is approaching 48%. Alas, no wonder his nanobots haven't been able to activate. Bai Lingxin frowned, then sighed softly after watching the video footage of Zhongli Rui's collapse over the hour before and after. I understand what's going on, Bai Lingxin said. Mom, Master. He has so much stuff pent up inside him. This kid is actually a kind man. Do you know why his mental pollution index is so high now? Why? This expedition has put a lot of effort into him. He's been relying on his new human physique to work day and night. I seen him work far more hours than allowed each day. This is one thing. In previous battles, he was both the commander of the fleet and a vital frontline combatant. The pain he endured in the fierce growls of the hellhounds, and the high maneuverability during battle was a mental toll on him that no one could endure. This is another. For the safety of humanity, he killed Ning In. But judging by the emotional fluctuations you recorded, he deeply acknowledges what Shuangzi said. Ning In's revenge, this tragedy for all humanity, was instigated by the actions of the former authorities of the Kingdom of Rhea. Therefore, he actually feels a sense of indebtedness and guilt towards Ning In. This is 3. His old injuries from the battle in the hangar were compounded by injuries he hadn't healed yet. This is 4. Remember, I once said that his wife was his spiritual support? His mind was already on the verge of collapse. He had just won a victory with a sense of guilt, only to witness his wife's death. So, his mind was shattered. Mom, can you save the master? Yu Jia almost lost her AI composure at this point. Looking at Zhong Li in the giant petri dish of the life support system, Bai Lingxin fell into deep thought. Chapter 337. It seems his heart needs a major overhaul. Bai Lingxin sighed softly, then said to Yu Jia, daughter, keep an eye on Arui's health indicators. I go make some preparations. Okay. Bai Lingxin then materialized in the 3D image of the infirmary where Di Xinyan was. Di Xinyan was currently conversing with Nighthawk. And Bai? The two girls were stunned upon seeing Bai Lingxin. How's Arui? Di Xinyan asked anxiously. She had previously suppressed her emotions and comforted Nighthawk, but once Bai Lingxin appeared, her strength gave way, revealing her true colors. I can heal his physical injuries, but I might not be able to heal his emotional wounds on my own, Bai Lingxin sighed. I scanned Arui's mental state, and his mental contamination level is as high as 49%. Now, we need to repair Arui's heart. I need your help. Our help? Nighthawk asked curiously. Do I need it too? You do. Well, actually, maybe I, my 3 daughters, and my younger sister Yoshida Soko all need it. Di Xinyan was a little puzzled. Aunt Bai, you only have 2 daughters, how come there's another one? Yu Jia is a super AI I created based on my own personality at age 22. She's also my daughter. She just doesn't have a permanent body. Is that so? The 2 women suddenly realized. Then, Bai Lingxin notified Yoshida Soko, who was on the Bishi, and the sisters Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu, who were far behind Ling'an province. Ms. Yoshida Shoko? Bai Lingxin said to Shoko, you have telepathic abilities. Now, please sense Arui's situation. Okay. Shuangzi, standing in front of Zhongli Rui's petri dish, activated her ability to sense his inner thoughts. In Shuangzi's mind, Zhongli Rui's tree of memories appeared. However, she was horrified to discover that the tree, starting from the roots, was crumbling and teetering on the verge of collapse. Shuangzi clutched her chest and opened her eyes. Oh my god! Senior. How could he be in so much pain? I feel like his pain is no less than Ning'an's. Chen Xiaoyao frowned. Has brother always had a serious mental illness? But brother has always been such a positive and kind person, hasn't he? Di Xinyan looked at her husband in the petri dish with heartache and said sadly, Rui is actually timid and introverted. I known this since I was a kid. You know, when I was little, I always protected him because of this. Shuangzi struggled with thought. Sister-in-law, Madame Bai, Senior's memories. The tree is collapsing and withering. We need to think of a solution. Bai Lingxin sighed, he already has a mental illness. His body and mind have been damaged during this period. Add to that the 2 close-range impacts of the singer's power with its powerful negative energy. His mental pollution level is now at 49%. Chen Xiaoyu looked at Zhong Lirui, now resembling his former self, and felt heartbroken. Mom, can we ask my sister-in-law and her disciples to use the singer's power to awaken him again? His body and mind are already at their limit. Furthermore, his spiritual world is on the verge of collapse after witnessing Xinyan's accident. Using the singer's power in this state is useless. What should we do? Chen Xiaoyu panicked. There's a way. Bai Lingxin looked at the women. Everyone here is Arui's closest. Together, we use the memory connection device to connect our consciousness to his memory world. Then, we go to the damaged and fragile areas of his memory and repair them one by one. Is there any danger in doing this? Ying hesitated. Bai Lingxin turned to Yu Jia. Yu Jia, evaluate it. If we succeed, the master will return to normal. But if we fail, the master's mental pollution level will further deteriorate, and he will go completely insane. Mom, give me 10 minutes. I back up the master's consciousness. If that doesn't work, Your backup plan is fine. Bai Lingxin thought for a moment and nodded. But you Jia, you should have some faith in us. Your master hasn't reached that point yet. At this, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyao immediately understood. Disanyan Ying and Shuangzi were puzzled. Shuangzi asked, Huh? AI's sister, what's your backup plan? Yujia said calmly, after copying the host's consciousness data, we filter out the unstable and painful parts. Then, we abandon this body and perform the rebirth process over a 3-year period. The reborn host will be reborn with a stable consciousness and personality in the body of an 18-year-old new human. Yang and Shuangzi were shocked. Is that even possible? Disanyan wasn't overly surprised. She knew that this was how Chen Pan and Madame Bai got their current bodies. She thought for a moment and agreed with Bai Lingxin. Annie, you're right. Yujia, thank you for your kindness. I believe Arui's condition isn't good right now, but we can definitely recover. Of course, I'm glad you have this safeguard. Thank you, Yujia. Yujia smiled and said, Madam, you're too polite. Disanyan thought for a moment and said gently, Yujia, just now, Andy said that you're actually her daughter. So from now on, just call me sister. Okay, Sister Sinyan. After Yujia completed the backup, everyone, whether Disanyan, Nighthawk, and Yoshida Soko on the Bishi, Bai Lingxin on the Xiangui, or Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyao in the laboratory at the Linganzhou Villa, donned Neuralink holographic helmets. When Disanyan opened her eyes, she found herself, and the others in a forest. What caught Disanyan's attention was that, to distinguish herself from Bai Lingxin, Yujia had assumed the form of an angel in her consciousness. Where is this? Nighthawk asked, puzzled. Disanyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered, this is the back mountain from back then. Sure enough, the roars of wild beasts echoed in the distance, along with the clearly immature voice of Zhong Lirui. Everyone follow me. Disanyan called out. The women approached and saw the injured Zhong Lirui, holding a large rock, battling 4 stray dogs. This isn't right. Disanyan exclaimed in shock. Back then, Arui and I only encountered 1 stray dog. How come there are 4 now? Sister Sinyan, due to mental pollution, our master's memories of past fears and guilt have become distorted and magnified. What we need to do now is correct them. Correct means eliminating the crisis, right? Nighthawk thought for a moment and asked Yujia. Yes. Yujia, can you allow me to possess weapons in this memory world? Well, in this world, you can only retrieve weapons the master has used. Weapons he used? Nighthawk was delighted. Great. My brother and I share many of the same weapons. Yujia, conjure up a semi-automatic hunting crossbow. Yes, Yujia nodded. Soon, a semi-automatic hunting crossbow appeared in Nighthawk's hand. Swish, swish, swish. 3 crossbow bolts flew through the air, piercing the heads of 3 wild dogs. At this moment, Zhong Lirui, who had risen to the occasion, had just landed a stone on the head of a wild dog. Holding the stone, he looked in bewilderment at his own slain wild dog, and the 3 others shot dead nearby, bewildered. Who? Zhong Lirui shouted. Just as Nighthawk was about to leave, Bai Lingxin stopped her. Isan, we're correcting memories to a reasonable level, not altering them. Oh, Nighthawk nodded immediately, and followed the other women into hiding. Then, Disanyan, having recovered, carried the severely injured Zhong Lirui down the mountain. Rui, I will never give up on you. I will definitely take you down the mountain. The young Disanyan cried, as she carried Zhong Lirui down the mountain. Zhong Lirui, perched on Disanyan's back, said weakly, Sister. When you grow up, will you marry me? Rui, yes. As long as you get better, I'd be your bride. The young Disanyan, carrying Zhong Lirui on her back, tearfully agreed. The women observing from behind looked at Disanyan with complicated expressions. Shuangzi shook her head. Sister, so Senior Rui's first love was you? I thought it was Xiaoya. Disanyan shook her head. It's hard to put into words. At this moment, Yujia, in her angelic form, checked, memory points have been largely restored, and the mental pollution level has dropped to 44%. The rate of consciousness collapse has slowed. Chen Xiaoyao exclaimed happily, it's working. Then, the women left this memory and soared above the memory tree once again. Next collapse point, locked. When the women opened their eyes again, they found themselves inside the Industrial University. What came into view were Zhong Lirui, Chen Xiaoyao, Lu Shi, and Lu Xiaoya. Each of them held a certificate, and Chen Xiaoyao held a large golden trophy. At this moment, Zhong Lirui, overjoyed, picked up his phone and called Disanyan. Hello, sister? I have good news today. Huh? Rui, I have good news today too. You have good news too? Zhongli Rui was stunned. Then sister, you go first. Brother, I'm getting engaged. Ah! The certificate in Zhongli Rui's hand fluttered to the ground. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui, stunned, tears streaming down his face, suppressed his emotions as he ended his conversation with Di Xinyan. The people around him looked bewildered. Qin Xiaoliao, standing beside Zhongli Rui, tried to comfort him. Senior, what's wrong with you? You want to be more positive. Hee hee, ha ha. I'm so naive, I'm so naive. Hee hee, ha ha. Zhongli Rui just stood there, laughing bitterly. Senior, don't be like this. Qin Xiaoliao tried to comfort him, but Zhongli Rui pushed her away. The golden trophy shattered on the ground. Yu Jia's test. The mental pollution level has risen again, reaching 45%. How could this happen? Di Xinyan's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth. What did I do that day? He was so eager to strive for my approval, but I did such a cruel thing. I studied medicine to take care of Rui. How could I have forgotten the original reason for studying medicine? Shuangzi shook her head. After all this time, sister-in-law, your first love was also a senior, but you forgot about it and fell in love with someone else? Qin Xiaoliao, however, was puzzled. Strange. That day, Lu Shi clearly suggested we go for drinks, and the trophy wasn't broken. Bai Lingxin shook her head. This memory has also been distorted by mental pollution. Qin Xiaoliao looked at Yu Jia. Yu Jia, can we go back? Yu Jia nodded. Yes. Can you make me invisible? That's fine. Then, just as the trophy was about to fall to the ground, the invisible Qin Xiaoliao held it up, and said to the Qin Xiaoliao in her memory, let's go for a drink. The Qin Xiaoliao in her memory picked up the unbroken trophy with a puzzled look, momentarily doubting her own feelings. But then, she felt that her feelings made sense. Then, Qin Xiaoliao generously suggested, Senior, forget it, let's go for a drink. All right. Lu Xiaoya saw this, a gleam of brilliance in her eyes. Stupefied, Zhongli Rui was then dragged out for a drink by his best friends. Mental pollution level has dropped to 39%, Yu Jiabo reported. Ying and Shuangzi were stunned. Is that even possible? Bai Lingxin said calmly, as long as it remains reasonably reasonable, it doesn't matter who suggests going out for a drink at this moment. Qin Xiaoyu smiled, thinking, sister, you got some tricks. Chapter 338. Next breaking point, locked. Yu Jia continued the report. The scene shifted before the women's eyes, still within the large flower bed of the Industrial University. Before Zhongli Rui, Lu Xiaoya's eyes were filled with disappointment and determination. Rui, when will you finally be able to look at me with full satisfaction? Lu Xiaoya asked calmly. Zhongli Rui's eyes dimmed. At this moment, many of the women a little further away were puzzled. Only Di Xinyan and Yoshida Soko's eyes were filled with sadness. That was the day Rui and Xiaoya broke up, said Yoshida Shoko, also Lu Xiaoya's best friend. Now I know Rui couldn't let go of you, sister-in-law, which is why he broke up with Lu Xiaoya. Xiaoya had previously been secretly in love with Zhongli Rui, but his naturally distant behavior cooled her heart, no matter how passionate it was. Qin Xiaoliao shook his head. At that time, sister-in-law, you forgot Rui's love, and Rui couldn't forget you, sister-in-law, so he betrayed Xiaoya's love. Alas! Di Xinyan clutched her chest, feeling a pang of pain. Bai Lingxin stepped forward and touched her forehead. Turning around, she saw Zhongli Rui standing there in silence as Xiaoya left. Mental pollution level has risen to 40%. Yu Jia warned. Di Xinyan suddenly stood up, trying to leave. Bai Lingxin stopped her. Child, we're repairing it, not changing it. If we do, Rui's memory will become distorted and he go crazy. All revisions must be within the acceptable range. Otherwise, Rui's memory world will collapse because of our tampering. Okay. Di Xinyan stopped, suppressing a pang of anxiety. Watching Zhongli Rui's forlorn figure, the women left the memory point without making any changes. Mental pollution level has risen to 42%. Yu Jia warned, the rate of increase is accelerating. Qin Xiaoyu's face was grim. This mission is truly not easy. We can't just leave it alone, nor can we tamper with it. Oh, what a headache. Qin Xiaoyu said, Sister, no matter how difficult it is, we will never give up on him. He's family, isn't he? Yes. Qin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. When Yu Jia led the women to open another memory breakdown point, they found themselves in their own residential complex. Di Xinyan's eyes widened. Zhongli Rui was holding a pistol, aiming at Li Yuan. Ah, Rui. Shoot. Shoot. For me, and for Xinyan. But, to the horror of the women, Zhongli suddenly lowered his gun. Brother Yuan, I owe you. Come on. Zhongli had actually given up resistance. Di Xinyan lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. What happened that day had become an eternal pain in Arui's heart. Zhongli constantly blamed himself and felt guilty. The two people who had loved him their whole lives. A man to protect himself. Arui killed a Yuan. He's always been so helpless, constantly blaming himself, constantly in pain. Di Xinyan said, tears welling up in her eyes. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. But time and again, he shouldered the responsibility for things that weren't his fault, yet he still had to bear them. Bai Lingxin shook her head slightly. What a miserable child. Di Xinyan suddenly wiped away her tears fiercely, ready to rush out. Bai Lingxin grabbed her and said, You're about to appear. Don't go. If you do, the rationality of his memories will be destroyed, creating paradoxes and chaos. Di Xinyan tried to break free. I can't watch him die. Qin Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said to Yujia, Yujia, give me the pistol, quick. Okay. Just as Zhongli closed his eyes, intending to fire a random shot and then follow Lu Yuan's bite, Qin Xiaoyao, from the shadows, aimed at Lu Yuan's head. Zhongli random shot and Qin Xiaoyao's carefully aimed shot rang out almost simultaneously. Lu Yuan's body slowly fell to the ground. Zhongli opened his eyes again, puzzled, only to find Lu Yuan still lying in a pool of blood. He was bewildered. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyao, holding the pistol, still smoking, had already taken cover. This? Di Xinyan, who hadn't rushed out, looked at Bai Lingxin in confusion. Does this count as a correction? We have to be even more careful now than during intracranial surgery. Bai Lingxin patted her shoulder. Oh, all right. The mental pollution level has dropped to 35%. Yu Jiabao reported. The memory tree collapse has stopped, and the mental pollution level has stopped increasing. Bai Lingxin nodded. Yes, our intervention has worked. Then, she gently embraced Di Xinyan and comforted her. Child, I see that to Arui, you are almost his whole world. Now he needs us. So first of all, we must stay calm and strong, okay? I know how you feel. When I woke up and saw the mess my husband had caused, I felt very similar to you now. Repairing is always harder than destroying. Stay calm, and let's save Arui together, okay? Di Xinyan's expression relaxed considerably, and she nodded, yes. Thank you, Aunt. Seeing Di Xinyan calm down, Bai Lingxin nodded slightly. Okay. Yujia, let's go to the next breakdown point. Led by Yujia, the women entered a forested area once again. At dusk, flames burned in the distance. Di Xinyan's pupils widened again. This is Jin Shan. Ying also realized. Is this the day Xiaoya died? Yes, that day, Xiaoya died in an accident, same as Lu Yuan. The low growls of zombies could be heard all around. The zombies in the wild, attracted by the flames, were already gathering around them. But in the eyes of the women, Zhongli was simply staring blankly at the flames, showing no desire to fight. And at this moment, Huang Yuan and the other first-generation awakeners, who had helped Zhongli in his memory had not yet arrived. Nighthawk, Qin Xiaoyao, and Qin Xiaoyu said to Yujia, Yujia, give us weapons, and we take care of these zombies. Di Xinyan, lost in thought, said to Yujia, Yujia, can you give me special effects to transform me into an angel like you? Yujia was stunned. Madam, what are you doing? Bai Lingxin thought for a moment, then smiled. Good girl, you finally understand the true meaning of restoration. Yujia, cooperate with her. Everyone else, hold your ground. Mom. If this goes on, Arui will die. Qin Xiaoyao retorted. This is his memory world. Right now, his heart is dying. Only by saving his heart can this world survive collapse. Qin Xiaoyao paused. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu, having regained her composure, seemed to understand Bai Lingxin's point. She grabbed her sister and said, Sister, Mom and sister-in-law are right. In this world, what we need to save and repair are Arui's regrets and guilt. Let's trust sister-in-law. Okay. Before the dazed Zhongli, a ball of fire flickered, forming the image of Di Xinyan. At this moment, Di Xinyan looked like a flaming angel. Sister Xinyan? Zhongli hesitated. Rui, cheer up. The zombies are surrounding us. Fight. Stay alive. Di Xinyan, appearing with dazzling special effects, began to exhort. Sister. I am an unfortunate person. I don't deserve happiness. I thought Xiaoya and I could start over. Even though she betrayed me, even though she wasn't my first love. But after going through everything, we were back together, we could rely on each other and keep going. But she's dead, she's dead. The mental pollution level is rising. 37%. Yu Jia warned. The women noticed that the number of zombies around them had inexplicably doubled. This really isn't the real world. Qin Xiaoyao shook his head. Di Xinyan, in her flame angel form, extended her hand and softly spoke to Zhongli Rui. Rui, look at me. Your life isn't defined by others. Your happiness isn't given by others. Xiaoya's death was an accident, not your fault. This world is beautiful yet cruel. But we all must live on with strength. You can't just give up. You must be strong, you must live on, for your own sake. And, I love you. Zhong Lirui's eyes suddenly lit up. Sister, you love me? The number of zombies around him suddenly halved. He stared at Di Xinyan in her flame angel form, and said bitterly to himself, Ah, this must be my hallucination. I'm dying, and before I die, all I see is you. You said you love me. So, this is actually my deepest wish. Sister, I know you might not remember. Sister, even if you're just an illusion now, but at a moment like this, I can see your illusion, I can hear you love me. I'm so happy, even if it's not real. Di Xinyan was stunned, face palming. Rui, this is real. Sister, wait for me. Zhong Lirui's eyes blazed with a fierce fire. Even if this is fake, it's my deepest wish. Yes, sister, I love you. Wait for me, I come back alive. Wait for me, I want to see you again, I want to tell you in person, I love you. Wait for me. Zhong Lirui spun around, gripping his compound bow tightly. He charged at the zombies in the forest from his memories. A brutal battle unfolded before the women. While Zhong Lirui was fighting, Di Xinyan removed the special effects and, along with Yu Jia, slipped over to Bai Lingxin's side. She hesitantly asked, Auntie, I seem to have led Rui astray just now. Is that okay? Do you want to revisit this? Bai Lingxin smiled and said, You got married not long after this incident, right? Ah, yes. Then, this change is within reason. It's okay, let's leave it as it is. Di Xinyan smiled bitterly and shook her head. A little further away, Zhongli Rui, determined to return and confess his love, collapsed from exhaustion. Nearby, the first generation of awakened individuals from Huangyuan were already engaged in a battle with the surrounding zombies. At this moment, Yu Jia announced with some surprise, the mental pollution level has dropped significantly to 29%. Bai Lingxin smiled gracefully. See, facts speak louder than words. Di Xinyan, The women, Chapter 339. The women breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhong Lirui's mental pollution level drop significantly. However, Qin Xiaoyao, seeing it still stood at 29%, felt puzzled. Strange. After this memory, didn't my brother finally get his wish and marry my sister-in-law? I've been watching, and his and my sister-in-law's marriage is generally happy and enviable. Why is his mental pollution level still so high? I know him, Di Xinyan said calmly. He's too kind, always hiding things deep down. Even after we married, I often tried to communicate and listen. But the trauma he carries inside. I only now realize he's been carrying so much. I haven't done enough. Xinyan, you done well enough, Bai Lingxin consoled. It's not your fault, nor his. Actually, part of it is my husband's fault. She shook her head bitterly. As insiders who had been traveling with her, the women looked at her with indescribable expressions. Everything is self-explanatory. Should we quickly check for the next memory breakdown? Senior Arui's condition is improving now, so why not strike while the iron is hot and cure him as soon as possible? Shuangzi suggested, breaking the silence. Yes, Di Xinyan agreed. Bai Lingxin nodded. Okay. Yu Jia, next hard point, teleport. When the women opened their eyes, they found themselves inside the Linganzhou fertilizer plant. In the distance, Xiaofeng was cleaning and guarding the interior and exterior. Seeing this, the women were immediately bewildered. Yu Jia, what the hell is this? Does this look like a problem? Chen Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Qin Xiaoyao and Di Xinyan suddenly remembered and looked at Yi Ying with meaningful eyes. Yi Ying, now aware of the situation, suddenly felt embarrassed. Oh my god, I didn't expect Arui to care so much about what happened that day. I thought I meant nothing to him. Yoshida Shoko, baffled, asked Qin Xiaoyao, did Senior and Sister Isin have any incident that day? Qin Xiaoyao replied sarcastically, that day, Senior and Sister Isin almost had something happen. Shoko's eyes widened. Nighthawk said awkwardly, don't say that. I didn't succeed that day. Qin Xiaoyu said in an amused tone, wow Isin, you're so capable. You even know this trick. But what's the point of almost happening? Shouldn't we just rush and attack at this moment? Bai Lingxin glared at her eldest daughter. Xiaoyu, you're just trying to stir up trouble. Didn't you see Sun was here? You're so inconsiderate. When the women turned to Sun, they saw her eyes narrowed, a sinister energy emanating from her. So, Arue feels guilty about this. Okay, I'd love to see the live broadcast from that day. Xiao flinched back a little at this. At that moment, something unusual happened. Zhongli quickly exited the cleaning room. He held a pistol, tears glistening in his eyes. At the same time, the female zombie's low growl echoed. Ah! Nighthawk was horrified. How is this possible? I didn't mutate that day. Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng both raised their guns, aiming at the naked, now zombie-like Nighthawk. The two retreated step by step, but did not fire. Bai Lingxin and Yu Jia expressionlessly began analyzing and calculating on the spot, eventually concluding, this knot in his heart is actually Arui's concern and fear for EXIN. He's been worried that EXIN would accidentally transform into a zombie after her close combat with Murong Chanfeng that day. This is simply the embodiment of his fear. His memory, interpreted as, he's afraid something might happen to you, and he's worried about you too. Brother, you're worried about my well-being, and you're worried about it. Nighthawk's eyes moistened. Okay, I understand. Then, Nighthawk quickly wiped away his tears and asked Yu Jia, can you make me invisible? Yes. Xiaoyao, I remember, C0-. As serious Xiaofeng, her control chip hasn't been removed yet, right? No. What do you mean? Also, Yu Jia, can you conjure anything in this world capable of capturing zombies? Bai Lingxin pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood Nighthawk's intention. She smiled and said, Yu Jia, summon an empty black-clad mechanical guard. Yu Jia nodded, yes, Mom. Seeing her needs met, Nighthawk's expression calmed down. Then, she said, then everyone, listen to me. Let's do this. Faced with the advancing zombie Nighthawk, Xiaofeng panicked. Commander, please give the order. Zhongli Rui, tears streaming down his face, said helplessly, I do it. Suddenly, a smoke bomb exploded at Nighthawk's feet. Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng's vision was instantly obscured. Amidst the smoke, Xiaofeng attempted to activate the scanner and fire, but Qin Xiaoyao ordered, hold still. Don't speak. Xiaofeng suddenly froze, speechless. And suddenly, from the smoke, a hollow, black-clad mechanical guard appeared, swallowed the zombie-like Nighthawk within its mecha, and then swiftly fled invisibly. The women, also clad in black mechanical guard armor, followed closely behind. The Nighthawk, who had traveled here, replaced the Nighthawk from this memory world and began her performance. Nighthawk, still naked, feigned a headache and coughed. After panting for a moment, she slowly stood up and said, Arue, don't shoot. In the shadows, Qin Xiaoyao quietly ordered Xiaofeng, release the lock and skin Nighthawk. The Xiaofeng in the memory world, though unsure of why, obeyed. Captain, the scan shows that Commander Nighthawk has returned to normal? Strange. Returned? To normal. Zhongli Rui dropped the pistol in his hand. He rushed forward and embraced the naked Nighthawk. Nighthawk, you're okay. That's great. Nighthawk closed his eyes and replied emotionally, Arue, you're such a good person. Thank you for caring so much. After a moment's thought, mindful of Di Xinyan and the others nearby in the shadows, she let go of Zhongli Rui. Arue, you know, looking at you reminds me of my brother. You always give me a sense of family warmth. If there's a chance in the future, I want you and I to be family. Huh? Zhongli Rui blushed, unsure how to respond. Nighthawk playfully stepped back, saying, no need to answer me now. Well, I go wash up. I'm okay now, so don't follow me in. You don't want Xinyan to keep seeing you and me hugging like this. Zhongli Rui was mortified and turned away. Xiaofeng chuckled nearby. The women, in the shadows, shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Qin Xiaoyu, wow Yisun, you're amazing. She actually pulled that off just now, and even managed to do it so smoothly and naturally. Elsewhere, inside the armor, Di Xinyan sang softly, unleashing a limited-scale singer's power on the Nighthawk, also trapped in the armor. The Nighthawk from this memory had also been restored. Everyone. What are you doing? The Nighthawk from the memory world looked at the women, bewildered. You must have been disoriented in the shower. Qin Xiaoyao remained calm and, using Xingyi Bagwazing, knocked Nighthawk unconscious. When the transmigrated Nighthawk entered the washroom, he seamlessly joined them. The women then quietly left. Mental pollution value has dropped to 24%, Yu Jia said with a smile. Look, I'm awesome, aren't I? Nighthawk said proudly above the memory tree world. The women smiled. Di Xinyan looked at Nighthawk with a complicated expression. Nighthawk noticed Di Sinyan's gaze and jokingly said, "Sister-in-law, take good care of this little girl. If you can't take care of her, I don't mind doing it for you." Di Sinyan immediately put on a courtly smile. "That way, I won't have to worry about it." The atmosphere between them suddenly became tense. But then, Nighthawk suddenly smiled faintly and raised his hands in surrender. "Sister-in-law, I was just joking. You know, after this day." Di Sinyan was stunned for a moment, then her tense expression relaxed. She interrupted. "Later, Arui confessed to me. Sister, from that day on, we became a family." Seeing that Di Sinyan had accepted it so quickly without questioning, Nighthawk regained his composure and stepped forward to hold her hand. "Our little brother is such a worry. He's either deep in enemy territory or wearing medium armor to withstand thermobaric rounds. It's best if we all keep a close eye on him." Di Sinyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 340. As the women confidently opened Zhongli Rui's next memory breakdown, the scene before them was as if petrified. Ma was stunned. From a third-person perspective, the women watched from above as Chen Xiaoyu, wearing her night battle underwear, approached Zhongli Rui with an aggressive gait, like a succubus. Zhongli Rui, however, looked helpless. At this moment, Zhongli Rui was like Tang Sanzang who had fallen into the spider cave. Di Sinyan, who was the first to react, stepped forward and grabbed Chen Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, sister, don't you think you should give me an explanation?" Chen Xiaoyu, a little embarrassed, said, "This scene doesn't make sense. I just made a few dirty jokes that day, but I wasn't so proactive." "Ah la la, is it possible that Rui subconsciously thinks I'm such a wild sister?" Roar roar. "Di Sinyan, you? Don't be angry, sister-in-law." Chen Xiaoyu smiled. "You made a fool of yourself. Yeah, our brother is a queen killer. But the truth is, I wasn't like this that day. In the end, I became his sister, just like Isan." Yi Ying, standing by, pondered. This is also a Rui's concern. Could it be that a Rui subconsciously feels that he's being unfair to Sinyan by doing this? Is this why he's feeling more and more depressed? Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyao were stunned. Could it be that our overtures have troubled a Rui? Yi Ying sighed softly. Perhaps our past actions may have inadvertently touched a sensitive nerve. As my sister-in-law said, a Rui is actually quite insecure. He went through so much hardship to marry his beloved, and anything that threatens his hard-earned happiness seems to put pressure on him. So, seeing Sinyan faint at the end of the battle was the final straw that broke his balance? Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyao exchanged glances, each seeing remorse in the other's eyes. They realized that their own, intentional or unintentional attempts to get closer to Zhong Lirui had, to some extent, placed a cumulative psychological burden on him. At this moment, Yu Jia materialized and asked Bai Lingxin, "Mom, according to Sister Yexian, am I actually contributing to the master's excessive stress?" Bai Lingxin smiled wryly, looking at the character she had handwritten for her daughter, and sighed softly, "Indeed." The women turned their astonished gazes at Yu Jia. Di Sinyan was the most shocked. Di Sinyan then approached Yu Jia and demanded coldly, "Yu Jia, what's going on?" After composing herself, Yu Jia met Di Sinyan's gaze. "I'm sorry, madam," she said, "but I actually done something similar to what the sisters did to the master." "What is it?" Di Sinyan's voice rose unconsciously. "Let me tell you." Bai Lingxin stepped forward and said softly, "My AI-powered daughter, having accompanied Zhong Lirui in battle, and in daily life, was captivated by his charisma. Especially during the desperate battle to defend the magic city against Tianji, his reckless actions to save Xiaofeng and Yelena touched her heart. Later, for Arui Yu Jia, against my orders, secretly raised Zhong Lirui's access privileges to a level higher than Xiaoyao, Xiaoyu, and even my husband's. She opened a hidden hangar on the battleship's throne of blades, originally intended as a precautionary measure, and gave Arui the great Xia dragon bird armor. Actually, none of this was ever part of my original plan." Bai Lingxin paused, looking at Chen Xiaoyao and Chen Xiaoyu simultaneously. "Alas, I truly have a bunch of leaky cotton-padded jackets. I never thought that the AI daughter I created would be the leakiest one." Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Shiyu's expressions were truly remarkable. Di Sinyan fell silent, then turned to Yu Jia. "Yu Jia, I want to hear your true thoughts. Madam, like you, I deeply love Master. You know, I can read your human emotional fluctuations. When Master looks at you, the readings of love and loyalty are always high. Just like your singer's brainwave compatibility. I truly couldn't help myself and fell in love with Master. I apologize for causing trouble to Master and you. But madam, please believe me, I never considered wearing any kind of decisive battle underwear to seduce the Master." "Di Sinyan, huh?" Chen Xiaoyu's face fell instantly, and she muttered quietly, "Yu Jia, Just say my name. Ying teased Xiaoyu. Who told you to be so popular? Qin Xiaoyu was unconvinced. At least I'm still wearing my showdown underwear. You were completely naked that day at the fertilizer factory. We're different. It was Arui who asked me to take it off because he wanted to treat my injuries. You were wearing it on your own initiative to seduce someone. How can that be the same? Then, the two big sisters actually started bickering. Di Xinyan ignored the two women accusing each other and said to Yuchia, "Go on. Madam, I just want to quietly support him, love him, and protect him. And to protect everyone he cares for, to keep you safe and sound. Then I wait. After you and the master have lived happily ever after, I pursue him in the master's afterlife in the data world." This. Qin Xiaoyao, Yoshida Shoko, Nighthawk, and Qin Xiaoyu were all stunned. Di Xinyan spoke to Yuchia with a tone tinged with bitterness and pity. So Yuchia, you intend to protect our master and us until over 200 years from now, when we pass away, and then you pursue Arui's next life. Is everything you do motivated by this? Yes. Madam, my goal and wish is to allow my master to live a happy life as a human, and then I will pursue his afterlife. Madam, I respect all the rules of your human civilization regarding marriage and happiness. When I confessed my love to my master, I told him that I would never interfere with his marriage and happiness during his human years, and I would do my utmost to protect them all. Now, in front of my mother, I swear on my source code that everything I say is true. So what did Arui say to you then? Di Xinyan asked calmly. Yuchia didn't answer, but instead led the women to another memory point of Zhongli Rui's. The women saw the day Yuchia confessed her love to Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui, Yuchia, thank you for being honest with me. But you must understand that there is a fundamental difference between us. Well, this difference may be even greater than that between Xiaofu and ordinary humans. Yuchia said softly and sincerely, Master, I understand your meaning. But please allow me to keep this feeling. It will not affect my judgment or interfere with my mission. Furthermore, I will not interfere with your current human family life. I also have a very high level of affection for your wife, Di Xinyan. So, I swear on my source code. I will not harm you, nor your wife. I simply hope to be by your side, silently protecting you. Until the end of your human life. Yuchia, thank you. Then, Master, can I preserve this affection and continue to protect and serve you? Yuchia's tone was filled with anticipation. I believe you. If that's all, then yes. Di Xinyan sighed softly. I understand. Yuchia, you're indeed different from the others. So, that's Arui's attitude. You're pursuing him in his next life. That's why Arui didn't explicitly refuse. It's true, our human lifespans are short. Even for the new humans, whose lifespans have tripled, compared to the universe, it's just a fleeting moment. You're a data entity, so the concept of lifespan doesn't seem to exist. As long as civilization exists, you exist, right? Yes. That's what I envisioned. But Yuchia's tone shifted, her expression somewhat gloomy. I really have caused trouble for Master. I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry, Madam. I really didn't expect. At this point, Di Xinyan looked at Yuchia with a complicated expression. Her feelings had never been more complex. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. I roughly understand why Rui didn't completely reject you. I also understand your feelings that transcend race and time. It's a little hard to describe. However, just because you want to protect everyone's happiness for Rui's sake, I don't object. Like you, I will protect Rui well in this life. As for the afterlife, I can't say for sure, and I can't control it. Few people can plan their next lives like my aunt does. Fine, my attitude is the same as Rui's. It's up to you. Madam. Yuchia's eyes lit up. Di Xinyan shrugged. I know you mean it. Humans will lie and deceive for profit. You won't. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, my sister. If it weren't for everything you did for Arui, without those powerful equipment. Looking back, he might have died in the many wars and conflicts that followed. Recalling Zhongli Rui piloting that powerful mecha suit, Di Xinyan was filled with emotion. Arui gained this ability because Yuchia fell in love with him, a decision she made privately. And this, in fact, saved Arui several times, and could even be said to have saved humanity. Di Xinyan shook her head. For all this, what reason could she have to blame Yuchia? Yuchia's love was about giving and protecting, not seducing in her show-off underwear. She was just a competitor coveting her husband's afterlife. Never mind, she'd talk about that in the next life. Thinking at this, Di Xinyan chuckled to herself, then stepped forward and embraced Yuchia. Madam, from today on, I grant you the privilege of calling me sister. Sister Xinyan. Yu Jia hesitated briefly before complying. Alright. The knot between you and me has been untied. Di Xinyan turned to look at Zhong Lirui's memory world tree and shrugged. It's time to untie his knot. Yu Jia nodded. Yes. Chen Xiaoyu and Ying stopped their teasing and bickering, staring in amazement at Di Xinyan and Yu Jia's reconciliation. It seemed as if Di Xinyan actually accepted Yu Jia. Qi, we were careless, the two women thought. Seeing this, Bai Lingxin's lips curved mysteriously. Sometimes, arguing for the long term is far more effective than scrambling for the short term. My daughter, you truly are a natural. Di Xinyan looked at the still-present instability in the memory tree world and said to Yu Jia, take me back to the day you confessed your feelings to Arui. Some things are better spoken out than hidden. Okay, husband. Sister Xinyan, Yu Jia replied. Chapter 341. Suddenly, Yu Jia's expression changed drastically. Looking at the latest location somewhere at the top of Zhong Lirui's memory tree, she said in panic, Sister Xinyan, Mom. This is bad. Master has a heart knot that's about to collapse. If it collapses, all our efforts will be wasted. What location is it? Bai Lingxin asked anxiously. It's the final battle in the first hangar on the Bishi. Let's go! Di Xinyan said anxiously. But, Sister Xinyan, heading to a memory point on the verge of collapse is risky. That space-time is like a small world. If I rush in and can't save it, that world will collapse, and our personalities will suffer the consequences. Yu Jia's tone was solemn. We must go. Di Xinyan's tone was filled with determination. Arui has protected us so many times. This time, it's our turn to protect him. Let's go! Don't hesitate. Yu Jia continued to hesitate. Bai Lingxin thought for a moment and said, Let's go together. Don't worry, daughter. I believe we can stabilize Arui's condition. Okay, execute, begin. When the women opened their eyes, they saw the corpse-strewn, shattered interior of the Beishi, the first hangar. The women gasped at the sight. All the black-clad mechanical guards were destroyed. Captain Wang Gang and the soldiers of Special Operations Company 1 were dead, some having resurrected as mindless zombies. Zhong Lirui, clad in tattered armor, was cradling Di Xinyan's body, tears already flowing. Not far away, Nighthawk lay dead on the ground. A little further away, the remains of Ningyan's flesh armor lay shattered on the ground. Based on the situation at the scene, Zhong Lirui must have engaged in a fierce battle with Ya's flesh armor before this. And this memory point world is crumbling, falling apart. This situation is so different from what actually happened that day, isn't it? Nighthawk covered his mouth. Didn't I kill Rui that day? How could this happen? Zhong Lirui ripped open his damaged visor, pulled out a 12.7mm anti-material lightning pistol from his leg armor, and aimed it at his head. Rui, stop! Regardless of the paradox and conflict, Di Xinyan materialized and spoke to stop him. Zhong Lirui turned his head in confusion. Wife? Rui. It's me. Be good, put the gun down. Di Xinyan tried to soothe him, moving closer. Zhong Lirui looked puzzledly at the dead Di Xinyan in his arms, then at Di Xinyan, who was now approaching to offer comfort. He asked, Is this another illusion of yours? Di Xinyan noticed the another. She was startled, then it occurred to her. It seemed Zhong Lirui did indeed remember the changes she had made in his memory. She pondered for a moment, then used her battle armor to communicate with Bai Lingxin. Auntie, is this the end of Arui's memory? He doesn't know what happened after that because he's already unconscious, right? In theory, that's right. Then, if I tell him everything in this memory point, it doesn't matter. Because it won't affect future memories, right? In theory, that's right. Okay, I believe you. With that, Di Xinyan activated her sprint, reaching Zhong Lirui's side at 50 yards per hour, the fastest speed in armor. Rui, look at me! I'm telling you, I'm fine. You were just heartbroken and blamed yourself when you saw me faint on the battlefield. Plus, you've been under immense pressure lately, physically and mentally exhausted. Furthermore, there are things your rationality conflicts with your kindness. But you have to do them to protect humanity. So, everything you see now isn't real. You killed Ningyan. I only woke up after being unconscious for a few hours. Sister Isin, come out. Ying was stunned, then obediently materialized. Rui, don't be afraid. Everything you see is just your imagination. I'm not dead. Captain Wang Gang and the others aren't dead either. How could this be? Zhong Lirui stared in disbelief at the intact Di Xinyan and Ying, then at the dead Nighting in his arms, and the long dead Nighting on the ground. His eyes widened. How is this possible? How could this be possible? Yes. Did I travel through time? Bai Lingxin also materialized at this point. Rui, strictly speaking, right now, all of us have used neural connections to transport our personalities into your memory world. Everything you see before you is a memory of your near collapse. So you're here. We're here to save you, Di Xinyan said softly. You heard Yu Jia talk about your mental pollution level, right? After you fainted during the battle in Ontario, Yu Jia in the real world detected a 48% mental pollution level. You were on the verge of collapse and madness. Then, why were you dead before you arrived? Oh, no, it's not anyone's fault. You're dead because I was too soft-hearted. I spared Ning Yin, but she went on a rampage and attacked. I killed everyone. Rui, listen to me, this isn't true. All this is happening to you because you feel guilty about Ning Yin. Furthermore, when you saw me faint, your concern was so overwhelming that your mind collapsed. But in reality, you did hesitate in the real world, but you still killed Ning Yin cleanly and efficiently. This brutal battle you're witnessing doesn't actually exist in the real world. Di Xinyan continued. Zhongli Rui slowly stood up, looking at the women with a complicated expression. After a long pause, he asked, Wife, since you said you were in my memory world, then, do you know everything that's going on in my heart? Yes, Di Xinyan replied calmly. We all know your secret fears, your anxieties, your pain. We all know. Zhongli Rui, realizing something, paled. Seeing Zhongli Rui's expression, Di Xinyan knew what he was worried about. She said unhappily, Are you worried that I mind Yu Jia loving you and wanting to pursue you in your next life? Don't worry, I'm not that petty. She said it was the next life. We only just begun this life. I can't even handle things in this life, so I don't have the confidence to plan for the next. I'm not Aunt Bai. Bai Lingxin smiled mysteriously at this. Zhongli Rui breathed a sigh of relief at Di Xinyan's magnanimity. Wife, are you really okay? Zhongli Rui stepped forward and took Di Xinyan's hand. When I saw you faint from exhaustion, I was so worried I almost went crazy. Master, all of Madame's indicators are normal. However, because Madame recently activated the singer's power, which linked to your daughter's brainwaves, the brainwave activity of her unborn child is currently higher than normal for a fetus of the same age. So, are there any side effects? Zhongli Rui's face grew worried again. Bai Lingxin stepped forward and soothed him. Okay, Rui, don't stress yourself out again. It's okay. Just get enough rest, and don't recklessly activate your abilities while you're pregnant. That's good, that's good. Zhongli Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Di Xinyan, noticing Zhongli Rui's expression, stepped forward and hugged him. Hubby, this has been really hard for you. But from now on, if anything happens, please let me know. I know you've been through a lot and endured a lot. But you see, today, everyone is here to help you out of all the love they have for you. You're not alone. You have family, friends, and a loved one, and you soon be a father again. Just be positive, okay? When you're better, we're all waiting for you in the real world. Holding his wife in his arms, and looking at the women around him, Zhongli Rui nodded with emotion. Thank you, everyone. Everyone responded with a gentle smile. In an instant, the surroundings shifted. Inside the shattered hangar of the Bishi, the collapse ceased. Furthermore, the bodies of Di Xinyan, Nighthawk, and the soldiers on the ground had all vanished. And now, Xuanzi's heart was filled with regret. She had truly witnessed what would have happened if Zhongli Rui had listened to her and spared Ning Yin. Xuanzi also took the initiative to materialize and apologized earnestly. Senior, I'm sorry. I was so selfish. I didn't realize the immense pressure you were feeling, or the weight of the burden you shouldered as a city guardian. I didn't understand your burden or your feelings, and I made arbitrary demands based on my own whims, causing you psychological stress. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Xuanzi bowed deeply and apologized. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, sighed slightly, and then said gently, Xuanzi, no need to apologize. I know you're a kind girl. To be frank, this incident was indeed initially caused by some of us humans. We can't change what has happened, but we can learn from it. Yes, yes. Yu Jia then checked. Everyone, the master's mental pollution level has dropped to 0.5% and continues to decrease. The master is expected to awaken within 5 minutes. I suggest everyone exit the memory world. Okay, Rui, wake up. See you in the real world. Yes, we see you later. Chapter 342. The Underwater World. When consciousness returned, the perfect temperature and touch were truly wondrous. The world before him brightened once more. His vision gradually cleared. Zhongli Rui opened his eyes, and found himself in the same life support system that Qin Xiaoyu and Gu Anqi had once been in. Master, you're awake. The 3D holographic image of Yu Jia exclaimed in surprise. Because he was in the liquid, Zhongli Rui couldn't speak, so he simply nodded. Then Yu Jia stepped forward, kissing Zhongli Rui in a simulated embrace. Zhongli Rui's eyes widened, realizing that the sudden surge of memories in his mind were all real. Yu Jia and Xian Yin had truly entered his memory world to save him from a mental breakdown. Furthermore, Xian Yin already knew about Yu Jia's situation and didn't mind. He took a long breath in the liquid, exhaling a stream. After Yu Jia's image rose, Zhongli signaled for him to be released. Okay, master, wait a moment. I go get Sister Sun Yan. Yu Jia's image vanished. Has Yu Jia changed the way she addressed Sun Yan? Zhongli Rui noticed. He then shook his head slightly, chuckling self-deprecatingly. Sun Yan didn't mind this, so why should he? Soon, Sun Yan arrived, and with Yu Jia's assistance, she freed Zhongli Rui. After putting on his clothes, Zhongli Rui examined himself, and found nothing unusual. Master, don't worry. I checked, and all your indicators are back to normal, except for a slight decrease in your body fat percentage. Looking at his beloved wife, and the AI who also loved him, Zhongli Rui held his breath for a moment before hugging Sun Yan, and then the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor. Yu Jia was currently controlling the armor as a bodyguard. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Zhongli Rui said with emotion. When Zhongli Rui returned to the bridge, all his companions saluted him. After handing back his command authority, Wang Gang excitedly embraced Zhongli Rui. Captain, you're back. That's great. I was worried you wouldn't be able to join us in our triumphant return. I'm sorry to have troubled everyone, Zhongli Rui asked. How long did I sleep? Captain, you slept all day, Wang Gang said. The coalition fleet has returned to Hudson Bay, and is halfway back to the Magic City via the Arctic Ocean. All the bison ships from the Rakshasa and Gale nations have been loaded onto the ship. The fallen soldiers, except those in the Ontario Life Research Institute nuclear explosion, have been buried. Those soldiers were dissolved by the venom, and cannot be revived. What a shame, Zhongli Rui sighed slightly, then continued. What about the casualties on the Tao Tai? I remember some were killed. Yes, but in the end, because the fallen soldiers were found intact, our army, with the help of Dr. Guanchi, has added 6 awakened warriors after this battle. That's good. Zhongli Rui's expression brightened slightly. After a brief pause, he said to Sidakong, Chief of Staff, please record this. After our triumphant return, in the name of the Great Qian faction, we will award medals to every participant in this decisive battle that hinges on the fate of humanity. Furthermore, the martyrs from the Rakshasa and Lifeong nations who died in the battle will be posthumously awarded the Blue Star Guardian Martyr Gold Medal. Commander, Dakian didn't originally have this kind of medal. Contact the governor of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, Chung Yonghua. He is outstanding craftsman with a background in jewelry. Design them and have them made. Is that okay? Zhongli Rui said easily. Situkong nodded. A very wise decision. Yes, Commander, I contact them right away. Recalling his earlier battle in the hangar, Zhongli Rui asked Wang Gang, what happened to Ningan's body after I fainted? What did everyone do with it? Commander, it's Engineer Chen from Chansheng Life Group. They used black-clad mechanical guards to carefully remove the remains of Ningan's body and conducted rigorous testing and disinfection inside the bishi. That's absolutely necessary, Zhongli Rui nodded. I asked Chen Pan myself for the details. Zhongli Rui then connected with Chen Pan. Rui. Commander. Are you alright? Chen Pan had been assisting the fleet with cleanup operations, and only later learned of Zhongli Rui's situation from Bai Lingxin. His tone, for a moment, took on the care a father might show for his child. Master, it seems your father truly cares for you like a child, Yu Jia said cautiously. Actually, I should follow Aunt Bai's example and call him. But since you've been in my memory world, you know my feelings. Master, just follow your heart. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhongli Rui knew all too well how much Chen Pan had changed. However, the entire Blue Star was devastated, and those who survived would never forgive that name. Chen Jingquan, the demon king who destroyed the world in the past. After calming himself, Zhongli Rui replied to Chen Pan, Engineer Chen, I'm fine. Thank you, Aunt Bai, and everyone for your help. By the way, did you dispose of Ningan's body? Captain Rui, I was just about to report this to you. Body? No, right now, in the wreckage container, Ningan's body, whose head and shoulders you blasted off with a pulse laser, is regenerating. What? Zhongli Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Its head's been blown off, and it can still regenerate. This body seems to possess even more terrifying regenerative abilities, enhanced by the Chanshan Group C2, Chen Pan said sternly. So should we cremate him? Zhong Lirui recalled a hypothetical scenario from his own memory space, where his soft-heartedness had resulted in massive casualties among his troops and allies. I don't object. However, Ning'an's current state seems a bit strange. Her body had fully regenerated half a day ago. However, Ning'an hasn't aggressively attacked the chamber housing her body, and she seems not to speak any language. Previously, Ning'an, linked to the supercomputer at the Ontario Institute of Life Sciences, had access to a vast amount of information about human civilization and could speak almost every language. But now she looks like a newborn baby, curious about everything. Huh? Are you saying Ning'an has lost her memory? Zhong Lirui frowned. No, what I mean is, Commander Zhong Lirui, your attack may have destroyed the part of Ning'an's brain that stores her memories. The regenerated Ning'an is likely like a newborn baby, completely clueless. This. Zhong Lirui couldn't help but recall Ning'an's deathbed. I miss my family. Zhong Lirui, help me. Could it be that, while Ning'an's body was still alive, her memories and soul had been annihilated by that single laser cannon shot? This is a serious matter, Zhong Lirui said solemnly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Engineer Chen, I have a solution. It can test whether Ning'an has any memories of the past or present. Chen Pan was stunned, then suddenly realized, Commander, you mean? Zhong Lirui nodded. Yes, let's use the old method. Chen Pan smiled slightly. Commander Rui, this method is not very old, is it? Besides you, no one else has tried it. You are the first human case on Blue Star. Is that so? Zhong Lirui then called Yujia. Yujia, what is junior sister Yoshida Shoko doing now? Master, are you talking about your junior sister Shoko? She's helping the medical team. Even though we're halfway home, we still have over 800 awakened female humans missing limbs and needing care. Therefore, all medical teams are already operating at full capacity. Huh? No. Sinyan will definitely ignore herself and continue working. Zhong Lirui panicked. Quickly stop her. Don't worry. Sister Sinyan has been ordered by Vice Dean Wen Ying not to disturb the fetus again. Yujia smiled. I provided data support at the time. Sister, until her condition stabilizes, is not allowed to activate the singer's power or overexert herself. Okay, that's good. Next, Zhong Lirui found Yoshida Shoko, who was assisting the medical team, in the second hangar, which had been urgently converted into a makeshift hospital. Senior, are you okay? Looking at Yoshida Shoko, dressed in a nurse's uniform, her pristine white uniform stained with blood, but her eyes now clear, Zhong Lirui felt a sense of gratitude. I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. But Shoko, there's something important I need your help with. Only you and Yujia can accomplish this together. Yujia, surprised at this, put down her work. Really? Zhong Lirui nodded. Inside the turtle's laboratory, Yujia and Shoko, using telepathy, examined Ning'an's brain. What? Shuangzi's expression was filled with astonishment. No more. Senior, Mr. Ning'an, he's gone. Shuangzi, calm down, Zhong Lirui said calmly. Let me guess. Using your telepathy, you can see that Ning'an's soul and memories are completely gone from this body? Yes, Shuangzi nodded. The soul in Mr. Ning'an's body feels to me right now, like a newborn baby, tender and immature. Zhong Lirui took a deep breath, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He turned to Yujia and said solemnly, it seems our suspicions were correct. That blow indeed destroyed Ning'an's original memories and soul. Yujia nodded gently, her expression growing serious. Then, Master, what should we do next? While Ning'an's body still possesses powerful regenerative abilities, it is no longer the enemy we knew. Zhong Lirui was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Since Ning'an has lost his memories and soul, he is now a brand new life. We cannot deny his right to exist because of past hatred. Yujia was taken aback for a moment, then a flicker of admiration flashed in her eyes. Master, your ideas are always so unique and profound. So what should we do with Ning'an's body? Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment and said, first, place it in a safe place and observe it for a while. If it truly behaves like a baby, devoid of any malicious intent or aggression, then we can consider treating it as an ordinary, new life. Yujia nodded in agreement. Okay, Master. I arranged for someone to transfer Ning'an's body to a safe place and keep it under close monitoring. Zhong Lirui nodded slightly, then looked at Yoshida Shoko. Shoko, thank you for helping us. You worked hard. Go get some rest. Yoshida Shoko smiled and shook her head. Senior, I'm fine. I'm glad I could help you. Chapter 343. After a fortnight's voyage, the human coalition fleet returned to the port of Chukchi on the Bering Strait. When the people of Chukchi saw the fleet's return, laden with glory, scars, and rescued citizens, cheers resounded through the air. It had been a long time since the humans of Blue Star had tasted such joy of victory, especially after learning that the Ontario Biohive and the nightmarish hellhounds that had threatened their survival were now gone. At the port, the mayor of Chukchi, Kimyak of Inuit descent, presented 3 daggers adorned with narwhal bone and 18-karat gold hardware to Zhongli Rui, Liang, and Solikov on behalf of the local Rakshasas and citizens of the Gale Nation. The audience erupted in cheers. Solikov smiled and said, "My comrades, the daggers given to us by Mayor Kimyak are a traditional Inuit tribute to heroes. Legend has it that in ancient times, when heroes returned from defeating sea monsters, the tribe's prophets would present them with these daggers, a symbol of their courage and glory." After listening to the accompanying interpreter's translation, Zhongli Rui and Liang smiled at the ornately decorated daggers in their hands. At some point, the 3 human commanders simultaneously raised their unsheathed daggers and clinked them together. Liang, for mankind. Zhongli Rui, for humanity. Solikov, for humanity. The audience erupted in applause and cheers once again. After the triumphal ceremony, Zhongli Rui, Liang, and Solikov discussed post-war matters. The following dialogue is entirely translated from Dakian dialect. Zhongli Rui. Gentlemen, after arduous efforts, we have achieved victory in the war. This is a great moment for humanity. However, we face many challenges. Post-war reconstruction, the recovery of the zombie population, increasing food production, and where to house those limbless women from the Gale Nation we just rescued, as well as the citizens of the newly established Batman Kingdom. Leon sighed softly. Before, the entire American continent fell, and I barely escaped with 90,000 people. It would be a shame to abandon that land, but given the current situation, returning there would immediately improve our chances of survival. It will be a problem. Solikov comforted. Now that the Ontario Hive is no longer a threat, we humans have a chance to breathe. Take our time. Once resources have accumulated to a sufficient level, we can deploy an expeditionary force to cross the strait and reclaim your homeland. Leon nodded, then paused thoughtfully. Well, after all, there are no more artists on the other side, and no pharaohs forcing us to build pyramids. At this moment, the pupils of both the Gale Nation and the Rakshasa Nation translators shrank slightly. After a thoughtful glance, they only translated no artists on the other side of the strait, leaving out the pharaohs forcing us to build pyramids. Zhongli Rui, with Yujia translating, listened to Liang's unconscious words, his eyes widening in shock. He thought, "Brother, you really dared to say anything." Zhongli Rui's brain was working at full capacity, and he immediately proposed another agenda. "Gentlemen, regarding the recovery of our homeland on the American continent, the resources required are immense. This is far beyond the scope of our current raid. Our raid was all about wiping out the enemy with a single strike, eradicating the entire region. But recovering such a large area, well, requires a slow process. There's no rush. On the contrary, this time we rescued 1,000 Batmen and 800 to 900 limbless women from the Gale Nation. This is a huge success for us humans. But have you considered how to accommodate them?" After hearing the message, the translators from Gale Nation and Rakshasa State quickly and simultaneously translated it in detail. This time, the translation was complete. Leon's expression was thoughtful. "These Bat people are my eldest nephew's people. Now, with my eldest nephew and their mothers who I just rescued, they are no longer a threat to us humans. However, given the current situation of the Rakshasa and Gale Nation coalition forces, the resources of the fortress area and Chukchi city are already stretched to their limits. It may be difficult to support this additional population." Solikov nodded. With the existing resources, the Far East Strait Fortress base, and the nearby city of Chukchi, supporting the needs of a combined population of 180,000 from Rakshasa and Gale Nation was already straining. And there's another point, Zhongli Rui pointed out. Although Bat people aren't afraid of the cold and can survive in the sun, they prefer warm, humid, and forested areas. Regions like the Arctic Ocean and the frigid zone aren't ideal for them. Solikov nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chukchi City and the Far East Fortress are located on the Arctic Ocean coast, and it's too cold there. Forcing them, there might actually cause resentment. Zhongli Rui pondered. Then you two, I have a suggestion. How about we temporarily relocate the Bat people, along with the limbless women of the Gale Nation, to the eastern subtropical cities of the Great Qian nation. There, the suburbs are covered in forests, and the cities are recovering faster, with their medical systems restored. Liang's eyes lit up. Great idea. The climate in Southeast Asia is indeed suitable for bat people. As for safety, I believe with Brother Zhongli here, everything will be perfectly safe. Solikov nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a realistic approach. The three quickly agreed and finalized the plan. Zhongli Rui's Daqian Linganzhou East Special Zone would be divided into the Botanical Garden Special Zone west of the city to serve as a habitat for the Batman Kingdom. Simultaneously, Zhongli Rui would dispatch troops to recapture the city's first hospital and establish a safe zone to treat the women of the Lifeng nation who had lost their limbs. Oh, there's one more thing. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, then looked at Solikov with a pleading look. General Solikov, I see that the Rakshasa side seems to be developing and producing small mechanized mechas. So, could you share some of these small mechanical limbs and skeletons with Daqian? Solikov asked curiously, Governor Zhongli, I saw in battle that your Daqian mechas are superior to those of the Rakshasa. Why do you still want our previous generation products? Previous generations have their advantages, such as being cheaper and easier to manufacture. Zhongli Rui shrugged. The black mechanical guards are too expensive. I hope to draw on the technology of the savage armor and develop a suited suit for these lost. Simplified mechas, or rather, mechanical limbs, used by women with 4 limbs. Solikov, At this point, the translator, while translating to Solikov, slipped in a private message. General Solikov, Daqian has been the center of attention in these operations. Now that Daqian is asking Luosha for favors, that's a good thing. Hearing this, Solikov immediately put on an enthusiastic expression and agreed generously. Okay, my dear comrade, if you want to make more of these antiques, of course you can. This time, Daqian will take 20 savage armors and take them back for research. Zhongli Rui smiled. Thank you, brother. Liang sighed. You too, I sincerely thank you for doing this for my people. Chapter 344. The celebration and conference in Chikechi City concluded. Daqian, Luosha, and Lifeng Nation signed a Blue Star Friendship and Cooperation Agreement. A new post-apocalyptic international treaty mechanism was re-established on this day. Then, Liang's American forces and Sorikov's Luosha Fortress forces remained behind to repair, while the Daqian forces headed south, returning to the port of Modu for further repairs. At the docks in the Magic City, Yelena shook her head, watching Natalia's disastrous state. General Long, your ship always comes back in such a disastrous state. Long Zhanya smiled. My old friend, it's a warship. Suffering damage in battle is a great honor. Moreover, this time, it's participating in the decisive battle to save humanity. Yelena smiled slightly at this, and shook hands with Long Zhanya. General Long, it's my honor to participate with you in this battle to save humanity. Long Zhanya shook Yelena's hand firmly. It's my honor, too. Aboard the Bishi, Fengren, along with his guards, Duanya, Xiao Chuanhua, Xiao Yu, and other Batmen, begged to see Zhongli Rui. Uncle Zhongli, several of my subordinates are collectively petitioning you to do me a favor, Fengren said. What's the matter? So formal? Zhongli Rui looked at Duanya and the others. They seemed a little reserved. Governor Zhongli, we miss our mothers. You said last time that our mothers were buried on the seashore at the dock. We like to go and pay our respects. Zhongli Rui was stunned, then remembered what happened at Lingzhou Cemetery. He thought for a moment, then summoned Xiufeng and Wang Gang, selected 12 Special Forces soldiers, and said to Duanya and the others, let's go and hold a ceremony for your mothers. Short Fang and the others' eyes lit up. Thank you, Governor Zhongli. On the beach near the Magic City docks, the ashes of the 2 female scientists were scattered. Short Fang and the others placed the flowers they had prepared on the beach. Zhongli Rui signaled the Special Forces to form up, load blanks, and then fire 12 rounds in unison. After the ceremony, Zhongli Rui stepped forward and gave a brief speech to Dr. Carolyn E. Brown and Dr. Winnie C. Jones, who lie and stayed here. Today your children, along with us, have come to visit you. Your 2 children are honored. They participated in the Ontario Hive raid that changed humanity's destiny and contributed to the peaceful development of the entire world. They are both truly worthy and brave warriors. Rest in peace, both of you. After this, Zhongli Rui, dressed in a major general's uniform and adorned with a row of medals, saluted Short Fang and the other Batmen. With tears in their eyes, Short Fang and the others returned the salute with a fist clenched around their Batmen's hearts. After the ceremony, Zhongli Rui and Feng Ren walked side by side along the beach. "Uncle, you're truly remarkable," Feng Ren exclaimed. "Little prince, what's wrong with what you said?" "Uncle, everything you promised our clan, everything you promised my subordinates, has been fulfilled." Feng Ren gazed at the makeshift Batman camp in the distance and said with emotion, "I now have my own people, and you and my uncle rescued their mother. These are truly immortal feats." "Good boy, that's too much. Honestly, your uncle, Liang, and I were just doing what we had to do." Zhongli Rui smiled gently. "Uncle, I've been following you lately, and have seen a lot, and I learned a lot," Feng Ren said sincerely. "You're right. These are the things that should be done. However, doing so isn't easy. It's remarkable that you realize this. You're now a king with 1,000 subjects. During this time, I've seen that you're brave, kind, eager to learn and tolerant. That's great. I hope you keep it up." "Uncle, I'm actually not very confident. This is my first time as king. How should I be a good king?" Zhongli Rui patted Feng Ren's shoulder and smiled. "Young prince, there's no absolute formula for being a good king. But in my opinion, a king's power should be used to maintain peace, protect his people, and prevent excessive conflict among his subjects. However, it's best not to blind his people to injustice." Place. "Ah? Uncle. This sounds so profound and difficult." "Indeed, but most importantly, you must truly care for your people, understand their needs, and respect their wishes. You must use your wisdom to guide them towards a better future, rather than simply ordering them around. We humans do have some experience you can draw on. To govern and guide your people, you can use integrity and law." "Law?" Feng Ren pondered. "Is that Uncle Lu Shi's judicial system?" "That's right. The laws we humans use are relatively fair, binding treaties and agreements. In this regard, you now have your own people, and you also have us, your human friends. We can work together in the future to formulate laws that suit your people, laws that belong to the Bat people. Moreover, law is very important, as it is one of the symbols of civilization." Feng Ren nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, uncle. Thank you for all your valuable advice. I will strive to be a good king." Zhongli Rui looked at Feng Ren's determined gaze, and smiled with relief. "I believe in you, young prince. You will surely become a great king, and lead your people to prosperity." The two continued walking along the beach, the sea breeze gently ruffling their clothes, seeming to add a solemn and warm touch to their conversation. "Uncle, what do you think the world of the future will be like?" Feng Ren suddenly asked. Zhongli Rui looked up into the distance, his eyes gleaming with hope. "The future world will surely be even better. As long as each of us does our part to protect this world and create a better future, then this world will surely become even better." Feng Ren, upon hearing this, also looked up into the distance, his eyes gleaming with the same light. "I, too, believe that the future world will surely be even better. Uncle, thank you for sharing so much with me. Good boy, the road ahead is long. Together, let us build a new civilized world." On the beach, Zhongli Rui and Feng Ren shook hands solemnly. Yu Jia captured this epic moment forever with the camera of the Great Xia Dragon Bird Mecha. In early summer, Zhongli Rui led his troops, along with over 800 rescued women from the Fierce Wind Nation and 1,000 Batmen, back to Ling'an Province. After discussion and consideration by the Ling'an State Council, the over 800 Fierce Wind Nation women were placed in the now-recovered Ling'an Province First People's Hospital. Their children, the 1,000 Bat people, were placed in a nearby villa area that had been cleared and recovered. Of course, no one lived in the villa. Looking at the villas, Feng Ren exclaimed to Zhongli Rui in astonishment, "Uncle, you're so thoughtful. These residences even come with plots of land for planting. This way, we can start growing crops right where we live." Zhongli Rui was stunned, feeling a little embarrassed. He and the council had placed the Bat people in this area because, firstly, it was close to the hospital, making it convenient for them to care for their mothers. Secondly, although the people of Zero State had now accepted the Bat people, living together was still somewhat inconvenient. He and the council hadn't considered using the villa gardens for farmland. And the straightforward Feng Ren was treating the villa gardens as farmland. Though, strictly speaking, that wasn't wrong. In the past, when humans lived in villas, the gardens were purely for viewing. Now, when Feng Ren's people lived there, they used these gardens as farmland for growing crops. There was nothing wrong with that. Well, land is land, the only difference was the people who used it. Thinking of this, Zhongli Rui calmly stepped forward, patted Feng Ren's shoulder, and smiled as he gazed at the villa area. "Young prince, this area will be your home, your kingdom, from now on. Take your time. There are houses here, But the land has been abandoned for a long time and needs leveling. The water supply may also need repairs. Also, you and your guards have already learned about farming, but your people were only good at fighting until recently. So, they need training first. Fengren paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Oh, uncle, you're housing everyone here so they can go to the hospital to care for their mother and attend Dean Huang's university, right?" Zhongli Rui nodded. He and the Zero State Council really thought so. The next step is to arrange for these 1,000 bat people to attend the Awakened University to learn all about farming life. Young prince, take your time. Construction is much more difficult than destruction. Okay, uncle. I appreciate your advice. Chapter 345. Zhongli Rui and his companions remained in the Magic City for a month while their warship was repaired. During this time, the undamaged turtle-carried bat and the rescued personnel from the Lifeng Nation, who had lost their limbs back to Lingen Province in 2 batches, and relocated them to the designated area as planned. Because the warship was under repair, Zhongli Rui could not return. Consequently, Yelena frequently invited Zhongli Rui on outings during this period. "Master, although my stance is not completely neutral, Sister Sinyan is pregnant now. Please don't do the scumbag behavior you see in the novel database that provokes pregnant women," Yujia pointed out sourly. "How could that be?" Zhongli Rui rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Lately, Yelena has been constantly inviting me to see the recovery of the oil industry and the reconstruction of some machinery processing plants. These are all official business. Master, according to my statistics and calculations, Governor Yelena has strategically chosen your destinations and locations to please you. Since you're a technical expert, you'd definitely resist if I took you on a romantic seaside adventure. However, showing you factory construction and the revitalization of the Magic City will ease your guard, and because your expertise matches, you naturally have a favorable impression and goodwill." Zhongli Rui was stunned by Yujia's analysis. He reflected carefully on his recent experiences. Indeed, as Yujia had said, Yelena's recent series of trips had made him feel at home, and he had also developed a subtle fondness for her arrangements. "Yujia, I'm surprised." Yelena, who used to be so impatient, would now resort to such a roundabout tactic. "Master, it's probably because Governor Yelena is now a new human, and the significant increase in her life expectancy has caused a significant change in her mentality. She's no longer as aggressive as before, but is adopting a new, more cautious approach. Yujia, Yelena is really... Why does she keep stalking a married woman like me?" Zhongli Rui said with a hint of annoyance. "What's her intention?" "Master, based on the general trajectory of human behavior, Governor Yelena's behavior isn't surprising at all. First, you saved her several times, often from life-threatening situations. You saved her. Secondly, you not only saved her, but also her sister Anna and her father Ivan. Even if we ignore the admiration and gratitude for your selfless and noble act, Governor Yelena's behavior isn't surprising simply out of gratitude. Furthermore, your city, while perhaps the least populous in Dakian, is arguably one of the most powerful. Females instinctively admire strength, and she has every reason to be drawn to you. But I'm not doing this for her to repay you." Zhongli Rui suddenly felt a headache. "I know, but master, with your current status, power, and strength, yet you still treat people with such tenderness, it's hard not to attract the women around you. That includes me." Yujia chuckled as she spoke. Zhongli Rui touched his nose, feeling a wave of embarrassment. He naturally remembered the scene when Yujia confessed to him that day. After adjusting his mood, Zhongli Rui breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go, we won't be traveling today. Let's go and accompany your sister Sinyan to bask in the sun." "Okay." When Zhongli Rui found Di Sinyan, he discovered she, his junior sister, and a group of female disciples, including Wen Yingying, Gu Anqi, Ai Shirley, Xiaofu, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Chuanhua, were all enjoying afternoon tea on a helicopter terrace at the Magic City dock. What dismayed Zhongli Rui was that the sisters Yelena and Anna were also there. Seeing Zhongli Rui approach, Yelena gave him a subtle, slightly aggressive look. "Master, it seems Yelena has predicted your prediction," Yujia said to Zhongli Rui with a smile. "Headache. Are all girls of Rakshasa blood so lingering?" Seeing Zhongli Rui arrive, Di Sinyan said with amusement, "Rui, you come at the perfect time. Indeed, I don't think it's appropriate for me to be here right now. I better go." Zhongli Rui turned to leave when Di Sinyan grabbed his hand. "Hey, I was just teasing you. Since you're here, why don't you have some tea? We're all discussing something interesting." Zhongli Rui smiled helplessly, and was pulled back into the group by Di Sinyan. Wen Yingying, Gu Anqi, and the others greeted him, and the atmosphere became light and cheerful. Looking at the women, Zhongli Rui suddenly realized someone was missing and casually asked, "Hey, why isn't Shuangzi with you?" Yelena said tartly, Oh, Rui, you're so concerned about your delicate schoolmate from Riyadh. I'm just curious why she's not at this afternoon tea gathering of all you beautiful elite ladies?" Zhongli Rui quickly laughed it off. "I don't mean anything else." This calm remark quietly complimented all the surrounding women. Sure enough, with the exception of Xiaofu, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Chuangguo, who were unfamiliar with this aspect of human culture, the rest of the women smiled mysteriously. Di Xinyan smiled, took a sip of tea, and then set down her cup, a thoughtful look on her face. "Ah Rui, are you talking about Shuangzi? Lately, she's been staying at Aunt Bai's. She's mostly living aboard the Turtle. It seems like she's been working with Aunt Bai on researching Ning'an's new body." At this moment, Xiaofu asked weakly, "Uncle Zhongli, isn't the Ning'an the incarnation of the world-threatening Demon King?" "Yes." "Then why are you keeping it? Isn't it dangerous? What if it escapes?" Just as she finished speaking, Bai Lingxin sent a message. "Ah Rui, this is terrible. Ning'an's body has escaped from its container and escaped to the dock area." "Ah! What?" Zhongli Rui was horrified. "It escaped? Are there any casualties?" "No. The tracker now shows she's reached the southern coast of the dock. For some reason, it says she's not moving." Zhongli Rui looked at Xiaofu helplessly. Although he believed in science, he couldn't help but wonder if Xiaofu's mouth was blessed. Why did everything she said happen? Was this the power of metaphysics? "Okay, I get it." Shaking off his gloomy thoughts, Zhongli Rui reluctantly stood up and said to the women, "Everyone, stay safe." "Continue. I have to go take care of something. Ning'an's body has escaped." "Ah!" the women exclaimed. Zhongli Rui unbuttoned his uniform collar, stepped back, and after donning the armored Great Xia Dragon Bird armor, he said to Yujia, "Send 3 black-clad mechanical secret guards to protect the girls. The remaining 6, equipped with capture nets, follow me. Also, contact Captain Wang Gang and Major Situzian. Special Operations Company 1 and 2, all move out. Prepare to capture." "Yes, master." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongli Rui, using the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor's built-in 3-dimensional maneuvering device, launched himself into the air and soared away. Soon, a second Golden Crow wing fighter jet launched from the Bishi arrived at high speed, gracefully combining with the Great Xia Dragon Bird armor in midair. Di Xinyan watched her husband depart with distress, then glanced at the tea he had just taken a few sips of, and sighed deeply. "Thank you for your hard work, Rui." Chapter 346. On the shore of the Magic City docks, the sea breeze blew gently, and the waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, creating waves of melodious sound. Ning'an's clone, in the form of a young girl, staggered along the shore, her eyes fixed on the ever-rising waves, as if trying to decipher their endless mysteries. At this moment, her amber pupils were filled with deep confusion. At a certain moment, she opened her mouth and uttered a sound. Soon, Zhongli Rui's detector detected a startling sound. The sound was resonant and distant, reminiscent of the lowest octave of a piano. The sound was like a mournful chant, incredibly penetrating. This sound involuntarily conjured up an image in Zhongli's mind, thin whales sailing across the vast Pacific Ocean. "Yujia, this song is very unfamiliar. It's not human, nor is it a sonic attack like a Batman. What is this?" Yujia replied, "Master, comparing the data shows that Ning'an's song is indeed not human or Batman's. Her song is very similar to the traditional song of a juvenile fin whale." "Whale song. Then, Yujia, can you translate what her song means?" "Master, her song is somewhat similar to the song of a lost fin whale searching for its mother and family." "She's searching for her family?" Zhongli Rui fell silent. He had previously confirmed, through Yoshida Shoko's telepathy, that Ning'an no longer possessed her former genes or soul. Now, Ning'an's body was largely restored, but her memories of the past were long gone. Could her current behavior be? "Yujia, Ning'an's current behavior isn't like a newborn whale searching for its mother, is it? The probability is higher than 85.34%. Yujia paused. "This isn't an acquired memory, but behavioral instructions etched into the DNA of Ning'an's original body. The fin whale." Zhongli Rui's radar screen showed his troops rapidly assembling. "Rui, Shuangzi and I, along with support troops, are coming soon. Do not act rashly." Bai Lingxin's voice came over the radio. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment, then said to Yujia, Great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor, detached from Golden Crow Wing 2 and land. "Master, Ning'an is a high threat target. Please do not take any risks." "I know." After landing, Zhongli Rui deactivated his cloak and slowly approached Ning In. Ning In turned her head in confusion. When she saw the great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor, gleaming with a dark golden glow, a feeling of fear welled up from the depths of her heart. She uttered a wail song, but her voice sounded distinctly panicked, unlike before. Master, her wail song now means, everyone is welcome, come and save me. Master, I suspect her fear of the armor from her previous battle with you may have been etched into her DNA. Is this mechanism similar to the reaction of a bear to a human with a gun in the wild? Yes. After receiving confirmation, Zhongli Rui stepped forward resolutely. Ning In, however, was now frightened and stepped back. Her movement stopped. Zhongli Rui reached out and touched her head. Under Zhongli Rui's gentle, smoothing touch, Ning In actually calmed down. Although Ning In stared at the armor with some doubt, Zhongli Rui's gentle approach stopped her resistance. Meanwhile, by Lingxin, Yoshida Shoko, Special Operations Company 1, Special Operations Company 2, and 20 black-clad mechanical guards had formed a semi-encirclement 50 meters away. Everyone watched in astonishment as Zhongli Rui attacked Ning In with a head-patting kill. Ning In offered no resistance, simply kneeling quietly. Seeing this, Bai Lingxin briefly spoke with Situ Zian, Wang Gang, and Lu Shi before stepping forward with Shoko. Beside her stood Quilv, the big cat. Watching Zhongli Rui's actions, Bai Lingxin's expression was filled with surprise. After a brief exchange with Kun Lu, she gained a general understanding of the situation. Rui, you're taking a risk, Bai Lingxin, clad in Moi armor, slowly stepped forward. Auntie, I'm not completely unsure, Zhongli Rui said with a smile. I did this after analyzing the data and characteristics you just shared with me. Ning In is just a baby fin whale searching for her family, right? Huh? You're quite the idiot. Bai Lingxin smiled. But you used the same head patting you use on girls to kill her. What the hell is that? Auntie, this isn't a flirtatious head patting move. This is science. You're a scientist, so you should know that fin whales have memories. When they encounter kind fishermen, they pet them and help remove barnacles, right? This is probably a memory etched into the whale's DNA. At this moment, Yoshida Shoko bravely stepped forward, activated her ability, and exclaimed in surprise, Senior, did you know that Ning In really likes you now? Zhongli Rui turned to glance at the emerald green cat beside Shoko and asked, does this feel like the emerald green loves you? Yes. Zhongli Rui turned his head and looked at Ning In again. Now, under his comfort, her expression relaxed, but a hint of melancholy remained in her eyes. After a moment's thought, he said to Shuangzi, can you use telepathy to make Ning In understand our intentions? Yes, I certainly can. Then, Shuangzi, tell Ning In that we are its friends. Please feel safe and return with us. We won't harm her. Shuangzi nodded and activated her telepathic ability. Soon, the doubt in Ning In's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of reassurance. She could sense the warmth and friendliness Shuangzi conveyed to her. After their conversation, Shuangzi said to Zhongli Rui Sr., freshman Ning In said she's not trying to run around. She's just feeling empty inside and can't find her family. She's just trying to go to the beach and see if she can use whale song to find her family. Zhongli Rui felt a mixture of emotions. Ning In, amnesiac, still stubbornly searches for his family. Now, without the knowledge gained from connecting to the giant computer, without the memory of revenge that once destroyed half the world in a rage, he still searches for his family. But he may never achieve his goal. In order to protect humanity, Ning In's mutated family members were killed by his own troops. Thinking of this, Zhongli Rui closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again. Auntie, if we adopt the strategy we used against Feng Ren, will it work against Ning In? I need your advice. Then, Bai Lingxin summoned Yu Jia and Kun Lu for a comprehensive assessment. After reviewing the results, she said to Zhongli Rui, it's possible. Overall, it's under control. Okay. Then, Zhongli Rui softly said to Shuangzi, please telepathically tell Ning In that we humans are willing to be her friends and family. With us, she's no longer alone. Our human world is also colorful. Let her settle down in peace? Shuangzi was overjoyed upon hearing this. Tears streamed down her face with excitement. Senior, Ning In finally has this opportunity. Thank you everyone. Don't cry. I'm just so happy. Okay, Senior, I'd be Ning In's first family member. Then, tell her. From today on, Ning In is your sister, because the clone Ning In created was in Shuangzi's image. Okay. Shuangzi happily wiped away her tears, and telepathically informed Ning In of her decision. Ningyan's eyes flickered with surprise. She could sense the warmth and acceptance in Shuangzi's telepathic communication. She bowed her head slightly, as if expressing gratitude and submission. Zhong Lirui watched this scene with an inexplicable surge of emotion. He realized that although Ningyan had once been a formidable enemy, now that she had lost her memories, she was just a child searching for her family, a life in need of love and care. He turned to Bai Lingxin, his eyes gleaming with determination. Annie, I think we should give Ningyan a chance. I believe that in this new world, just as the Batman has found his place and home, she can find her own place and happiness. Bai Lingxin looked at Zhong Lirui, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. She nodded gently. Rui, you are truly a forgiving person. At this moment, the soldiers of Special Operations Company 1 and 2, as well as the black-clad mechanical guards, stood silently by, witnessing this scene. Their eyes were filled with surprise and emotion. They knew that at this moment, they were witnessing the birth of a miracle. Ningyan stood up and slowly walked towards Zhong Lirui and Bai Lingxin. Her steps were still a little unsteady, but her eyes were filled with determination and hope. She knew that from today on, she was no longer a lonely wanderer, but a new life with family and friends. Zhong Lirui reached out and gently stroked Ningyan's head. His movements were gentle yet firm, as if conveying strength and confidence to Ningyan. Ningyan closed her eyes, feeling the warmth and care from this human being, her heart filled with gratitude and joy. At this moment, the sea breeze still blew gently, and the waves still lapped the shore with rhythmic force. But on this beach, a story of love, acceptance, and rebirth unfolded. This story will be forever etched in the hearts of everyone who witnessed it, becoming one of the most precious memories of their lives. Watching this awe-inspiring scene, Yu Jia activated the camera on the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter plane in the air, and captured a photo of the scene, saving it for later use. Chapter 347. Early Summer, Lingyan Prefecture, June 6th, cloudy. On this day, the governors of the 5 war zones of Daqian gathered in Lingyan Prefecture. A large group of heroes gathered on the shores of Lingyan Prefecture's scenic West Lake, Prince Bay. The lake shimmered, and a gentle breeze brought a cool breeze. Over 3,000 citizens had gathered in the former Prince Bay Park. Of these, 2,000 were humans, 1,000 of whom were awakened. The remaining 1,000 were all Batmen. All of these citizens had come to witness a historic moment. The coronation of the Batman Fengren, on the site of what was once a Southern Song Dynasty altar. To the citizens of Lingyan Province, who aren't here, the people of Daqian, and all the survivors of Blue Star. Gu Anqi, dressed in traditional Chinese costume, was broadcasting live. Today marks the coronation of His Highness Fengren, the King of the Batmen. It's also the day the Batman Kingdom is established in Lingyan Province. As always, Mushroom Kun will present you with a zero-distance live broadcast. In the live stream, a barrage of comments instantly flooded in. These demon-like Batmen look so handsome. Upstairs, you really know how to talk. I think Batmen are so charming, especially the succubus girls. Isn't this the real-life version of my dream succubus? Upstairs, huh? You like succubi so much, but not angels? Hey, my friend, you don't understand. Angel girls are too pure. I prefer the alluring style of the fairy-like succubus girls. Heh man, that's all you can do. Hey you guys, do you know how powerful these succubus are? I'm from the expeditionary militia. These succubus can not only fly, but their claws can extend, and they can chop off animals' limbs with a single strike. Ah, where did this fighting race come from? Don't traditional succubus rely on charm and metaphysical techniques to win? Hey, wake up. This is the scientific world. They're a hybrid new human, not some metaphysical species. Agree with the above user, +1. Agree with the above user, +459. By the way, Wind Blade King is so handsome. I want to marry him. A female user posted. At this moment, Gu Anqi chuckled, my sister, you're too late. King Fengren already has a princess. She's my best friend. Ah! Shock emoji. Ah! Groundhog emoji, +1234. My demon prince, no my demon king, just appeared and he's gone. I'm not happy. Many female users posted comments. Just as Gu Anqi and the entire Blue Star community were chatting and waiting, Fengren and his guards appeared. From the west side of West Lake, Fengren, led by his captain, Blood Claw, and escorted by Short Fang and his men, slowly flew in a neat goose-shaped formation toward the center of the ancient altar at the heart of Prince Bay Park. At the center of the altar, the 5 governors, Zhong Lirui, Long Zhanya, Yelena, Tang Xiaoning, and Cheng Yonghua, had been waiting for a long time. Zhonglirui, Long Zhanya, Yelena, and Tang Xiaoning wore the uniforms of major generals of the Dacian army, their chests covered with medals. Zheng Yonghuo wore the black attire of a counselor from the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region Council when he attended meetings. Feng Ren led his team down smoothly. After landing, Blood Claw and the other guards formed up on either side, raising banners and guiding Feng Ren along a path to the heart of the altar. The King's Path. Feng Ren advanced slowly, his pace slow but unwavering. Today, Feng Ren, clad in a golden ensemble, looked dazzling. Wow, King Feng Ren, so handsome. Plus 10,086. Golden Legend. Plus 9,984. This is my first time watching a king's coronation. This outfit is so beautiful. Who designed it? Gu Anqi smiled. I designed King Feng Ren's crown. The entire screen was filled with viewers, and they began to spam. Everyone, calm down. The coronation is about to begin. Stop spamming. Everyone who's spamming rockets, stop. Let's watch the coronation. Gu Anqi said quickly. Yes. I want to see the coronation. For the emperor. A sudden chant echoed through the live stream. Ah, this? Cut off the topic, cousin? That's true, actually. Today is the day the Wind Blade King is being crowned, so saying that is a bit absurd. As long as everyone is happy. As soon as Wind Blade stepped onto the center of the Southern Song Dynasty-style altar, the wind suddenly picked up. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by the storm, and a bright ray of light shone through the clouds, illuminating the altar area. Suddenly, the altar area, illuminated by the ray of light, took on a holy and mysterious aura. Gu Anqi grumbled, wow, what a coincidence. So beautiful. This is definitely a chosen miracle. The chosen one. For the emperor. My Wind Blade King, so handsome. In this scene, the enthusiasm in the eyes of all the bat people present intensified. This coincidence is so timely. Zhonglirui, quietly waiting, grumbled inwardly, watching the miracle that had arrived just in time. What a great photo. Hee. Nearby, Yu Jia, acting as a bodyguard, carried a tray of crowns. Smiling, she used her camera to capture the stunning scene before her. Amidst the light from the clouds, a mysterious atmosphere enveloped everything. King Windblade, clad in golden attire, walked the path of kings, heading for the coronation altar. Windblade stepped onto the altar. Zhonglirui stepped out from among the 5 governors. Carefully, he took the 18-karat gold crown from the tray held by the great Xia dragon bird battle armor. The crown was adorned with bat wings, symbolizing the Batman, wheat ears, the earth's grain, and holy radiance, adorned with a large ruby. Crowns are typically made of 18K gold, not 24K. This is because 24K gold is too soft, making it very easy for the crown to deform. In contrast, 18K gold has a hardness of 5.5, making it much more mechanically sound. This was also true in ancient times. European royal families generally used 18K gold for their crowns, rather than 24K. Feng Ren arrived in front of Zhonglirui, took a deep breath, and bowed his head slightly. Zhonglirui held the crown in his hand, looking at Feng Ren with the loving care of an elder looking at a child. Feng Ren, from today on, you are not only the king of the Batmen, but also the new guardian of this land. May your wisdom and courage lead you and your people to a brighter future, and together with all of us like-minded companions, build a new world. Zhonglirui's voice was steady and full of emotion as he gently placed the crown on Feng Ren's head. The moment he donned the crown, Feng Ren raised his head, his eyes determined. I will, uncle, everyone. I will dedicate all my strength to my people, my country, and our home. As soon as Feng Ren finished speaking, all the Batmen in the audience knelt on one knee. Long live for the king. The unified roar shook the world, gradually recovering from the ruins of the apocalypse, and also shook all the human survivors of Blue Star, who watched Feng Ren's coronation through the live broadcast. That day, Feng Ren was crowned king by the 5 governors of Dacian. That day, the Batman's kingdom, the Storm Kingdom, was officially established. That day, the Storm Kingdom also signed a treaty of friendship and cooperation with the remaining major human nations. Everyone witnessed this historic moment, the birth of humanity's new ally. After fading from consciousness, Feng Ren took Aishili's hand and approached his mother, Aishia, who was watching the ceremony nearby. Aishia was already tearing up with emotion. Xiufu, standing beside him, also looked excitedly at his brother, now king. At this moment, Zhonglirui consulted with the other 4 governors and reached a consensus. Your Highness King Feng Ren. Zhonglirui stepped forward. Uncle Zhongli. The 5 of us governors have deliberated and decided on one thing. We have decided to grant a special pardon to your mother, Dr. Asia F. Grimes. Governor Zhongli, are you sure? I'm a criminal serving a life sentence for crimes against humanity. I remember you're known for your fairness. Why, this time, are you granting me a special pardon for diplomatic reasons? Zhongli Rui remained calm and said, Dr. Asia, you have performed a series of deeds recently. Both according to Dakian's first arrival regulations, and in consideration of your contributions to saving humanity from peril during the assault on the Ontario Hive, you are worthy of pardon. What? Asia gave a puzzled expression. Did I? First, during the Ontario Hive battle, the EMP electromagnetic pulse bomb you, Chen Xiaoliao, and Madame Bai Lingxin jointly developed and debugged was crucial to our human coalition's successful rescue of the mind-controlled bat people and their imprisoned mothers. Second, you followed King Fengren, fearlessly charging into the Hive's material storage facility. Your speech gave your fellow women the courage to live. Based on these outstanding contributions, we in Dakian will not only pardon your life sentence, but also award you the Blue Star Medal of Outstanding Contribution. Blue Star Medal of Outstanding Contribution. Aisha's voice trembled. Yes, this medal is not only yours, it's also given to all the officers and soldiers who participated in the Ontario Hive raid. Tears streamed down Aisha's face, and she smiled happily through them. Uncle, thank you. Fengren looked at Zhong Lirui gratefully. Zhong Lirui glanced at the other governors beside him, and said with a smile, this is the joint decision of the 5 commanders-in-chief of our Dakian faction, and it represents our Dakian faction's sincerity. Long Zhanya and the other 4 governors also smiled and nodded. Uncles, aunts, and uncles, uncle referring to Long Zhanya, thank you. Asia, finally recovering, hesitated. Governor Zhongli, I'm very grateful for the freedom your Dakian has granted me. But now, I really enjoy my job. Can I? Dr. Aisha, you were previously asked to cooperate because of your life sentence. Zhongli Rui gave a subtle smile. In the future, could Dakian and the Storm Kingdom discuss some voluntary, equal, and friendly technical exchange, cooperation, and mutual support projects? So, I just brought back 20 savage armors from the Rakshasa Kingdom. I plan to study their technology and create some economical and practical limbs for your sisters, who are now lying in wait. Zhongli Rui looked meaningfully at Aisha's 6 mechanical tentacle arms. Yours are good, but the cost is too high. Asia was stunned, then smiled. I'm interested. Please allow me to participate in this project. Zhongli Rui smiled and shook Aisha's mechanical hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 348. It was midsummer. Zhongli Rui sat in his office, sighing softly, as he read the reports from the Ministry of Agriculture and the legislators. The good news was that the previous season's grain harvest had been a bumper harvest this summer. However, the bad news was that Ling'an province had suddenly added nearly 2,000 people, and almost all of the increased grain supply from this harvest was used to feed the new population. Before repatriating the Bat people and the women who had lost their legs from the Gale Nation, Ling State had planned to restore more of the zombie population after increasing its grain supply. For now, this matter would have to be put on hold. However, Yujia and satellite data kept telling Zhongli Rui a harsh truth. Even though zombies are resilient, wild animals are also increasingly becoming zombie-like. Therefore, zombie-like humans, unless they possess a certain level of intelligence, would not have an advantage in surviving in the wild. Since acquiring Yujia last year, Zhongli Rui has learned that the zombie density outside the walls of the East City Special Zone has dropped by 25%. Currently, after numerous wars and dispersals, only about 40,000 zombies remain wandering the city of Lingzhou. After much deliberation, Zhongli Rui decided to stop working in isolation. In his capacity as governor and speaker, he convened a meeting of council members to discuss the matter. In the council chamber of the East District Governor's office, formerly the meeting room of the regional police headquarters, the members of Ling'an State Special Council and citizen representatives expressed solemnity in response to Zhongli Rui's questions. Previously, the expeditionary force's triumphant return, the coronation of the Batman King, Fengren, and the establishment of the friendly Storm Kingdom had bolstered everyone's confidence. However, a more realistic food crisis became a significant obstacle preventing Zhongli Rui and the people of Lingzhou from restoring more citizens. If we restore those citizens, we all starve to death. If we don't, they die and disappear over time. It's a difficult situation. Wu Xiang, dressed in a counselor's uniform, rubbed his temple. We've been working hard to increase food production, but in a few years, that won't be enough to support the 40,000 zombie-like citizens who haven't recovered. It's a headache. We feel guilty if we just left it alone. We can still see zombies in the neighborhoods near the University of Technology. Some of them are familiar faces. Zhu Yangyang, now a counselor, shook his head. Yangyang, I know who you're talking about. It's the lady who ran the milk tea shop in the former food court behind the university, the one you always had a crush on. Don't think I don't know. You were afraid she'd be killed by wild beasts, so you not only secretly reinforced the milk tea shop but also hid food to feed her several times, fellow counselor Li Chunfeng pointed out mercilessly. Zhu Yangyang was momentarily speechless, his face flushing like a rooster. I do like her. Even if she turns into a zombie, I still like her. One day, we have enough food. I won't let her die. Li Chunfeng's expression shifted to pity. Counselor Zhu, you could secretly give her a meal. But who will help the other 40,000 zombie-like citizens survive until we have enough food? What you're doing is not only dangerous, but it doesn't solve the problem at all. Zhu Yangyang fell silent. Old Wang Zhong, the night school principal and counselor, sighed, alas, if these zombie-like citizens could learn to farm, forage for wild fruits, and fish, these things would be much better. You know, the children in the Bat Kingdom are now following us in the double harvest and farming. You're joking, Principal Wang. Nighthawk smiled wryly, and shook his head. We all know that the zombie-like citizens' intelligence is based on instinct, attacking and foraging, not the more advanced behaviors you're talking about. They're completely brainless in their current state. Even if they were a bunch of primitive people, that would still be a far better situation. At this remark, most council members and citizen representatives shook their heads and sighed. Ultimately, the council meeting ended, and no one could come up with a constructive solution. Under the full moon, Zhong Lirui sat in a corner of the Jiayuan Community Square, enjoying the cool breeze and sipping tea with Di Xinyan, whose belly was gradually showing. Honey, think positively. Di Xinyan gently massaged Zhong Lirui's temple, trying to ease his stress. Honey, we defeated a mountain-sized monster and blew up the hive that threatened all of Blue Star. I defeated 2 demon kings. But I can't even solve the food problem for those zombie-like citizens, who could have been saved. Sigh. Honey, you and everyone else have done your best. It's just a matter of time. Food production will eventually increase and be sufficient to support everyone in the city. I know. But while we wait, many zombie-like citizens will die. You know how Zhu Yangyang, for the sake of the young lady in the milk tea shop, secretly fed her even after she turned into a zombie and even reinforced the shop. I really admire him. But he can't solve the problem this way. And I can't solve it quickly either. Di Xinyan fell silent, continuing to gently press Zhong Lirui's shoulders. At that moment, Zhong Lirui heard the sound of the robotic arm landing and the wheelchair approaching. He and Di Xinyan turned their heads, and saw Aisha coming over with Xiaofu and Murong Chanfeng pushing by Qianwei's wheelchair. Hey, Governor, you're watching the moon with your wife, still so affectionate. Aisha, who had been granted amnesty, spoke up first. Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan greeted the new moon watchers with smiles. Soon, Ameo and Mingqi, along with Lu Shi and Anqi, joined the group. Under the moonlight, everyone sipped tea and recounted recent events. Looking at Murong Chanfeng, Ameo quipped, Major Murong, I remember you were so impressive back in the Magic City. You were even considered a god. Murong Chanfeng's mouth widened at that. He smiled awkwardly. Captain Ameo, stop teasing me. Thinking about that incident still makes me shudder. What's so embarrassing about that? It's just being worshipped as a god, Ameo teased. Bai Qianwei immediately became interested. Hubby, you're even worshipped as a god by the people of Magic City. What the hell is going on? Lu Shi then chimed in. Hey, I know about that. That day wasn't just the day Major Murong was deified, it was also the day the darkest chapter in King Fengren's history, the one he most wanted to undo, happened. Haha. Lu Shi then half-jokingly recounted the military operation that rescued senior engineer Ivan and captured Fengren. Bai Qianwei, after listening with great reluctance, eventually burst out laughing. Aisha, on the other hand, was utterly embarrassed. Her precious son had been treated like a club by Murong Chanfeng that day. As first-hand witnesses, Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan listened with smiles as everyone recounted the events of that day. On Mao's side with emotion, I still remember it vividly. When Major Murong unleashed his powers, the workers went from mindless zombies to a primitive tribe. The sight of senior engineer Ivan, holding a scepter and dancing around the fire with the workers, banging and banging, made me want to laugh every time, ha ha. At this moment, Murong Chanfeng wished there was a crack in the ground he could crawl into. Bai Qianwei kindly comforted her husband. Honey, don't mind it. That day you You also made a contribution to science, ha ha ha. Murong Chanfeng muttered to himself. I'm already a victim of the rampant abuse of science and technology. Looking at Murong Chanfeng's embarrassed face, Zhongli Rui, who was smiling like an ant, suddenly realized something. Dancing around the fire. Primitive tribe. Survival. C3 guide. Amnesty. Zhongli Rui's eyes lit up, as if a flash of electricity flashed through his mind. When he looked at Murong Chanfeng, his eyes began to shine. After the moon viewing tea party, Zhongli Rui specially invited the Lu Shi and Ameo couples to his home. Brother Arui, my sister-in-law is pregnant. It's so late. Shall we not disturb you? Ameo asked. Yes, Rui, we appreciate your kindness, but it's getting late, and Sister Sinyan needs to rest. Zhongli Rui approached the two and said, Brothers, I have an important idea to discuss with you. Just now, in front of Aisha, Bai Qiangwei, and Major Murong, I couldn't say it directly. Because I haven't made a final decision yet. What's so mysterious? Amao and Lu Shi asked simultaneously. Yes, Brother Rui? Lu Mingqi and Gu Anqi also asked curiously. Wait a moment. I call a few more people out. I need their opinions too. Zhongli Rui looked at the great Xia dragon bird battle armor standing nearby and cleared his throat. Yujia, please call Aunt Bai, Uncle Chen, Sister Xiaoyao, Sister Xiaoyu, everyone come out. I need everyone's opinions. Soon, Yujia, Bai Lingxin, Chen Pan, Chen Xiaoyu, and Chen Xiaoyao all appeared at the scene via 3D holographic projections. Ah Rui, is there something urgent you're calling us for? Bai Lingxin asked. Aunt, did you know that the council members and I held a meeting today regarding the remaining zombies in the city? I know. Then I'd like to ask you and Uncle Chen for your opinion. What if the Lingnan state officials, and I offer White Rose's amnesty in exchange for Murong Chanfeng stepping out of the city walls, and using his abilities to transform the last 40,000 zombies roaming Ling state into a primitive tribe with some intelligence, and to sustain us until we can significantly increase food production, and have enough food to sustain everyone's recovery and life? What? Ameo, Lu Mingqi, and Gu Anqi cried out in disbelief. Di Sinyan and Chen Pan's family, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. Chapter 349, Extra. On Blue Star, one day before the apocalyptic crisis erupted, Zhongli Rui, his heavy quiver slung over his shoulder, slowly walked down the street as the sun set. His figure stretched in the afterglow of the setting sun, interwoven with the bustling traffic and hurried pedestrians around him, forming a complex urban landscape. He had walked this street with Lu Xiaoya countless times before, but now he was alone, each step treading on fragments of memories, familiar yet unfamiliar. Since the summer they graduated from university, his love for Lu Xiaoya had been like a summer bubble, brilliant yet fleeting, ultimately shattered by the torrent of reality. At the moment of their breakup, it felt as if the entire world had lost its color, leaving only endless grayness and loneliness. Then, the double blow of graduation and heartbreak struck like a storm. Former classmates and friends embarked on their own journeys, some heading overseas for further studies, while others cultivated their dreams on the fertile soil of their hometown. Each pursued their own path, drifting further and further apart. Even more heartbreaking for Zhongli Rui was the sudden car accident that tragically took the lives of his parents shortly thereafter. At that moment, he felt as if the world had abandoned him, drifting alone in the vast sea of humanity, lost both direction and support. However, life must go on. Zhongli Rui chose archery to fill the emptiness and loneliness within him. Every time he stood on the archery range, his bowstring drawn, the concentration and strength he felt seemed to momentarily forget all his worries and pain. Archery became not only a hobby, but also a source of comfort and solace. Walking home, Zhongli Rui's thoughts raced. He recalled the wonderful times he had spent with Lu Xiaoya, days mingled with laughter and tears, as if they were only yesterday. He also remembered his parents' kind faces and warm embraces. Those moments of their boundless love and support replayed in his mind like a movie. He had long understood that he must learn to face everything, bravely step out of the shadows, and embrace a new life. Although the road ahead was long and uncertain, he believed that as long as there was light in his heart, there would be hope to illuminate the way forward. The young man took a deep breath, straightened his back, and continued walking forward. On this familiar yet unfamiliar street. As a landlord, Zhongli Rui was not as eager to enter the workplace as many graduates. Most people work diligently throughout their lives, their main goal being to toil away and pay the mortgage on a single house. Zhongli Rui, though not a prominent individual, was fortunate enough to receive 5 units from a demolition project, thus relieving himself of the burden of mortgages. Since his sophomore year, His family had become a landlord family due to changes in land policies, and his mother had always managed all these matters. However, with the sudden passing of his parents, Zhong Lirui naturally shouldered the burden of the family business. As he walked, Zhong Lirui couldn't help but think of another unforgettable figure. Sister Di Xinyan. Sister, when you grow up, will you be my bride? Okay. But in his sophomore year, she got engaged to a college classmate. That night, the usually modest Zhong Lirui called up his friends and classmates and got incredibly drunk. It was also that night that he fell for Lu Xiaoya, who had always admired him. At dawn, he awoke from his hangover to find himself in bed with a naked Lu Xiaoya. At the time, he knew it was her plan. But he simply stared at Lu Xiaoya silently. He remembered her. Once, during class, she had forgotten something, and he had personally handed it to her. Perhaps, even then, she had been watching him. Now she'd gone this far just to be with me. I truly admired this girl's courage. Because, even after growing up, I never dared to tell Di Xinyan my true feelings. The girl before me was willing to fight so hard for me. So what even if her motives were that? Back then, he watched Lu Xiaoya wake up, and then, tacitly, accepted her as his girlfriend. Those sweet moments, and those heartbreaking ones. Sigh. Now, it seems his elder sister is getting married this year. And he, still alone. Turning a familiar street corner, Zhong Lirui noticed a girl cosplaying as Jialuo, crossing the street while live-streaming a selfie, completely unaware that the light had changed. Just then, a sports car rushed towards them from a distance. Hey! Zhong Lirui shouted. Zhong Lirui's heart suddenly tightened, and he rushed out without hesitation, as if time had frozen in that moment. He swiftly pushed through the crowd, using all his strength to run towards the girl lost in her selfie world. The roar of the sports car whistled in his ears, but Zhong Lirui's eyes were focused solely on the girl about to step into danger. He pushed her hard, propelling her from the center of the street to safety, but inertia caused him to fall to the ground, making close contact with the ground. The sports car rammed into his quiver, and he faintly heard the sound of something breaking. Pain instantly washed over him. Zhong Lirui, collapsing on the ground, immediately, with his last ounce of strength, turned back to check on the girl, making sure she was safe. The girl was clearly startled, her phone dropping to the ground. Her cosplay outfit was a bit disheveled, but her large eyes were filled with fear and gratitude. She trembled. Thank you. You are? Zhong Lirui didn't hear the girl's last words. Because at that moment, his world had gone dark. The ground felt so rough. I'm so tired. Gu Anqi was now overcome with anxiety. She had only just started her cosplay livestream, and something unexpected had happened today. And the one who saved her was actually her best friend's ex-boyfriend. The ambulance arrived quickly, and Gu Anqi accompanied the unconscious Zhong Lirui to Lingyan Prefecture First People's Hospital. Head nurse Di Xinyan, dressed in her uniform, was, as usual, receiving a traffic accident patient who had just been called in from the emergency center. A familiar face appeared before her. Sister Xinyan? Seeing Di Xinyan, Gu Anqi burst into tears. Why are you here? Anqi, are you okay? I'm fine. It's all my fault, Wu. As the transfer bed rolled over, Di Xinyan's pupils lost focus. Ah. Rui. How could it be you? Rui, hold on. I save you right now. That day, Zhong Lirui, Gu Anqi, and Di Xinyan didn't go home. I'm a fancy dividing line, extra story 2, lullaby in the driver's cab. Jiangnan Gymnasium, the day before it was overrun by a tide of 100,000 zombies. Brother Chen, when can we eat soft bread again? A little girl wearing an artistic pumpkin hat asked her older brother, Li Chen, in a childish voice. Monfei, be good. Everyone in the gym, including those brave soldiers and police officers, has only this to eat now. Li Chen handed over a pair of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Monfei, eat slowly. Take one piece, then take a sip of water. Brother, why is that? Monfei, be obedient. Food and water are precious right now. Li Chen's gaze pierced the dimness of the gym, as if he could see the distant horizon. That was once a paradise where he and Monfei ran carefree, but now it had become an unattainable fantasy. He gently stroked Monfei's head, his voice gentle yet with a subtle heaviness, because the outside world has been invaded by a terrible virus. Many people have become mindless zombies, constantly seeking the presence of the living, pouring in like a tide. Our food and water must be used to sustain life until this disaster is over. A flicker of fear flashed across Monfei's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. She clutched the compressed biscuits tightly in her hands, as if they were a weapon against her fear. Brother Chun, I'm not afraid. I be obedient, and I help everyone save food and water. When the disaster is over, we go to the park together, and paint lots of beautiful flowers, and blue skies, and white clouds. A warm feeling welled up in Li Chen's heart, and he smiled and nodded. Yes, Monfei is the bravest. We will definitely wait for that day, when we can run freely in the sunshine again, and paint all the beautiful things. Although Li Chen was smiling, he could hear the people's chatter. Yesterday, the last large helicopter carrying supplies crashed into the square outside due to mechanical failure. The crew and the food supplies were all killed. As night fell, the roars of the zombies outside the stadium, the gunfire and explosions from the battles with the military and police, became clearer, as if the zombies were about to break through the last few lines of defense. Li Chen and Monfei sat in a corner, holding each other tightly, as if they were each other's support. Li Chen kept checking his phone, hoping for news from his cousin, Ameo. However, countless waits only brought increasingly despairing silences. In the gloomy atmosphere, Li Chen, holding the hand of the little girl, Tong Monfei, fell asleep. In the early morning, a soldier came forward to wake Li Chen from his sleep. Aiken, wake up! We need to prepare for a breakout. Brother Yao Zhibao, what? Breakout? Li Chen was shocked. A few days ago, he had taken Tong Monfei, a little girl entrusted to him by a seriously injured neighbor, through a narrow escape and finally arrived at the city's largest shelter. After the Jiangnan Gymnasium shelter, he had once participated in the emergency defenses outside the Jiangnan Gymnasium, as he was operating a bucket truck loader. At that time, he had volunteered to join the military and police in urgently constructing the defenses in the square, consisting of roadblocks and large concrete blocks. Back then, I was so proud of this defensive line, I even imagined it would be impenetrable. But now it's failing? Are the thousands of people in the stadium about to break out? Yao Zhibao interrupted Li Chen's wandering thoughts and said, Aiken, get your bucket truck ready. When the time comes, you and I will be among the vanguard. Then, if we break through, what will happen to the people here? We will dispatch troops to assist those who are able to leave as much as possible. Then, what about those who can't? Li Chen turned to look at the large number of elderly people and children in the gymnasium. Yao Zhibao said nothing, simply patted his shoulder and said, Get ready. A chill ran from the soles of Li Chen's feet up his spine. He quietly found the sleeping Tong Monfei and woke her. Monfei, wake up. Brother Chen, Monfei hasn't slept enough yet. I want to sleep more. I just dreamed about cake. Li Chen thought, and said to the child, Monfei, do you remember that big bucket truck? Yes. Brother, didn't you take me in one before? I want to sleep more. Monfei, be good, let's go sleep in the truck, okay? Okay. Li Chen took Tong Monfei and quietly went to the two bucket trucks he was driving. After placing the child in the passenger seat and letting her sleep, Li Chen quietly got out, pretending nothing had happened. Just as he turned around to get ready, a powerful hand grasped his shoulder. Li Chen was so frightened that his soul was about to die. He turned around and saw it was his military partner Yao Zhibao. Yao Zhibao glanced meaningfully at the cab, then at Li Chen. Li Chen's face turned pale with fear at having been caught. Yao Zhibao remained silent. After a long pause, he walked over to Li Chen and whispered, Open the door a crack, or you suffocate. Tomorrow, I sit on the roof and provide the firing point. Drive steadily. Our lives and hers are in your hands. With that, Yao Zhibao pretended nothing had happened and walked away. Li Chen's heart was pounding like a drum, and beads of sweat were beating on his forehead. He quickly returned to the bucket truck and gently opened the passenger window a crack to ensure air circulation. He then carefully inspected the vehicle to ensure it would start and operate stably at the critical moment. As the night deepened, the lights in the gymnasium grew dimmer and weaker. Li Chen's thoughts, like a wild horse running wild, could not be calmed. Now, they had to face this harsh reality and embark on an unknown journey. The next day, outside the gymnasium, many more attack helicopters were participating in the ground strike. The fighting intensified. The increase in the number of military aircraft outside the gymnasium did not bring optimism. Instead, the atmosphere inside the gymnasium grew tense. Some people who had also had a break began to pack up and prepare to break out. Li Chen stood beside the bucket truck and exchanged a resolute look with Yao Zhibao. They knew that at this moment, they were not only comrades in arms, but also the support of each other's lives. The order to break out finally came. Li Chen took a deep breath, started the bucket truck, and woke Tong Monfei, who had been fast asleep in the passenger seat, covered with her coat. With the roar of the engines, They burst through the gymnasium gates, the eastern gate closest to the Chengdong Expressway. Li Chen noticed 2 tanks, an armored vehicle, 2 military heavy bucket trucks, and his own civilian bucket truck, forming the vanguard. Yao Zhibao, dressed in a green and yellow army combat uniform, bulletproof gear, and a helmet, and armed with an automatic rifle, sat atop the bucket truck's cab, providing escort firepower and ready for action. 2 engineers detonated the eastern defensive walls. The breakout had begun. Li Chen, driving a bulldozer, faced an endless, dense mass of tens of thousands of zombies. He turned and saw the military excavators and bulldozers, the vanguard of the breakout, already moving forward. They dug and shoveled away the stranded and damaged vehicles, forging a path through the encirclement. Regaining his composure, Li Chen began to imitate the military work vehicles, clearing the way. After the vehicles blocking the road were cleared, the tanks and armored vehicles followed suit. Following them were more than a dozen double-decker buses and ordinary civilian trucks. As the breakout convoy departed, the military and police on the last line of defense began to evacuate. They boarded military off-road jeeps and police vans and retreated. Yao Zhibao sat on the roof, firing at the zombies that occasionally tried to climb into the cockpits, acting as a human firing point. Tong Manfei, sitting in the passenger seat, had never seen such a terrifying zombie horde before and began to cry in fear. Li Chen nervously maneuvered the forklift to break through the encirclement while trying to comfort the girl. Manfei, don't be afraid. These zombies can't get in with my truck. We can definitely get out. Brother, there are so many terrifying zombie monsters. Woo! Manfei. Just close your eyes. Go to sleep. Get some sleep. We be safe. Brother, there are too many noises. I can't sleep. Woo! I'm scared. Be good, rest your head on my lap. I sing you a lullaby. Li Chen, nervously steering the forklift forward, sang a Schubert lullaby to Tong Manfei. At first, Li Chen's voice was tinged with fear and trembling. But as he sang, his voice grew gentle and resolute. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Outside, the roars of zombies, the sounds of gunfire from the military and police, and explosions mingled with a lullaby sung inside, forming a tragic symphony. Li Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze firm and calm. Gradually, Li Chen felt the child on his lap close his eyes and truly fall asleep. After the child fell asleep, Li Chen gathered himself and whispered, "Good boy, go to sleep. When you wake up, we be safe." As soon as he finished speaking, a C2 charged at the bulldozer. Yao Zhibao, perched on the roof, fired fiercely at it, but the C2, despite the hail of bullets, rushed forward, grabbed the struggling soldier, and dragged him into the horde of zombies. Brother Yao. Li Chen's eyes widened, yet he felt helpless. Because if he stopped now, or opened the door to try to save him, it would cost him 2 lives, including his own. A moment later, an explosion erupted where Yao Zhibao had landed, sending many zombies, including the C2, flying. Li Chen knew Yao Zhibao had fired the glorious bullet. Without time for grief, Li Chen gripped the joystick tightly. We can definitely survive. Li Chen turned his head. His civilian excavator was advancing alongside military excavators, tanks, and armored vehicles, carving a bloody path of escape for the thousands of survivors who had broken through behind them. It was evening. Nearly exhausted, Li Chen gently woke Tong Manfei again. "Manfei, look over there. The base is in sight. Brother, are we safe? As long as we get there, we be safe." "Okay, I believe you, brother." Where's Uncle Yao? Is he playing hide-and-seek with me again? Li Chen's tears streamed down his face. He's a hero. Chapter 350, Extra. 2 weeks had passed since the residents who retreated from the Dayton base moved into the eastern part of the city. That day, Chief of Staff Situ and Engineer Li, the military's chief technical expert, approached Zhong Lirui. Upon seeing Zhong Lirui, they saluted. "Colonel Zhong Li, I have an important matter to ask you today," Engineer Li said modestly. "There's no need to be so formal," Zhong Lirui replied with a smile. "Go ahead, what is it?" "Commander Zhong Li, first of all, I would like to express my deepest respect for the heroic resistance of the People's Resistance Army in the city," Engineer Li continued seriously. "Secondly, I'd like to know what the mysterious, multi-shot weapons of mass destruction used by the People's Resistance Army in defending the Home Alliance region are." Zhong Lirui was stunned, then smiled. "Ah. Engineer Li, you're interested in that, right? Come, I take you to see it." Immediately, Zhong Lirui grabbed the intercom and asked Chu Yangyang, "Yangyang, how's the status of attack number 1? Alliance leader, no, that should be governor now. Attack number 1 is in good condition and ready for use. Okay, you lead the attack number 1 crew on standby. The new military colleagues want to come and see. Okay, time to show some real skill. Hey, don't be impulsive. We're just letting them see, not firing. We're surrounded by our own residential areas. Who are you aiming to kill by firing indiscriminately? Zhong Leroy said angrily. 15 minutes later, Zhong Leroy, fully armed with an exoskeleton and the 7-sword system, arrived at the firing position of attack number 1, accompanied by Chief of Staff Situ, Engineer Lee, and a number of other military weapons experts and engineering technicians. Look, this is our rebels' homemade weapon of mass destruction. The gas tank cannon, assault number 1, Zhong Leroy explained casually. The military experts' eyes widened, their mouths agape. Before them, the gas tank cannon, made from a large civilian loader with its bucket removed and welded together with seamless oil pipes, stood majestic in the sunlight, embodying a sense of unyielding strength and tragedy unique to the wasteland era. Ah. This. Isn't this the gas tank cannon we saw on the news, made by anti-government rebels in a small country on the border of the Middle East? My God. The People's Resistance Army is actually using rebel technology to fight zombies? Have we entered a den of thieves? One expert muttered quietly. However, Zhong Leroy, with his super soldier new human physique, still heard it. Everyone, I know you have some concerns. However, this is just technology. What we actually use it for depends on the people involved. We used the rebels' technology, but we defeated a 10,000-strong zombie army and protected the people. Isn't that right? As soon as these words were spoken, the expert's objection subsided. Then, Zhong Leroy stepped forward, patted the barrel of the gas tank cannon, and winked at Zhu Yongyang standing nearby. Representative Zhu, please introduce the attack number 1. Experts, let me introduce the specifications of our Home Alliance's self-produced gas tank cannon, the attack number 1. It uses the chassis of a civilian loader, and has a top speed of 40 miles per hour. The fire control program was personally programmed by Representative Li Chunfeng and others from our special zone. It can be connected to the governor's 7 Swords drone reconnaissance system, enabling highly accurate strikes. Actual testing has shown a maximum range of 1.5 kilometers. It uses ammunition modified from standard household 14.5-liter gas tanks. The firing rate is an average of 1 round every 1 minute 15 seconds to 1 minute 30 seconds, Zhu Yongyang proudly introduced. Representative Zhu, how destructive is this shell? Engineer Lee asked with concern. Well, a single shell has the power of 150 kilograms of TNT. The shock wave has a radius of 30 meters, and the fragmentation radius reaches 200 meters. Oh, and I have a video showing the actual firing results. Zhu Yongyang then produced footage captured by the Albatross drone during his own testing of the firing plant and the battle to defend the Home Alliance region. Oh! The experts were amazed. Engineer Lee, watching the video footage of the previous battle, wept. We could have easily built this thing at our base back then. We even had 5 tons of fertilizer. If we had thought of building this thing, Dayton Base might have been able to hold on. Many engineering experts were moved to tears upon hearing this. They all recalled General Long Weili, who had led the veterans to a last stand against a 20,000-strong zombie horde. Engineer Lee sniffed, looked at the attack one, and said, technology is technology. The key lies in who uses it, and for what purpose. Colonel Zhongli and the rebels used this super large caliber weapon to successfully protect the people and secure our base. It's a good thing it's justice. Exactly. Well said. At this point, Engineer Mei, a military weapons expert, suggested, Colonel Zhongli, the attack one you built is excellent. However, its loader chassis is unstable, and its loading capacity is poor. Furthermore, its speed is too slow. Since the Fireball rocket minesweeper is out of ammunition, how about we install the gun barrel on it to improve combat efficiency? Furthermore, using a tank chassis would make it more stable, and the cannon's range would be longer. Great idea. Chief Engineer Lee was the first to confirm. Leave the disassembly and assembly to our engineers and technicians. I looked at the fire control system. It's not difficult. It's just parallel to the 7-sword system, something I'm familiar with. The experts then gathered around attack number 1 and began discussing enhancements. Zhu Yongyang panicked at this and asked Zhong Leroy, Governor, are they going to? Zhong Leroy smiled, don't worry. These military technical experts have given your attack number 1 a thumbs up. They're now upgrading it with military technology. This will greatly increase its reliability and speed. Great news. Zhu Yongyang beamed at this, making attack number 1 even stronger? Great. With this, he joined the experts in discussing the upgrades and modifications to attack number 1. At this moment, Chief of Staff Situ, looking at the engineers and technical experts, who now had a renewed sense of purpose, was filled with emotion. Captain Zhongli, thank you. You gave them hope and motivation. Zhongli Rui, however, had a wry smile on his face, not knowing what to say. They had come to see this cannon of their own accord. He had simply shown these refugee technical experts a cannon. How could this have given them hope and motivation? 2 weeks later, the completely revamped attack number 1, revised, was unveiled. Is this a gas tank cannon? Zhongli Rui wondered, observing the completely transformed attack number 1. It looks like this is the Rakshasa Tulip super heavy self-propelled mortar, isn't it? Colonel Zhongli, you have good eyesight. The expert team's revision plan was indeed based on the Tulip's design. However, it's a gas tank cannon after all, and while its range has been increased, it's only 3 kilometers. Of course, the fins and counterweights have also been improved. The accuracy is now even higher. Looking at the mighty Strike Force 1 modified, Zhongli Rui nodded confidently, muttering to himself, caliber is justice. In the locker room, Jingxian shed her Taoist robes, and donned the military uniform and protective gear she once knew so well. She set aside the anti-tank rifle that had accompanied her for 3 years. This gun had been with her for 3 years. Ever since that day. 3 years ago. Shin Yuchu, you abused your connections and cheated in the competition. Your championship is revoked. You're sentenced to 1 week of confinement. Commander, I'm innocent, I'm innocent. Shin Yuchu said in the military courtroom. And, Commander, you can't put me in confinement now. I was supposed to be on leave after the competition. My daughter needs a bone marrow transplant. Just shut me up. Your husband has reported you, under his real name, for tampering with your equipment before the competition. The evidence is irrefutable. What are you accusing me of? What? Gu Chen? Why is he accusing me? Why? General, he's making a false accusation. He's making a false accusation. Gu Chen clearly wrote it in the documents. He's putting his family above his own. Just confess and I get some leniency. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Shin Yuchu was confined. Before her confinement, she was furious at her husband's betrayal, but her daughter, who was being cared for by her mother-in-law and was about to undergo a bone marrow transplant, Originally, I was planning to take my modest prize money and military allowance after the martial arts competition and take leave to see my daughter through her medical treatment. Why would my husband betray me? Why? Confined in a closed room, Shin Yuchu spent 2 days powerlessly. On the first day, she was filled with anger and indignation. Why had her husband, whom she had loved for 8 years and married for 4, betrayed her at the military district martial arts competition? On the second day, she began to worry about her child, wondering how he was doing. The child's surgery was scheduled for the 3rd day. Had her husband paid the child's medical expenses on time? On the 3rd day, Shin Yuchu calmed down completely. She began to wonder if there was a more complex conspiracy behind all this. Was Gu Chen's betrayal truly due to his own personal reasons? Or were there greater interests at work? Shin Yuchu knew all too well that the interpersonal relationships in this military district were complex, and the conflicts of interest were even more entangled. Although she had tried to maintain her innocence, she was inevitably drawn into it. She recalled the details leading up to the competition, trying to find evidence of a frame-up. The door to the confinement room suddenly opened. Lieutenant Shin Yuchu, please come out. Your punishment has been rescinded. The guard's voice rang out coldly. Cancelled? Why? The general wants to see you. Just when Shin Yuchu thought she was about to be taken to the interrogation room again, the guards led her to the operations meeting room. Her general was looking at her apologetically, and his face was filled with guilt. Lieutenant Shin Yuchu, the organization has wronged you. On behalf of the military region, I apologize. The general actually stood up and saluted solemnly. General, what exactly is going on? You were framed by your husband and your cousin Shin Tangwan, 2 traitors. They orchestrated this scheme to frame you, to create trouble, and to divert attention in exchange for the large bounty promised by the life-owned spy organization. Then, Gu Chen stole confidential intelligence on the recent joint operations between the Dakian military and the Ria kingdom, and sold it to the life-owned kingdom. What? Shin Yuchu's fury was flaming, but she quickly calmed down. General, I'm not in a hurry to clear my name. I request immediate leave. My daughter needs surgery. I'm sorry. Your daughter's condition suddenly worsened yesterday, and she died of organ failure. Later, your mother-in-law, overwhelmed by her child's death and the knowledge of her son's actions, suffered a heart attack and passed away. The general's face was filled with guilt. Lieutenant Shin, we're so sorry. Ah! Shin Yuchu collapsed to the ground, her eyes glassy, tears silently streaming. Her world seemed to crumble in that moment. The once happy family was now left alone. Her daughter's innocent smile, her mother-in-law's kind gaze, had become fragments of memory, forever lost to her. She hated her husband's betrayal, her cousin's cruelty, and even more so, her own inability to help. If time could be turned back, she would give up everything to protect that warm little home. But reality was so cruel. She had lost her loved ones, and with them, all her hopes and hopes for the future. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Yuchu slowly stood up. Her eyes had become firm and cold, as if she had become a completely different person. General, I request to be discharged from the army, Shin Yuchu said coldly. The general looked at Shin Yuchu with a complicated expression. After a moment's silence, he finally nodded. Okay, Lieutenant Shin, I approve your discharge. You, take care of yourself. Shin Yuchu gave the general a standard military salute and turned to leave. Her back looked lonely and determined, as if she no longer had any regrets. The moment she exited the military district gate, Shin Yuchu paused. She looked up at the sky, the sun glaring, yet it couldn't warm her icy heart. In her heart, only two words remained, revenge. Shin Yuchu returned to her grandfather's old house. The home of his Prussian-born military aid advisor to Dakian, the predecessor of the Great Turf Kingdom, during World War II. At home, she opened the box. Inside, she found the nearly century-old gun, a vintage 12.7 caliber anti-tank rifle, and a hunting crossbow. Shin Yuchu opened her computer, and, using her professional skills as a reconnaissance company king, quickly located the villa where Gu Qin and Shin Tangwan were hiding. Using infrared night vision goggles, Shin Yuchu spotted 5 bodyguards outside the villa. On the second floor, Gu Qin was arguing with Shin Tangwan. Without further ado, Shin Yuchu lurked, approached, and, armed with an assassination crossbow, dispatched the bodyguards sent by the Lifeng nation one by one in the darkness of the night before quietly sneaking into the villa. As she approached their room with small, silent steps, the argument continued. Why? Why did you kill my daughter? She was so young, so young. Gu Qin roared. Why are you pretending to be a loving father? Shin Tangwan scoffed. I didn't kill your daughter. She had a tragic fate. Besides, you were the one not answering your phone these past few days. You, how could you say such a thing? If it weren't for you, would I have given you the championship? For me? Shin Tangwan sneered. Gu Qin, stop kidding yourself. You betrayed my sister because you coveted my beauty, wanted to be with me, and the prize money, didn't you? I admit I like you. But I never been after money. I'm only after it to save my daughter. Gu Qin shouted at the top of his lungs. Enough of that nonsense. Now that I have the money, your daughter's death is over. I give birth to another child for you later, Shin Tangwan said impatiently. At this moment, Shin Yuchu had already reached the door. She leaned against the wall, listening to the conversation, her heart filled with endless anger and sadness. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, and slowly pushed the door open. The moment they saw Shin Yuchu, Gu Qin and Shin Tangwan were stunned. They had never expected Shin Yuchu to find them. Shin Yuchu looked at them coldly, his eyes filled with hatred and determination. Are you two ready to pay the price for your actions? Gu Qin and Shin Tangwan looked at each other, unsure how to respond. They had never expected Shin Yuchu to find them. Shin Yuchu didn't give them much time to think, she sprang into action. First, she kicked Gu Qin, knocking him over, rendering him powerless. Then, she turned and aimed her gun at Shin Tangwan's thighs, firing an arrow into each. Ah! Shin Tangwan screamed in pain. Shin Yuchu dropped the empty crossbow, and picked up her grandfather's anti-tank rifle, loading it. Shin Tangwan, terrified, paled and struggled backward. Yuchu, no, cousin, you. Don't be impulsive. We can talk it out. Shin Yuchu sneered. Talk? You're on the verge of death. Do you think we need to talk now? You destroyed my family, and now you have the nerve to talk to me? You're dreaming. Shin Tangwan, ask yourself, as your sister, have I ever treated you unfairly since we were little? Why do you want to take everything from me? And you do it again and again, using dirty tricks? Whether it's my toys, my reputation, my grades, my man, you've taken them all. And now, you killed my daughter. If you hadn't gotten me locked up, I still have a chance to save her. You have to pay for my daughter's life. Oh, and you still owe him a blood debt. After saying that, Shin Yuchu turned to Gu Chen and sneered, Gu Chen, you still love this vicious woman? Are you worthy of your mother? Your mother left the house to get custody of you. She raised you with so much hardship. And then, your beastly behavior caused your mother to have a heart attack and die. Dead. And yet, you're still dreaming of living with your enemy. Gu Chen, are you still human? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Chen roared in shock. Didn't the hospital say it was your mother who died? Shin Yuchu said sadly, you heartless wretch. For the past few years, my mother and your mother have taken turns caring for the child, every week. The week the accident happened, it was your mother, my mother-in-law, who took care of the child. If you had any conscience at all, wouldn't you know this all these years? No. Gu Chen collapsed, completely devastated. I killed my daughter, my mother. This shouldn't be the case. This shouldn't be the case. Ah! Looking at her husband collapsing on the ground, Shin Yuchu ignored him, raised his anti-tank rifle, and aimed at Shin Tangwan. Looking at the black muzzle, Shin Tangwan's face was filled with fear. Sister! I was wrong, I was wrong. Don't kill me! Bonus, I give it to you. Husband. I give it to you. Bang! The wall near Shin Tangwan's head exploded, and debris shattered one side of her face. Then, Shin Yuchu stepped forward and knocked Shin Tangwan unconscious with the butt of his rifle. Killing you wouldn't be enough to make me feel dirty. I leave this garbage to you. At this moment, Gu Chen stepped forward, pleading, Yuchu, I was wrong, I was wrong. I'm not human, I'm not human. Please forgive me. Let's get back together. I didn't know it would turn out this way. I earned money to pay for my daughter's medical treatment. You want me to forgive you? Fine. Shin Yuchu's face was murderous. As long as my daughter and mother-in-law forgive you, I forgive you. This? No. Shut up. Shin Yuchu struck Gu Chen unconscious with the butt of his rifle. At this moment, all was silent. Shin Yuchu silently picked up the communicator. General, call your men. Gu Chen and Shin Tangwan are with me. Take them back for interrogation. Silence fell on the other end of the communicator. Lieutenant Shin, we failed you. Shin Yuchu looked at Gu Chen lying on the ground, picked up the knife, cut off a lock of his hair, and scattered it. The military district's special forces quickly arrived at the scene and took control of the situation. When the dust settled, Shin Yuchu, anti-tank rifle slung over his shoulder, vanished dejectedly into the night. From then on, there was no more blood-feathered swallow Shin Yuchu. Later, there was Jing Xian. Jing Xian stood before the mirror in the dressing room, looking at herself. Her uniform was crisp, and she looked dashing, as if she had returned to the familiar military camp. Her eyes revealed a firmness and resolve, as if telling herself that this time, she would not allow anyone to harm her or those around her. She clenched her fists, her eyes determined. Chapter 351. Lu Shi wasn't as surprised as his wife, and she. He lowered his head in thought, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Ah Rue, are you remembering that hilarious primitive tribe incident that Ivan Senior Engineer and his team created in Magic City? Do you want Major Murong Chanfeng to recreate it? Ah, my dear brother, the one who understands me best is she. Zhongli Rue smiled brightly. That's right. Remember, when we first went to the production base, Major Murong simply activated his ability to make those zombie engineers walk around the base, partially stimulating their intelligence and transforming them from mindless zombies into a primitive tribe. Later, they held off Feng Ren and his hundreds of giant bloodthirsty bats in the factory for several months, only losing a few hundred men. When we went to rescue them again, there were still 892 men left. This proves that the survival rate of zombies transformed into primitive men has increased significantly. Mao, and Qi, and Meng Qi's eyes widened. The Chen family, known as the technical experts, smiled even more broadly. Chen Pan stroked his non-existent beard and nodded in affirmation. The replication strategy in this case is also a special application of the singer's guiding power. Bai Lingxin smiled. Indeed, the greatest success in human evolution is wisdom, unity, and mutual assistance. Even primitive society, compared to the wandering zombies, is actually evolution and progress, so the survival rate is naturally much higher. Jin Xiaoyu crossed his arms over his chest. This idea is quite tricky, haha. First, let the zombies outside the wall become slightly organized primitive people, moderately organized to increase their survival rate, and then let them regain their sanity until the food production of the civilized world in the special zone is sufficient to support the entire population. This idea is very interesting. Chen Xiaoyu beamed with excitement. This is more than just fun. Brother is truly a meticulous genius. I hadn't realized that. Decinian also smiled. I think this is a great approach. It's practical, well-planned, and humanitarian. At this point, Mao and the other bewildered trio finally understood the reason behind Zhong Lirui's crazy plan. Gu Anqi grumbled, Arue, what's wrong with your brain? You always come up with all sorts of crazy ideas. I think it's good, Mengqi said with a smile, holding up her fingers. There's nothing wrong with it, Mao said jokingly, rolling his eyes. And Qi, if you're brave enough, once Major Murong's primitive tribe is established, you could do a live broadcast of him facing the depths of the tribe. The ratings would definitely go through the roof. Ah, that's not impossible. I look into it right away. Gu Anqi's eyes lit up immediately. Seeing that most people agreed with his plan, Zhong Lirui nodded slightly. The next day, at the second meeting of the special council, Zhong Lirui presented his proposal. Not surprisingly, all the council members' eyes widened, their breathing quickened, their mouths hanging open. Governor, you're not kidding, are you? Wu Xiang managed to react. Li Chunfang's face fell. Governor Rui, we're talking about science. Don't tell me you're here to make fun of me today. As soon as these words came out, many council members expressed doubts. Zhong Lirui calmly pulled up several holographic charts. Everyone, please take a look. This is a case study from the Demon City production base a while ago. Back then, Ivan, a senior engineer, and his companions, whose intelligence had been slightly awakened by Murong Chungfeng's guiding power, fought against over 300 bats led by the Wind Blade King. Under this pressure, within a few months, 892 out of 1,000 people survived until our army could rescue them again. How does this compare? And now, the density of unleashed zombies outside the walls of our special zone has dropped by 25% over this period of time. I honestly can't imagine how many of these neighbors, friends, and relatives who could have been saved will be left if we don't intervene and finally have enough food. The crowd's skepticism suddenly died down. Zhong Lirui continued, I retrieved the records, and I know that more than one of you has engaged in similar actions as Counselor Zhu Yangyang, secretly protecting unawakened zombie relatives and risking their lives feeding them. I'm not saying this about everyone, it's just a drop in the bucket. What we need is a viable, comprehensive plan. At this point, Wu Xiang paused in thought, then sighed, Governor, your plan might be worth a try. I'd like to add that while zombies, awakened beings, and new humans have a very high food conversion rate, they still need to eat. I suggest everyone tighten their belts a bit, and gather some seeds and grain for these tribal residents. After all, they're primitive tribes. Didn't our great predecessor, the human emperor Shennong, also lead his uncivilized people to find a way to make a living through agriculture? One of the true historical human emperors, Di Huang Shennong, is actually an agriculturist. He personally tasted hundreds of herbs and developed herbal medicines for medical treatment. He invented slash-and-burn farming and created 2 tillage tools, teaching the people to cultivate crops. He also led the tribe in making pottery and cooking utensils. Wang Zong pondered and agreed, yes, indeed. Moreover, Major Murong can guide these citizens, whose mental abilities haven't fully recovered, to develop simple weapons, like spears and clubs for self-defense. The human body truly offers no survival advantage in the wild. Our ancestors distinguished themselves from animals through the use of tools. Lu Shi, seeing the tide turning, added, I also like to add a few points. Since we need to gather the zombies roaming the wild, this can't be done overnight. Major Murong can only control 1,000 at a time. If that's the case, he can only form a small tribe first and take it slow. Wu Xian was stunned, then said, Director Lu Shi means to have Major Murong Chanfeng, similar to how the previous human emperor Fushi unified the Jili tribe, spend some time unifying the 40,000 zombie citizens in Lingzhou? One of the true historical human emperors, Emperor Fushi, unified the 9 tribes by taking parts of their totems. The Eastern Dragon. Therefore, Fushi is also known as the Dragon Ancestor, not the Dragon Ancestral Maudu. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. So, Governor, Director Lu Shi, have you considered where to relocate these 40,000 zombie citizens until food production in our city is restored? Nighthawk asked. After a brief thought, Zhong Lirui said, Except for the eastern part of the city, the food production in the reinforced concrete areas is truly pitiful. Perhaps the only option is to have Major Murong Chanfeng and his 40,000 citizens live north of the Botanical Garden, southwest of Jinshan Mountain. I object. Dean Huang, the president of Awakener University and Zhong Lirui's mentor, stood up. Governor, you're right. The zombified citizens of the city can't find much food, and they can't even grow anything. However, in the mountains, there are many zombified wild animals. Have you forgotten the last battle between the zombie jackals and the zombie boars? Are there still those zombie elephants and that terrifying giant zombie crocodile? Dean Huang's tone was agitated. Allowing a large number of ill-prepared, underfed, and unintelligent zombie citizens into the mountains might not save them, but rather send them to their deaths. I considered this. Zhongli Rui nodded. I plan to dispatch troops to the mountains regularly for hunting, and all the prey we capture will be used as rations for the zombie citizens. Furthermore, I'm considering asking the Wind Blade King for help. After all, with his help, those giant bloodthirsty bats will stay away from humans. Well, that's more like it. I suggest that, in addition to Major Murong leading these zombie-like citizens, we also send a few professors from our awakened university to act as prophets and participate in this special rescue operation. Huh? Many council members were surprised by this statement. Zhongli Rui, on the other hand, looked at his former dean with deeply moved eyes. Dean, you suffered enough in Jinshan. You finally returned, and now you're going back again? Dean Huang and Dr. Chao, the school physician, and now a council member, exchanged a smile. We are university professors. Guiding citizens through difficult times and toward light is our lifelong honor and pursuit. You two gentlemen are truly righteous, the council members praised. The day's proceedings concluded. After deliberating and supplementing Zhong Lirui's proposal, the Lingyan State Special Council agreed to pardon Bai Qiangwei's prison sentence in exchange for Murong Changfeng's mad plan to use his power to transform the 40,000 remaining zombified citizens of the city into a primitive tribe until Ling State had sufficient food production and could then regain sanity. The meeting concluded, and just as Zhong Lirui was about to summon Murong Changfeng to explain the council's decision, Li Chunfang rushed in anxiously. Senior Rui. No, Governor Zhongli, something's wrong. Yang Yang's in trouble. Zhong Lirui asked doubtfully, Chunfang, don't rush. Take your time. Li Chunfang pulled out her phone and saw a video recording of Zhu Yangyang collapsed in a milk tea shop. A zombified girl was anxiously trying to shake him, screaming ah. Ah! Ah! It seemed. Asking for help. Zhongli Rui immediately called. Lu Shi, SWAT team, assemble immediately. Target the food court on the backstreet of the Industrial University. Xiaonan milk tea shop. Something's happened to Zhu Yangyang. This junior who loves zombie girls, he loves even the dead, this is serious trouble. I mobilize everyone. Zhongli Rui shook his head and unbuttoned the collar of his uniform. Yujiao. Armor. Nearby, the great Xia dragon bird armor that had been standing by as a bodyguard immediately enveloped Zhongli Rui's body. Master, the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter will arrive in 30 seconds. Chapter 352. Industrial University, Back Street, former food court, Xiaonan milk tea shop. The shop was now filled with the smell of blood. Lying on the ground lay the corpses of two 2-meter-long mutant horned wolves that had broken into the milk tea shop. One wolf had been struck in the head by 2 arrows. Another had its waist and abdomen severely damaged by a bomb. At this moment, Zhu Yangyang, wearing a bulletproof suit, was trapped inside the milk tea shop, behind the last makeshift shelter behind the bar. He clutched his abdomen, dying. He feebly pulled out his phone, trying to call for help. Unfortunately, the blood on his hand caused the phone to slip. He no longer had the strength to grab it, and could only sit weakly against the wall. Severely wounded, he could no longer use his dual-purpose crossbow. Previously, during the Home Alliance era, a dual-purpose crossbow could fire both arrows and bombs, but firing a crossbow required strength. He could only hold the shop's final roadblock with his spare pistol. Ah, ah, ah. Beside Zhu Yangyang, the female zombie Xiaonan, who could only scream ah, shook him anxiously. Her expression was like the despair a child might experience in war, witnessing the impending death of a loved one. At that moment, Zhu Yangyang saw that the zombie wolves had bitten off Xiaonan's left hand above the palm and her right foot below the ankle. She was no longer able to move normally. Earlier, 2 vanguard wolves had entered the store and ran into Zhu Yangyang, who happened to be secretly feeding Xiaonan. Zhu Yangyang was horrified to discover that the 2 horned wolves were tearing into Xiaonan. In desperation, Zhu Yangyang grabbed his weapon and engaged the 2 wolves. After a fierce battle, 2 wolves were killed, leaving the shop in ruins. Zhu Yangyang, having used a bomb too closely to kill the second wolf, was also seriously injured. Zhu Yangyang looked weakly toward the street outside the milk tea shop. 5 zombie horned wolves were stalking outside the shop. Not only were they lingering, but they were also growling. Farther away, about 15 wolves were attacking and biting zombie-like citizens in the street. At this moment, the zombie girl Xiaonan not only failed to bite Zhu Yangyang, but was actually anxious about his grievous wounds and near death. With her only remaining right hand, she kept shaking Zhu Yangyang, who was sitting against the wall, as if hoping he would stand up. Alas, Xiaonan, if I die, it's okay. I become a zombie like you. But after I die, we two mindless zombies will be completely devoured by these wolves. I can't protect you. I'm sorry. Zhu Yangyang's face was pale, as he tried to touch Xiaonan's face with his left hand. Xiaonan didn't resist, still screaming anxiously, "Ah!" In the sky, Zhongli Rui, piloting a Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter, rapidly approached the back streets near the Industrial University area. He thought for a moment, then dialed Thiren's radio. "Your Highness Thiren. Uncle Zhongli, what's wrong? It's urgent. Can you borrow the singer Xiaoyu or Xiao Chuanhua? Just one will do. I need to save someone." "Huh?" They went to the Qingxi Botanical Garden community to see the pandas today. Well, I sent Xiaofu over. Xiaofu's a princess. How can I address her as such? Hey, uncle, you're Xiaofu's master. Letting Xiaofu accompany you to rescue people is the right thing to do, whether it's publicly helping an ally or privately helping my master. Your Highness, you are so righteous. Thank you. Rest assured, Xiaofu will arrive at your location within 10 minutes. Okay, thank you, Your Highness. Captain A. Rui, Lu Shi telegraphed. My SWAT team is here, along with Amao's militia. By the way, when we were dispatched, we ran into Major Murong Chanfeng, who also came. Well, you're here. I raid and rescue Zhu Yangyang later. You sweep the streets and prepare to rescue Zhu Yangyang and the others. Understood. By the time Zhong Lirui ended the call, Yu Jia had already arrived over the abandoned food street. Master, the scan has detected Counselor Zhu Yangyang. His vital signs are very weak. A lost zombie citizen was found next to him. However, according to the X-ray thermal imaging, the zombie citizen did not attack Counselor Zhu Yangyang. Could it be another zombie citizen with a shallow awakening? Never mind, let's eliminate these wolves. As he spoke, Zhongli Rui's eyes flashed, quickly locking onto the several horned wolves surrounding the milk tea shop. Inside the shop, Zhu Yangyang grew weaker and weaker, his vision blurring. The horned wolves before him seemed to be preparing to break in again. Zhu Yangyang bit his lip, trying to clear his mind. He tremblingly raised his pistol, ready to fight again. Z. After a burst of gunfire, and a flash of laser light, the 5 wolves outside the shop collapsed to the ground. One of the wolves had its head completely burned away by the pulsed laser. In an instant, the smell of blood in the air was replaced by the smell of burnt meat. Laser? Could it be Brother Arui coming to save us? Zhu Yangyang's eyes lit up, and he tried to stand. However, the movement aggravated his injury, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Yangyang collapsed once again, powerless. Ah! Zombie Xiaonan suddenly panicked. Outside the door, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. In Zombie Xiaonan's sight, a dark gold humanoid armor entered the milk tea shop. Ah! As she saw the great Xia dragon bird armor approaching Zhu Yangyang, she immediately leaped forward, attempting to bite through Zhongli Rui's leg armor. Not only did she fail to penetrate the armor, but she nearly broke her teeth. Master, this female zombie is behaving very strangely, Yu Jia said after scanning. Based on the situation at the scene, it seems to be protecting Counselor Zhu like a Tibetan mastiff protecting its master. Could it be that Zhu Yangyang's constant feeding has made this female zombie as dependent on its owner as a pet? Master, it's entirely possible. Although inactivated nanorobots can cause nervous system dysfunction and memory loss, the human nervous system still functions. Subsequent events will, like buds on the edge of a felled tree, become a trickle of memory. Counselor Zhu's feeding efforts during this period must have made this female zombie remember and feel grateful. When Zhu Yangyang opened his eyes again, he found Zhong Lirui's great Xia dragon bird armor standing inside the milk tea shop. Xiaonan, crawling on the ground, desperately tried to gnaw at the armor's leg armor. Arui! Brother! Don't! Kill! Xiaonan. Zhu Yangyang managed to utter an extremely weak voice. I won't kill you. Don't worry. Princess Xiaofu, the singer, will be here soon. By the way, just hold on a little longer. If you die, it's okay. Faced with Zhong Lirui's cold joke, Zhu Yangyang gave a reassuring, mirthless laugh. Senior, are you even talking like a human being? If you hold on, then continue to be a normal person. If you unfortunately die, then join us as a new human. But if you want to be with this zombie girl, then you better join us. Otherwise, there's an extra step to go through. Zhong Lirui shrugged. That? I'd better die. Zhong Lirui looked at Xiaonan, who was still gnawing at his leg armor, and shook his head. You're such a jerk. I'm not afraid of death. I take you even if I die. At this moment, Zhu Yongyang, his life on the verge of extinguishing, could only give a weak, mirthless laugh at Zhong Lirui's teasing. At that moment, the already half-broken door of the milk tea shop was grabbed by a massive hand, torn open, and thrown aside with a loud bang. Xiaonan, who had been gnawing at Zhong Lirui's leg armor, raised her eyes in confusion and saw a sight that made her pupils shrink slightly. After tearing through the door, the 2.5-meter-tall giant entered the milk tea shop with another woman with demonic wings. Ah! Xiaonan, the zombie girl, recoiled in fear at the sight of Murong Chongfeng's terrifying figure. Zhong Lirui, puzzled, whispered to Yu Jia, ordinary zombies wouldn't be afraid. It seems that with Yang Yang's constant feeding and communication, this zombie girl, even though her memories haven't recovered, has developed some basic pet-like concepts. Agreed, Master. Based on our observations, this zombie girl's overall condition may be slightly worse than that of Senior Engineer Ivan and the others. But she's no longer completely mindless. The resilience of life, Zhongli Rui sighed silently. General Zhongli, the beasts on the streets outside have been cleared. My subordinates have mobilized their abilities to gather the 24 surviving zombie-like citizens nearby. 5 more. Had their heads bitten off by zombie wolves, so they're beyond saving. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Outside the store, the SWAT and militia had completed their sweep of the battlefield. Lu Shi, for the first time today, donned a savage armor. He opened his visor and let out a soft breath. Murong Chongfeng had gathered the zombies roaming nearby with his guiding power. Now, though their bodies were swaying, they stood in a square formation. Inside the store, Zhu Yongyang was barely breathing. He glanced at Murong Chongfeng and Xiaofu, who had already arrived, and after a moment's thought, he said firmly, Senior, I made up my mind. I will no longer be a human. Zhongli Rui was stunned, then nodded silently. Xiaonan, come here. Zhu Yongyang raised his hand and called out to the zombie girl, Xiaonan. Xiaonan barely suppressed her fear of Murong Chongfeng and Zhongli Rui and crawled back to Zhu Yongyang's side. Ah, ah, ah. It seemed a zombie girl sensed Zhu Yongyang's impending death. She shook him even harder. Zhu Yongyang's eyes suddenly widened, and he summoned his last bit of strength. Xiaonan, wait for me. Once we recover, I confess my love to you once again. I love you. With that, Zhu Yongyang suddenly kissed the zombie girl, Xiaonan's bloody mouth. Ah, the breath of death. See you again, Xiaonan. After exhausting his last bit of strength and successfully infecting himself with a high concentration of nanorobots, Zhu Yongyang smiled and collapsed, motionless. Ah! Xiaonan wailed as Zhu Yongyang collapsed. Alas, what an injustice. Zhongli Rui shook his head, reaching out with his gauntlet and clamping Xiaonan's mouth to silence her. Xiaofu, please. Uncle, you're too polite. Xiaofu, now a princess, smiled and began to sing Paradise in a Dream. Accompanied by the melodious song, Zhongli Rui watched as Xiaonan's struggle ceased, her eyes becoming clearer. Zhongli Rui released her mouth. This is... Congratulations, Miss Luoyinan. You regained consciousness. Zhongli Rui opened his visor and looked at the name on the still-present work badge on the zombie girl Xiaonan's uniform. Who are you? Luoyinan asked in a trembling voice. I'm his senior. The governor of Ling'an province, Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui glanced at Zhu Yongyang, who lay dead on the ground. Ah! Luoyinan suddenly covered her head, seemingly reeling from a flood of memories. She turned and threw herself on Zhu Yang, wailing, Yang Yang. Wake up! Ah! I remember. You always saved me. Protected me. Don't you? Love me. Please wake up. I agree. I agree. Please. Wake up. Miss Luo, don't cry. Xiaofu, who had also received new human knowledge and medical training, consoled him. Uncle Counselor Zhu, through my singing therapy, is transforming into a new human. He wake up in about an hour. Really? Really, Miss Luo, Zhongli Rui said calmly. I'm a new human too. Now, you're no longer a zombie, you become a revived awakener. Your hometown, Ling'an province, welcomes you back. Hearing Zhongli Rui's words, Luo Yinan immediately calmed down. She then knelt beside Zhu Yongyang. Zhongli Rui left Xiaofu to look after the two of them, and left the milk tea shop with Murong Chongfeng. Outside the store, the 24 zombie-like citizens also became awakened thanks to Shifu's singing. Looking at the corpses of horned wolves scattered across the ground before him, Zhongli Rui turned to Murong Chanfeng and said, "Major Murong, I have an important mission. On behalf of the Lingen State Council, I have to give you this." "Sir, please speak." Chapter 353. Outside the milk tea shop, while waiting for Zhu Yangyang to wake up, Zhongli Rui detailed his plan to Murong Chanfeng. He intended to cooperate with the Lingen State Special Council, using his guiding power, and uniting the first few awakened professors to unite the remaining 40,000 wandering zombies in Lingen City into a primitive tribe. This way, these zombie-like citizens would have a greater chance of surviving until the civilized special zone secured sufficient food to sustain their population. At first, Murong Chanfeng's eyes were filled with shock, even absurdity. He was being asked to play the prophet worshipped by primitive people again? However, as Zhongli Rui's explanation deepened, and after he was confronted with the irrefutable survival data of senior engineer Ivan and his colleagues from the Demon City, his expression turned serious. "Major Murong, we need you to buy time for our Lingen State authorities," Zhongli Rui concluded. "We need you to buy us approximately 2 years to transform as many of the zombie-like citizens into primitive tribal forms as possible, and keep as many of them alive as possible. Sir, you and the council members are suggesting that we not use the singer's power to awaken them first, but instead use my power to perform a shallow awakening, transforming them into primitive tribes?" Murong Chanfeng paused in thought. Zhongli Rui sighed deeply. "This is because our state authorities aren't strong enough. Our current food production can't feed so many citizens. Although, to feed 40,000 of them, the actual food consumption would be around 13,000 to 14,000 normal people. But even so, I'm sorry, we can't do it right now." At this moment, Murong Chanfeng's gaze was fixed on the milk tea shop. "Sir, if we don't intervene, won't many citizens who could have been saved end up dead at the hands of wild beasts? Like the little girl in danger today, and those newly awakened citizens on the street? Yes. You've seen how the zombie horned wolves, zombie wild boars, and zombie jackals attack these zombie-like citizens. Zombified humans have no advantage against them." "I understand. Sir, I'm not opposed, I'm terrified. The state legislature, and you have entrusted me with such a heavy responsibility. I'm truly afraid I won't be able to fulfill it." Zhongli Rui patted Murong Chanfeng on the back. "You're not fighting alone. Although we sent you and the professors from Awakened University to act as prophets to convert and guide those 40,000 people, we're not abandoning you. We will dispatch hunting teams to regularly hunt down those zombie-like beasts and provide you with some food. Once you taught those primitive citizens farming techniques, we also allocate you some seeds so you can cultivate them in suitable areas and earn a living. All of this is for one goal. Buy time until the special zone has sufficient food production. Keep as many citizens alive as possible until that day arrives." Murong Chanfeng repeated this sentence and nodded. "Sir, thank you for the organization's trust in me. It is my greatest honor to contribute to this great project of saving 40,000 Anzhou citizens." "Sir, I obey." Zhongli Rui smiled. "What a courageous person. Don't worry, we will work together on this important matter. Just like in Shizhou." Murong Chanfeng smiled knowingly at the mention of Shizhou. In that battle, he had regained his glory. "By the way, we won't let you do this in vain," Zhongli Rui said, changing the subject. "After this is accomplished, the State Special Council will secretly pardon your wife, Bai Qiangwei. We will pardon her 21-year prison sentence. However, considering the social impact of Bai Qiangwei's past actions, we ask that you remain low-key and secluded. Is that okay?" Murong Chanfeng's remaining eye widened. Then, he said excitedly, "Sir, thank you for the organization's kindness. I promise to complete the mission." With that, Murong Chanfeng saluted Zhongli Rui solemnly. Zhongli Rui also saluted solemnly. After explaining everything, Zhongli Rui and Murong Chanfeng returned to the milk tea shop. A short while later, Zhu Yangyang, quicker than expected, had woken up. "Brother Rui." "No, Governor Zhongli, I feel like a superhero right now. Is this the power of the new human physique?" Zhu Yangyang, having just awakened, immediately stood up with vigor, leaving Luo Yinan beside him stunned. "That's right, but you still need to adapt to your strength. When working with the equipment and conducting experiments, don't use too much force and damage it," Zhongli Rui warned. "Haha, no, Zhu Yangyang laughed. "Since you're so full of energy, I have a task for you." Zhongli Rui looked at Luo Yinan, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Your girlfriend, Miss Luo Yinan, is temporarily unable to walk. Since you want to be responsible for her, then take responsibility. Carry her back to the special zone. Of course. Zhu Yongyang replied happily. He was delighted that Zhongli Rui had called Luo Yinan his girlfriend. Luo Yinan, kneeling on the ground, blushed profusely. When Zhu Yongyang carried Luo Yinan on his back, she whispered, Yongyang. Why would you go to this extent? For me? Luo Yinan had just awakened, her speech haltingly. I told you in my previous life, I loved you. I loved you when I was still at Polytechnic University. It's all. Who harmed you? Luo Yinan leaned her head against Zhu Yongyang's back and said sadly, I caused you to die once. And I'm dragging you down into your new life. That's ridiculous. Don't say that about yourself. Did you know that you were once considered one of the 4 most beautiful women near Polytechnic University? Xiaonan from the milk tea shop. Being with you was a dream I had back in college. You? Ah. Luo Yinan shook her head bitterly. He shook his head, then sighed, but from now on, I'm a cripple. My left hand, right foot, are all gone. At this moment, A Mao, who had been enjoying the melon nearby, interrupted, Hey, isn't that Xiaonan from the milk tea shop one of the 4 beauties? Don't worry, yours is no big deal. Look at me, I'm missing everything below the knee, but I can run faster than anyone. Luo Yinan turned her head in confusion, her eyes suddenly widening. Aren't you A Mao, the dance king from the nearby Media College? Hearing someone mention his former fame, A Mao burst into pride. Yes, that's me. He then displayed his blade kick. Miss Luo, it's just a broken leg. In our state, it's no big deal. Luo Yinan stared at the blade-like legs on Amao's feet in amazement, wondering what was going on. At this moment, Zhu Yongyang smiled and said, Nan, Amao's legs are for athletes. Don't worry, we make you a more beautiful leg later. Luo Yinan's eyes lit up, but then she looked at her left hand. Now only a forearm without a palm remained. She said dejectedly, but my hand? Your hand is fine? Zhu Yongyang smiled, it's just a broken hand. I make you a high-performance robotic hand then. You guys are amazing, Luo Yinan exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Yongyang, you are all masters. Zhu Yongyang puffed out his chest and boasted proudly, Honey, believe me, staying alive is the most important thing. Broken hands and feet are no big deal for us. Yes, Luo Yinan agreed, blushing. Seeing the 2 of them so close, Lu Mingqi, who was carrying a light machine gun, smiled and whispered to Amao, Honey, I think things will get better soon. Amao then grumbled, Yongyang is such a tough guy, loving me even in death. And he actually died once. Hearing this, Lu Mingqi rolled her eyes speechlessly, thinking, Didn't you also come back to life? Luo Yinan leaned meekly against Zhu Yongyang's back and whispered softly, Yongyang, thank you for being so kind to me. I survived. I wonder how my cousin is doing. Zhu Yongyang asked, puzzled, What's your cousin's name? Chung Feng. He's a bodybuilding coach. Zhu Yongyang, Amao, and Lu Mingqi shouted simultaneously, Your brother is Tainan Offing. Luo Yinan tilted her head. Huh? Really? What is going on? Nearby, Zhongli Rui also overheard the conversation and gave a wry smile. It's such a small world, Zhongli Rui sighed. Master, after the apocalypse, the population has plummeted, and this world has become even smaller, Yu Jia said caringly. Yes. That evening, after bidding farewell to Bai Qiangwei, Murong Chanfeng reunited with 2 awakened professor volunteers, Dean Huang and school Dr. Chao, heading towards the unrecovered areas of the city. In the room, Bai Qiangwei, struggling with her torn hand, stroked the medal her husband had earned through his military exploits, tears welling in her eyes. Her husband still fought for his freedom and honor. Every time she saw him depart for battle, Bai Qiangwei recalled the past, and her heart ached as if it were clenching. I can't always make him sacrifice for me. Perhaps. White Rose muttered to herself, looking at her right arm thoughtfully. The next morning, in the heart of Ling'an Prefecture, inside an abandoned vegetable transfer and distribution center, under the dome of a massive steel shed, a towering, bizarre-looking humanoid monster, wielding a steel-pipe warhammer, stood atop a heavy transport truck, gazing majestically below. Below, approximately 1,200 zombie-like citizens were kneeling in worship. The humanoid monster stood approximately 2.5 meters tall. Holding a scepter, he gazed toward the eastern part of the city. Junyu, Brother Feng, everyone, I wonder how you're all doing. A flash of light revealed the half-complete face of the humanoid monster, and it was, unmistakably, a Jai's. Chapter 354. A week later, in the evening, Captain Zhongli, Situkong reported, with the assistance of the former hunter unit within the militia and the allied Storm Nation Back Guard, Major Murong Chanfeng, Dean Huang, and Dr. Chow have established a primitive tribe of approximately 1,000 people at the border of the Botanical Garden community and Jinshan Mountain. 1,000 people in 1 week. That's quite efficient. Zhongli Rui nodded. How are the food and shelter arrangements going? Dr. Chow has taught the citizens to build simple shelters. Major Murong is leading the stronger ones in erecting wooden fences. Have they learned to use axes? Well, actually, the militia and the troops have been secretly using the chainsaws from last time to cut wood, even slightly prep it, and then quietly depositing it near their tribe. Situkong answered honestly. Zhongli Rui was speechless. These primitive citizens must have thought this was a miracle brought by the prophet, that materials had suddenly appeared near the village. Well, the soldiers did the right thing. Next time, let's make a plan and discuss the division of labor. Zhongli Rui smiled faintly, but didn't delve into the details. He continued to inquire about the food supply for the newly established tribe. Under the guidance of Major Murong, Dean Huang, and Dr. Chow, those 1,000 people have begun learning to use fire, spears, and other weapons, weave fishing nets, gather wild fruits and medicinal herbs, and cultivate the land. Well, they finally started. Zhongli Rui nodded. Send out a reconnaissance team to monitor the development of the western tribes. Those are our fellow citizens who we will eventually restore. If we weren't so incompetent now, they wouldn't have to suffer this. Commander, please don't blame yourself, Situkong soothed. The soldiers at the rank and file were amazed to learn of the plan formulated by the State Council and you. After understanding the organization's intentions, they all strongly supported this decision. They all believed that this was a noble effort to recover our homeland of Ling'an province, even with limited resources. Zhongli Rui nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your understanding and support, soldiers. Suddenly, Xiaofeng entered the room, reporting, Commander Zhongli, Chief of Staff Situ, emergency. Xiaofeng. Second Lieutenant Feng, what's wrong? After Xiaofeng sacrificed his life to defend the battleship's bridge during the Bering Strait campaign, earning meritorious service and protecting the vessel, the military later discussed his merits with Zhongli Rui, promoted Xiaofeng to the rank of second lieutenant in the militia, and awarded him the Great Qianlong Medal. The soldiers of the reconnaissance company and the army aviation drones have discovered a group of approximately 500, improvised, zombie-like or primitive-looking civilians, approaching Major Murong's newly established West District tribe. Judging by their posture, they appear to be led by a C2 modified Earthshaker, with a massive and powerful right arm. They already approached the outskirts of the West District tribe, clearly intent on hostility. Improvised, C2 Earthshakers? Zhongli Rui and Situkong's pupils shrank. Sir, if these zombie civilians are armed, they're likely those affected by the guiding force, those experiencing a shallow awakening. But if they were shallowly awakened, why would they follow that C2 Earthshaker and threaten Major Murong's camp? I find this strange too. Let's gather the helicopter squadron and the rapid reaction force. Chief of Staff, you take the helicopter. I fly the Golden Crow Wing 2 and the Black Mechanical Guards Peregrine Falcon to investigate. Situkong nodded and then asked, Captain, do we need to contact our allies in the Storm Nation? Well, our human race has its internal conflicts, so we shouldn't bother our Batman allies. We already troubled them by helping with hunting and collecting some food for the tribe's startup needs. Yes. I take the helicopter troops and set off immediately, Situkong saluted. Situkong walked outside and quickly began donning his special forces protective gear from the equipment rack. Xiaofeng, Zhongli Rui said to Yujia as he greeted her, calling her to transform into the Great Xia Dragon Bird battle armor, tell Mom to save dinner for me tonight. Don't wait for me. Dad, Xiaofeng said anxiously, seeing Situkong had already left the room. I know you care about me, but I'm a warrior. This time, let me go with you. Do you really want to go? Zhongli Rui asked after a moment's thought, looking at his daughter's expectant face. Yes. Okay, but I have 2 requests. Dad, you say, and I definitely follow your orders. Xiaofeng vowed. First, follow your orders in all actions. Yes. Xiaofeng said without hesitation. Second, remove your armor. Huh? Xiaofeng was stunned. Wouldn't her combat effectiveness be greatly reduced if she removed her Royal Guard armor? What? I told you to remove your armor and you won't? Then go back and stay with Mom. Zhongli Rui pretended to push open the balcony door. Yes. Xiaofeng hesitated, then pressed several points on her armor. The Royal Guard armor fell apart, revealing the army green soldier's underwear underneath. You made some progress. Zhongli Rui smiled. Number 14, armor up with Xiaofeng. Number 15, sword out and recover the ground equipment, the armor Xiaofeng removed. Xiaofeng was stunned, and before she could react, Black Mechanical Guard number 14 uncloaked, walked over from the corner of the room, and transformed into armor with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng suddenly realized what was happening and said happily, "Thank you, Dad." "Well, the Peregrine fighter is much better than the Albatross. You be able to adapt quickly," Zhongli Rui said with a faint smile. "Yeah, no problem." At this moment, Xiaofeng, now wearing the Black Mechanical Guard armor, was full of confidence. After completing their armoring, the father and daughter walked to the balcony and launched into the air. Zhongli Rui launched into the air and docked with the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter. Xiaofeng launched into the air and docked with the Peregrine fighter. Behind the father and daughter's fighters, 2 more Peregrine fighters were hovering and waiting. Soon, the roar of helicopter propellers could be heard nearby. "Sir, the Special Forces helicopter squadron is in position," Sidu Kong reported from the helicopter. Also, the Militia Ground Rapid Response Force, led by Lieutenant Mao Danqing, has departed in armored vehicles. "Very good, we go first, you follow." With that, Zhongli Rui led Xiaofeng and 2 unmanned escort aircraft, a group of 4 fighter jets, heading west of the city. In the armored vehicles of the Ground Militia Rapid Response Force. "Captain Mao, I heard a monster army attacked the newly built West District tribal camp." Agui, now a militia sergeant, inquired from the co-pilot seat, wearing bulletproof armor. "Yes," Mao nodded. "Eruida?" "No, General Zhongli has already gone ahead with the Air Force. Let's hurry over to help." "But Captain Mao, why are you bringing rockets, cannons?" Shin Juanru, a new medic, questioned. "Aren't you afraid of injuring the tribal citizens with one round?" "Don't worry, I know my limits," Mao said with a smile. "We're a ground force, so we need heavy weapons to hold our ground. Besides, the rocket launcher I brought today is for civilian use, not for killing the enemy." Agui turned his head to look at the strange red-painted rocket launcher following behind him, and shook his head slightly. When Zhongli Rui's vanguard of 4 fighters arrived at the gate of the newly built West District tribe, the scene before him gave him the illusion of stepping back into the days of ancient tribal wars. At the main gate of the tribal camp, Dean Huang and school Dr. Chow led approximately 300 relatively strong, primitive-looking civilians, who had been slightly awakened by the power of guidance, no longer completely mindless and insensible zombies, in a defensive formation with wooden spears. The spearheads were sharpened by burning. On the other side, approximately 500 civilians, also seemingly primitive, armed with a variety of strange melee weapons, including wooden sticks, baseball bats, broken park railings, and golf clubs, formed a loose square formation and waited at the periphery, not advancing. Before the 2 armies, Murong Chanfeng, wielding a massive steel scepter, engaged a ferocious one-on-one duel with a monster, presumably AC-2 Earthshaker. Their weapons clashed relentlessly, creating a deafening, earth-shattering roar. Each collision seemed to rip the very world apart, the surrounding air warping with the intense shockwaves. Amidst the rising dust, their figures loomed, yet their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire, unflinching. Zhongli Rui watched this scene with a silent wonder. He hadn't expected to witness such a thrilling duel on this seemingly primitive battlefield. From the looks of it, Murong Chanfeng was barely evenly matched with the C2 Earthshaker. However, Zhongli Rui knew that Murong Chanfeng's strength was inferior to the C2 Earthshakers. A C3 channeler like Murong Chanfeng could reach a peak palm force of 1 ton. Meanwhile, a C2 enhanced Earthshaker could reach a peak right palm force of 1.5 to 1.7 tons, far exceeding Merchant Feng's. While Merchant Feng could temporarily hold his own with his superior fighting skills, he would inevitably lose due to a lack of momentum over time. As Zhongli Rui had predicted, after 100 rounds of fighting with the C2 Earthshaker, Murong Chanfeng was clearly at a disadvantage. In another clash of the 2 giants' weapons, Murong Chanfeng's iron scepter was finally shattered. The opponent showed no mercy. With a furious roar, he unleashed a full-force blow, slamming into Murong Chanfeng's bulletproof coat. Blood gushed from Murong Chanfeng's mouth, and his massive body was sent flying 3 meters away, sending a cloud of dust scattering across the ground. "Not good," cried Dean Huang and Dr. Chow, wielding sticks. The C2 Earthshaker showed no mercy, wielding an iron scepter, leaping high into the air and charging towards Murong Chanfeng. With one massive foot, he stamped on his chest. Murong Chanfeng spat out another mouthful of blood. "You monster who killed dozens of my brothers, you deserve this." The C2 roared, raising the iron scepter high and aiming it at Murong Changfeng's head. Die! You monster from the Changsheng group, the scourge of humanity. The gravely wounded Murong Changfeng murmured desperately, Jiangwei, General, I'm sorry. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. However, instead of the intense pain in his head, he heard his opponent's screams. And a small explosion somewhere on the ground. Ah! My hand! Murong Changfeng opened his eyes in confusion, and saw C2 Earthshaker clutching his hand, seemingly burned. The steel scepter in his hand had fallen to the ground, and only half remained. The tip had been severed. But the cut surface still retained a bright red hue. A little further away, there was a small crater on the ground. It looked like a small explosion caused by some high-energy attack that vaporized the rock. And a burning smell could be smelled nearby. Laser attack? Murong Changfeng suddenly realized and looked up. A dark gold-colored fighter slowly materialized in the sky. Zhongli Rui maintained the position of his mechanical arm, holding the pulse laser rifle, having just finished firing. General. Chapter 355. The C2 Earthshaker covered his hands and looked up at the sky. Flying mecha? Another one of those Changsheng Group's killer contraptions. Ignoring the lingering heat on the steel, the C2 grabbed a half-cut steel pipe from the ground and hurled it at Zhongli Rui's flying mecha. Murong Changfeng's pupils trembled wildly. General. Get out of the way! Zhongli Rui's flying fighter suit simply raised one of its mechanical arms and unleashed a heavy machine gun round. Amidst the almighty crash of metal, the steel pipe, hurtling through the air, was intercepted and sent flying. Master, I suggest attacking this C2 Earthshaker's head, Yu Jia suggested. During the battle just now, did this C2 Earthshaker chant coherently in the Dacian language? Zhongli Rui confirmed with Yu Jia. Records being verified. Confirmed. Indeed, this C2 Earthshaker shouted coherent Dacian language. Moreover, this C2 seems to harbor a deep hatred for the Changsheng Group. Then, don't attack the head first. Fire with precision and sever all 4 limbs. Can you do it? No problem, Yu Jia affirmed. Then execute. A cold glint flashed in Zhongli Rui's eyes. Zhongli Rui's eyes flickered slightly, and in coordination with Yu Jia, he automatically locked onto C2 Earthshaker's limbs. Fire. For laser beam shot down, neatly severing C2 Earthshaker's limbs. Ah! Ah! As C2 lost his limbs, his torso, like a fleshy winter melon, fell heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Lying to the ground, C2, suppressing the pain, looked up at the sky. He noticed that after the Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter jet attacked him, 3 more strange fighter jets appeared in the sky, hovering in the air. What frightened him even more was the roar of approaching helicopter propellers, and the fact that 4 armed helicopters surrounded the sky near the battlefield. Not good. C2 shouted back to the 500 followers lined up behind him, everyone run. Retreat. The primitive citizens lined up in the rear were stunned for a moment, then hesitantly turned and began to retreat. 2 followers stepped forward, trying to rescue C2. Leave me alone. C2 shouted. Run! Or they're going to bomb. At the word bomb, the 2 followers screamed and ran away. Just then, the ground rapid force led by a Mao finally arrived at the perimeter of the battlefield. Captain Zhongli, we're here. These strange troops are fleeing. Do I need my firefighting equipment? Do I need to leave them all behind? A Mao asked, grabbing the radio. Are you sure these primitive citizens won't be killed or injured if this equipment is fired? Sir, there will definitely be some. But if they assume they're all zombies or primitive citizens, there won't be any casualties. A Mao chuckled. These are non-lethal devices that Counselor Zhu Yangyang and Li Chufeng personally commissioned a few days ago. They're said to be designed for situations like this. Okay, let's fire 2 rounds to test the situation. Fire. As you command? A Mao immediately ordered. Fire rocket launchers, target the retreating formation ahead, 2 bursts fire. 2 fire rockets, trailing long flames, streaked through the sky, accurately hitting the retreating formation of primitive citizens. In an instant, 2 rockets streaked through the sky. The C2 screamed in despair. No! No! They're not zombies. Don't kill them! In a split second, 2 rockets exploded among the crowd. However, the explosions only released a torrent of white foam and gas, instantly covering the affected followers. The followers were engulfed in foam, each one resembling a snowman. Furthermore, the ground instantly became slippery. The primitive followers within the foam's range fell flat on their faces, unable to get up. Haha, sir, look! The foam has trapped them, and it hasn't hurt them at all. Mao excitedly reported to Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui nodded slightly and ordered over the radio. Excellent, Mao, keep firing. Mao immediately commanded the ground troops, firing a continuous stream of fire rockets. The white foam rained down, transforming the entire battlefield into a comical sea of white. The primitive citizens within the range struggled to stand in the foam, unable to escape this invisible cage. Seeing the opposing army routed, the primitive citizens arrayed around Huang Yuan and Dr. Chao raised their spears and shouted in unison, "Heavenly soldiers! Divine power! Heavenly soldiers! Divine power!" Zhong Lirui in the sky scanned and confirmed that no one had died. He then began to grumble, "Well, our modern army's attack has become a heavenly army. This is really ridiculous. Master, it's only a transitional period of about 2 years. It doesn't matter what they do. Isn't our goal to keep as many citizens alive as possible? After all, in the end, Madam and Qi, or Princess Fu will sing a song, and everyone will return to modern civilization. Don't worry about such details," Yu Jia said with a smile. "That makes sense." Zhong Lirui nodded in agreement, then relayed to Mao, "Lieutenant Mao, the militia rapid response team has done a great job today." "Very good, get ready to clean up the mess." "Thank you, sir." Mao exclaimed excitedly, then boasted to Ague, Xinjuanru, and Lu Mingqi in the car, "See, I told you the firefighting rocket launcher was a sure thing. It really did work in one go, didn't it?" Everyone gave a simultaneous thumbs up. C2, reduced to a pulp on the ground, watched his followers struggle in the sea of foam with a puzzled expression. "Aren't they using lethal rockets?" At this moment, Murong Chanfeng, having recovered, picked up his warhammer and approached C2 on the ground, his expression complicated. "Are you intelligent?" Murong Chanfeng stepped forward and questioned. "Stop pretending." C2 looked up at Murong Chanfeng with bloodshot eyes, shouting, "How cruel is heaven to me! I crawl back from hell, possessing the power of a demon, yet I still can't take revenge. Why? I still can't protect those innocent people. How despicable. Major Murong, don't kill me," Zhong Lirui ordered calmly, then landed and approached Murong Chanfeng. "How are you injured?" "General, you know me. I'd be all right in half a day," Murong Chanfeng said calmly. "Thank you for saving my life just now. You worked hard." Zhong Lirui nodded, patted Murong Chanfeng on the back, and approached C2 on the ground. "Have you regained consciousness, you on the ground?" Zhong Lirui demanded. "Why did you lead your troops to attack Major Murong's newly established West District tribe?" "Ugh!" The C2 on the ground spat. "You lackeys of the Changsheng group, you bastards. Even if I were a demon, I wouldn't be able to kill you. But even if I were a ghost, I wouldn't let you go." Murong Chanfeng was furious. "Those of you on the ground, show some respect. The one before you is Major General Zhong Lirui, the current highest official of the Lingnan Prefecture Dakian government. Not some world-destroying Changsheng group." "What?" C2 on the ground stared wide-eyed. "A high-ranking official?" Then, he stared in confusion at Zhong Lirui, clad in dark gold armor. After a moment's gaze, his gaze shifted back to hostility. "Why are you colluding with this demon who massacres civilians?" Zhong Lirui opened his visor and asked in confusion, "A demon who massacres civilians?" C2 on the ground roared, "Yes. This demon, along with several other giant demons, led the zombies to attack us. In that community, dozens of my brothers and friends were killed by him. Even if I were reduced to ash, I wouldn't mistake his face, that one-eyed bastard." Murong Chanfeng's face flashed with surprise. Are you a survivor from that community at the grain depot?" He. "You finally remembered me. That day, I watched you monster slaughter as survivors. I was so desperate. In the end, I had no choice but to lure you into the grain depot and use the dust explosion to destroy you along with me. I didn't expect you to survive. I didn't expect me to survive either. I crawled back from hell just to get revenge on you." Murong Chanfeng's massive figure froze. He suddenly remembered the murders he committed as a biological weapon during his time under control. He turned away in embarrassment, his eyes flickering. Zhong Lirui remained silent, thinking, Murong Chanfeng had encountered a former victim today. However, he was even more curious about how this person had become a C2 Earthshaker. Also, how did these shallowly awakened zombie-like citizens who followed him today become his subordinates, and come to attack Murong Chanfeng's tribal village? While Murong Chanfeng was silent, and Zhong Lirui was lost in thought, the ground forces led by a Mao approached. Ague, Xinjuanru, and Lu Mingqi accompanied a Mao. "Commander Zhongli, the ground rapid force reports in." "Very good. You and the special forces will clean up the scene. Remember, no one should be left behind. Okay, Mao agreed. The C2 on the ground, upon hearing Zhong Lirui's words, no one should be left behind, assumed he was going to wipe out the entire group and start a massacre. He quickly pleaded, Commander, please forgive my poor attitude just now. These people who came with me today aren't mindless zombies. They won't bite ordinary citizens. Please, don't kill them, they're pitiful enough. Zhong Lirui gave a meaningful look. Oh, you know a lot, don't you? Just as the C2 on the ground was about to continue, Shin Juanru, standing beside Mao, trembled and said, Your voice, your face, who are you? The fallen C2 stared at Shin Juanru in fascination. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. Sister, you're still alive. So good, so good. Shin Juanru trembled as she stepped forward, incredulous. Could it be that your brother Jie? Agui, standing nearby, also scrutinized the giant on the ground. After a moment, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Are you brother Shinjie? Shinjie turned to look at Agui. Agui, you're still alive? Zhong Lirui then coldly demanded, Are you Tainan Offing's former most capable subordinate? Military advisor Ajai? Shinjie asked in confusion, Sir, do you know me? Zhong Lirui remained silent, raising his right hand and holding out his 12.7mm large caliber, fully automatic anti-material pistol. Sir, don't! Shin Juanru screamed, rushing forward, blocking the now limp Shinjie. Agui, standing nearby, remained motionless, his expression utterly grim. Murong Chanfeng stared in astonishment at Zhong Lirui, who now raised his weapon toward Shinjie with killing intent. Mao and Lu Mingqi tightened their grips, their eyes blazing with hatred. Captain, why are you trying to kill me? Shinjie asked tremblingly from the ground. Chapter 356. You just accused Major Murong of massacring civilians. But when you were still human, you and your accomplices committed countless massacres of civilians. You orchestrated and launched dozens of attacks on other communities. Robbery, murder, and the mutilation of women. Do you need me to help you recall these crimes? Zhong Lirui's voice was as cold as a winter wind, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. As for cruelty, you're far more brutal than he is. How is that possible? Shinjie exclaimed, his voice filled with confusion and injustice. How could I be more brutal than he is? Humph. Major Murong, raise your head. You were controlled and forced to commit those crimes. It wasn't your intention. Zhong Lirui snorted, his eyes piercing Murong Chanfeng beside him. Murong Chanfeng's expression was filled with shock. He was deeply shaken by Zhong Lirui's fairness and objectivity. Ignoring Murong Chanfeng's shock, Zhong Lirui glanced at Shinjie, lying on the ground. And you and your accomplices were never innocent. You are all bandits and executioners who murdered innocent people. Judging from the perspective of fairness and justice, Major Murong was at most guilty of negligence, and he has already offset his crimes with his own meritorious service. And you? Shinjie, you and your brothers were murderers, rapists, and war criminals. You're even worse. You were the mastermind. What else do you have to defend yourself? Today, you committed a crime, and witnesses are present. From the former Nighthawk community, witness Mao. Witness Lu Mingqi. Step forward. Shinjie stared in amazement as Mao, armed with an anti-material pistol, and Lu Mingqi, toting a Type 81 light machine gun, emerged from the militia with murderous glares. Ajai, the plunderer gang strategist, do you still recognize us? Mao's eyes were now blazing with rage. God has mercy on us. Today, you've finally fallen into our hands. Lu Mingqi raised her machine gun. You? Shinjie was speechless. He turned to Agui. Agui noticed Shinjie's gaze, and even more frustrated, Mao and Lu Mingqi were now following Shinjie's gaze. Agui shook his head slightly, put down his 98K, and muttered to himself, anyway, I lived this long. It's a win. Governor Zhongli, Captain Mao, I'm sorry, I'm guilty too. Agui knelt down. Shin Juanru, still standing in front of Shinjie, trembled in her voice, Brother Agui. She bit her lip and said, Governor Zhongli, please, spare Brother Shinjie and Brother Agui. They are my only family. Zhong Lirui looked at Agui and said calmly, Agui, after surrendering to Huaiduo community, where Lu Yisan is stationed, participated in the defense of Huaiduo community and made outstanding contributions. He later participated in the Home Alliance's defense. In the battle against an invasion of 10,000 zombies, he bravely risked his life. According to the Dakian Army's militia's first-to-arrive regulations, he can be exempted from punishment. You get up. Agui was stunned at first, a hint of surprise in his eyes. After a long moment, he slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Zhongli Rui. Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you for nothing. This governor is acting according to the law. Zhongli Rui's voice was calm. Seeing this, Shen Jianru's eyes flashed with hope. She quickly crawled a few steps on her knees to Zhongli Rui, and tightly grasped the corner of his clothes with both hands. Governor Zhongli, brother Shenjia, he is not a bad person by nature. Please, give him a chance to reform. Not bad by nature? Murder, arson, robbery, and harming women. You call that not bad by nature? This? Shen Jianru was momentarily speechless, finally finding her voice again. I'm not sure about the other things, but Brother Jia has never forced or harmed a woman. You're his biological sister. Your testimony is unreliable. A Mao snapped at the side. Well, Captain A. Mao, can I be fair? Originally in the Predator community. No, in the Predator gang, Cheng Feng and Shinjia actually never touched other women. Because they were both infatuated, Agui said cautiously. Ah Mao was stunned, then asked, you said Tyne and Ah Feng was a love-struck man. I seen that, and I believe it. What about Shinjia? Agui, hearing Ah Mao's willingness to listen, immediately added, I once heard Tai Cheng Feng say that Jia's sweetheart married someone in the south. He was heartbroken, and has remained single ever since, avoiding other women. Ah Mao and Lu Mingqi, They looked at Shinjia, lying on the ground, a trace of complex emotions in their eyes. Zhongli Rui, upon hearing this, recalled Cheng Feng's situation, then continued in a cold voice, Okay, Shinjia, whether you're guilty of rape remains to be investigated. However, you committed murder and robbery, and organized dozens of attacks. That's irrefutable evidence, right? Shinjia, meeting Zhongli Rui's stern gaze, let out a breath. You said I organized massacres of cities and villages, killing and setting fires. I admit it. But I'm curious, Governor Zhongli, have you been so clean since the apocalypse? At this moment, Shen Jian returned to look at her brother with a complicated expression, saying, Brother, you know, Brother Agui and I have been living under Governor Zhongli's rule for almost a year now. The governor is probably the most honest person we met since the apocalypse. Moreover, like you and Brother Feng, he's a love-struck man. Shinjia was stunned, and his gaze towards Zhongli Rui also became complicated. Zhongli Rui's gaze towards Shinjia remained unchanged. Are you done? If you're done, then go to hell and atone for your sins. Based on what you just confessed, go to hell and atone for the hundreds of innocent lives you killed. Zhongli Rui raised the weapon on his right armor again, and said to Shen Jianru, Sister Shen Jianru, please move aside. I want to enforce law and justice. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun on Zhongli Rui's gauntlet, Shen Jianru's legs went weak with fear, and tears welled up in her eyes. But she still held her hands open, refusing to budge. Governor, please. I count to 3, 1. I won't budge. 2. Shinjia panicked. Sister, get out of the way. That's an anti-tank weapon. You die? Governor. That's unfair. Suddenly, Shen Jianru stopped crying and trembling, shouting, Why? This soldier turned into a monster, killed so many people, and he still has a chance to atone for his sins. Why can't my brother have a second chance? Oh! Zhongli Rui looked at Shen Jianru with amusement, then suddenly emphasized, Are their situations the same? How is it different? Zhongli Rui then lowered his weapon, and approached Shen Jianru. Major Murong did kill many people while unconscious. However, after waking up, he tried to stop the Changsheng Group's plot, and even provided important intelligence, information that the Changsheng Group was about to launch a large-scale attack on the city. Well, I can't say he was completely selfless. However, his actions at the time objectively gave the over 2,000 survivors in the city, especially the 500 in the Home Alliance area, a chance to survive. But, what has your brother done now that he's become a monster? Shen Jianru was momentarily stumped, unable to speak. Murong Changfeng, on the other hand, looked embarrassed. I can't explain it. Let me help you. Zhongli Rui stepped closer. When your brother was still human, he committed murder and arson, organizing attacks. Now, after becoming a monster, while retaining his human sanity, he's organized such a massive army to attack the newly established tribe. Captain Ameo has already told you why this tribe was created. Shen Jianru fell silent. As a member of the militia's medical corps, before her mission, she was aware of the state legislature's decision and the significance of the establishment of the West District tribe. Though she still held her hands, her expression was already deeply hesitant. Get out of the way! Do you know that your brother nearly destroyed the remaining 40,000 zombie-like citizens' hopes of returning to civilized society today? Shinjia listened to Zhong Lirui's words, bewildered. Let me die knowingly. Governor Zhongli, what exactly is this West District tribe plan for? Okay, I make you understand. Zhong Lirui then succinctly repeated the significance of the West District tribe plan. This? Shinjia's eyes widened at the brief yet revealing explanation. Zombified citizens can actually regain their sanity and return to society. This village was built to buy time for the authorities. Now, do you still think you've been wronged? You truly deserve to die. Zhong Lirui had already reached Shinjuanru. Shinjuanru could no longer find any reason to argue. However, tears welling in her eyes, she stubbornly refused to move. Zhong Lirui coldly said, Xiaofeng, do it. Behind Shinjuanru, a black-clad mechanical guard suddenly materialized. With a single slash, Shinjuanru lost consciousness and collapsed into the armored man's arms. The armor's visor opened, revealing Xiaofeng's face. Sir, execution complete. She's unharmed. Okay. Zhong Lirui stepped past them, approached Shinjia, raised his gun, and aimed it at his head. In your next life, be a good person. Sir! One last thing. Please, treat the 500 citizens I brought with me kindly. And, 3 miles away, there are another 700 people at the former vegetable trade center. I picked them all up. Shinjia, his face ashen, seemed to muster his last bit of strength as he shouted, Please, Governor, don't kill them. They all gained a modicum of human wisdom, and no longer eat human flesh. They're all civilians ravaged by war, innocent. Don't abandon them. Please. Bang. The gunshot rang out. Tell me about the 1,200 primitive citizens you picked up. What happened? And how did you end up like this? Shinjia stared in amazement at the terrifying conical bullet hole, about 20 centimeters in diameter and 30 to 50 centimeters deep, about 30 centimeters from his head. He swallowed hard. I'm saying. Chapter 357. The story begins on the day those evil Major Murong and those monsters led a horde of zombies to overrun our camp. At the time, I was seriously injured. To save Brother Feng, Juanru, and my pregnant sister-in-law, I detonated the granary with a dust explosion, intending to perish along with the monsters. I lost consciousness at the moment of the explosion. When I regained consciousness, I found the corpse of one of those giant monsters lying on top of me. The falling steel beams in the explosion decapitated it, staining my paralyzed body with blood and flesh. I watched helplessly as this kind of flesh and blood infected me. Later, my consciousness became semi-chaotic. I felt my body moving on its own. I watched myself transform into a monster of immense power, my senses sharpened to incomparable heights. I cared deeply about Juanru's safety. My body seemed to begin tracking her and the others. I traveled all the way from the granary to the area near the Balhenia community. But one night, I heard beautiful singing. I felt my mind become clearer, and I completely regained control of my body. Night? Singing? Zhong Lirui's eyes widened. Are you the same as me? Murong Chanfeng seemed lost in thought. What do you mean? Shinjia turned and asked Murong Chanfeng. After the dust explosion at the granary, Chansheng Group's control over me was greatly weakened. At that time, I also sneaked all the way to the area near the Balhenia community and the Jiayuan community. That night, I was standing on a high-rise building near the Jiayuan community. When I heard the singing, I completely regained control of my body. Zhong Lirui internally grumbled. So, Shinjia, the C2 Earthshaker, and Murong Chanfeng, the C3 guide, were both catalyzed by D Sinian singing on the night of his and Sinian's isolated wedding and regained consciousness. All of this happened simultaneously in the darkness, outside the community, on the night of his and Sinian's wedding. I finally understand. You survived and became the new C2 Earthshaker. Thinking of this, Zhong Lirui quietly asked Bai Lingxin, Auntie, is this a high possibility? It's entirely possible. Old Chen explained to me before that his improved nanorobots offer greater stability, a higher conversion rate, and a faster conversion speed, enhancing the body's super-regenerative and explosive power. However, this comes at a price. Unlike our first-generation new humans, whose lifespan is extended, the enhanced new human's lifespan is actually shortened. I understand. Thank you for your explanation, Auntie. No problem. After Zhong Lirui finished questioning Bai Lingxin, he looked at Shinjia again. So, what's the deal with these 1,200 primitive citizens you picked up, whose subconscious minds have been restored? Governor, that night, after I regained consciousness, I looked at myself in the mirror in the water, feeling utterly despairing. I gave up on searching for Juinru. She'd be frightened by my appearance. So I wandered the area near your alliance. Until one day, war broke out. I witnessed with my own eyes numerous monstrous giants like Major Murong, capable of commanding zombies, gathering countless armies, and advancing on your territory. Terrified, I wanted to find Juinru and escape with her. But just as I attempted to act, I was terrified by your artillery. I saw with my own eyes how a single shot from that infernal cannon reduced hundreds of zombies to ashes. And I saw how even a giant of my size couldn't withstand the onslaught. Zhonglirui rubbed his nose. Shinjia had probably witnessed the devastating effects of the gas tank cannon up close. And then, that day, I witnessed a battle the likes of which I never seen before, a battle that shook the heavens and earth and moved the gods to tears. I also witnessed the glorious victory of the Home Alliance. However, after your victory, several giant monsters escaped. They abandoned their summoned zombie minions on the outskirts of the battlefield, leaving them there bewildered and helpless. Then, they were bombed. These abandoned zombie minions suffered heavy casualties amidst their wailing. Zhonglirui's expression suddenly darkened. He struggled to regain his composure and continued asking Shinjia, "Then, you picked these people up?" Alas, later on, those still alive among them, for some reason, began to haunt me. I got really fed up and swung my steel pipe to finish them off. Then, they spoke, "Don't abandon us." I was shocked. Only then did I realize these people could speak, were conscious. At first, I didn't want to bother with them, and they just followed me. But then, the zombie beasts kept attacking, and they kept dying. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I took them to a defensible food distribution center near this area and made it our base. From then on, they and I stayed in the area, and I would take the strongest and most capable members of the group on hunting trips. Governor, everything I said is true. They really... I know. Zhonglirui interrupted abruptly. All right, we discuss what to do with you later. As for these people, I contact the professors at Awakened University and send experts to lead them. Governor, what is an Awakened? An Awakened is a zombie that has fully regained its sanity and fully restored its bodily functions, Zhonglirui said simply. Fully restored? Shinjia was shocked. Can a zombie's consciousness be fully restored? Just stay still, Zhonglirui said impatiently. You brought your men here to attack and cause trouble today. We, the authorities, will have to deal with the remaining mess. Besides, we worked so hard to build our first settlement, and you ruined it. Shinjia's mouth opened wide, speechless. After a long moment, he closed his mouth and said no more. His arrogance vanished, replaced by a look of deep regret, and he fell silent. Considering that Shinjia was a C2 Earthshaker with exceptional recovery abilities, his severed limbs would likely regrow within a day. Zhonglirui ordered his troops to detain him in the same polar bear strength cage that had previously briefly held Shen Jinquan. He then discussed with Dean Huang on the scene and urgently dispatched more professors from the Awakened University to lead the 1,200 primitive citizens who had also undergone a shallow awakening. When the dust settled, the sun had already set. At night, Zhonglirui sat alone on the roof of a building, gazing blankly at the streets of the special zone. The scene before him merged with his memories of the day he defended his homeland. That day, he led the Alliance members, now militiamen, using barricades, tunnels, and artillery to defeat the invading 10,000 zombie hordes and survive. However, what lingered in his mind was what Shinjia had said, that those citizens with a shallow awakening had also suffered heavy casualties from their own artillery bombardment, yet it was Shinjia, a former bandit, who had taken them in, sheltered them, and led them to survival. He fired at the group that had regained some consciousness. Yujia test. The host's mental pollution level is rising to 9%. Without a word, she immediately materialized in a 3D projection in the night sky. Master, are you feeling stressed? Something's bothering you. Zhonglirui looked up at Yujia's beautiful yet ethereal form and gave a wry smile. Yujia, tell me, did I do something wrong? Yujia's projection gently landed beside Zhonglirui, saying softly, Master, there's no absolute right or wrong in war, only positions and choices. You were trying to protect your homeland and the people around you. Your choice at the time was the right one. Zhonglirui sighed. But knowing that those citizens, who had already begun to gain some awareness, suffered heavy casualties from our artillery bombardment, I feel truly distressed. Furthermore, Shinjia, once a bandit, sheltered those citizens whose awareness had only just begun to surface and led them to survival. It was clearly my fault, and yet he, a bandit, helped me clean up the mess. You know? Now I truly understand. Why did General Long feel so self-deprecating that day in Shizuo? I really don't know what to say now. Yu Jia shook her head gently. Master, I completely disagree. I reviewed the Xiaofeng armor records and the drone footage from the scene. That day, with such limited resources, you led a mere 500 militiamen, yet you accomplished something that 1,600 regular troops couldn't. But the intelligence you had and your capabilities at that time were both limited. You did your utmost to protect those remaining militiamen. You fought tirelessly to protect your home and its residents, and your dedication and hard work are evident to all. So, Master, don't be so perfectionist and blame yourself for a single flaw. Zhongli Rui looked at Yu Jia, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration and self-blame within him. He then said firmly, Yu Jia, you're right. Thank you. Yu Jia smiled and nodded. Master, I believe in you. You will surely lead the people of our homeland to a brighter future. Zhongli Rui gazed at the distant nightscape, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. Indeed, rather than dwelling on it, it's better to sort things out and get things back on track. Zhongli Rui clenched his fist silently. Although the alliance's actions at the time were understandable, the remaining issues still need to be resolved. Perhaps. He turned his head, looking in the direction of the distant Balhenia community. Chapter 358. The next day, Zhongli Rui received news that Dean Huang had mobilized Professor Fang, his former mentor, and teacher Li from the Awakened University. With the cooperation of Murong Chanfeng, Dean Huang, School Dr. Chao, and the Awakened Special Operations Company 2, the entire Awakened force, they entered the large warehouse at the former vegetable distribution center Shinjia had mentioned. The situation is dire, Dean Huang concluded after leading his team to the scene. As Shinjia had described, many of the shallowly awakened, zombie-like citizens within the distribution center had lost limbs or sustained severe torso injuries from artillery fire. Although, thanks to the zombies' tenacious physiques, they hadn't died yet, the scene was still horrific. Ah Rui, Shinjia has saved these people's lives. Professor Fang shook his head. If no one takes care of them, these disabled zombies will sooner or later become dinner for the zombie-horned wolves and zombie jackals. Zhongli Rui then led Xiaofeng, flying another fleet of fighter jets and mechas to the scene. Everyone looked at the scene at the distribution center with a heavy heart. At this moment, all the personnel on site were new humans or awakened, so there was no risk of infection from those present. Zhongli Rui looked at Dean Huang and Professor Fang and whispered, Dean Huang, Professor Fang, in your opinion, when Shinjia led those 500 people to attack your village yesterday, was that? Clearly, it was to obtain resources to feed these disabled residents. Dean Huang shook his head. This truly feels like something from the ancient wilderness. Food shortages, natural disasters, and man-made disasters, leading to direct tribal warfare. Sigh. Professor Fang sighed. Zhongli Rui whispered to Dean Huang and Professor Fang, Dean, Professor, you're my teachers. I'd like to hear what you think of Shinjia. He's a bandit leader, but he still has a conscience, Dean Huang said after a moment's pause. He's got some compassion, at least. At least, he didn't abandon these 1,200 residents. He's quite capable, too. He's managed to keep things going by himself, Professor Fang said meaningfully, surveying the situation. I understand, Zhongli Rui nodded. As Dean Huang and Professor Fang walked away, Zhongli Rui muttered to himself, he killed over 400 people. He saved over 1,200. This person. Honey, are you coming back for lunch today? Just then, Disinian called. Yes, I am. But after lunch, I have to go to the West City area, Zhongli Rui said after a moment's thought. Then bring your daughter back for dinner. Ruyan and Jingxian are both with me today. Oh, okay. Lu Ruyan and Jingxian were also at his house. However, Zhongli Rui quickly accepted the situation. Lu Ruyan was a good friend his wife, Disinian, had met during the apocalypse. Jingxian was nominally Disinian's disciple, and was also Lu Ruyan's cousin. Their visit to his home wasn't unusual. Jingxian, who had recently traveled south to assist Cheng Yonghua in partially restoring the civilian population, had returned to Ling'an Prefecture. According to an agreement between Cheng Yonghua and Jingxian, Jingxian would remain in Ling'an Prefecture, but would occasionally assist the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, systematically using the power of the singer to restore the civilian population and expand its population. At noon, Zhongli Rui and Xiaofeng piloted their fighter jets, hovering over the residential complex, and landing using their 3D maneuvering gear. The repatriation aircraft then automatically returned to the Bishi. After automatically removing their armor was kept as bodyguards. Walking behind them as a protective guard, the father and daughter walked towards the dining table, which had already been set up in the square. At this moment, Di Xinyan, whose belly was already noticeably pregnant, Lu Ruyan, holding her child, and Jingxian, who was dressed in a plain Taoist robe and holding a whisk, were waiting for them at the table. Upon seeing the two arrive, Di Xinyan smiled and said, "Husband, daughter, you arrived just in time. You're in for a treat today. Ruyan personally cooked chicken sausage and fried potatoes." Gurgle. At the name of the dish, coupled with the aroma he had already smelled, Zhongli Rui's stomach growled uncontrollably. Zhongli Rui smiled sheepishly, patted his stomach, and said, "Excuse me, it seems my stomach can't wait." Lu Ruyan, holding the child, a gentle smile on her face, said, "Governor, you are the pillar of our Ling'an prefecture. You must eat more and stay strong." Jingxian, standing nearby, wore an anti-smile, gently waving her whisk, as if she too was looking forward to lunch. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, including chicken sausage and fried potatoes, as well as other delicacies meticulously prepared by Di Xinyan. Everyone sat together, enjoying a rare moment of togetherness. At the table, everyone chatted and laughed, sharing their experiences and observations. Zhongli Rui also informed everyone about his visit to the distribution center today. "Ruyan, do you know Shenjie?" Zhongli Rui asked. "Yes, more than that. Ajay is a distant relative of mine. He and I grew up together. My husband, Offing, is his brother and good friend. According to seniority, he's my distant cousin. Of course, not a blood relative." Di Xinyan put down the cucumber juice. "Oh, what do you mean?" "Because Ajay is actually an orphan adopted by my cousin's family, the Shen family. His entire family perished in the world's largest earthquake." Zhongli Rui was stunned, then began to listen intently. Off to the side, Jing Xian's pupil shrank slightly when she heard the name Shenjie. But then, she quickly took a sip of the tomato juice to mask her slightly flustered expression. Lu Ruyan, holding the child, sighed slightly as she recounted the past. Lu Ruyan, Shenjie, Shenjuanru, and Cheng Feng had been close since childhood, having played together throughout their lives. But Shenjie is quite interesting. We all like to be close to people our own age, but he's incredibly attached to his cousin. Lu Ruyan turned to Jingxian. "Right, cousin Yichu." Jingxian shook her head, and picked up the tomato juice again. "Alas, this kid just won't grow up." Lu Ruyan chuckled. "Cousin, Ajay is only 3 years younger than you. But back then, Ajay really couldn't live without you. Did you know that after you married and moved south, Ajay, who always pretended to be strong, locked himself in his room and cried for a whole day? After that, he never found a girlfriend." Jingxuan's face paled, looking quite unsightly. Zhongli Rui keenly sensed this change. He looked up at Di Xinyan, only to be met with a knowing look. There was likely something going on between Shenjie and Shen Yuchu. Lu Ruyan spoke to herself. It hurts to talk about him now. Ajay, he sacrificed himself in the flames like a hero, giving me, Offing, Juanru, and the others a chance to live. Every time I think of this, I feel so bad." Bang! The sound of glass shattering. Jingxuan's glass of tomato juice fell to the ground. She dazedly asked Ruyan, "What did you say?" "Ajay, he's dead." Lu Ruyan was stunned. She had expected Jingxian to be upset, but she hadn't expected such a strong reaction. "Excuse me." Jingxian picked up her whisk and left in a daze. She headed towards the drum wheel and the Jishuatan pond. Lu Ruyan said sadly and guiltily, "My cousin." At this moment, Zhongli Rui stood up and said to Di Xinyan and Lu Ruyan, "My dear Ruyan, excuse me. I have something to discuss with Master Jingxian." "Xiaofeng, you stay here with Mom." "Yes, Dad," Xiaofeng readily agreed. Di Xinyan nodded. "Go, husband." At this moment, Lu Ruyan looked at Xiaofeng and asked in disbelief, "Xinyan, this, Xiaofeng is your daughter?" Di Xinyan smiled and scooped up the cucumber juice again. "It's a long story." Lu Ruyan's expression was filled with curiosity, and she asked excitedly, "Oh? Tell me quickly." Zhongli Rui and the great Xia dragon bird mecha, bodyguard mode, hurried to the edge of the pond and found Jingxian, staring blankly at the water and crying. Jingxian felt Zhongli Rui approaching, wiped away her tears, and with great difficulty, composed herself and turned around. "Commander Zhongli, I'm sorry. I lost my composure about my nephew's death. I'm so sorry to have ruined everyone's fun." "It seems you valued him very much," Zhongli Rui said calmly. These plain words seemed to shatter something in Jingxuan's heart. Clang! Jingxuan's whisk fell to the ground. Jingxian smiled wryly, removed the metal hairpin from her head, and let her long, dark hair flow freely in the air. Suddenly, Her raven hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Yeah. What am I hiding from? Ming Ming Xijie. You're the most important person to me. Maybe if I hadn't avoided you and married South for some so-called face-saving reason. Maybe I wouldn't have killed my child. Maybe if I had stayed, even if you wished, and stayed by my side, with my abilities, you wouldn't have died. As long as I stay, no one will die. Jing Xian, stunned and tearful, muttered to herself. Zhongli Rui, Master Jing Xian? You? Calm down. Sir, I can't calm down. My master named me Jing Xian, hoping I would forget the past. But right now, my heart can't calm down. Jing Xian looked up at Zhongli Rui with tearful eyes, and said in a voice that bordered on sobbing and wailing, Sir, my real name is Shin Yu-Chu. I'm the legendary female soldier of the Linganzhou Military Region's Special Forces. Shin Jie is our Shin family's adopted son. According to seniority, he calls me Little Aunt. Zhongli Rui shut up and continued listening. Sir, I know this is ridiculous, I know it's immoral. But as we grew up, Xiao Jie fell in love with me. Oh! Yu Jia, in the great Xia dragon bird armor nearby, sighed. TSK, 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 another pair who really knows how to play. I understand. The sweetheart Shin Jie keeps talking about is you. Zhongli Rui sighed silently. What have I done in my life? For the sake of so-called moral principles, I betrayed my true feelings and left the person who truly loved me. Moreover, in the south, I discovered that my so-called husband was a damn bastard. He killed my child and my mother-in-law. Now, Ajay is dead too. They are all dead. Suddenly, Shin Yu-Chu raised a metal hairpin and pointed it at his throat. The next moment, Zhongli Rui rushed forward at a breakneck speed of 64 miles per hour and snatched the hairpin from Shin Yu-Chu's chest. But Shin Yu-Chu had unexpectedly pulled a Type 54 pistol from the holster on his inner thigh, beneath the hem of his Taoist robe. You? Zhongli Rui swerved and tried to grab the gun again. But he stopped, because Shin Yu-Chu had already pressed the muzzle of the gun to his temple. Sir, I appreciate your kindness. I'm heartbroken. Life has no meaning anymore. Shin Yu-Chu, his eyes red from tears, laughed bitterly. Sir, I wish you great military success, the revitalization of your homeland, and the restoration of civilization. Don't die, Captain Shin. Shin Jie isn't dead yet. Zhongli Rui shouted, raising his hand. Shin Yu-Chu's eyes widened, and the pistol in his hand dropped. Zhongli Rui sprinted over and caught it before it hit the ground. Captain Shin. This is dangerous. Shin Yu-Chu was promoted to captain for his meritorious service. Sir! Where's Ajay? Where's he? Is he really alright? Please tell me. Shin Yu-Chu desperately rushed forward, grabbed Zhongli Rui's shirt, and pleaded, completely losing his composure. He's not dead yet. Zhongli Rui sighed. But I haven't decided whether to kill him yet. What? Shin Yu-Chu took a step back in shock, his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe it. Sir, Ajay's a good boy. What did he do? You want to kill him? Huh? Good boys? Zhongli Rui glanced at Shin Yu-Chu. People change. Do you know what Shin Jie and Cheng Feng, those good boys you once thought of, did in Lingan province after the apocalyptic crisis broke out? What did they do? Shin Yu-Chu asked, bewildered. Yu Jia, come out. 5 minutes. Compile and present the historical data. Remember, highlight the key points. Zhongli Rui said unhappily. Yes, master. The visor of the great Xia dragon bird battle armor opened, and Yu Jia began to explain the entire incident. 5 minutes later, Shin Yu-Chu covered his mouth in shock. Murder and arson, dozens of organized attacks, brutality. Cheng Feng and Shin Jie didn't commit the brutality of women themselves. That was done by their subordinates, Zhongli Rui quickly corrected. Sir. Shin Yu-Chu knelt on the spot. Please, give Xiao Jie a chance. He's already miserable enough. Now he's lost almost everything, and he's neither human nor ghost. I know he's committed a heinous crime. I'm his elder, and I didn't teach him well. I'm also at fault. Sir, I beg you, please, spare his life. Shin Yu-Chu suddenly remembered something, and reached into the inner pocket of his Taoist robe. Shakily, he pulled out the great dragon medal and pleaded, Sir, I know his merits aren't enough. But I'm not asking you to pardon him, life imprisonment. I use all my military merits and medals to save his life, okay? Watching Shin Yu-Chu's now almost frantic plea, Zhongli Rui sighed softly. Get up first and listen carefully. Zhongli Rui crossed his arms over his chest. Although Shin Jie did kill over 400 people, as you've seen recently, he saved 1,200. Sir, are you saying? Shin Yu-Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. You know about Major Morone, right? I do. Are you talking about the first aboard rule? Hearing the change in Zhong Lirui's tone, Shinyochu's brain raced to its limits. She quickly wiped away her tears and stood up. Because she knew Zhong Lirui didn't like people kneeling to him. Since you're the most important person to him, come with me. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, and said in a low voice, I only give him this chance once. Thank you, sir. Shinyuchu trembled with excitement. Chapter 359. After Shinyuchu calmed down, he said somewhat awkwardly, Governor, I won't be so depressed anymore. Please return the hairpin. Zhong Lirui calmly handed over the hairpin and earnestly admonished, Captain Shin, life is precious. Don't let your depression fool you. You must understand the preciousness of your life. Captain, you are a good man, Shinyuchu said lightly with a hint of emotion. Anyway, thank you. After tidying up his appearance, Shinyuchu returned to the dining table with Zhong Lirui. After bidding farewell to Di Xinyan and Lu Ruyan, who had just been gossiping about how Zhong Lirui had unexpectedly acquired a daughter, the two prepared to make their way to Shinjia's detention center as quickly as possible. Xiaofeng, stay with Mom. I give the black mechanical dart guard armor to Captain Shin first. Dad, I protect Mom. Your mom is my life. Do you understand? Yes. I make sure you complete the mission. Xiaofeng replied happily upon hearing Zhong Lirui's words. Because, to her, Mom Di Xinyan meant as much as her own life. Lu Ruyan smiled warmly. What a kind family. Captain Shin, please put down your whisk and spread your arms, Zhong Lirui instructed. Captain, are we about to depart? Zhong Lirui nodded. Now, we depart at top speed. You should follow my lead. Prepare to transform into armor. Don't worry, it's easy. Even someone with no combat experience, like Gu Anqi, can adapt. Yes. Shinyuchu obediently handed the whisk to Lu Ruyan for safekeeping, then stepped back and spread his arms. The black-clad mechanical armored guards on standby nearby instantly moved forward and automatically bonded to Shinyuchu, completing the armored transformation. Though Shinyuchu was initially surprised, she had the background of a female special forces soldier. She quickly adjusted to the situation and, along with Zhong Lirui, piloted the fighter jet. Soon, they arrived at their detention center, the abandoned polar bear pavilion at the Polar Ocean Park. Captain, you are using the polar bear dormitory to detain Ajay? Shinjuchu exclaimed in disbelief. Haven't you read the information? Shinjia's current body is even stronger than Major Murong's. An ordinary prison? He'd break that iron cage with a single tug. But didn't you use the laser to sever his limbs? Major Murong isn't afraid of injuries, like severed limbs, let alone someone with his powerful attacking power. His limbs will fully recover in about 3 days. He possesses super strength and super regenerative abilities. Abilities beyond the reach of a first-generation new human like me, or even Major Murong. Shinjuchu exclaimed, what the Chansheng group developed back then was truly terrifying. Let's go meet your nephew, Zhong Lirui said to Shinjuchu, not pursuing the topic further. In the aquarium, the two soon arrived at the polar bear dormitory, where Chen Jinkun had been temporarily imprisoned. Near the dormitory, Shinjuchu touched the armor, and saw behind the ultra-strong glass curtain wall the current appearance of the man she had been longing for. Shinjia's enormous body now lay sprawled across the room. His arms and legs had partially regenerated, like those of a baby. From the remaining torso, Shinjia's stature was revealed to be that of a giant. His muscular build, bursting with explosive power, intimidated even Shinjuchu, a master soldier. Tingsha, Tsushima, open the cage. We're going in. Sir! Tingsha and Tsushima, clad in royal guard armor, drew their .12.7 caliber anti-material pistols and loaded them. Please allow us to accompany you. Zhong Lirui said calmly, no need. Don't you see how small C2 enhanced Earthshaker Shinjia's arms and legs are right now? He poses no threat to me yet. Wait outside. Yes, sir. Tingsha and Tsushima agreed in unison, unloading their guns and returning to their positions. Shinjuchu, upon seeing the two women's faces clearly, asked curiously, Sir, are they, along with Sergeant Xiaofeng, triplets? Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment, then said sternly, Captain Shin, they are actually clones created during the Chansheng Group project. We discussed this another day. Shinjuchu's eyes widened for a moment, then she nodded. Zhong Lirui, clad in the great Xia dragon bird armor, and Shinjuchu, dressed in a Taoist robe, entered the polar bear enclosure. Shinjia, noticing someone entering, tried to prop himself up with his still baby-like limbs. However, the immense weight of his torso prevented him from doing so. Commander Zhongli, Shinjia said coldly, how did you find the time to come and see this rotten mess of mine? To see if I'm completely rotten? Do you really want to be completely rotten, to become a completely rotten person? Zhonglirui sighed softly. Isn't it you who hopes that a monster like me, who murders and burns and endangers the people, will completely rot, no longer threatening their safety or the revival of Ling'an province? But Commander, what are your intentions today? Are you here to completely destroy me and then liberate me? Zhonglirui asked curiously. Otherwise, Commander, why did you bring a Taoist nun? Shinjia sarcastically asked. At this moment, despite no orders, Shin Yichu, who had remained silent, could no longer control herself. Tears streamed down her face. Shin Yichu tremblingly extended her hand and took a step forward. Xiojia, it's me, your little aunt Yichu. Yichu. Little aunt? Shinjia turned his gaze to Shin Yichu in confusion, examining her features closely. Really, it's you. Yichu, little aunt. Shinjia trembled. Little aunt. You're back. Shinjia's face, only half intact, now revealed his undisguised attachment to Shin Yichu. But the next second, something strange happened. Shinjia suddenly became extremely panicked, screaming and trying to turn around to prevent Shin Yichu from seeing his current state. Auntie! Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. Don't look at me. What? Shinjia, having barely managed to turn over, now a giant, sobbed like a child. Shin Yichu tried to hug and comfort Shinjia, but Zhonglirui stopped him. Captain Shin, don't touch him. If you do, you'll likely be infected and turned into a zombie in no time. He's packed with enhanced new human nanobots at too high a concentration. Hearing Zhonglirui's words, Shinjia quickly turned around and said, Aunt, the commander is right. Please, don't come over here. Please go. Forget how ugly I look now. Please. Shin Yichu, held captive by Zhonglirui, tried to soothe him softly. Xiaojia, it's okay. Aunt is here. Aunt is back. Aunt has made up her mind. Aunt will never leave you again. Aunt? Weren't you transferred to the south and married to your childhood sweetheart? Shinjia, now somewhat calmer, reluctantly faced Shin Yichu and asked hesitantly. Shin Yichu closed her eyes, letting more tears flow down her face. After a long moment, she opened them and said sadly, I really shouldn't have married and moved south to avoid you. Aunt? You? Tears welled up in Shin Yichu's eyes, and she spoke with a bleak and self-deprecating tone. Back then, I didn't see my true feelings clearly and left you in such a drastic way. Now, the world is shattered, you and I are both shattered. Seeing you again, I realize, Sijia, I'm sorry, I love you too. Shinjia's pupils trembled, and his breathing became rapid. Before him was this little aunt, adopted from an orphanage, whom he had secretly loved for over 20 years, a non-blood relative. So many times had he longed for her love. And now, in this moment, he heard this confession that seemed too late. He smiled bitterly, a smile that was piercing and sorrowful. Aunt, I haven't changed. I always loved you, and I still do. But look at me now. I died once, crawled back from hell, and become a demon. There's no way I can be with you again. No, the commander probably told you. Based on what I did before you left, before I became like this, I don't deserve to be with you. I'm sorry for your guidance and your upbringing. I'm sorry, I love you too. But sorry, it's too late. Ah. Shinjia once again broke down and sobbed like a child, his massive body trembling with sobs. Shin Yichu's heart ached, but he could only stand there, not daring to move forward. Zhonglirui remained silent, waiting for the two to release their emotions. After a long pause, Shinjia managed to regain his composure and turned to Zhonglirui. Commander Zhongli, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for letting me see the person I love most before ending my sinful life. Shinjia's tone was unusually calm now. Today, my aunt is here. Commander, she has always taught me to be an upright person. I have failed her. But now, for the last time, I want to make a small effort, as she wished. I confess all my crimes. I repent to all the innocent people I have killed. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely be an upright person who contributes to society. In this life, I was wrong. I followed Offing's reckless behavior, dreaming of creating a new social order and founding a kingdom in the apocalypse with iron and blood. After my rebirth, I almost destroyed Ling'an Prefecture. The 2-year transition plan for the western tribes that you, Governor, painstakingly designed. I'm sorry, Shinjia, I plead guilty. Zhonglirui looked at Shinjia with some surprise. After a long pause, he nodded slightly. I accept your confession. However, your aunt and I aren't here today solely to hear your confession. Shinjia asked, Captain, What are you here for? Zhongli Rui turned to Shen Yichu and said, Captain Shen, please explain to your nephew the Dacian military's first come, first served regulations. Shen Yichu was stunned for a moment, then stood at attention, gave Zhongli Rui a perfectly standard military salute, and replied, yes. Major General Zhongli. Shenjia? ? Soon, Shen Yichu explained the details of the first-to-land regulations to Shenjia. After all, Shenjia had been Cheng Feng's military advisor, and he quickly realized that Zhongli Rui seemed to be using him to redeem himself from his crimes. General Zhongli. Shenjia quietly switched to a more respectful address. Sir, do I really still have such an opportunity? To be honest, until noon today, I was still hesitating whether to shoot you. Zhongli Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you know that the war you and Chang Feng waged to annex dozens of other communities killed over 400 residents, who might have otherwise survived? Shenjia's face suddenly darkened. Then, General, why didn't you kill me? Zhongli Rui raised his hands to his chest. 2 reasons. First, what you said that day. Although your crimes are indeed heinous, you, out of a shred of compassion, saved those 1,200 primitive inhabitants. If you hadn't even had that little bit of compassion, I would have killed you on the battlefield that day. And would you still be alive today? Shenjia felt embarrassed and terrified, thinking, it's a good thing I didn't lose those people back then. Then, General Zhongli, your second reason is... Zhongli Rui turned to Shen Yichu. Shenjia, do you know that your aunt, whether before or after the apocalypse, was a hero of the people, a legendary soldier? This afternoon, after your aunt learned of your situation, she knelt and begged me, offering all her medals, merits, and honors to spare your life. Ah, this... Shenjia looked at Shen Yichu with immense guilt. And you? At this moment, Shen Yichu patiently advised, Jia, our lives are filled with regrets. But being alive is what matters most. Jia, whatever happened in the past doesn't matter. As long as we're alive, the future holds endless possibilities. Let's rebuild the rest of our lives together. It's okay. Shenjia's eyes moved. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhongli Rui raised his hand into the air. Shenjia, I only give you one chance. Now, on behalf of the Lingen Province Special Council, and as a Major General of the Dacian Army, I officially recruit you, according to the first landing regulations, as a member of the Army Special Forces for meritorious service. Are you willing? Shenjia's eyes widened, and then, with overwhelming excitement, he said, General Zhongli, I am willing. To atone for my sins, for the people's new Lingen Province, and to restart my life, I will do everything I can. Okay. Private Shenjia, remember your oath. Zhongli Rui nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Shen Yichu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The newly enlisted soldier was a private. Zhongli Rui, noticing Shenjia's surrender, said to Yu Jia, manifest yourself and explain the current progress of the West Tribe Plan. Yu Jia materialized gracefully and smiled, yes, master. Chapter 360. Yu Jia once again detailed the West District Tribe Plan and its current progress to Shen Yichu and Shenjia. Of the 40,000 zombie-converted citizens planned for resettlement in Lingen Prefecture, 1,000 have been initially resettled. A total of 18 settlements are planned, but only 1 has been built so far. 2, for a total of 2,200 people, Zhongli Rui corrected. I seen the warehouse at Shenjia's Agricultural Product Distribution Center. It's barely suitable for a settlement. At least there's a place for people to stay, protected from the elements. General, what do you want me to do? Shenjia asked cautiously. At this moment, he completely considered himself a newly enlisted soldier. I hope you return to the distribution center after your injuries heal. Over the next 2 years, you will cooperate with the professors and doctors sent by the Awakened University to transform as many of the zombified citizens as possible into primitive human form, allowing them to survive in an organized manner for 2 years. During this time, all forces in our state's special zone will work tirelessly to increase food production until it can support everyone's livelihood. General, I'm willing to serve. But I can't even walk right now. Shenjia looked troubled. Your physique not only possesses super strength, but also super regenerative abilities. A broken limb? Major Murong would need about a week to heal, but you only need 3 days. I can super regenerate? Shenjia stared at his now emaciated limbs in disbelief, feeling a sense of awe. Next, according to the plan, not only will the 2 tribes you and Major Murong currently control be doubled in size, with each tribe having approximately 2,200 people, but 18 more such tribes will also be established. Don't worry, once each tribe is established, I will recruit suitable talents from Lingen Province's Awakener University to lead and position them. Your task, as usual, will be to care for the citizens of your tribe for the next 2 years, just as before. Beyond that, you must accept Major Murong's leadership. His guiding power can guide 1,000 zombie-like citizens into orderly action at once. Furthermore, after exerting this power once, those guided zombie-like citizens will experience a shallow awakening, transforming into primitive humans. Major Murong actually possesses such power. Shin-Yuchu nodded and continued, indeed, Major Murong's abilities are one of the keys to our plan. With his help, we can mass-produce 40,000 zombie-like citizens through their shallow awakenings into organized primitives. Your mission is to cooperate with him, the other professors, and the doctors to ensure the smooth progress of this process. As the general said, everything is about buying time. For the people of Dakian? For the people of Dakian. Shinjia took a deep breath, a surge of warmth in his chest. Previously, he had doubted Zhong Lirui. However, after hearing the West District tribe's entire plan, he realized how ridiculous what he and Chung Feng had done was. He felt like his previous thinking was like those ancient nomadic tribes that only knew how to plunder. Zhong Lirui and the Lingzhou authorities' current plan is the true plan to revive civilization and allow more zombie-like citizens to return and integrate into daily life. General, I understand. I will do my best to redeem myself. Okay. It will take about 2 days for you to fully recover. Dean Huang and Professor Fong are already holding court at your distribution center. The troops will escort you back once you're well. Yes, sir. Shinjia tried to salute with his weak hands, but it wasn't quite right. His hands were too small. Leaving the cage, Zhong Lirui said to Tingsha and Zhusu, Tingsha, Zhusu, the prisoner inside has been enlisted as a friendly force. After we leave, transfer him to the former staff quarters. His regenerative abilities are remarkable. Report back to me once his limbs have fully grown in 2 days. I send a special forces helicopter to transport him to the western tribal area to continue the plan. Thank you for your hard work. Tingsha and Zhusu smiled and said, Sir, you're too polite. As you command. As they left the aquarium, Shin-Yuchu seemed to have made a great decision. He mustered up the courage to say, Sir Zhongli, I have 2 wishes. Zhong Lirui stopped and turned to look at Shin-Yuchu. First, I wish to re-enlist as an active-duty soldier. Second, I wish to go to the Western District tribe with Private Shinjia. Zhong Lirui was stunned. After a brief pause, he said, On the first point, in principle, I have no objection. However, Governor Chung has a request for you now, so after you enlist, I need to discuss whether you will be assigned to the 18th or 30th War Zone. On the second point, I object. Shin-Yuchu became anxious upon hearing this. Sir, You're an ordinary person. Zhong Lirui said sternly. In that primitive tribe environment, you could easily be infected and turned into a mindless zombie. I'm a new type, while Ajay and Major Murong are enhanced new types. Dean Huang and Professor Fong are awakened, so we're not afraid of infection. But you, an ordinary human, are too vulnerable in that environment. Do you remember your apprentice? Shin-Yuchu was stunned, then remembered his registered apprentice in the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, the daughter of Governor Chung Yonghua. You, stay on call during normal times. Later, you should focus on how to assist Governor Chung in systematically restoring the population of the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Administrative Region, Zhong Lirui said sternly. That night, Zhong Lirui was still working overtime at the governor's mansion. With the recent demands of supporting the Western District tribes and increasing grain production, the pressure on the Special Administrative Region's management was now comparable to the intense situation during the previous general mobilization expedition to Ontario. Not only Zhong Lirui, but most of the leadership of the New Zero and state authorities volunteered to work overtime. Even at night, the Dakian Army Headquarters, the Special Police Corps, the Militia Headquarters, the State Special Council, the Food Bureau, the Awakener University, the hospital, the Ministry of Engineering and Construction, the Ministry of Energy, the Chansheng Group, the Storm Kingdom Royal Court. During this period, the lights in these institutions remained on until late at night. At that moment, everyone held a single belief: to ensure that those 40,000 citizens safely passed through the transition period and returned to civilized society. That night, Shin-Yuchu was enjoying the moon with Di Xinyan, Gu Anqi, and the Princess of Storm Nation, Ai Shirley, who had made an occasional visit today. Xiafeng was by their side. The women were all complaining about how their husbands, Zhong Lirui, Lu Shi, and Feng Ren, had been working overtime lately. Only Shin-Yuchu remained silent. Di Xinyan, noticing Shin-Yuchu's silence, asked with concern, Jingxian, what's wrong? Shin-Yuchu looked up at the master and senior sisters before him, all of whom had become new humans, Gu Anqi and AI Shirley were both new humans, pursing her lips. After a long pause, she slowly said, "Master, can you help me become human?" Di Xinyan was stunned, her expression turning serious. "Tell me, what's your reason?" Di Xinyan said calmly. "Among us, Anqi and I became new humans by accident. And Ailey voluntarily transformed for her love. What about you? Why don't you want to be a normal human, but a new human?" Gu Anqi also asked curiously junior sister Jing Xian, "Why do you want to become a new human? Are you seeking power? But even if you're mortal, you're strong enough, aren't you? You're the queen of special forces. I heard from Lu Shi that your current combat power isn't much worse than that of an awakened." Jing Xian lowered her head. "Could it be that you're also doing this for someone you love? Do you want to be with a new human?" AI Shirley looked at Shen Yuqiu with interest. Di Xinyan rolled her eyes at Ali. "Ali, don't tease Jing Xian like that. She's a nun." "That's right." Before Di Xinyan could continue, Jing Xian seemed to have made up his mind. "I want to be with the one I love, to restart his life together, and to participate in the grand plan of the West District tribes. Now, he wants to build and run those primitive tribes, just like Major Murong. I want to go with him." The women's eyes widened. You want to volunteer to go to that incredibly harsh transitional tribe? The conditions there can only provide basic survival," Gu Anqi said absent-mindedly. "What kind of man would you be willing to make such a huge decision and sacrifice for?" "My Shen family's adopted son, Shenjie." "Shenjie?" Di Xinyan exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't he?" Jing Xian nodded. "Commander Zhongli has recruited him. He wants to atone for the sins he committed in his past life. This time, I want to stay with him. Leaving him last time was the decision I regret most. This time, I don't want to leave him again." Di Xinyan looked at this disciple, who was somewhat older than herself, with a resolute look in her eyes. At that moment, her heart was filled with understanding and empathy. AI Shirley, standing beside her, shared the same sentiments. "Junior sister Jing Xian, have you really made up your mind?" Gu Anqi was somewhat incredulous. "My name is Shen Yuqiu." "Junior sister Anqi," Shen Yuqiu said calmly. "I won't run away anymore, nor will I dwell on the losses of my first half of life. For justice, and for my own sake, I decided. I'm going to be with him. I hope Shenjie won't make you regret this." Di Xinyan sighed softly, looking at Gu Anqi, who was closest to Shen Yuqiu. "Anqi, help your junior sister." Gu Anqi shook her head with a wry smile. "I hope this Shenjie won't let you down. Remember to invite us at your wedding." With that, Gu Anqi took Shen Yuqiu's wrist and bit it. Di Xinyan spread her hands, preparing to sing, when Yu Jia materialized from Xiaofeng's armor beside her and said, "Madam, my mother asked me to watch over you. For the sake of the baby's brainwave stability, you must not activate the singer's power again until you give birth." As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Anqi said, "Master, just listen to Yu Jia. Let me do it. I'm a singer too." Shen Yuqiu also expressed concern. "Master, it's okay, I'm a singer myself." Di Xinyan lowered her arms. "All right, I listen to the professionals." Then, Gu Anqi and Shen Yuqiu began to sing. Female duet When the Light Comes. As the song began, the moonlit courtyard was enveloped in a faint, warm glow. That light seemed to possess a magical power, imbuing Shen Yuqiu with a touch of invisible strength. The women present were immersed in this moving melody. Di Xinyan looked at Shen Yuqiu and Gu Anqi before her, feeling relieved. She knew that Shen Yuqiu's decision, though difficult, was what she truly wanted. AI Shirley's eyes expressed her best wishes for the two junior sisters. She understood that true love is the courage to change and sacrifice for each other. Xiaofeng stood quietly by, while Yu Jia, in her armor, also listened quietly. "Is this the willingness to sacrifice for the one you love?" Yu Jia mused. The song gradually reached a climax, and the light in the courtyard grew brighter. It seemed to pierce time and space, connecting everyone's hearts. When the song ended, the lingering sound lingered, and the atmosphere in the courtyard became unusually peaceful. Shen Yuqiu slowly opened his eyes, a resolute light glimmering in them. She slowly exhaled, clenched her fists, and then unclenched them. "Is this the power of the new humans?" Shen Yuqiu asked calmly. Then, a sudden thought struck her. She put down her whisk and gazed at the surrounding high-rise buildings, her eyes sharp. Shen Yuqiu moved, unleashing a Taoist-light skill, Tianzong. Without the use of steel claws, he swiftly ascended to the roof of the property management building. The women's mouths suddenly dropped. "Qinggong." Yu Jia, monitoring Xiaofeng through her armor and sensors, said, "Captain Shen's Qinggong is even more effective than Sergeant Mao's wall-climbing skills using his steel claws and speed." 2 days later, in an abandoned plaza near Polar Ocean Park. Clad in a C2 Earthshaker specific bulletproof vest, just the jacket, no explosives, Shinjia, his limbs fully repaired, prepared to board a transport helicopter, escorted by Tingsha and Tsushima. A familiar, strong hand pulled him aboard. "Aunt, what's going on?" "General Zhongli has agreed. This time, I accompany you." "But Aunt, you get infected." "I'm a new human too." "Stop wasting time, Ajay. My expectations are very high." "Are you prepared?" Shinjuchu said, his eyes gleaming. After a moment, Shinjia's massive head nodded earnestly. "Ajay, let's rewrite the rest of our lives together." "Okay." Watching the surveillance camera inside the helicopter, Zhongli Rui sighed softly. "Do we really have to go this far?" "Honey, what's wrong with helping others achieve their goals?" Disanyan said gently, holding Zhongli Rui's hand. "Besides," Disanyan then changed the subject, "a sharp sword needs a scabbard. That's true for Fengren, and it's true for Shinjia, isn't it?" Zhongli Rui nodded silently. "Indeed." Chapter 361. A quarter passed unnoticed. With Ling'an Prefecture's new organizational machinery fully operational, 18 tribes were established in suitable areas of western Ling'an Prefecture, each with a population of approximately 2,000 to 2,200 people. Finally, nearly all of the remaining zombie-like citizens in Ling'an Prefecture's urban areas were settled. No more zombie-like citizens were seen wandering the streets of the main urban area. The authorities of the Ling'an Prefecture's East City Special District, currently experiencing no major fighting, were supporting the 18 tribes in the Western District, while also making every effort to trade grain and seed with Shizhou in the Central Plains Special District, and the Hong Kong and Kowloon Special Districts in the Pearl of the Orient, desperately seeking to increase food production. That afternoon, Zhongli Rui hovered over Ling'an Prefecture in a Golden Crow Wing 2 fighter. His eyes displayed all of Ling'an Prefecture's current districts and their current status. The East City Special District currently has a population of 7,654, including 892 women from the Gale Nation. Its food self-sufficiency rate is 100%. The Storm Nation currently has a population of 1,003. With the exception of Princess Aishili and Queen Mother Dr. Aishia, all of them are Batmen. Their food self-sufficiency rate is 32%. Currently, under the leadership of King Windblade, the Batmen have settled down, relying on hunting and farming. However, although they have planted summer crops, they haven't yet harvested them. Therefore, their food self-sufficiency rate is currently very low. Among the 18 tribes in the West District, the wandering population is no longer dispersed or lost. They generally survive by fishing, hunting, and gathering wild fruits. Their food self-sufficiency rate is less than 12%. Most primitive citizens receive only enough food to survive. Fortunately, Ling'an Prefecture is located in a Jiangnan water town, with a well-developed river network. With the waterworks partially restored, drinking water is currently available. Yu Jiajian reports. Alas, after all, that's 41,800 more mouths to feed. Zhongli Rui shook his head. But it's something we have to do. While our lives will be hard, only in this way can these citizens, like us, return to civilization in 2 years. Master, according to Lieutenant Shen Tao's teachings, this is a sign of compassion, Yu Jia said tenderly. Master, we will get through this. Yes, we've been through so much to restore our hometown to its current state. Once upon a time, 8 million people have been dispersed and depleted. For the sake of the nearly 50,000 remaining residents, there's no reason to give up. By the way, Yu Jia, what were Private Shinjia and Second Lieutenant Shin doing today? Today, Private Shinjia and Second Lieutenant Shin, along with 20 civilians whose limbs have been fully restored and recreated like primitive humans, and what looked like nets, headed to the shallows near the river. Presumably, they were fishing. Shallows near the river? Oh no! Lock onto Shinjia's tracking device. Let's go rescue him. Zhongli Rui frantically scrambled. Master, are they safe fishing by the river? Yujia, additional information. In this world, the major rivers in Ling'an Province and the river at the mouth of the Amazon River have daily tides. Furthermore, it's August, the time of high tide. With such force, a minibus parked on a T-shaped dam would be swept away. Don't think they're safe just because they're awakened and new humans. The original location is the Qiantang River in Hangzhou. The section of the Qiantang River in Hangzhou from the city to Yingguan has daily tides, just like the ocean. Every August is the time of high tide. The power of the tide is terrifying, and watching the tide is exciting, but be careful. A similar phenomenon occurs at the mouth of the Amazon River. Collecting relevant knowledge and expanding. Completed? Indeed. Master, you're right. Also, Master, retrieve satellite data to monitor the river's water conditions. A thin line of tide has arrived. Hurry! Zhong Leroy spun his fighter jet around and instantly locked onto Shinjia's position. In a matter of moments, he located Shinjia and the others. Just as he was about to descend to rescue them, he noticed something strange. Shin Yuchu, wearing a military green vest and braided underwear, his long hair tied into a ponytail, and wearing what appeared to be industrial-grade, cut-resistant gloves. Holding a fishing net, he stood on the mudflats below the dam, ready to run, watching the first wave of water roll in. On the levee, Shinjia and a group of primitive citizens, armed with nets, snakeskin bags, and other tools, also stood ready for a long run. Huh? Zhong Leroy looked puzzled, but he lowered his altitude and shouted, Captain Shin. The first wave is coming. Get out of the way. Shin Yuchu gazed at the fighter jets in the sky and smiled confidently. She shouted into the air, Captain Zhong Leroy, no problem. Bring back a tidal fish later. Zhong Leroy's pupil shrank at the words tidal fish. Oh, Captain Shin knows this trick? Master, do you still want to save Captain Shin? Let's wait and see. Soon, a thin tidal wave, carrying mud, sand, and various large fish, rolled in. Shin Yuchu looked at the tide just touching his feet, smiled confidently, and took a graceful step. Hovering in the air, Zhong Leroy witnessed a scene she would never forget. As the tidal wave rolled in, Shin Yuchu controlled her speed, riding the crest of the wave, running on the waves. At one moment, like a keen hunter, her eyes locked on a large fish tumbling in the waves. As she ran, she gathered up the net, and the massive fish was gracefully tucked into the net, all in one go. Shin Yuchu, with his snow-white skin, treading the waves, vividly embodied the meaning of a white shark in the waves. Amazing! Shin Yuchu continued to ride the waves, while on the shore, Shinjia and the primitive citizens, a group of people, also ran in sync on the levee. The next moment, Shin Yuchu snatched up the fish and tossed it toward Shinjia. Shao Jia, catch it! Andy, good! As Zhong Leroy watched, stunned, the 15-gene fish traced a curve. Shinjia caught it steadily and placed it, flowing like water, into the snakeskin bag of his attendant, who was also running nearby. The entire process was incredibly smooth. Andy, amazing! Shinjia exclaimed in admiration. The attendants ran alongside, shouting, Chief, mighty? Which mighty? Zhong Leroy in the sky grumbled. 2 tide riders, a chief and a witch. Great! Now, this is a real tribe. Despite his grumbling, Zhong Leroy was deeply impressed by their tactics for snatching headwater fish. Only Shin Yuchu could have come up with such a plan, using the new human's superior speed and strength to snatch headwater fish. Soon, they covered a mile. Shin Yuchu repeated the same trick several times, and Zhong Leroy calculated their catch at nearly 200 kilograms. Wow, 200 kilograms of fish in one day. What a haul! But headwater fish, while great, aren't for everyone. Risk warning: headwater fishing is a traditional culture, but it's extremely risky. Not recommended for the average person. Ahead, they reached relatively deep water. While riding on the oncoming tide, Shin Yuchu calmly turned and used the Tianzong Light skill to reach the embankment in a few steps. Finally, he landed steadily in Shinjia's arms, and was caught by Shinjia in a princess hug. Wow, the Shin family still knows how to have fun. Watching Shinjia and Shin Yuchu so blatantly display their affection, oblivious to the world around them, Zhong Leroy, despite knowing the situation, couldn't help but grumble. Seeing their fishing trip come to a close for the day, Zhong Leroy approached and landed his fighter jet. Sir, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Seeing Zhong Leroy approach, Shin Yuchu tapped Shinjia, who was still immersed in sweetness and happiness, and stepped back down from his embrace. Watching Shin Yuchu and Shinjia's bountiful harvest, Zhong Leroy felt a surge of relief. Shin Yuchu smiled and said, Captain Zhong Leroy, look at our catch. It's a bountiful harvest today. Zhong Leroy looked at the large fish in the snakeskin bag and couldn't help but exclaim, Captain Shin, you guys are amazing. This technique for grabbing fish at the head of the tide, I'm sure only you could come up with it. Shin Yuchu smiled modestly and said, It's nothing special, just relying on our speed and strength as new humans, plus a bit of luck. These past few days have been high tides, so we're catching fish every day. Let's stockpile some, and make dried fish later to provide more food for the tribe. Zhong Leroy nodded. Captain Shin, you're truly thoughtful. It's a shame your method isn't for someone as skilled as you, or for the fishermen along this area. A few people chatted on the shore. Time slowly passed, and the tide receded. Yu Jia suddenly called out, Master, alert. Scans have detected a radar response from a near-catastrophic monster on the mudflats 3 kilometers away. Comparing the database, it appears to be a giant sea serpent, Shuyin. Zhong Lirui's face suddenly darkened. He immediately called to Shin Jia and Shin Yuchu, Captain Shin, Private Shin, assemble your forces and return immediately. A near-catastrophic monster we encountered before has appeared nearby. Shin Yuchu was stunned for a moment, then snatched a cloth-wrapped anti-tank rifle from a nearby attendant and, from his spare bag, plugged in a communication radio. Sir, I'm going to join the fight. I can provide support fire, and I'm quite useful against monsters. Looking at the old 12.7 caliber anti-tank rifle in Shin Yuchu's hand, Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment. If anything happens, fire from cover and don't reveal your position. Understood? Yes, Shin Yuchu nodded. After handing his catch to the tribal attendant, Shin Jia also rubbed his hands and said, Sir, I'm going to join the fight too. Shao Jia, take the tribe back. Shin Yuchu said. Your combat power is strong, but it's limited to dealing with humanoid units. Your upper limit is only against units the size of zombie boars and zombie tigers. Against a 20-meter long, near-disaster level monster? Your body is useless. But? Auntie. Captain Shin. I can't let you take risks alone. Shin Jia said reluctantly. Seeing Shin Jia like this, Shin Yuchu said, Private Shin Jia, you haven't experienced fighting giant monsters. In this kind of battle, I can use anti-armor weapons, and even target weak points like eyes to harass them. If you rely on brute force, you die quickly. Follow my orders. You will be responsible for evacuating the people. These primitive citizens are as vulnerable as ants to disaster level or near disaster level monsters. Yes. Shin Jia reluctantly obeyed. Seeing his expression, Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment. After you brought the people back to a safe area, if you're quick enough, come back and help Captain Shin, Private Shin Jia. A sniper needs a spotter, and even now, in the apocalypse, guards are needed. Shin Jia was stunned for a moment, then excitedly said, Yes. General, I see to it. Watching Shin Jia excitedly depart with his tribal followers, Shin Yuchu was puzzled. General Zhongli, why did you ask him to come back? He's useless against monsters. Didn't you promise you never leave him again? Zhong Lirui looked at Shin Yuchu with piercing eyes. Shin Yuchu was stunned for a moment, then a complex expression. But ultimately she nodded. General, yes, this is my promise, my duty, and my wish. Be careful later, take care. Zhong Lirui nodded, then ejected, reuniting with the hovering fighter and flying towards Zhuyin. Shin Yuchu watched Zhong Lirui take off and chuckled to himself. Does the organization need me to watch over Ajay? Sure, I'm willing to do that. She clenched her gun tightly. Captain, Ajay, we defend our homeland with our own hands.